In an unexpected turn of events, I awakened to extraordinary powers and subsequently joined a clandestine special operations team. The enigmatic mystery of Emperor Qin's pursuit of immortality, the rebellion of vampires, the bombing of Ming Dynasty munitions depots during World War II, and the historical secrets of Huo Qubing's battles against giants, all these supernatural occurrences unfolded one after another. Beneath the facade of a tranquil and harmonious society, does there lurk another realm of anomalies? Chapter 1. The 037 Special Operations Team. My name is Wu Jiangwo, a soldier by trade. However, my subsequent affiliations have rendered my records a sealed enigma. According to official documents, I am already deceased. Yet, I continue to exist, albeit in a state of incompleteness. In my lifetime, achieving wholeness seems an impossibility, and now, my body deteriorates, suggesting that my days may be numbered. Nevertheless, I wish for the tales I have experienced not to be lost to the annals of history. Thus, I pen these words to chronicle my journey. Born in 1949, I was aptly named Jiang Wo, a name I hold in profound reverence, reflective of the extraordinary era in which I was born. My father was a soldier, one who survived the crucible of war, instilling in me from a young age the valor of sacrifice. Consequently, at the age of 18, I became a true soldier. In that same year, I encountered the trials of my first war. In 1967, my battalion officially set forth to participate in a war that was unfolding at that time. I belonged to the 2nd Reconnaissance Company, tasked with terrain exploration and intelligence gathering. It must be said that the casualty rate within the Reconnaissance Company was exceedingly high, as we frequently faced enemy ambushes, and the harsh environment posed its own challenges. I witnessed more than once the passing of comrades due to venomous snakes or disease. One fateful day, my squad was engaged in a reconnaissance mission, but due to the intricate terrain, we lost our bearings and ultimately encountered the enemy, clashing with 2 of their companies in the dense jungle. The disparity in strength was overwhelming, prompting our squad leader to decide on a retreat, taking it upon himself to cover our withdrawal. At that moment, fueled by youthful fervor, I volunteered to follow him in this rearguard action, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited those who remained behind. Bullets rained down upon us in relentless volleys, our ammunition dwindling as one by one, our soldiers fell. It was then that I sustained a gunshot wound to my leg, rendering me immobile. At this juncture, only 5 of us, including the squad leader, were still alive to hold the line. The enemy advanced, evidently intent on capturing us alive, yet they met with our staunch resistance. Realizing that capturing us might not be feasible, they resorted to throwing a grenade, which landed parallel. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, I found myself consumed by an unyielding desire to obliterate the adversaries before me. As this fervent resolve intensified, an excruciating pain gripped my head. It was then that the head of a foe in front of me abruptly burst open with a sickening thud. In rapid succession, more and more enemies succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Exhausted and drained, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself recuperating in a field hospital. Fortunately, my injuries were superficial, mere flesh wounds. To my astonishment, a deputy army commander paid me a personal visit upon learning of my awakening, making me feel exceptionally honored. After inquiring about my well-being, he cautiously probed whether any unusual occurrences had transpired on the battlefield. Perplexed, I confessed my ignorance. The deputy commander then revealed that dozens of enemy corpses had been discovered at the scene, all with their heads ruptured in a manner resembling an internal explosion. Recalling the final moments before my collapse, I remembered witnessing such a scene and recounted everything to the commander in detail. The commander instructed me to focus on recovery and not dwell on the matter before departing. Subsequently, I was transported back to my homeland as a wounded soldier to undergo medical treatment, a recovery process that spanned approximately 3 months. Once fully recuperated, I prepared to submit a request to rejoin my original unit and continue serving, as the war was still ongoing at that juncture. A military contingent materialized abruptly, presenting an order that stipulated my detachment from the armed forces, effective immediately. Personnel from the receiving entity would liaise with me regarding the particulars. Having conveyed the directive, the military personnel departed without addressing my inquiries or soliciting my input. I initially surmised that I had committed an infraction, an assumption I readily comprehended given that I was the sole survivor of my platoon. That afternoon, the hospital administration informed me of the arrival of my escort, prompting my swift conveyance to the visitor's lounge. A robust, middle-aged man with a flat-top haircut and a square jaw stood in the lounge, his imposing stature of 1.85 meters radiating an aura of invincibility. His fair complexion, however, lent him an air of refinement. The palpable authority he exuded indicated his status as a high-ranking officer, a realization that amplified my apprehension. I had not anticipated that my escort would be an officer of such stature. Upon my approach, the officer rendered a crisp salute and addressed me in an official tone. Comrade Wu Jiangwo, I presume? I am Ling Zhun, the captain of the 1st Detachment of Special Operations Unit 037. Let's depart. In that era, obedience to orders was paramount. Without further inquiry, I boarded Ling Zhun's jeep, a decision that irrevocably altered the course of my destiny. En route in the jeep, a multitude of questions swirled within my mind. Special Operations Unit 037, I have never encountered this unit designation before. It is exceedingly peculiar. Furthermore, the military's acquiescence to the Special Operations Team's demands for personnel piqued my curiosity about this enigmatic outfit known as Team 037. In the exuberance of youth, the allure of a grander stage was irresistible. We were conveyed to a military airfield via jeep, where a plane awaited to whisk us away to Beijing. Upon arrival, a designated escort, also in a military jeep, was present. Accompanied by Ling Zhun, I embarked on the vehicle, which eventually meandered into an unassuming compound in the southern suburbs. Within the compound stood 3 buildings arranged in a triangular formation. Ling Zhun ushered me into room 610 of the central edifice, where he rapped gently on the door. Captain Zhang, Wu Jiangwo has arrived, he announced. Excellent, send him in. You may carry on with your duties, a resonant voice responded. Ling Zhun gestured for me to enter alone and then departed. I steadied myself, pushed open the door, and found myself face to face with a man in military attire, seemingly advanced in years, with temples tinged with gray. At that moment, my eyes widened in disbelief. The visage before me was eerily familiar, a face etched in the memory of every soldier. He was a general, one who had long since perished. But you, aren't you? I stammered, my words failing me, reduced to a stuttering mess. The man across from me offered a faint smile. Indeed, he said, was I not supposed to be dead? Chapter 2. The sarcoma serpent. At that time, my shock defied description in words. For anyone who was a soldier should have known this man before them. His portrait was hung in museums and history halls, and his deeds were also inscribed in history books. He was supposed to be dead. According to the records, he should have perished on a foreign battlefield. Yet now, he stood before me, full of vitality, and said to me with a smile, yes, shouldn't I be dead? This feeling was truly eerie and instilled a sense of dread. He seemed to perceive my unease. He rose to his feet, walked up to me, and gently patted my shoulder as a gesture of consolation. Then he said, Comrade Wu Jiangwo, my identity is just as you surmised. It's just that my old name has died while I'm still alive. And now, it's the same for you. After that, he took out a file and handed it to me. As I opened it and read on, a chill of horror ran down my spine. It read, Wu Jiangwo male, sacrificed at the age of 18 on the southern battlefield. I examined it carefully, and indeed, it was my file. So, according to the records, I was now a dead man too. At this moment, he handed me another file. When I opened it, the photo was also mine. It read, Wu Di, a soldier of the Special Action Team 037. At that moment, I understood that I had bid farewell to the past completely and was to commence new work under a new identity. All these indicated that the Special Action Team 037 was truly extraordinary. At that moment, a sudden impulse seized me, and I blurted out, General, may I inquire about your current identity? The man flashed a playful smile and candidly replied, Zhang Haoren, Captain of Special Operations Team 037. From that very instant, Captain Zhang became my superior, and I officially embarked on my journey with Special Operations Team 037, encountering a succession of terrifying and paranormal events. As for Captain Zhang's true identity, it remains confidential. All that can be said is that he was a general when he sacrificed himself. Noticing that my demeanor seemed to have calmed down a bit, Captain Zhang clapped his hands and commented, Excellent. You possess remarkable mental fortitude and a composed mind. Truly worthy of being someone with special telekinetic abilities. What exactly does telekinetic ability mean? I queried, utterly perplexed. Captain Zhang offered no response but instead handed me a report, gesturing for me to peruse it myself. Upon opening it, I discovered that it documented my combat record during my tenure in the reconnaissance company. According to the report, a total of 54 enemy corpses were found at the scene, among which 32 had their heads burst open. After examination, it was determined that the explosions originated from within the brains. There was also a hospital report that stated, Wu Jiangwo's brainwaves were highly abnormal, with an activity level hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. At the end of the report, the following words were conspicuously written, Wu Jiangwo is suspected to be a telekinetic superhuman, possessing brainwaves different from those of ordinary people and capable of interfering with the enemy's brain through his own will. His ability level is A. After perusing this report, I fell into a brief silence and simultaneously grasped certain matters. Subsequently, I posed a question to Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang, according to this report, it seems that the death of those enemies with their heads exploding was all because of me. Isn't it so? Is there any better reason or explanation other than this? Captain Zhang didn't respond to my question directly. However, I already had a clear understanding in my heart. At that time, I truly harbored boundless hatred and concentrated my will, desiring the enemy's demise. Moreover, I could sense obvious pain in my head and a feeling similar to that of an electric current. Hence, I no longer doubted the authenticity of this report. Nevertheless, I was also puzzled in my heart. Could it be that there truly are people with extraordinary abilities in the world? Captain Zhang discerned my doubt and calmly informed me, "Don't have any doubts. There are indeed numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities in this world. Moreover, in the Special Action Team 037, there are many such people with extraordinary abilities. And you're just one of them. However, even within the Special Action Team 037, your ability is quite remarkable," Captain Zhang added with a smile. By now, I had nothing more to be entangled about. I would shine wherever I was. So, I saluted Captain Zhang and said, "Private Wu Di of the Special Action Team 037 reporting for duty. Welcome, Comrade Wu Di." Captain Zhang also saluted me. Now, I'll give you a general introduction to what the Special Action Team 037 does. To this day, I still vividly recall the words spoken by Captain Zhang back then, which opened up a new world for me and bestowed upon me a refreshed perception of this world. The following are Captain Zhang's exact words at that time. Why did the United States establish a naval base at Pearl Harbor? And after its establishment, for many years, not a single soldier was dispatched from this naval base. Why did Japan, being besieged on both sides and on the verge of defeat in the war, still launch a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor? It's because there lies a secret beneath Pearl Harbor, an unknown secret that even I am unaware of. Why hasn't Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum been excavated, despite the fact that there are already well-developed excavation measures and accurate location judgments? Have you ever heard of vampires? Do you believe that vampires truly exist in the world? All of these are the tasks of our Special Task Force 037, handling paranormal affairs, exploring secrets, and safeguarding our country. Captain Zhang finished speaking. At that time, I didn't fully comprehend his words. However, after my work officially commenced, I came to feel that what he said seemed rather understated. I served in the Special Task Force 037 for 20 years. Even after my retirement, I often dreamed of those scenes and would wake up from nightmares. Now, let's officially embark on our journey to explore those unknown stories and secrets and resolve those paranormal and terrifying incidents. At the end of 1967, I officially joined the Special Task Force 037 and was assigned to the first squad, with Captain Ling Zhen in charge. One day in early January 1968, Ling Zhen summoned all the team members for a meeting. This was also the first mission I had ever experienced. Captain Ling Zhen wasted no words and directly started playing a video. The video didn't look very clear, seemingly a kind of record. The people in the video were bustling about, seemingly excavating something. In front of them, there appeared to be the gate of an ancient tomb. The tomb passage had been completely dug through, and they were preparing to open the gate. Just as they were getting the tools ready, the tomb gate opened on its own. The archaeological team members turned around in astonishment and stared at the gate. Suddenly, several dark shadows flew past. Due to the low pixel quality, it was impossible to see clearly. However, next, all the archaeological team members fell one after another, twitching and then gradually going still. The camera also dropped to the ground. Presumably, the archaeological team member holding the camera had also died, but the recording continued. After a while, a huge snake with two large growths on its back slithered out from the tomb gate. Chapter 3. The Guardian judging from the proportion of the snake to the people in the shot. This snake was about 1.5 times as thick as a person and approximately 10 meters long. After that, there were no more clues. And the video ended there as the tape ran out. Everyone fell silent, seemingly waiting for Ling Zhen's next instruction. At this moment, Lu Ming, who usually had the most carefree personality, said, "What's this? A wild animal? Isn't it just a big snake with some sort of tumor? Can't we just get the locals to catch it?" Lu Ming joined the 037 Special Action Team earlier than I did, but we shared a dormitory, so we were on very good terms. His physique clearly indicated that he didn't seem like a military man. He was chubby, especially in the face. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that his face was full of fleshy jowls. He had a good temper. Yet there was always a touch of unruly nonchalance about him. His sense of discipline was relatively weak. Therefore, the two of us often had a jolly time joking around. And it was quite delightful. Of course, Lu Ming was just a code name. His real name was a secret, and I had no way of knowing it. All I knew was that he used to be a police officer. Captain Ling Zhen frowned and roared loudly, "What the hell are you shouting about? Do you still want to do this job? Can't you see those two huge growths are bigger than your butt? This is a task assigned by the higher-ups. If you have any complaints, just keep them to yourself. And look at this snake with the growths. Have you ever seen such a thing before? Since the captain had lost his temper, Lu Ming stopped talking and fell silent. At this moment, Zhu Lanlan, who was the most meticulous among us and our rare female soldier, spoke up. Don't keep fixating on the snake's growths. Those dark shadows at the beginning were the key. In just an instant, they took the lives of more than a dozen of our researchers. Later, when we magnified the video, we could only barely make out a few dark shadows. There wasn't much else to be gleaned from it, given the poor image quality. So, how did those people die? Zhang Yu was the one who asked. He was a serious-faced person, and I just couldn't get along with him. Every time we chatted, I'd end up feeling utterly speechless. However, this guy truly had a sharp mind. Poisoning. We don't know what kind of poison it was. Just a touch and one would die. The autopsy report stated that there were tiny tooth marks on the victims' bodies, which seemed to be snake bites. Captain Ling Zhen briefly answered the question. Regarding this response, none of the people present harbored excessive suspicion or surprise, for there had indeed appeared a rather peculiar snake at the scene. As for people's general impression of snakes, the fact that they are often venomous is a well-known basic understanding. Thus, there was not much of a reaction to the matter of death by poisoning. Currently, the general situation was as follows. There was an enormous python, along with a peculiar creature capable of flight and highly venomous. Judging from the video footage, its speed should be extremely rapid. Zhu Lanlan made a summary. After calming myself down, I inquired, Boss Ling, where did this happen? Mount Ernyang in Yunnan. We'll set off tomorrow. Mount Ernyang was situated on the border of Yunnan, with extremely inconvenient transportation. We traveled for nearly 2 days with numerous transfers before finally arriving. When we got there, an area of approximately dozens of miles around Mount Ernyang had already been sealed off. The officer in charge of the command was a regimental commander surnamed Tai. Regimental Commander Tai was a native of Shandong. Clearly a man of great physical prowess at first sight, and his speech was also forthright. Ling Zhen exchanged a few pleasantries with Regimental Commander Tai, and then inquired about the current situation. Patting his chest, Regimental Commander Tai declared, We've surrounded this area so tightly that not even a bird can fly out. You can rest assured, due to confidentiality reasons. Regimental Commander Tai was not aware of the specific details. He only knew that something extraordinary had emerged in Mount Ernyang, which had caused the death of many archaeological team members. The order he had received was to seal off the scene, await the arrival of the Special Mobile Force 037, and then cooperate with them. One's mission was to provide manpower and firepower, and do one's utmost to safeguard the safety of the working group. Therefore, Colonel Tai entrusted the subsequent command to Ling Zhen. Ling, an outstanding general, didn't rush to the scene immediately. Instead, he told the brothers to pack up their equipment and have a good rest before entering for exploration the next day. That night, we discussed the next day's itinerary at the troop station. It was obviously inappropriate for all of us to go in. After deliberation, it was decided that those who would go to explore the ancient tomb were Ling Zhen, myself, Lu Ming, the biologist Duan Feng, and the medical staff Dong Feng. Both Duan Feng and Dong Feng were veterans of the 037 Special Action Team. They had participated in numerous operations. They didn't belong to any specific sub-team, but were directly under the action team, being assigned according to tasks. Subsequently, Ling Zhen requested 5 soldiers from Colonel Tai for sentry and transportation work. Colonel Tai then dispatched his guard company commander Wei Peng and 4 other soldiers to accompany us. In total, there were 10 of us. This size was neither too large nor too small, and was quite appropriate. At night, although it was January, the weather in Yunnan was still sweltering. Deep in the mountains, mosquitoes and insects were especially abundant, which reminded me of the war in Vietnam. Tossing and turning in my bed, I still couldn't fall asleep. So I crawled out of the tent to catch some fresh air, hoping to lull myself into slumber. Just then, I suddenly felt a headache, and the feeling was strangely familiar. However, this time, there was no such thing as a sudden outburst. Instead, a voice emerged in my mind. I am the guardian. You mortals, leave at once. That sentence repeated in my mind numerous times. Later, when my headache subsided, the sentence vanished. I glanced around. Apart from the rustling sounds of trees and grass, there was no other noise. No, there was also Lu Ming snoring. Considering my previous headache, I knew that perhaps my telekinesis had come into play. Someone, or perhaps something, was communicating with me through my brainwaves. I hurriedly rushed into the tent and woke Ling Zhen up, telling him what I had just experienced. Guardian. What did that mean? Ling Zhen fell into deep contemplation. However, in the end, neither of us had an answer, so we simply stopped thinking about it and rested to prepare for the next day's action. At dawn, the action team officially set off. Besides the necessary exploration and photography equipment, they also carried a large amount of serum and antidotes to prevent unknown perils. There were mainly 2 strategic objectives for our action this time. One was to figure out the truth about the big snake and the dark shadow, and the other was to explore what was inside that ancient tomb. According to the archaeology team's records, They discovered clues about this ancient tomb in an ancient book left from the Qin Dynasty and traced them to find it. Therefore, this ancient tomb itself was also shrouded in mysteries. Guardian? Could it be that the big snake was the tomb, guarding beast for this ancient tomb? This thought flashed through my mind. Chapter 4. The flying snake. Since the big snake and the dark shadow couldn't be found for the time being, we decided to achieve the second strategic objective first and commence the exploration of the ancient tomb. Lu Ming remained quite relaxed. In his words, the wart snake had slithered out and the shadow had darted away. At this moment, there was no danger in the tomb chamber, making it the perfect time to enter and search for treasures. Along the way, there was truly nothing worthy of great attention, save for numerous peculiar plants that piqued the interest of biologist Duanfeng. As he put it, many of these plants seemed to have undergone subtle changes and were quite different from normal varieties. Had we not held him back, he surely would have set up camp to conduct an in-depth study. After walking for approximately an hour, we finally caught sight of the ancient tomb in the video. The entrance to the tomb chamber still had only a narrow crack, appearing dim and eerie. Just as Lu Ming and I were about to assemble the equipment, Leader Ling suddenly waved his hand to stop us and motioned for us to look at the ground. Looking down, I was astonished to find 2 long trails at the entrance of the ancient tomb. If the wart snake had slithered out of the tomb chamber, there should have been only 1 trail. With 2 trails now present, there were only 2 explanations. One was that there were 2 large snakes, and the other was that the wart snake had slithered back into the tomb chamber on its own. Duanfeng stepped forward to examine the site and stated that the scene was severely damaged, making it impossible to determine whether there was 1 large snake or 2. Regardless of the situation, it was extremely perilous. If there were 2 large snakes, there might be 3, 4, or even more. If the wart snake had returned to the tomb chamber, then the chamber was fraught with danger. Everyone fell into silence again. At this moment, Leader Ling said, "The situation inside is not very clear at present. Well, Lu Ming and I will lead 2 soldiers to go inside and have a look first. Wu Di and Wei Ping, you protect the rest of the people." Subsequently, the 4 of them donned protective suits, readied equipment such as flamethrowers, and slipped into the pitch-black tomb gate to explore the unknown world. Wei Peng, myself, and the others dispersed to stand guard at the tomb entrance. Awaiting news from Leader Ling. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a shrill scream suddenly rang out behind me. I whirled around abruptly and saw a soldier lying on the ground. Beside him, a shadow was floating. A cold sweat broke out on my body at once. This shadow was presumably the one that had emerged from the tomb. I squinted my eyes for a closer look and was astonished to find that the shadow was actually a tiny snake with a pair of small wings on its back. No wonder it was so swift. Coupled with its venom, it was truly a master of silent assassination. I had no idea where these flying snakes had emerged from. Perhaps they were the ones that had flown out of the tomb earlier and had now returned, with flying snakes in front and an uncertain number of them. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Everyone, enter the tomb and join Leader Ling." Everyone quickly retreated into the tomb. Wei Ping and another soldier used instant gel and protective suits to temporarily seal the gaps in the tomb. Only then did we heave a sigh of relief. I felt a chill on my back, and involuntarily, a cold sweat broke out. I switched on the flashlight and began to survey the surroundings. The tomb was extremely simple. Most of the murals had peeled off. It was not wide but quite deep. After illumination, I could see that it even had some twists and turns. There were no obvious burial artifacts within the visible range. Maybe this was not the core area of the tomb, and Leader Ling and his group must have ventured deeper into it. Dongfeng took out the walkie-talkie, attempting to communicate the current situation with Captain Lingjun, but failed to get in touch. Perhaps it was due to the ancient tomb, and the poor signal was quite normal. Dongfeng comforted everyone. In this situation, I judged that it would be safer to join up with Captain Ling as soon as possible. After all, someone had already sacrificed. I discussed my idea with the others, and they all agreed that we should move deeper and meet up with the predecessors. After making up our minds, we continued to advance, to deal with potential sudden dangers. Wei Ping took the lead. I followed in the second position. The biologist, Mr. Duan, and the doctor, Dongfeng, were in the third and fourth positions respectively, and another soldier guarded the rear. Thus, our group began to explore the tomb chamber more deeply, being on guard against the attacks of those winged snakes along the way. After advancing for a certain distance, I noticed that the carving of the tomb chamber was no longer as smooth as before. Instead, it was rather rough and had a somewhat natural feel. Fortunately, there was no danger. After walking for a while, I suddenly found my senses becoming more acute. My mind perceived a unique signal, yet I was unable to describe it. It was that kind of instinctive feeling of detecting danger. Wei Peng, a battle-hardened veteran, obviously also noticed it. We signaled the team to pause and formed a circle to be on the alert, but seemingly nothing happened, and there were no signs of any living creatures approaching. Maybe we were being overly sensitive. Just as I was about to raise my hand to signal the end of the alert, I suddenly found that my comrades around me had disappeared. Wei Peng and the others, who had been back with me just now, had vanished within the tomb passage. I rubbed my eyes to confirm this fact. Instantly, I was enraged. Just as I was about to let out a loud shout, I suddenly heard a shrill scream. Lao Wu, where are you guys? Don't scare me. It was the voice of medical staff Dongfang. Judging from the sound, he was very close to me. I quickly ran in the direction of the voice. Immediately afterwards, I bumped into something. Along with a series of collisions, there came a groan from a person. What hit me? Company Commander Wei, where are you guys? These voices were exactly those of our group. But I couldn't see a single person. I tremblingly asked, can you see me? I'm Wudi. Or can you see other comrades in arms? They all said they couldn't. Then, my hand touched a round object, yet I couldn't see it. At this time, Duan Feng let out a scream. Something is touching my face. This confirmed my suspicion that we were actually still in the same place. What I had bumped into just now was my comrade in arms. Not only could I not see them, they couldn't see me either, nor could they see each other. Calm down. We're still here. It's just that for some reason, we can't see each other. I signaled them to remain calm. After I told them the current situation, they were also enraged. So I felt around with my hands one by one to determine the positions of the other 4 people and pulled them together, holding hands to prevent any accidents. Subsequently, we began to discuss what exactly had happened. Wei Peng thought that we had been possessed by evil sorcery and all turned into invisible people. Duan Feng speculated from a biological perspective that this was a phenomenon of selective sudden blindness, perhaps caused by the special environment in the tomb chamber. At this moment, it seemed that there was again some sort of sensation in my mind, the same as before. A terrifying thought emerged from my heart. No. I believe something has covered our eyes. Chapter 5. Deciphering the murals. What kind of ghost thing is it? Dongfang's voice carried a hint of fear. After all, as a young girl, she instinctively feared such ghosts and demons. So what should we do now? You make the decision. Wei Peng's voice remained relatively calm, fully demonstrating the qualities of a soldier. Among those present, Duan Feng and Dongfang were support staff, while I was part of the core exploration team. Therefore, I had to take the lead. I pondered slightly and thought that staying in place was still dangerous, for there must be strange things nearby. It would be safer to rendezvous with Captain Lingjun as soon as possible. Everyone, hold hands and move forward. I'll lead the way, and Wei Peng, you bring up the rear. Let's leave here first and find the captain. So I took the lead and continued to advance deeper into the tomb. After walking for about 2 minutes, I noticed some changes in the tomb passage. The originally rather rough tomb passage seemed to have become smoother, with some peculiar patterns on it. I tried to observe those patterns, hoping to obtain some clues from them. So I stood on tiptoe, holding a flashlight in one hand and starting to stroke those patterns with the other, trying to wipe off the dust on them. Just as I touched the pattern, I felt something seem to stick to my hand. Initially, I thought it was dust, but there was too much of it, which instinctively made me a bit frightened. My other hand unconsciously tightened its grip. At this moment, I felt a soft sensation coming from my hand. Immediately afterwards, there were a few flapping sounds, and a mural actually split open out of thin air and flew away. I was instantly enraged and picked up my gun, ready to open fire. It seemed that Duan Feng behind me could also see this scene. Lao Wu, wait a moment. Let me have a good look at this thing. After saying that, Duan Feng bypassed me and began to observe the flying object in the sky. Of course, this was just my perception at that time because my vision hadn't recovered yet, and I still couldn't see Duan Feng. Good heavens, it's actually an illusion moth. Duan Feng exclaimed in a surprised tone. What on earth is that? Could it be that these murals are a kind of moths? I was also extremely astonished. Most importantly, I had an innate aversion to moths. Just thinking that I might have stroked a bunch of moths earlier made my stomach churn. All right, the problem has been clarified. The reason why we can't see clearly is all because of these illusion moths. Duan Feng's confident voice came from the front. These moths have been recorded, but they later disappeared. Until now, there has been no record of a living specimen being discovered. According to the records, altering people's vision and making them see only monochromatic things is precisely the characteristic of the scales of these moths. Come on, stop showing off. Hurry up and tell us how to restore our vision. Dongfang rudely interrupted Duan Feng's self-narration. It was nothing serious. One could simply wash the eyes with water to get rid of the scale powder. We promptly took out the water flasks we carried with us and cleaned our eyes with fresh water. Sure enough, our vision began to recover, and the surrounding companions gradually came into view. At this moment, I fixed my eyes and saw that the tomb passage was densely covered with these moths. This was truly a rare sight. We must catch one and take it back. Duan Feng's occupational habit resurfaced. We had no choice but to take out the tools we carried and captured a phantom moth. This kind of moth was considerably larger than normal moths, and there were indeed eerie patterns on its back, swirling in circles, which sent shivers down one's spine. At this moment, Dongfang suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "Look, there are patterns where the moths were lying." I quickly stepped forward to examine. Sure enough, there were patterns, presumably something like murals. The information on them was of great significance for our exploration. I glanced at the dense moss on the wall and made up my mind. Burn them. Hearing my order, Wei Ping and another soldier immediately picked up the flamethrowers and started torching these moths. We also put on gas masks to prevent our vision from being affected by these moths again. Sensing the heat of the flames, these moths scattered in all directions. The sheer number of them was truly terrifying. Finally, the tomb wall was cleared, and we could clearly see the pictures on it. These murals were evidently of great antiquity. Many parts were in a state of disrepair and peeling off, but the general view could still be discerned. The mural depicts such a story in an ancient tribe. Their chief was an unparalleled warrior. This warrior was of extremely tall stature, somewhat resembling a giant. Later, this tribal chief led the entire tribe to participate in a battle. The weapons used by this chief were a large axe and a large shield. Moreover, wherever this chief fought, a strange big snake always lingered beside him. This big snake had 2 wings on its back. When the wings were unfurled, they were even larger than a human being. This man and snake combination was invincible on the battlefield, achieving one great victory after another. Before a certain battle, this chief actually made a gesture as if he were holding the big snake, seemingly instructing it on something. Then, both the man and the snake plunged back into the battle. The battle was extremely fierce. The warriors behind the chief fell one by one. In the end, only the chief and the snake by his side remained fighting. However, at this moment, the chief was already kneeling on one knee, indicating that his physical strength and energy had reached their limits. Several murals in the middle were somewhat damaged, and it was unclear what had happened. Next, a headless corpse was seen brandishing a large axe in battle. From the patterns on this corpse, it could be discerned that this headless corpse was the tribal chief in the previous murals. At this time, the flying big snake had vanished, leaving only this headless chief fighting alone. Holding the large axe, he still exuded an air of great majesty, slaying numerous enemies. Finally, he fell and never rose again. At this moment, the flying serpent reappeared. It coiled around the headless corpse, then curled it up and flew away. Thus, the story came to an end. Staring at this bizarre tale, we exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for words. The scene depicted in the story had completely defied our comprehension. Just then, Dongfang softly murmured. Xing Tian brandished his shield in battle, axe. His fierce resolve endures for all time. She then queried, "Do you think the story portrayed on this mural could be about Xing Tian? A gigantic figure, still fighting even after losing his head. Armed with a shield and a large axe, all these elements are attributes of the legendary Xing Tian. Could this ancient tomb be related to the legendary Xing Tian? Or perhaps, this is the very place where Xing Tian lies buried?" Bang, bang, bang. As we were still ruminating over this story, a volley of gunshots echoed from the depths ahead. Chapter 6, a direct confrontation quick. It must be that Captain Ling Zhen and the others are in trouble. I immediately took the lead and charged towards the inner part of the ancient tomb. Meanwhile, I instructed Dong Fang to keep trying to contact them via the walkie-talkie. Finally, the walkie-talkie connected, indicating that we were getting close to them. Lu Ming's hysterical voice came through. "Comrade Xiaowu, if you don't come soon, we'll all be meeting marks. Hurry up." Upon hearing this, we quickened our pace, wishing we could fly there instantly. However, the voice on the walkie-talkie changed. It was Captain Ling Zhen's voice, saying, "Don't come any closer. Retreat immediately. Never enter this place again." Ling Zhen's voice was extremely resolute. I understood that they must have encountered an insurmountable problem and believed that even if we went there, it wouldn't make much difference to the overall situation. Therefore, they asked us to leave promptly and preserve our strength. I cast a glance around at the other 4 teammates. Duan Feng was the first to shake his head. It might not be safe to go back now. There could very well be numerous flying snakes outside. Come on, let's go and rescue Ling Zhen and the others. I then shifted my gaze to Dong Feng, who also shook his head without saying a word. Before I could even inquire, Wei Ping and another soldier both declared, "Lao Wu, let's press on. Our comrades are still waiting for us." Reason told me that pressing on might very well lead to our entire group being wiped out. However, retreating here would also be a loss for the subsequent exploration of the follow-up troops. Thus, I made a decision. Wang Er's Hun, I order you to protect Dong Feng and retreat first. After leaving the ancient tomb, try your best to rendezvous with Colonel Tai and then come to rescue us. Yes. This soldier under Wei Ping's command didn't hesitate but readily accepted the mission. Then he grabbed Dong Feng and started retreating towards the entrance of the ancient tomb. I pulled the bolt of my gun and checked my equipment. Let's go. May luck be on our side. The gunshots were getting closer, and our hearts were in our mouths. Ahead in the tomb passage, another door appeared. It seemed that Ling Zhen and the others were behind this door. Wei Ping and I formed a combat formation. With a swift move, we slipped to both sides behind the door. Immediately afterward, I caught sight of Ling Zhen. Among the 4 who had entered the tomb, only Ling Zhen and Fatty Lu remained. The other 2 soldiers had collapsed on the ground, their skin darkened, evidently having succumbed to poison. Lu Ming cast a glance at me and let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Comrade Xiaowu, I knew you wouldn't abandon your beloved Fatty. Come here and let Fatty give you a kiss. Get lost." What's going on? The situation is that it's not looking good. Can't you see for yourself? Lu Ming's words always had a way of leaving one speechless. Only then did I clearly discern the current situation. Ling Jun and Lu Ming were engaged in a confrontation with numerous flying snakes, some of which were relatively large in size. They hovered in the air with their wings. Their bodies coiled upright, creating an impression as if they were standing. At that moment, two flying snakes suddenly lunged towards us. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Jun unleashed a three-shot burst, piercing one of the flying snakes through. At the same time, Wei Peng also opened fire. Although his marksmanship was not as good as Ling Jun's, after a volley of bullets, the other flying snake was riddled with holes. Bravo. It's so damn exhilarating. Fatty Lu clapped and cheered from the side. I also held my gun, vigilantly on guard, lest the enemy suddenly launch an attack. And Duan Feng, true to his duty, took out his camera and began to photograph these strange snakes, in an attempt to capture the most authentic visual records. Just then, a humming sound emanated from behind the two relatively large flying snakes. Immediately following that, a swarm of small flying snakes emerged from the crevice at the back of the tomb. These small flying snakes were not large. Similar to those we encountered at the entrance of the ancient tomb. Our expressions changed instantly because we all knew that these small flying snakes were extremely venomous and incredibly fast. It was arduous to eliminate them with guns when they were moving at such a high speed. Fatty Lu took out a flamethrower, seemingly determined to fight to the last. Hey, brothers, what a fateful day it is. We'll go on the journey together. At least we won't be lonely on the way to the underworld. Shut your mouth. With a fat pig like you around, they'll have enough to eat. I gritted my teeth. Although I was arguing with Fatty Lu verbally, I was mentally prepared for a desperate fight. In an instant, the swarm of small flying snakes started to move. As expected, they were extremely swift, resembling a group of dark shadows that lunged towards us in a flash. Fatty Lu's flamethrower couldn't hit them at all. Ling Jun and I were also firing desperately, but despite expending all our bullets, we only managed to hit one of them due to their high-speed movement. At that moment, I noticed two small flying snakes quickly flying behind Fatty Lu. They were hovering in mid-air behind his neck, with their small, fanged mouths wide open. Fatty Lu, duck. I blurted out and immediately signaled the danger to Lu Ming. The moment I uttered the words, Fatty Lu reacted promptly. He did a forward roll and scurried beside Ling Jun, avoiding the attack. This damn fatty is really good at escaping for his life. I let out a sigh of relief, yet the situation remained unchanged. We were still at an absolute disadvantage. Suddenly, I felt the air grow oppressively heavy, akin to being ensnared by glue. Both my movements and thoughts slowed down. To my astonishment, I found that the previously blurry little flying snakes were now moving at an incredibly sluggish pace. Although they were still swifter than us, they were no longer a blur. I immediately grasped my gun and unleashed a volley of fire at these flying snakes. The hit rate was extremely high. After emptying a magazine, there were only a few flying snakes left around us. At this moment, I noticed that Captain Ling Jun's eyes had turned blood red, and his body was trembling. Evidently, the previous situation was caused by Captain Ling Jun. This was presumably his special ability, which could restrict the movement of living beings, or rather, slow down their speed. Later, I learned that Ling Jun's superpower was the adjustment of the flow of time. Taking advantage of this lull, Wei Peng and I pulled Fatty Li and Ling Jun behind us, giving them a chance to catch their breath. Captain Ling Jun deactivated his superpower and gasped for air. So much so that he could barely stand. It seemed that such an ability placed an enormous burden on his body. This thought involuntarily crossed my mind. The flying snakes regained their mobility and buzzed towards us once again. No, they couldn't die. I had to save them. At that moment, the only conviction in my heart was to fight tooth and nail to rescue them. Just then, the familiar headache struck again, and the flying snakes at the front halted their advance. With a pop, one little flying snake exploded, turning into a mass of flesh and blood that splattered on the ground. Chapter 7. The story of the flying serpent immediately afterwards. The second and third little flying serpents that charged forward all burst. I suffered excruciating headaches and fell into a coma. When I opened my eyes, Fatty Lu's big face came into view first. Hey, Comrade Xiaowu, you're finally awake. See what pleasant surprise we've prepared for you. I struggled to open my eyes wider to see the surrounding things more clearly, yet my vision remained somewhat blurred. Nevertheless, I could still make out that we were sitting in the middle of the tomb chamber, and it was surrounded by those winged flying serpents. These flying serpents varied in size. Judging from their states, they seemed ready to launch an attack at any moment, yet they didn't act rashly. On the other side of the tomb chamber, a gigantic serpent was coiled there, with two huge growths on its back hanging down to the ground. This serpent appeared to be quite old, for even its eyes were covered with a white haze. At this moment, I suddenly had an epiphany. Perhaps the growths on the serpent's back were once wings. This huge serpent was actually a flying serpent too. It was just that due to the passage of time, its wings had degenerated into growths. I stared at the serpent, and it stared back at me. Fascinating, truly fascinating. I didn't expect to see his descendants here. A hoarse voice emerged in my mind. It felt as if someone was speaking directly inside my head. I panicked and quickly looked around to find out who was speaking. Suddenly, I noticed that the serpent was staring at me. Is it you speaking to me? I wasn't quite sure. It is I. When you came, I warned you not to come here, yet you still did. The hoarse voice emerged in my mind once again. This time, I was certain that the one conversing with me through brainwaves was the fleshy snake right in front of me. And it was also it that spoke to me at the base back then. Are you the guardian? This time, instead of speaking aloud, I directly posed the question to it in my mind. Yes, I am the guardian, guarding my dearest friend. Evidently, we could communicate directly via brainwaves. However, my state at this moment must have seemed rather peculiar, for I was sitting there with my eyes closed as I needed to concentrate. Hey, Comrade Xiaowu. Are you constipated? Li Ming's ill-timed voice rang out again. Immediately afterwards, a resounding slap followed, and Fatty Li was knocked down by Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen could tell that I was engaged in something important, since he knew about my ability and that something had communicated with me through brainwaves at the base. He could naturally deduce that the snake before us was having a conversation with me. I composed myself and asked gingerly, who are you? And whom are you guarding? My name is Tingsha. As for the one I'm guarding, you'll know once you take a look. After the snake finished speaking, strange images suddenly appeared in my mind. I knew these should be the snake's memories. Back then, the snake was still a small one. At that moment, it was lying limp on the ground. And there was a very deep wound beneath its body. A figure slowly approached and gently picked up the little snake. It was the tribal chief depicted on the mural. The chief took the little snake back to his home and cared for it attentively. Soon, the little snake recovered and started to coil around the chief. You can even fly. From now on, you'll be called Tingsha. Since then, Tingsha accompanied the chief, living and fighting side by side. They won numerous battles, captured many slaves, and seized a great deal of supplies, leading a joyous life together. One day, the chief suddenly said to Tingsha, I'm going to participate in an extremely arduous battle. There's a high chance I'll lose my life there. Go and live a good life on your own. Tingsha was reluctant to leave, and the chief had no choice but to take it along to war. Later, they fought a desperate battle in a mountain. The chief's companions fell one by one. At that moment, the enemy's commander-in-chief emerged. Tingsha heard that the enemy called him Huang Di. With a horizontal swing of his sword, Huang Di sent the chief's head rolling to the ground. With a vertical swing of his sword, he split the entire mountain. Then the chief's head was wedged between the mountain peaks and couldn't move. Tingsha was extremely anxious but helpless, for it was no match for the enemy commander. Just then, the fallen chief suddenly rose again, and his headless body continued to fight. As the body passed by Tingsha, the navel of the body suddenly spoke. Take me back to where I tried. In a flash, the headless body fell again. Tingsha coiled its tail around the body and flew away. The chief's tribe built a mausoleum for the chief, and the flying snake also settled in the mausoleum, guarding his chief. The scene ended here, bringing me more than just a little shock. This creature was actually able to perfectly replicate its own memories and directly transmit them to me through telekinesis. I knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Receiving the other party's memories put quite a great strain on my brain. Captain Ling Jin and Wei Ping saw me kneeling on the ground and immediately stepped forward to help me up. What's wrong? What happened? I know. It's a flying snake. I told them this news, and their faces were all filled with shock. After all, the flying snake is also a creature in legend. However, they soon accepted this reality because the flying snake in front of them exactly fit the characteristics of the flying snake in the legend. I saw its memories. To be precise, it let me see its memories. The person it guarded waved a shield and a battle axe. Even after his head was chopped off, he still fought on. I described the memories that the flying snake had shown me to them. Fatty Li immediately exclaimed in surprise, What? He could still fight after his head was chopped off? Exactly. When we were in the outer tomb passage, Dong Fong said this was Xing Tian. It seems she should be right. Ling Jin said to himself, so this is Xing Tian's tomb, and it's guarded by a flying snake. This is no longer a place we should set foot in. Wu Di, tell the flying snake that we'll leave immediately. Please ask him to spare us. I immediately transmitted the captain's meaning to the Tingsha through telepathy. I can promise you, but I have a small request, the Tingsha replied in this way. No problem. I almost agreed to the Tingsha's request without a second thought, for in the current situation, if one wanted to survive, one had to humble oneself. Subsequently, the hoarse voice of the Tingsha came again from my mind. I want to borrow your head for a while. Chapter 8. A dialogue across a millennium. After hearing what the Tingsha said, I instinctively wanted to draw my gun, yet I ultimately refrained from doing so. This is the sole chance. By sacrificing myself, the others may have an opportunity to leave safely. So I calmly told the Tingsha that I agreed to his request. Since my communication with the Tingsha took place entirely in my mind, Ling Zhen and the others had no idea what we were talking about. Then I said to them, You can leave. He has agreed, but I have to stay to give him a small hand. You should leave quickly now. What nonsense. We'll leave together. If you don't go, we won't either. Fatty Lu said carelessly on one side. I, Fatty, have no other merits, but I'll never abandon my comrades. Captain Ling Zhan was silent for a moment, then stepped in front of me and said, Wu Di, don't die. After saying that, Captain Ling Zhan waved his hand and commanded, all retreat. Don't fail Wu Di's determination. After that, they slowly withdrew backward, while those small Tingshet didn't pursue them. They just quietly watched them leave. I took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said to the flying snake, well, now you can take my head. The flying snake tilted its head and said in a hoarse and utterly perplexed voice, what would I want your head for? I merely wish to borrow the capabilities of your mind. It has been an age since I last heard his voice. You should have just said you wanted to borrow my abilities instead of saying you needed my head. Animals really are poor at language, I grumbled silently in my mind. Unexpectedly, this thought was transmitted via the mental waves. Language? What is that? Never mind. It's not important. Tell me how I can help you hear Xing Tian's voice. I quickly switched the topic. I didn't want to really infuriate the flying snake. That would be no laughing matter. The flying snake pondered for a while. I'm not sure, but I'd like to give it a try. I fell silent. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I was eager to assist this legend before me. So I said to the flying snake, I can attempt to connect your spirit with Xing Tian's and see if you can converse. The flying snake nodded. Then, take me to Xing Tian. The flying snake turned its head and started moving deeper into the tomb. I followed closely in its wake, while the smaller flying snakes remained where they were. At the innermost part of the tomb, another chamber emerged. In the center of the chamber stood an ancient and venerable stone coffin. The flying snake gazed at the stone coffin devoutly. Finally, as if steeling himself with a certain resolve, he used his large tail to lift the lid of the coffin and then gestured for me to approach. I stepped forward, and a sense of grandeur and solemnity enveloped my heart. Before me lay a headless corpse that remained uncorrupted, lifelike. Moreover, I seemed to sense that this body still harbored a will. It was my turn to act. I concentrated my mind, channeled my mental power, and connected my spirit with that of the flying snake. Eventually, I focused all my mental power on the corpse before me to capture the will lingering within it. The moment his will intersected with my mental power, a solemn and majestic voice echoed in my mind. Flying snake, it's been a long time. My friend, it's been a long time, came the hoarse voice of the flying snake as well. Then there was a moment of silence. Xing Tian said, so many years have passed. You've had a tough time. The flying snake replied, yes, it has been incredibly arduous. Look, I've even forgotten how to fly. Xing Tian said, don't stay here any longer. You should go and live a good life. The flying snake responded, I'm used to it. This place has become my home. Aren't you going to wake up yet? Xing Tian said, I can no longer wake up. Well, my friend, I'm going to fall back into slumber. I hope you won't be too lonely. The flying snake said, with you here, I've never felt lonely. Xing Tian's will dissipated. Perhaps the will that had endured for thousands of years found redemption in this final conversation with the flying snake. I turned my head and saw that the aged flying snake had shed turbid tears. He was a snake, yet having cultivated for thousands of years. He had long developed his own joys, sorrows, and passions. I stepped forward, not knowing what to say. Words of comfort seemed rather superfluous in such a situation. The flying snake glanced at me, and its hoarse voice emerged again in my mind. You may leave. Thank you. Could I make one last request? My life is nearing its end, but I beseech you not to harm my descendants. They will never leave this place. Just as the saying goes, even a flying snake riding on the mist will eventually turn to dust. After fulfilling its wish, this flying snake might truly be on the verge of exhausting its vitality. I pondered for a moment and then said to it solemnly, very well, I promise you. No one will ever disturb you. That's good. That's good. The flying snake coiled its body, presumably finding a comfortable position. After some thought, I decided to pose another question. You once said, whose descendant am I? Do you know something? It's truly inappropriate for me to answer this question. Apologies. The flying snake didn't provide me with an answer, and I didn't press further. As I was about to leave, it suddenly called me back. Take this. I reckon Xing Tian wouldn't want this thing to lie buried here. After saying that, the huge snake used its tail to open a box beside the stone coffin. Inside were a shield and an axe. Presumably, these were Xing Tian's weapons, Gan and Qi. Many people assume Gan and Qi are a single weapon, but in fact, they are two, a shield and an axe. My heart was brimming with excitement. For weapons of such unique characteristics were highly favored and an integral component within the 037 Special Operations Team. There were certain issues that conventional firearms were powerless to resolve. Take Captain Ling Zhan, for instance. He possessed a most peculiar dagger, also a weapon with special traits. Although it was certain that the ownership of the Ganchi would not ultimately belong to me, according to the common practice of the 037 Special Operations Team, the acquirer was entitled to its use. I picked up the shield and the great axe, and instantly, I could sense their will. Despite being inanimate weapons, they seemed to have developed their own sentience. Subsequently, a warm current began to coil around my hands, gradually seeping into my mind. At that moment, I also noticed that the weight of the shield and the great axe had lessened. They were adapting to my physical constitution, and from that instant on, they officially recognized me as their master. As I stepped out of the tomb chamber, I cast a final glance back at the flying serpent. Suddenly, I had the odd feeling that I was gazing upon an elderly man on the verge of death. Yet perhaps such an old soul was content, having fulfilled his last wish in life before slowly departing. Chapter 9. The incident report of February 12th at Enyang Mountain. As I emerged from the ancient tomb, the blinding sunlight assailed me, making it difficult for me to open my eyes. Then, I felt my body being abruptly turned around by a pair of large hands. Immediately afterwards, came the concerned voice of Fatty Lu. Comrade Xiao Wu, congratulations on getting out. Did those big snakes not keep you as their child bride? No. They said they preferred the plump ones, and asked me to come out and swap you in. At this moment, Fatty Lu fell silent and kept his distance. Then I noticed that a large number of soldiers had gathered at the entrance of the ancient tomb. Judging from the situation, they were planning to launch a strong attack. Captain Lingjun approached and asked, Wu Di, what's the current situation? It's all right. It's over. Let everyone disperse first. I'll explain in detail when we get back to the camp. Lingjun knew that I had something to say. Moreover, there were far too many people at the entrance of the ancient tomb at this moment. The things we had experienced definitely had to be kept secret. So Lingjun gave an order to Colonel Tai. The whole army retreated first, leaving only a platoon of soldiers to keep watch here. When Fatty Lu saw the shield and axe in my hand and was about to say something, Dong Fong slapped him on the back of the head. I'm just taking a look. After arriving at the camp, we immediately held a small-scale secret meeting. Colonel Tai was aware of our work discipline, so he led his men away. I reported to Captain Lingjun in detail everything that had happened in the ancient tomb afterwards. Just as Captain Lingjun was about to speak, Zhang Yu spoke up. The cultural value in this ancient tomb is extremely high. I suggest a strong attack to excavate the resources to the maximum extent. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, I instinctively wanted to refute because I was truly touched by the affection between the flying snake and Xing Tian. However, Zhang Yu was not wrong either. He was rational. As a soldier, one should prioritize the highest interests without being influenced by personal feelings. Lingjun glanced at me and said in an emotionless tone, whether to launch a strong attack or not requires reporting to our superiors for a decision. Our mission has been accomplished, and the gains are quite substantial. It's time to withdraw. Finally, Wu Di, according to regulations, the ganshi must be handed over first. You'll be allowed to use it after thorough research. No problem. I fully comply with the arrangement. This was within my expectations, and I could readily accept it. Moreover, I heaved a slight sigh of relief upon hearing that Captain Lingjun hadn't decided to storm the ancient tomb immediately. The next day, Lingjun called the Beijing headquarters and reported the relevant situation to Captain Zhang. Then, following Captain Zhang's instructions, we all were permitted to withdraw. Subsequently, an order was issued to establish a military control zone on Enyang Mountain to be managed by the local authorities. This is a common practice. After that, we returned to Beijing and arrived at the familiar compound. I also handed over the acquired ganshi to the organization for research. It must be admitted that our gains from this operation were quite remarkable. Leaving aside the cultural and historical achievements, Duan Feng, that research enthusiast, took the body of a small Tengsha while it was inattentive. This was a research item of inestimable value. So, as soon as it was brought back to the compound, it was classified as top secret, and even he himself was not allowed to access it, which greatly annoyed him. As for the few of us, we assisted Captain Lingjun in writing the operation report. This is also the rule of the Special Action Team 037. For every operation, an action report must be written for archiving. I can no longer recall the full text of the report. I can only roughly reconstruct the content at that time based on my memory. Report on the Enyang Mountain Incident 0112. On January 12, 1968, 12 archaeological workers encountered an unexpected incident in front of an ancient tomb on Enyang Mountain, and none of them survived. At the scene, there were image materials, corpses, and relevant traces as evidence. On January 14, 1968, a local regiment designated Enyang Mountain as a military restricted area for on-site protection. On January 16, 1968, the incident was transferred to the 037 Special Action Team, led by Lingjun, the captain of the first sub-team, to handle it. The facts of this fatal incident have been ascertained as follows. The cause of the death of the 12 archaeological workers was a kind of flying venomous snake. According to the records of the Grand Historian, it is called tongue snake. Its venom is extremely potent, capable of causing instant death upon contact with blood. Currently, there is no reliable antidote for the relevant toxins. The large snake with a sarcoma on its back that appeared at the scene has also been identified as a tongue snake, presumably the ancestor or leader of the tongue snakes in the Enyang Mountain ancient tomb. The other tongue snakes all follow its commands. According to the on-site situation, The size of the tongue snakes can range from 20 centimeters to over 10 meters. Their size increases with age, while their mobility decreases. A sample, a dead one, of the tongue snake was obtained at the scene and has been handed over to relevant personnel for research. The exploration situation of the Earnyang Mountain Ancient Tomb is as follows. It has now been clearly investigated that the Earnyang Mountain Ancient Tomb is the tomb of the legendary warrior Xing Tian, as recorded in the murals and recounted by the tongue snakes. The current chief of a southern tribe in the tongue snakes, which are endemic to the area, once fought together. During the battle with the emperor, Xing Tian was beheaded. His body was taken back by the flying snake and buried by his tribesmen in Earnyang Mountain. Xing Tian's weapons, ganshi, a shield and an axe, were retrieved from the scene and handed over to relevant researchers for study. The following are the additional notes. There is a certain degree of biological mutation in Earnyang Mountain, where numerous unknown plants and animals are hidden. Inside the ancient tomb of Earnyang Mountain, a real specimen of the illusory moth was discovered. It can use its scales to affect vision. An exploration team has captured a live one and handed it over to relevant researchers for study. Risk analysis. The exploration team engaged in a battle with the flying snake at the scene. The flying snake was unable to withstand modern hot weapons. Ordinary rifles and incendiary bombs were effective. Therefore, to a certain extent, the risks posed by the strange creatures in Earnyang Mountain are preventable and controllable. The danger level is recommended to be classified as B. Theoretical findings. The discovery of Xing Tian and the flying snake further validates the authenticity of the records in the classic of mountains and seas. The probability of the existence of other mythical creatures has increased, so strict attention and early prevention are required. Suggested measures. Designate Earnyang Mountain as a controlled area. Entry by ordinary civilians is strictly prohibited. Wait for an appropriate opportunity to conduct in-depth exploration and research. Operation personnel. Person in charge. Lingjun operation members. Zhang Yu, Zhu Lanlan, Lu Ming, Wu Di, Duan Feng, Dong Feng. Peripheral support. Wei Peng, Wang Erzhan. Qi Ping, deceased. Ding Man, deceased. Wang Youfu, deceased. After the Earnyang Mountain incident, we had a brief respite. In the 037 Special Operations Team, at least one thing was commendable. The discipline was not overly strict. For me, not having to do morning runs every day was the greatest bliss. Moreover, the Spring Festival was approaching, and even the compound of the 037 Special Action Team was permeated with a festive atmosphere. Naturally, we were praying that no mission would come suddenly in the next couple of days, for according to the ill omens of our predecessors, the more it was a holiday, the more likely something would go wrong. On January 28th, the day before Chinese New Year's Eve, Lu Ming and I were busy preparing for the Spring Festival groceries in the dormitory when a messenger suddenly appeared. Comrade Wu Di, the superior orders you to arrive at the third meeting room in 30 minutes. Chapter 10. One life a day. Upon hearing the messenger's words, my heart sank to the bottom. Going to the meeting room meant there would be a mission. Receiving a mission on the day before Chinese New Year's Eve, it was highly likely that I wouldn't be able to celebrate the Spring Festival. Hee, Comrade Xiao Wu, don't be afraid of hard work. Lu Ming put on a serious look, but in fact, he was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Get out of the way. I'm telling you. If any of the cured meats I bought are missing when I come back, I'll chop you up. I specifically warned Fatty Lu, for those things had cost me a great deal of money. However, it seemed very likely that they would end up in his stomach. Don't worry, I guarantee it. Just as I was walking out of the door, I heard him add another sentence from behind. Guaranteed to leave none. I was helpless and could only pray that this mission wouldn't be so complicated, or perhaps the leader just simply called me to a meeting without assigning any tasks. When I entered the meeting room, the scene before my eyes surprised me a bit, for none of the people attending the meeting were from our first squad. Xiao is here. Come and sit quickly. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, with a pockmarked face. He was the captain of the 4th sub, team of the 037 Special Action Team, named Xiao Tong. He had quite a distinctive appearance. His face was full of moles, and he wore glasses. Most notably, he had an extremely large front tooth. Therefore, we secretly called him Xiao Big Tooth behind his back. Captain Xiao. Captain, why haven't I seen Captain Lingjun? I almost blurted out his nickname. Captain Xiao Tong didn't quite like this nickname. It was said that once a member of his team called him Xiao Big Tooth and was immediately put in confinement. This mission is to be undertaken by our 4th sub team. You'll temporarily join us to carry out this mission. Xiao Tong briefly introduced the situation to me. However, I haven't received a notice from Captain Lingjun or Captain Zhang. Should I ask for instructions first? According to our regulations, only our direct leader or Captain Zhang has the authority to transfer us. So there was nothing wrong with my response. Humph, quite loyal. Here, this is Captain Zhang's order. Is there any problem now? Saying so, Xiao Big Tooth handed me an envelope. When I opened it, sure enough, it was Captain Zhang Haoran's order. The gist of it was that Wu Di, a member of the 1st sub team, was to cooperate with the 4th sub team in this mission. Private WWII of the 1st Sub, team reports to you. Please give instructions. I immediately saluted Captain Xiao Tong, indicating my willingness to follow the arrangement. Take a seat first. The materials are on the table. You have 10 minutes to read them. We'll start the discussion after 10 minutes. Upon Xiao Tong's command, the participants in the meeting promptly picked up the materials before them and commenced reading. This concerned the Shuazhou Incident 0120. On January 20th, the local police received a report from a woman claiming that her husband had died in bed. The police swiftly dispatched to the scene. The deceased's face was contorted, as if he had witnessed something extremely terrifying, and no signs of a struggle were found at the site. After a physical examination of the body, no apparent external injuries or wounds that might have caused damage were detected. Subsequently, through a post-mortem autopsy, it was discovered that there was a possibility of brain damage in the body, with some blood vessels and meridians ruptured. The deceased was overweight and suffered from various underlying diseases, so the case was closed with the conclusion of death by cerebral hemorrhage. On January 21st, a woman reported that her son had died at home. After an on-site investigation, the circumstances of death were similar to those of the male who died on January 20th. The face showed fear, there were no obvious external injuries, and after an autopsy, it was found that there was a rupture of blood vessels in the brain. On January 22nd, an elderly man reported that his wife had died in bed at home. After an on-site inspection, the situation of death was similar to those on January 20th and 21st. The face was full of fear. There were no apparent external injuries, and an autopsy revealed a rupture of blood vessels in the brain. These 3 consecutive similar death incidents caught the high-level attention of the Shuazhou police. A special task force was formed, yet no clues had been grasped. On January 23rd, a primary school teacher was found dead at home. The circumstances of death were similar to the previous 3 cases, and they were handled as a combined case. On January 24th, an 8-year-old student was found dead at home. The situation of death was similar to the previous 4 cases, and it was also handled as a combined case. Within 5 days, 5 homicides occurred. The circumstances of the deaths were so similar, yet the police failed to discover any clues, which led to public panic. The higher-level authorities dispatched a special task force, but they also couldn't find relevant clues, and the cases continued. On January 25th and 26th, 2 more tragedies took place. The circumstances of the 2 victims' deaths were the same as those in the previous incidents. After reading about this case, I more or less understood why Xiao Tong wanted me to participate in this operation. It was because I had done something similar before, only that what I did was more violent. That's all for the written description. There were also the post-mortem examination results and photos of the crime scenes attached. I flipped through these photos. Indeed, the victims had no obvious external injuries, and their faces were clearly full of fear, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying before they died. Well, have you all finished reading? Let's share your thoughts. Seeing that we had almost finished reading, Xiao Dia asked us to express our opinions. Let me start. Hu Wei, the brain of the 4th squad, said. First of all, it's certain that these people died for a certain reason, and the perpetrator should be someone with special abilities. Secondly, I wonder if you've noticed a detail. All these victims were found on the next day, which means that it's highly likely they died while sleeping. Finally, the ultimate cause of death for the victims was almost always the rupture of blood vessels in the brain. This indicates that the enemy's special ability targets the brain, and there might well be issues related to psychokinesis and brainwaves. After Hu Wei finished speaking, Xiao Dia turned his gaze to me. Xiao Wu, tell us. You're an expert in the field of telekinetic power. Judging from the condition of the deceased, it can be concluded that the deceased's brain was attacked before death. This ability is quite similar to mine, yet I believe it belongs to a lower level of my ability. If I were to unleash my power to the fullest, the opponent's head would explode directly, rather than just having a few blood vessels rupture. Of course, it's possible that the opponent deliberately concealed their strength to cover up the truth. At this moment, Hu Wei spoke up again. What Xiao Wu said just now makes me suddenly have a speculation. The murderer has the ability to attack the brain, but instead of attacking the deceased during the day, they chose to strike when the deceased was sleeping at night. Thus, a hypothesis emerges. This murderer can use dreams to attack the opponent, aiming to damage the opponent's brain and cause death. Maybe this time, what we have to face is the so-called dream assassin in many legends. Chapter 11. Another one dies. What you said makes a lot of sense. However, we must go to the scene first to make an accurate judgment. Captain Xiao Tong ordered that they set off in an hour. When they arrived in Shuazhou, it was already evening. Without caring about the weariness of the journey, they went straight to the local public security bureau. The local authorities had set up a special reception team, which included members of the special investigation team and some auxiliary staff. Initially, the local reception team wanted to invite them to dinner as a welcome gesture, but Xiao Tong flatly refused. It's enough to buy us some box meals. Gather all the police officers and forensic experts who experienced this incident. Now, let's have a meeting. Everyone at the scene looked at each other in dismay, yet none of them dared to disobey Xiao Tong, for in their eyes, Captain Xiao Tong represented the will of the higher-ups. Subsequently, we promptly held another consultation. One point was particularly noteworthy. The victims were all concentrated in the old city area, approximately within a 5-kilometer radius, distributed in a circular pattern. Hu Wei spoke up again. Now, it's almost certain that the area the murderer can influence is around the old city. I propose that the warning zone be set within an 8-kilometer radius. The murderer must be within this area. Then, Hu Wei turned his gaze towards me and addressed me in a business-like manner. Wu Di, within what range can your ability detect mental power or brainwaves? Regarding my ability, the Special Action Team 037 had already conducted tests. It was about a 1-kilometer range. Beyond that, it was extremely difficult to sense. What about the direction? Can you sense the direction? I pondered for a moment and replied, no. My sensations always come from all directions and are directly projected into my mind. I can't determine the direction, but I can project my own mental power in a specific direction. Hu Wei contemplated for a while and then stated, it'll do. We'll try to find the murderer tonight. How? Of course, by the simplest method, a painstaking search. Hu Wei's words were really infuriating. Well, Wu Di, you can go to rest now. You may not be able to sleep tonight. Captain Xiao Tong gave me an order, so I went to the guest house to rest. Late at night, when I was in a daze of sleep, Hu Wei came over and woke me up. Wu Di, stop sleeping. Get up and start working. What time is it now? I regained my clarity quickly, which was also the quality of a soldier. It's 12 o'clock at night. Most people are asleep by now. It's time for us to move out. I immediately put on my clothes and followed Hu Wei out to start the night's ghost hunting operation. The plan was quite simple. Hu Wei drove the car and I sat in it. We started to drive around the entire restricted area with a radius of 1 kilometer, allowing me to sense the brainwaves. Although this method was rather clumsy and primitive, it was the most feasible when there were no other options. So I concentrated my attention and began to capture the brainwaves intently. Unexpectedly, as soon as I activated my ability, a peculiar brainwave was captured by me. Stop. I've got it. I've captured a brainwave. I quickly signaled Hu Wei to stop the car. What? So fast? Hu Wei was also extremely surprised. Immediately afterwards, as if recalling something, he drove the car and continued on with me in it. Wu Di, don't stop. Keep capturing. As it turned out, while Hu Wei was driving, this brainwave could always be captured, and it was very clear. Looking at the route, I roughly understood what Hu Wei was up to. We had almost driven all over the entire restricted area. This meant that the other party's brainwaves could cover the whole restricted area. Just then, the brainwaves suddenly ceased, and I could no longer receive them. Yet, from the very same position just moments ago, I had still been able to detect them. I promptly informed Hu Wei of the situation. Hu Wei heaved a sigh and said, it seems that he's done for the night. We'll just have to wait for someone to report the case tomorrow. I understood as well. Since the murderer had the ability to commit the crime, there was no longer any need to maintain that ability, and thus no need to emit brainwaves. We immediately returned to the guest house and reported the situation to Captain Xiao Tong. Eventually, we reached a conclusion that the entire security perimeter fell within the murderer's range. At this moment, Captain Xiao Tong suddenly asked me a question out of the blue. Wu Di, your ability operates within a certain radius, right? Does it get affected by obstacles? It's somewhat affected, depending on the specific material. Xiao Tong slammed the table forcefully and said, good. In that case, we're getting close to catching him. Dismissed. Everyone go back and rest tonight. Wait for the latest news tomorrow. After saying that, Captain Xiao Tong was the first to leave the meeting room. It seemed that he had already figured out how to find the murderer. But I was still in the dark. Could it be that tomorrow I'll be asked to expand the search area? Or will we resort to a simplistic approach? With these questions in mind, I went to bed. The next morning, another murder indeed occurred. This time, the victim was a young man, rather thin in build. And the circumstances of his death were exactly the same. Just when we thought there were no leads to follow, Hu Wei suddenly spoke up again. Wait a moment. Have you noticed that the victims in these cases all seem to be relatively vulnerable? I was quite surprised because I hadn't noticed this at all. I quickly asked, what do you mean? Hu Wei stood up, fetched the files of all the victims, spread them out on the table, and then said to us, what I mean is that these victims aren't very formidable in a fight. First, look at this obese man. He has various underlying diseases and clearly appears very feeble. Then, among the victims, there are also 2 children. Obviously, they can't be compared with ordinary adults. Most of the other victims are women, the kind who are delicate and gentle, without any aggressiveness. And look at yesterday's victim. He was extremely thin, although he was an adult male. It was obvious that he didn't possess the strength of an average man. We quickly gathered around to take a look and found that it was indeed the case. Truly worthy of being called the man of wisdom, he had effortlessly spotted another characteristic. Finally, Hu Wei rapped on the table forcefully and concluded, can we make such an assumption that the murderer only has the ability or the confidence to kill these relatively weaker people? Put it another way, in reality, if a person wants to kill another, but the other is very strong and capable of self-defense, there is a possibility of being killed. Therefore, is it possible that when the murderer uses telekinesis or brainwaves to commit murder, there is also a risk of being counterkilled? That's why the murderer chooses relatively vulnerable people as targets. Flawless. Huo Wei's deduction really perked us up. This was obviously a great start. However, what Huo Wei said next dampened my spirits. Chapter 12. The Value of Human Lives. Huo Wei then said, currently, our top priority is to figure out the range the murderer can influence and the time of the crime. So, starting from tonight, Wu Di, you can't sleep. It didn't matter if I didn't sleep. It was for the service of the people. To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to fall asleep anyway. With one person dying every day, it had already put everyone on edge. So, this problem had to be solved promptly. To have enough energy at night. I went to sleep during the day. When I woke up at night, I heard that they had nothing to do during the day and went for a delicious barbecue. While all I had when I woke up was a boxed meal. Don't be like that. Didn't we save some for you? Huo Wei said with a beaming smile as he took out an oil paper bag from behind him, which contained cold mutton kebabs. Not bad of you, kid. I took the mutton kebabs. Although they were cold, they were still delicious. Let's go. It's time to get to work. This time, we first drove to the place where I felt the brainwaves yesterday and then waited quietly. However, during the waiting process, I needed to constantly detect the brainwaves to determine the time. Finally, around 11 p.m., I finally detected that peculiar brainwave. Quickly, we've got it. I roused Huo Wei and then noted down the time. At 11:05 p.m., the culprit began to act. All right, let's execute the plan. Subsequently, Huo Wei stepped on the accelerator and started driving me towards the outer ring of the restricted area. According to our plan, once I first sensed the brainwave, we would start calculating the range that the brainwave could affect. We would drive in one direction until the brainwave was no longer perceptible. Then that range would be the area the culprit could influence. After that, we'd drive in the opposite direction. In this way, the brainwave could be felt again. And we'd keep driving until it faded away. Thus, we could determine the radius of the culprit's influence, and by drawing a circle with this radius, the culprit would be at the center. Truly, Huo Wei was remarkable to come up with such an excellent approach. Although it was Captain Xiao Tong who proposed this method, we all knew that Xiao Tong was more brawn than brains. Therefore, in the fourth squad, it was Huo Wei who planned such matters. The car kept moving forward. Eventually, at a certain point, the sensation of the brainwave vanished. With a slight turn back, it could be felt again. This is the spot. Okay, let's drive back immediately. Huo Wei promptly reversed the car and stomped on the accelerator, speeding back at full throttle. The most crucial aspect of this plan was that it must be completed while the culprit was in action. Otherwise, if the culprit interrupted the transmission of the brainwave on their own, the plan would fail. Therefore, it was imperative to race against time. Fortunately, there were scarcely any people on the streets in the dead of night. Huo Wei kept running red lights, driving at full speed towards the other end. Stop. The brainwaves have vanished. All of a sudden, I felt that the brainwaves had disappeared. I immediately told Huo Wei to stop the car, then backed up a little. To my surprise, the brainwaves reappeared. I heaved a deep sigh. The mission was accomplished. We had probably located him. Finally, we hastened back to the guest house. Referring to the map, we began to make calculations. We discovered that the perpetrator could exert influence within a radius of 5 kilometers, which was a rather extensive range. By marking 2 determined points and drawing circles, we ultimately pinpointed the center. It turned out that the center was Xinhe Jiayuan residential community in Shuazhou City. Of course, it was impossible to be more precise about which building he was in. Upon learning the community where the murderer was hiding, the leader of the local special task force slammed the table forcefully and immediately intended to place the community under surveillance and conduct a full-scale review. This was the working style back then. In many cases, such a dragnet-style investigation proved to be quite effective. However, the murderer was an individual with special abilities and had left no evidence at all. Such a centralized interrogation would be of little significance and might even tip off the culprit. So Xiao Tong flatly rejected this decision. At this moment, another member of the task force stood up and said, even if we can't extract a confession, it's still good to make him wary. In this way, no more people will lose their lives. In the end, Captain Xiao Tong still did not adopt the task force's suggestion. We were rather silent, and we all understood Captain Xiao Tong's intentions. If the murderer stops committing crimes, how can we catch him? Therefore, someone will still die tonight. And perhaps someone will die tomorrow night as well. However, in order to capture the murderer, their sacrifice is inevitable. This is the judgment made by Captain Xiao Tong. Capturing this person with special abilities has a far greater impact on the entire nation than the lives of a few individuals. The members of the special task force fell silent. It was evident that they had also grasped this point, yet they could do nothing about it. For they understood that the interests of the nation prevail over everything. Then, how should we go about finding him next? The people present raised this question. Just then, I sensed that the brainwave had vanished. The brainwave is gone. He has finished his deed again. Everyone fell silent once more. Subsequently, Huo Qubing slapped his own face and said, "Rouse yourselves. We must catch him. I have an idea worth trying." WWII, can you use your telekinetic power to control your own dreams? This question left me stunned, as I had never attempted such a thing before. I'm not sure, but I'll give it a try. I replied honestly, yet I was eager to attempt it, for I had already more or less guessed what Huo Qubing's plan was. Well, now, in your dream, you are a thin, short, and ugly person. Then you pick up a large bundle of money on the street and start counting it there. What kind of a dream is this? Is it meaningful? It is meaningful. Try it now, Huo Qubing said resolutely. All right, I'll do my best. After speaking, I slipped into the adjacent room and attempted to fall asleep while controlling my mental power to influence my own brain. It was truly rather arduous. The feeling was that the more I tried to imagine sleep, the more wakeful I became. Amidst continuous attempts at control and self-suggestion, I dozed off in a daze. To my pleasant surprise, I indeed had the very same dream. In it, I was a scrawny, short, dark, and ugly man. After drinking too much at night, I was walking on the street. Just then, an armored truck passed by, and a package fell off it. I hastened over, opened the package, and lo and behold, it was stuffed with cash. So I sat on the street corner and started counting the money. And I kept counting until I woke up. Since Huo Qubing hadn't told me what to do after counting the money. Chapter 13. Fondness for learning after waking up. I immediately went to meet the comrades. Seeing the anxious and inquiring looks on their faces, I gave a hearty laugh and said, "No problem, it can be done." Everyone visibly relaxed. Even Xiao Dia, who usually never cracked a smile, had a faint smile on his face. Good, we'll carry out the operation tonight. Huo Qubing will lay out the specific action plan for everyone. Huo Qubing stepped up to the table, spread out the map of Xinhe Jiayuan community on it, and then began to elaborate on the action plan. The action plan for tonight is quite straightforward, WWII. That is to let you have a one-on-one fight with the murderer. Say that again. I didn't quite catch it. I pretended not to have heard clearly as I poked my finger into my ear. Indeed. Tonight's operation is to let you have a one-on-one fight with the murderer. Huo Qubing repeated again. I'll fight you one-on-one first. I thought Huo Qubing was joking at first. However, based on my acquaintance with him, he rarely jokes, so he must be serious. Here, only you possess the extraordinary ability of telekinesis. Hence, our plan is quite straightforward. We'll let him invade your dream and attempt to kill you. And then you can kill him. Of course, all this is based on the premise that he does kill people through dreams. Nevertheless, at present, there seems to be no issue with this assumption, since there were no suspicious individuals in the vicinity of all the deceased at the time of their deaths. It's unrealistic to kill someone directly through brainwaves like you do. Huo Qubing analyzed the theoretical basis of this plan in one breath, leaving me speechless. He made sense. And I was at a loss for words. What if I can't defeat him? I raised my most concerning question. It shouldn't be that bad. If you really can't win, just force yourself to wake up. You shouldn't die, Huo Qubing said without much confidence, and his eyes evaded mine. Alas, if I don't go to hell, who will? Obeying orders is a duty, so I readily accepted it. However, I still had a question. How are you so sure that he'll come to me tonight? I posed my last question, awaiting Huo Qubing's answer. I'm not absolutely certain, but I have a high degree of confidence. First, we analyzed the murderer. The people he killed were all relatively weak, which is why you were made to play a thin, ugly, and weak man in your dream. Moreover, since he committed such crazy killing acts, it proves that he has an unsuccessful life in reality. Therefore, it is highly likely that he has a hatred for the rich. Just imagine, an ugly and weak man is wealthier than him. How could he not feel jealous and resort to murder? At this moment, a member of the special task force interrupted and asked, what if the murderer finds other targets before he finds Comrade Wu? Huo Qubing smiled and said, this problem has been solved. We've put so much effort into determining that he is in this neighborhood. As long as we let WWII move into this neighborhood, when they fall asleep at night, they'll be in close proximity. Naturally, the murderer will spot WWII as a target first. Huo Qubing's plan was flawless and well-reasoned. The only variable was whether I could successfully fight the murderer in a one-on-one confrontation. Captain Xiaotong consoled me, saying, it's all right. If you can't defeat him, just run away. It'll be enough just to see what he looks like. As expected of a captain, he really knew how to speak. Night fell once again. I went to bed early and activated my telekinesis to enter a dream. As required, I was walking alone on the deserted street. Then a package fell from an armored truck in front of me. When I opened it, the bag was full of money. Then I started counting the money, counting and counting, until the sun rose the next day. I woke up. The murderer didn't come to find me. Seeing that I had survived the night unharmed, my teammates seemed rather disappointed. Huo Qubing was also dejected for a moment but soon perked up. It seemed that he wasn't overly sensitive to money. Then, the other reason should be related to emotions, a woman's issue. So tonight, WWII, you need to construct such a dream. A thin, short, and ugly man surrounded by many beautiful people. What's the matter? I looked utterly bewildered. At that time, I was young, unmarried, and had never had a girlfriend. Moreover, that era was rather conservative, and I was a soldier. Naturally, I had no opportunity to experience such things. Hurry up and find some learning materials for him. Xiao Tong immediately made the decision. Sir, where can we get such learning materials? The comrades from the special task force looked extremely embarrassed. Indeed, in those days, keeping such learning materials could lead to trouble. However, Xiao Tong was very adamant and insisted on finding them. In the end, the comrades from the special task force braved the difficulty and scoured the countryside. Eventually, they really found one book. When I opened this learning material, it was as if I had opened the door to a new world. It was the first time I was so enthusiastic about learning. After studying during the day, I roughly grasped the essence of this matter. Unfortunately, there was no place to put it into practice, so I could only study in my dream on how to make it more realistic. The comrades were deeply touched by my spirit of assiduous exploration and my down-to-earth work style. Night fell again. Huo came over and patted me on the shoulder. Be reserved and keep your mission in mind. If you make a mistake, you might lose your life. Get out of the way. I felt slightly nervous. Taking a deep breath, I lay on the bed and activated my telekinetic power, urging myself to fall asleep. Soon, I drifted into a dream. Since it was a dream space constructed by my own telekinetic power, I was in a state of clear consciousness. I began to materialize my dream. In my dream, late at night, I was earnestly studying, following the learning materials provided by Captain Xiao. The issue was that at that time, I didn't have enough time to study, and I only learned superficially without grasping the essence. Just as I was indulging in my studies, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind me. It's you, you little rascal. You were counting money yesterday, and now you're causing more trouble. What gives you the right? I quickly glanced back. It was a man who was not very strong, of medium build and medium height. The kind who would immediately be lost in a crowd. Who are you? Don't interrupt me when I'm doing something important. I had already realized that this man should be the murderer because I was in control of my own dream. I was concentrating on studying as required by the textbook. How could I possibly dream of other things? Then, the man grinned sinisterly and said menacingly, the one who will kill you. Chapter 14. The Dream Assassin. After saying that, the man took out a kitchen knife from behind his back and rushed towards me. So direct? I originally thought that he would adopt a more sophisticated method, such as an attack using brainwaves. Unexpectedly, he directly invaded my dream and intended to kill me physically within the dream. After killing me by this physical means in the dream, it should have a mapping effect on my real world body. This is the reason why the brains of those deceased all suffered from blood vessel ruptures. It suddenly dawned on me why this person chose to target those who were much weaker than him at present. His ability should be to invade the opponent's dream. And if he wanted to kill the opponent in the dream, he had to rely on hand-to-hand combat. So if he encountered a very powerful opponent, like a muscle-bound hunk, this murderer would basically be killed on the spot. Watching him approaching me with a knife in his hand, I remained completely unperturbed. I could tell at a glance that he had no basic fighting skills. He was just relying on the knife in his hand. As for me, I was a genuine military man. Even if my one-on-one combat ability was not extremely strong, it was still far beyond his reach. He raised the kitchen knife and slashed down hard at my head. I dodged to the side, evading the attack of the knife. Then I clenched my fist and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The force of this punch was so great that an ordinary person's body would have been knocked unconscious directly. However, this was a dream, and it couldn't be compared to the real world. Although he was severely injured and bent over like a shrimp, he didn't fall. You must die. You must die. He roared at me through gritted teeth. The next moment, I felt his mental power. It seemed that he had mobilized all his strength. Behind him, more than a dozen kitchen knives materialized and were spinning. I saw him struggling to straighten his body, his eyes turning blood red. In this dream, I am God. A dozen or so kitchen knives came flying towards me with a whistling sound, intending to cut me into pieces. How feeble. I shook my head. Despite his all-out effort, in terms of telekinesis, the gap between him and me was still too wide. Calmly, I manifested the Ganshi shield and effortlessly blocked the attack of the kitchen knives with it. Then I suddenly rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. This time, he finally fainted. The mission was accomplished. I felt a bit satisfied. In the dream, I picked him up and was about to retreat. Wait a minute. Where could I retreat to? This was my dream. I could indeed force myself to wake up, but the problem was, what would happen to him after I woke up? It should be okay. I remembered his appearance. In the worst-case scenario, I could conduct a large-scale search. However, after further thought, since I had the ability to disguise myself in the dream, perhaps he did too. If he really had disguised himself and I just left like this, I might not be able to find him in the real world. I picked up the kitchen knife he dropped and contemplated killing him. But then I recalled what Huo had told me. Try to capture him alive because his ability was of great research value. You bastard. You should have told me how to capture him alive. Now I had caught him in the dream, but how could I take him out? I cursed Huo in my heart, then sat on the grass, calmed myself down, and began to think about how to deal with the situation. If I were to kill him in this dream, he would truly be dead. Then, if I were to knock him unconscious here, as long as he remains in a comatose state, he should also be unconscious in reality. That's what I'll do. Since I've wasted quite a bit of time just now, he'll probably wake up soon. So, I patiently kept watch beside him. Finally, he opened his eyes. Upon seeing me, he became extremely vigilant and immediately tried to sit up in a defensive posture. As a result, I struck him on the neck with a karate chop. And he passed out again. This time, he'll be unconscious for at least 2 hours. I quickly seized the opportunity to exit the dream. When my comrades saw me wake up, they all gathered around me. Hurry, I've knocked him out. We have approximately 2 hours. Find the unconscious person. That person is the murderer. After hearing my report, Xiao Dia immediately started making arrangements. The special investigation team promptly assigned personnel to conduct a thorough search. For households where there were responses, on-site inspections were carried out. For those with no reaction, they directly picked the locks to enter and check. Finally, in Building 4, an unconscious man was discovered. I immediately went there to identify him, and he was indeed the person who appeared in my dream. It seems that he doesn't have the ability to change his appearance in the dream. When he woke up, he found himself tightly tied to the bed, and there were many fierce-looking people standing beside him. Immediately, his emotions broke down. It's me. I did it all. Before we could even ask him anything, he had already confessed. But how did you catch me? I remember being knocked unconscious in someone else's dream. I stepped forward and said to him with a beaming smile, "That was the ruse we devised to arrest you. It was me who knocked you out." Upon hearing this, the man heaved a sigh and then murmured quietly, "No wonder. I thought that guy was rather odd at that time. He even missed the mark. Turns out it was all an act." After hearing what the man said, the colleagues present fell silent briefly and then burst into laughter immediately. I was utterly perplexed, having no idea what they were laughing about. Later, I came to realize that since the learning materials I had read were too rudimentary and didn't teach the correct techniques, my performance was rather flawed. "Well, now tell us. Do you know what kind of ability this is of yours?" Captain Xiaotong interrupted the laughter and began to inquire in a more formal manner. "Actually, I'm not quite sure either. Since childhood, I've always had this sensation that I can freely wander in my dreams while sleeping. This man is named Wang Genji. His brainwaves are also different from ordinary people, but this phenomenon only occurs when he is asleep. Initially, he simply relished this feeling, the things he couldn't obtain in reality. He could acquire in his dreams at night. Although it wasn't real, he enjoyed it immensely. Later, Wang Genji's life didn't go smoothly. He went on a blind date with a woman, but she thought he was too poor and ran off with someone else, which dealt a heavy blow to him. From that day on, he was able to leave his own dreams and invade others. Thus, he often visited other people's dreams. As for the principle, it is presumably that people emit brainwaves while dreaming, and Wang Genji's brainwaves can invade others, thus enabling him to intrude into other people's dreams. Once, Wang Genji entered the dream of a hefty man. In that man's dream, he was actually surrounded by several beautiful women. He was both ugly and extremely fat. How could he enjoy such a thing? So Wang Genji got into a fight with him and eventually killed him in the dream. Later, Wang Genji learned in reality that the man had really died. He was frightened yet also felt a strange sense of exhilaration, thinking that he could dominate others in this way. Therefore, he often delved into others' dreams. Whenever he saw someone who irked him, he would eliminate them, such as a child who bullied other kids at will or an elementary school teacher who secretly cuckolded her husband. What he confessed later is no longer significant, but it did prove that dream killers truly exist. Just like the illusory dream of Nan Ku, some dreams, once entered, may mean one can never wake up. Chapter 15. Report on the Shuaizhou Incident 0120. After escorting the murderer to the Beijing compound, my mission was accomplished. The Chinese New Year's Eve had passed, but it was still within the Spring Festival period. After submitting all the task-related materials, I planned to return to the dormitory for a good rest and also check if that fatso had left me something to eat. I had heard that this old guy had procured a lot of nice things, which were highly valuable in that era of resource scarcity. As soon as I entered the dormitory, a tantalizing aroma wafted over, making my mouth water. I found Fatty Lu and Zhang Yu having a hot meal. Upon seeing me enter, Fatty Lu immediately broke into a beaming smile and said to me in a jovial tone, "My dear comrade Xiao Wu, I heard that you unlocked a new skill during this mission. Well, did you bring back the learning materials? Sharing is a virtue. Let the lads have a look and learn together." Right after that, Zhang Yu added salt to the wound. I heard he didn't perform well. He started the movement before even getting in. I was so infuriated that my face flushed red and then paled. It seemed that the matter of my learning and movement had spread throughout the 037 compound. Where could I hide my embarrassment? Don't just stand there. Come and have hot pot. Fatty Lu beckoned me to sit down. Quickly taste. These are all the ingredients you bought. They're truly delicious when cooked in the hot pot. I muttered under my breath. I'll beat you, you scoundrel. Nevertheless, the hot pot was indeed mouth-watering. That turbulent year passed in a surprisingly peaceful manner. As for the murderer we brought back, his name was Wang Jinji. He was currently under control in the 037 compound, undergoing various experiments and investigations. Of course, Wang Jinji would definitely not be sentenced to death. Shortly after we returned to Beijing, the local authorities announced that they had caught the culprit and were handling the case as a poisoning incident. Although I had anticipated this outcome, I couldn't help feeling dejected. After all, Wang Jinji was responsible for a dozen or so lives. Then, who could the innocent victims turn to for justice? However, the higher-ups had to attach great importance to Wang Jinji's ability. Why? Such an ability to kill people in their sleep was simply too suitable for assassinations. Once the location of the assassination target is determined, Wang Jinji can be sent within a 5-kilometer radius. When night falls and the target is asleep, Wang Jinji can surreptitiously assassinate the target in their dreams. Moreover, such an assassination leaves no external wounds or signs of poisoning. Without a meticulous dissection, no clues can be detected. Thus, it is foreseeable that Wang Jinji will surely be cultivated as a key candidate for potential future needs. This represents the ultimate benefit. Fatty Lu seemed to perceive my thoughts. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "Don't be disheartened. This is his worth. Perhaps due to one of his outstanding performances in the future, he can even save thousands of lives." I could only console myself in this way. However, there was some heartening news. Ganqi was finally returned to me and officially became my weapon. According to the researchers, Ganqi contains extremely powerful energy and can directly sever souls. This means that I have more security when confronted with some mysterious phenomena. After all, bullets are not very effective against strange beings such as souls and ghosts. All in all, this incident of the dream assassin was not overly complicated and was resolved smoothly, though it still left a sense of unease. Report on the Shuazhou incident of January 20th, 1968. On January 20th, 1968, a series of death cases occurred in Shuazhou. All the deceased had terrifying expressions and no obvious external injuries. After dissection, it was found that there were ruptures in the cerebral blood vessels, presumably indicating a mental attack. The incident is under the charge of the 4th sub-team of the Special Action Team 037. The specific situation is as follows. After exploration and investigation, the suspect was identified as Wang Jinji, who has now been arrested. Wang Jinji is an awakener of telekinetic abilities and can achieve actions such as dream, shuttling, and invading others' dreams. It is worth noting that Wang Jinji can influence others' dreams and project the effects onto the real-world physical functions of people. For example, if Wang Jinji knocks someone out in their dream, the person will also fall asleep in reality. If he kills someone in the dream, the person will also die in reality. After investigation, Wang Jinji used this ability to deliberately kill 12 people through dreams. Judgment of Wang Jinji's abilities. After research, it was found that the activity level of Wang Jinji's brain cells is different from that of ordinary people, and the activity during sleep is higher than that when awake, which forms the basis for his ability to manipulate dreams. When Wang Jinji falls asleep, his brainwaves project his dreams out, facilitating the transfer and reception between dreams through brainwaves, thus enabling him to manipulate dreams and commit murders in them. The range of Wang Jinji's ability is within a radius of 5 kilometers. The necessary conditions for the activation of his ability are: Wang Jinji is asleep, the target person is asleep, and the target person is in a dream. Judgment of danger. Currently, Wang Jinji is strictly controlled by researchers. He has low offensive capabilities and poor physical fitness, with a low possibility of violent escape. Under strict control, it is recommended that his danger level be set as E. When in a free state, it is recommended that his danger level be set as B. Theoretical gains. It has been confirmed that it is feasible to invade others' dreams through telekinesis. Through this ability, various special operations such as intelligence exploration and assassination can be carried out. Disposal suggestion. Implement strict control over Wang Jinji, conduct criticism and education. Incorporate him into the management system of Special Action Team 037. Await the completion of his ideological construction and then assign tasks as appropriate. Action personnel. Person. In charge. Xiaotong action members. Wu Di, Hu Wei, Elho peripheral support. Local special task force after the completion of this incident. I got sufficient rest. Coincidentally, it was the Chinese New Year holiday, so I took the opportunity to relax thoroughly. In the subsequent days, I was primarily engaged in adapting to using the Ganqi halberd and training my physical skills. With a gentle swing of the axe, I could chop down a big tree, which filled me with great confidence. There were also a few minor incidents in between, but they were not worth mentioning as effective solutions had already been implemented. Until the end of March, Lou the Fatty and I were playing Chinese chess downstairs in the dormitory when suddenly the loudspeaker in the compound started to broadcast. All official members of Special Action Team 037, please assemble in the auditorium immediately. There is an important matter to be announced. All official members of Special Action Team 037, please assemble in the auditorium immediately. There is an important matter to be announced. Since I joined Special Action Team 037, it was the first time I had heard the loudspeaker call for a full staff assembly. I couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and quickly asked Lou the Fatty, "Hey, Fatty, what's going on? Have you ever experienced this before?" Lou the Fatty took a deep breath and said, "The last time I experienced this was the last time. Looking for a beating." It seemed that Lou the Fatty had never experienced such a situation either. However, we both knew that this matter was no small deal. Chapter 16, The Mysterious Isle of Ingzhou. Lou the Fatty and I didn't dare to be negligent. We quickly put on our clothes and rushed to the auditorium. It was discovered that the official team members still in the compound had arrived one after another. Captain Ling Zhun and Zhang Yu were among them. In addition, I saw Qiao Dia and Hu Wei arriving tardily. It seemed that they were also not quite clear about the situation. "Captain Ling, what did the big boss summon us for?" Fatty Lou greeted Captain Ling Zhun with a beaming smile. "You're so inquisitive. Just wait and you'll know." It seemed that Captain Ling Zhun also had no idea what it was about. Just then, Zhang Haoran appeared on the stage, and everyone quickly stood up. Usually during meetings, at this time, Captain Zhang would always let everyone sit down, but this time, he also stood there himself. "Well, everyone has arrived. I've gathered you all here today because there's a very important mission, classified as top secret. From today on, none of you are allowed to leave compound 037. And all communication devices will be suspended immediately." Fatty Lou and I exchanged a glance. Sure enough, this matter was no small deal. Zhang Haoran cleared his throat and continued. "Comrades, perhaps many of you have been in the 037 Special Action Team for many years, but a mission like this has never been encountered before, or rather, such a mission might be one that you'll hardly come across in your lifetime. Now, looking back, of course, the secret Captain Zhang revealed to us was still incredibly shocking. Why on earth did such a magnificent country choose to establish a naval base at Pearl Harbor when there were so many better options? And after establishing the naval base, why didn't it conduct any military operations? Why did the country with a seemingly pleasant life, on the verge of defeat, still spare no expense to launch a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor? In Captain Zhang's words, it's because there lies a truly terrifying secret in Pearl Harbor that the extremely beautiful country is determined to possess. The country with a pleasant life, already at an absolute disadvantage in the war, saw the secret in Pearl Harbor as their sole chance to turn the tables. Which is why they took a desperate gamble and attacked Pearl Harbor. Human history spans thousands of years. Why has technological development been concentrated in the past 100 or 200 years? The extremely beautiful country, despite not having a very long, standing history, has reached the pinnacle of technology. This is because ancient humans already had numerous technologies, many of which were hundreds of years ahead of the present. For some unknown reason, these technologies vanished later. However, these treasures are hidden in various historical relics around the world. We have no idea where these treasures might be. Every country is in pursuit of these relics and technologies. Currently, it's confirmed that there is indeed a place at the location of Pearl Harbor that records surreal technologies. And there is evidence indicating that this technology is atomic technology. This explains why the extremely beautiful country was the first to be able to manufacture atomic bombs. At that time, the country with a pleasant life wanted to obtain atomic technology to build atomic bombs and change the fate of their impending defeat in the war. Of course, back then, we were in no position to compete for it because we were immersed in the chaos of war and plagued by poverty. However, as time has elapsed, we have been growing steadily stronger. And now, an opportunity lies right before us. The Eastern Ocean Island, a legendary fairy island, is our target this time. Based on years of research and investigation by the Special Task Force 037, this island truly exists, and it is believed that there are ancient technological heritages on it. According to records, every time the Eastern Ocean Island appears, it brings with it a multitude of sea monsters that attack nearby fishing villages. The phrase shrimp soldiers and crab generals originated from such incidents. Therefore, the members of the Special Task Force 037 believe that there exists highly advanced genetic technology on the Eastern Ocean Island. Since the establishment of the Special Task Force 037, they have been delving into various ancient books, seeking the pattern of the island's appearance. Finally, they have preliminarily ascertained that the Eastern Ocean Island emerges once every 50 years. And this year marks the 50th year cycle. A few days before Captain Zhang summoned us, numerous mysterious events were reported from the Eastern Sea area, including eels as thick as buckets, gigantic crabs, and all sorts of peculiar jellyfish. All these signs indicate that the Eastern Ocean Island is about to appear. Now is the moment for us to fulfill our lofty aspirations. Our objective is to set foot on the Eastern Ocean Island, acquire the historical legacies left by the ancients, and master the cutting-edge genetic technology. Captain Zhang is brimming with enthusiasm. Even for a person in charge of a mysterious department, this is a rare opportunity and experience. After all, how many 50-year periods can there be in a person's life? I do not wish to conceal the fact that this operation will be extremely perilous. The higher-ups have allotted a substantial number of troops to ensure our safety. Nevertheless, a significant number of us will undoubtedly sacrifice our lives. Everyone must be mentally prepared. Our sacrifices will surely hold great value. Well, all team leaders, come here to collect the materials and receive your task assignments. The rest of you are dismissed and await instructions from your respective team leaders. Captain Zhang concluded his speech, and everyone promptly dispersed to prepare for their tasks. Lu and I rose to our feet, still ruminating on what Captain Zhang Howard had just said. It seemed that this time, the odds of survival were indeed slim. Comrade Xiao Wu, do you think there are fairies on the Japanese islands? Lu started to jest again. There may not be fairies, but judging from the situation, there might be mermaids. Mermaids would be fine too. If push comes to shove, I could even marry a mermaid. Lu rubbed his hands in anticipation. The catch is, you don't know if the mermaid is male or female. If it's female, that's great. But what if it's male? What would you do then? Lu fell silent. When we reached the meeting room of the first squad, everyone sat there, staring blankly at each other without uttering a word. Evidently, what we had just heard had dealt a profound shock to us all. After a short while, Ling Zhen stormed into the room, pointing at me and Lu. Wu Di, Lu Ming, you two go to conference room 7. You've been assigned to another group for this operation. Captain, please don't do this. Just tell me what my flaws are, and I'll correct them, okay? Lu grew anxious. Clearly, he didn't want to be grouped with others either. Obey the order. Ling Zhen replied calmly. Well, since obedience to orders is our duty. Fatty Lu and I had to hurry to the 7th conference room to see what tasks were assigned to us this time. However, I just couldn't shake off this uneasy feeling. As soon as we stepped into the 7th conference room, Fatty Lu glanced at the situation inside and blurted out immediately, "Damn it, stinky Taoist priest." Then he quickly realized his mistake and hurriedly tried to make amends. "Oh, Reverend Taoist, long time no see." After saying that, he also made a polite gesture, putting his hands together and bowing. "I'm fine. However, Lu Ming, this is a Buddhist courtesy and has nothing to do with me. Ha ha, don't mind these trivial details. You just need to know that my admiration for you is as continuous as the surging river." Fatty Lu quickly laughed it off. His name is Wang Bin, and he is also one of the few people in Compound 037 who doesn't wear a military uniform. He always wears a Taoist robe. So everyone calls him Reverend Taoist Wang. Nevertheless, his strength is genuine. He is the captain of the 5th Special Action Team of 037. It seemed that he would be leading our group this time. Chapter 17, The Sneak Attack. Then I scanned the other people in the room. Some of them were unfamiliar. But there were also some acquaintances, such as Hu Wei from the 4th team and Xin Xiangyu, the deputy captain of the 6th team. Xin Xiangyu had just been appointed as the deputy captain of the 6th team. Before that, he often caused trouble with Fatty Lu and me, so we still had a good relationship. As for Hu Wei, his presence always brings an inexplicable sense of unease. Although he is sufficient when it comes to tasks requiring intellect, the schemes he comes up with often make one want to punch him. Just then, Zhang Haoran suddenly pushed the door open, which made us all feel that the mission assigned to our group might be extraordinary. "All right, everyone, take a seat." Zhang Haoran waved his hand and took the lead to sit on the chair in the middle. Everyone else also sat down one after another, staring intently at Zhang Haoran. Team leader Zhang opened the folder and officially began to assign the mission. "This time, I've gathered you all from different squads to form an island boarding group, which will be commanded by Wang Bin. Your mission is to board Dongying Island and reap the fruits of victory. Of course, you'll face the greatest risks. If you have any concerns, you can voice them now." "Any?" "No. No. No." Everyone's responses were in unison. In that era, really no one was afraid of death. It was more than worthwhile to sacrifice one's life for one's beliefs. Good. Now, let's start to arrange the specific combat plan. After the meeting ended and team leader Zhang left, the remaining team members introduced themselves to each other. Although we all belonged to the 037 Special Action Team, we were from different squads and had relatively little experience in coordinated operations. So, it was quite necessary to get to know each team member's capabilities in advance for the upcoming battles. Let me start. Fatty Lu was the first to speak casually. "My name is Lu Ming. I don't have any special skills. If I have to mention something, it's that I'm extremely lucky." Regarding the fact that Fatty Lu has extremely good luck, almost everyone in the Special Action Team 037 is aware of it. For no other reason. Every operation that Fatty Lu participated in ultimately ended in success. "My name is Wu Di. My specialty is mental force attack. I possess Ganqi. One is a legendary protective gear, and the other is a legendary weapon capable of severing souls." I briefly introduced myself as well. Next was Hu Wei. He said, "My name is Hu Wei. I was formerly part of the 4th squad. I don't have any extraordinary abilities, but I'm relatively intelligent. I hope you'll all take good care of me." Finally, Xin Xiangyu's special ability is weapon enhancement, which can greatly improve the offensive power of weapons. For instance, an ordinary sniper rifle couldn't penetrate an iron plate originally, but when used by Xin Xiangyu, it can penetrate the iron plate. There were still two other people, members of the fifth squad. One was named Duanyu, who could manipulate magical implements, and the other was named Qi Tian, who could manipulate formations. As expected of the people under Taoist Wang, their abilities were so peculiar. As for Taoist Wang, his abilities included communicating with the spirits and various strange Taoist arts. Perhaps because Dongying Island is a legendary fairy island, sending Taoist Wang to the island was also a suitable match for his expertise. The next day, except for the necessary on-duty personnel, almost all the members of the Special Action Team 037 set off for the Eastern Sea area to carry out this top-secret mission. On the way there, several of us began to examine the materials and study the documents. Previous data indicates that every time the Eastern Ocean island appears, humans along the shore always suffer substantial losses. Therefore, the Eastern Ocean island is by no means a celestial isle. Perhaps it is more fitting to describe it as a demon island. Given its highly regular appearances, it can be conjectured that it shows up each time to acquire energy. Otherwise, there would be no need for it to massacre those humans. Huo put forward this speculation. I immediately grasped the gist of his words. Do you mean that the Eastern Ocean island is quite likely a living entity or requires power to sustain itself? Huo shrugged his shoulders and said, there is too little data, so it's impossible to be certain. It's just a guess. Well, let's just take things as they come. The dedicated military plane directly transported us to a port in the Eastern Sea area. This port is actually a military port, where our military has a naval base. The person in charge of the base is a major general. Apparently, he has also learned about this mission and stated that he would cooperate fully until death. However, after seeing this naval base, I was rather optimistic. What can the so-called Eastern Ocean island achieve in the face of such an abundance of firearms? It's obvious that Fatty Lu thought the same way. So, after arriving at the naval base, he dragged me to go fishing, looking very relaxed. Since our mission is to land on the island, there is really nothing for us to do before the Eastern Ocean island appears. The tasks of the other teams are exploration and safeguarding. Simply put, it is to find the Eastern Ocean island and deal with potential perils, such as those minions. We idled away like this for 3 days. Each day, we fished and ate the catch, and also formulated some battle plans. Our days were rather leisurely. Until the 4th day, the situation suddenly took a turn. The voice of Qiao Tong came through the real-time radio communication. Report. The 2nd detachment has encountered a small number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the 5th Sea area and is currently in battle. Immediately afterwards, reports from each detachment came in one after another, indicating the discovery of the enemy. However, judging from their reports, the enemy was not strong and their numbers were few. They should be able to handle the situation. Order the naval base to enter level 1 combat readiness and be ready to fight or set sail at any time. Taoist priest Wang issued the order with high spirits. According to the requirements of the higher-ups, Taoist priest Wang was now the highest ranking officer of the naval base, even though his military rank was only a colonel. Yes, sir. The major general at the naval base, being highly principled, immediately began to arrange the defense. At this moment, I suddenly felt a powerful spiritual wave that filled my mind, making me almost dizzy from the shock. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! I gritted my teeth and immediately sounded the alarm. When Lu Ming saw my state, he knew that something big must have happened and ordered the radar team to conduct a search. Report. Radar detection shows no abnormal phenomena. What was going on? Could it be that the enemy's mental power could spread so far that it exceeded the radar's range? Just as I was in doubt, boom. Splash. A huge noise came from the waters opposite the naval port, followed by the sound of surging waves. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as a colossal owl materialized out of thin air, slowly rising from the surface of the sea. The isle was enshrouded in a veil of mist, bearing an otherworldly air reminiscent of the fabled paradises and legends. Damn it, this thing is launching a sneak attack on us. Chapter 18, Sacrifice. Well, it's actually a blessing in disguise. It saves us the trouble of seeking it out. Huo growled menacingly. But for now, let's fight back, damn it. At that moment, I sensed the psychic power of the Japanese isle intensifying. The entire naval base was well within its sphere of influence. Look, what the hell is that? Holy crap. Such a gigantic crab. Is that a jellyfish? Does anyone have any vinegar? The soldiers in the base began to shout out in alarm. It was no wonder they were so flabbergasted, as they had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Wave upon wave of peculiar marine creatures were charging towards the base relentlessly. Why use the word peculiar? Because these marine creatures were vastly different from what we were accustomed to. Take the shrimp, for instance. Normally, they would be at most 20 to 30 centimeters in length, but the ones in sight had their parts above the water almost as large as half a person. The crabs were even more terrifying. Their massive pincers were thicker than human arms, and their overall size was likely larger than that of an average person. Amidst them, there were also numerous mutated fish and other marine organisms, all looking hideous and nothing like the seafood we usually consumed. Hey, Fatty, I said. These must be the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Do you still think the Dragon Palace is fun now? I couldn't fathom what had come over me. Finding the leisure to banter with the fat guy, I inquired, do you think the row of these crabs would be more abundant? Unexpectedly, the fat guy was even more flippant. Definitely, he retorted, go and have a taste. Such is human nature. When confronted with extreme peril or tension, one instinctively seeks ways to alleviate the anxiety. The soldiers' stentorian roars were a manifestation of this, as was the banter between the fat guy and me. Despite the overwhelming tension, the officers and soldiers at the naval base still demonstrated the mettle befitting a military force. At the behest of the major, general, the fixed cannons, heavy machine guns at the naval base, and the warships docked at the port all opened fire in unison. In an instant, the sea resembled a boiling cauldron, with countless shells plunging into the water, detonating with a thunderous boom, and sending up cascades of water, churning the waves into a tempestuous frenzy, akin to a tsunami. The once somber sky was now aglow with the inferno of the artillery, and wisps of smoke coiled upwards like waterspouts, bridging the heavens and the sea. It was my first time witnessing such a magnificent artillery barrage, and I was momentarily transfixed. However, the major, general soon discerned an issue. The efficacy of these artillery attacks against these marine creatures was far from satisfactory. Once the shells hit the water, their power was considerably diminished, and many shrapnel failed to penetrate the carapaces of these shrimps and crabs. On occasion, when a shell struck them point blank, it could indeed blast them to smithereens. Fortunately, these shells proved quite lethal to those peculiar fish. Before long, the sea was dyed scarlet with their blood. Indeed, the blood of these marine creatures was a vivid red. Subsequently, a startling scene unfolded. Those shrimp soldiers and crab generals actually commenced a strategic retreat, sandwiching the fish and other marine creatures behind them in the middle. In this way, the lethality of the naval guns on these marine creatures was not as high. How terrifying. These marine creatures seemed to possess intelligence. Huo murmured upon witnessing this scene. In the blink of an eye, these mutated marine creatures had closed in on the port. The warships docked at the port and the fixed guns could no longer open fire. Upon seeing the scenario, the major, general promptly issued an order. All the soldiers on the warships should immediately retreat to the base, abandon the warships, and fight back while retreating. However, an even greater problem emerged. If the artillery fire couldn't penetrate the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, how could ordinary guns be effective? One by one, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals climbed onto the warships. Only then did I clearly notice that their walking posture resembled that of standing upright, which sent shivers down my spine. During the retreat, a soldier accidentally slipped on the wet deck. Behind him, a mutated giant shrimp dashed towards him at high speed. The soldier raised his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots hit, but to no avail. The pistol bullets only caused a slight dent in the mutated shrimp's shell, inflicting no substantial damage. The mutated shrimp suddenly rushed in front of the soldier. Countless shrimp legs shot forward like hands, directly piercing through the soldier's chest and abdomen, as if he had been hit by a shotgun. On the other side, 2 soldiers encountered a mutated crab. Before the 2 soldiers could react, the mutated crab waved its large pincers and directly sliced the 2 soldiers in half. At the moment of being severed, the 2 soldiers were still alive, and the terrified look in their eyes gradually faded. Beside me, the major, general was sweating profusely. It was obvious that such a battle situation left him in disbelief. Calling. This is the Eastern Naval Base. We are under attack and can hardly hold on. We request the dispatch of the army for assistance. Repeat. This is the Eastern Naval Base. We are under attack and can hardly hold on. We request the dispatch of the army for assistance. The major, general resolutely requested aid, but the crucial issue then was how to hold out until the reinforcements arrived. By this time, many shrimp and crab soldiers, along with other mutated marine creatures, had landed on the shore, and the warships in the harbor were completely out of use. The major, general's face turned ashen. The army will take about 2 hours to arrive. Before that, we must hold our ground. All units, aim for the eyes of those shrimp and crab soldiers. Their eyes are their weak points and can be damaged by firearms. The voice of Huo came over the communication. Should be translated as true to his reputation as a strategic mind. True to his reputation as a strategic mind. He had quickly discovered the weak points of these shrimp and crab soldiers. On the other side, a heavy machine gun opened fire, shredding the shrimp and crab soldiers who had first landed on the shore into pieces. For a moment, the battle situation was reversed by a single machine gun, preventing these shrimp and crab soldiers from landing. Needless to say, it must be Qin Shi Huang operating a heavy machine gun, greatly enhancing its power. While an ordinary heavy machine gun is effective enough to penetrate the armors of the shrimp and crab soldiers, it doesn't have such remarkable results. At this moment, the distance between Qin Shi Huang and me wasn't far. I saw that his eyes had turned blood red. Evidently, continuously using this ability took a great toll on his physical strength and energy. Ha! All of you shall die. Qin Shi Huang laughed maniacally, brimming with the pleasure of revenge. Just then, a group of shrimp and crab soldiers sneaked ashore from the southernmost part of the harbor. Protected in the middle of them was a mutant creature resembling a jellyfish. After reaching the shore, the jellyfish straightened its body, and suddenly, a long and slender object, like a silver needle, was launched from its body, shooting straight at Xinxiangyu. Xinxiangyu was facing the enemies in the front, recklessly pouring out bullets. I roared at the top of my lungs, "Xinxiangyu! To the right, quick dodge!" Hearing my shout, Xinxiangyu instinctively dodged. The silver needle didn't hit a vital spot but only pierced his arm. I heaved a sigh of relief and casually tossed a grenade, blowing the jellyfish to pieces. Haha. Wudi, thanks a lot. Xinxiangyu waved at me, expressing gratitude for my reminder. But the next second, blood started to flow from his nose, mouth, and eyes. He wiped the blood off his nose with his hand, wearing a confused look on his face, and the heavy machine gun ceased firing. Xinxiangyu slumped to the ground and never got up again. Chapter 19. The Taoist priest Wang takes action. Xinxiangyu. I witnessed Xinxiangyu collapse and promptly rushed towards him. By the time I reached him, he lay stiff on the ground, eyes glaring wide open. Blood oozing from his 7 orifices, and the blood had already turned black. I quickly felt for his pulse, yet it was evidently in vain. Xinxiangyu was dead. Just a moment ago, he was laughing heartily and mercilessly slaughtering the enemies. The next moment, he perished under the attack of a peculiar jellyfish. It's not that I'm unaccustomed to witnessing life and death. Rather, I've seen it numerous times, yet each instance still leaves me deeply affected. However, I had no time to grieve. Owing to Xinxiangyu's sacrifice, our firepower diminished significantly. A large number of mutated marine creatures had successfully landed and commenced their assault on the base. Apart from the ordinary minions, the strange jellyfish were also among them. Beware those mutated jellyfish. They can shoot poisonous needles, and a single touch is fatal. Be extremely cautious. I alerted my comrades while shooting at those mutated jellyfish. Nevertheless, the bullets passed through their bodies with little effect, while grenades proved highly effective. It seemed that to kill these mutated jellyfish, their bodies had to be severely damaged. All personnel, retreat. Increase the combat distance and use artillery fire. The Major General issued another order. The soldiers at the front line of the base began to retreat in an orderly manner. Subsequently, the artillery fire blanketed the coastal mudflats comprehensively. Without the buffering effect of the seawater this time, the results were remarkable. After a round of shooting, a pile of seafood debris was left on the beach. And the number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals had also decreased significantly, which bought precious time for the soldiers' retreat. However, the number of these mutated marine creatures was vast. The Golden Light Beach was already filled with a pungent fishy smell, yet many mutated marine creatures still broke through the artillery blockade and advanced further forward, already approaching the core area of the naval base. At this moment, the fixed guns were no longer effective, and the soldiers had to rely on their tenacious fighting. I rendezvoused with Fatty Lu and began the sniping mission. Later, I realized that with my marksmanship, the lethality was rather limited. So, I concentrated my efforts and launched attacks with my brainwaves. One after another, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals exploded directly. Although it was quite energy-consuming, it was definitely more lethal than using a gun. However, Fatty Lu was different. No matter what shooting posture he adopted, even if he fired a shot casually backward while running, he could accurately hit the eyes of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The eyes were their weak points, and almost a single shot could kill them. Therefore, Fatty Lu became the one who killed the most enemies on the battlefield. Brother, what excellent marksmanship. A soldier nearby couldn't help but praise. Just so. I just accidentally stood on the shoulders of giants. Fatty Lu grinned and continued shooting. Meanwhile, on the other end of the beach, wave after wave of mutated jellyfish landed. Zip! Rows of poisonous needles were fired, hitting the soldiers. Some hit vital spots, and the soldiers died on the spot. Some just scratched the skin, but after holding on for a few seconds, they twitched all over and also died. A volley of dense poisonous needles forced the soldiers to immediately seek cover. This instantaneously created a gap in the firepower. The shrimp and crab soldiers advanced aggressively, and at this moment, there were also stirrings on the sea surface. Some mutated fish resembling hairtail and eel began to come ashore, plunging the battle situation into a passive state. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard of the shrimp and crab soldiers engaged in close quarters combat with the base soldiers. Once these highly lethal creatures got too close, it would be a slaughter. At a distance, the mutated jellyfish shot poisonous needles. Up close, the shrimp and crab soldiers fought hand to hand. And there were also those strange fish with unknown special abilities in the rear, which made me rather pessimistic about this battle. Just when the battle seemed to have turned unfavorable, the entire naval base emitted a cerulean light, looking as if it were enveloped by a blue nebula. I felt as if I was brimming with vitality. I seemed to be able to move more swiftly and react more nimbly. The soldiers, bathed in this blue light, seemed to have received some kind of boost. A mutated jellyfish shot a poisonous needle at a soldier. Just as it was about to hit the soldier's face, The soldier suddenly crouched down, and the needle skimmed past his scalp. Finally, it's here. It took so long. Huo heaved a long sigh of relief. Hey, Lao Hu. What on earth is this? I'm feeling refreshed and full of energy. I said, this is Qi Tian's formation, called the Redemption Formation. It can enhance the agility and vitality of friendly forces within the formation. In simple terms, it heals you, Huo briefly explained to me. Oh, this thing is excellent. It'd be best to have a standard, issue version so that everyone can have one. Fatty Lu started being flippant again. Huo shook his head. That's impossible. This thing was discovered in an ancient tomb. Moreover, to use this formation, there are high requirements for one's physical condition. That is to say, one has to be a perfect match for this formation to be able to use it. As he was speaking, a fierce blast of fire shot out from above the naval base, deftly avoiding all the soldiers and charging straight towards the mutant creatures on the beach. This kind of flame was quite peculiar, presenting a blue hue, and once something was ignited by it, it seemed extremely difficult to extinguish. Soon, the beach was filled with the shrill cries of all kinds of sea creatures, which gradually turned into ashes and actually gave off a fragrance reminiscent of roasted seafood. Comrade Xiao Wu, do you think these shrimps and crabs would be edible if they were roasted? I'm starving. Fatty Lu swallowed his saliva and whispered to me. I'll cover you. Go and get one to have a taste. All right. Damn it. You're really going? Stop fooling around, you two imbeciles. This is Duan Yu's magical artifact. The glazed lamp, a legendary item. It's considered the most top-notch magical artifact among the current 037 items. Of course, using it also requires a match. And it consumes a great deal of energy and physical strength. Huo transformed into an explainer again and gave us a bit of a science lesson. Sure enough, after this burst of flame burned out, there was no new flame. It seemed that Duan Yu was really exhausted. Bang! Suddenly, a puff of white smoke billowed up in the base. After the white smoke dissipated, a huge brown bear appeared out of thin air. However, this bear was actually wearing heavy armor and holding a large machete in its hand. Most crucially, it stood upright there, looking every inch a great general. Behold, this was the spiritual beast summoned by Taoist Wang in Xiong. It was my first time seeing it. Huo was quite excited. It seemed this bear must be extremely powerful. Ing Xiong had encountered Taoist Wang while he was on a mission. It appeared that Ing Xiong had lost a great deal of his memories and, in order to search for them, he had agreed to fight side by side with Taoist Wang 5 times. I glanced at the bear from afar and instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. The next moment, Ing Xiong seemingly sensed my presence and actually charged towards me at full speed. Chapter 20. The determined moment I was utterly astounded. What on earth was going on with Taoist Wang? After finally succeeding in the spiritual summoning and calling forth such a powerful weapon, instead of attacking the enemy, it was coming after me. Judging from Ing Xiong's imposing manner, it clearly didn't intend to just come over and say hello. There was no need to raise that huge machete in its hand just for a greeting. I couldn't simply sit there waiting for death. Immediately, I took out my ganchi from behind me. I firmly grasped the shield with one hand and tightly held the axe with the other, ready to fight back at any moment. Ing Xiong, what are you doing? With Taoist Wang's stern shout. Ing Xiong finally stopped in his tracks and stood still about 7 or 8 meters away from me. However, his eyes still stared fixedly at me, as if he bore a deep-seated hatred towards me. Yet, on the battlefield, the situation didn't allow us the luxury of discussing whether there was a deep-seated hatred. Ing Xiong promptly plunged back into the battle. His combat prowess was quite formidable. In close combat situations, the minions were no match for him at all. The venomous stingers of the mutated jellyfish could accurately hit Ing Xiong's body, yet it seemed to have little effect on him. Evidently, he had an extremely robust anti-venom constitution. With the participation of this demonic beast, the situation in the central battlefield was reversed. The mutated marine creatures were unable to advance even a single step. However, the problem was that the entire harbor was vast. Although a single demonic beast might be very powerful, it couldn't defend comprehensively. Many mutated marine creatures adopted the tactic of outflanking and started to infiltrate the interior of the base. Hey, Lao Hu, how do we get these tamed spiritual beasts? We should all have one. It'd be splendid. Fatty Lu stared at the incredibly powerful demonic beast, salivating with envy. It's futile. Not to mention where you'd find such a powerful tamed spiritual beast. Even if you did, it'd devour you instead. Huo mercilessly shattered Fatty Lu's dream. Moreover, the key to taming spiritual beasts is the spatial teleportation artifact. Such precious artifacts, there are only 3 in the entire country at present. One is in the hands of Taoist Wang for taming spiritual beasts, another is with Captain Zhang for emergency use, and the last one is reserved for high-level officials in case of emergencies. Where do you think you, this lazy glutton, can get a spatial teleportation artifact? Although the principle of the spatial teleportation artifact has never been fully understood, it's not something rare. According to various intelligence reports, many major countries possess them. I recall that when I was nearing retirement, computers began to become widespread. There was a game called Command Conquer, Red Alert. It It was a fascinating game. Many of the military units and buildings in it seemed rather implausible in that era. In fact, those things do exist. Using a game to mirror real-world existences is truly a brilliant concept. Among them, the Chrono Trooper draws inspiration from time, space teleportation devices. Of course, it's currently impossible for everyone to be equipped with such a device. At this moment, a series of shrieks echoed from the north of the base, where the mutant marine creatures were infiltrating. No, we have to go and support them. Huo was extremely anxious. If that area falls completely, we'll be attacked from both fronts. Immediately, he prepared to organize the soldiers to go for rescue. However, suddenly, a bright light shone from afar in the north. The Taoist priest Wang, wielding a lightsaber, charged straight into the ranks of the mutant seafood. The shells of the minions were impervious to ordinary guns. But in the face of the Taoist priest Wang's lightsaber, they were no match, as if being sliced through like melons and vegetables. Hey, Lao Hu, should we consider equipping everyone with a lightsaber? Fatty Lu was once again envious. Get out of here. Just then, the blue flames spurted out once more, igniting the front-line battlefield. Although the scale was much smaller than the first time, it was still highly effective. The aroma of grilled seafood wafted across the naval base again. Suddenly, torrential rain poured down from the sky, dousing the blue sea of fire. Strangely enough, the rain stopped right after the flames were extinguished. Damn it, there are new species showing up. Fatty Lu spotted the problem. I followed his line of sight and saw a group of mutant seahorses gathering near the shoal. They were quite large in size and were spraying water there. Although the water sprayed by each individual was not in large quantity, it accumulated over time. Moreover, this water surprisingly had the ability to extinguish Duan-Yu's special flames. Before we could even register our surprise, a series of ear-piercing screams echoed from the front-line battlefield, screams of utter hysteria. It must be noted that the soldiers here were all elite troops with greater endurance than ordinary people. For them to let out such heart-wrenching screams, the pain must have been excruciating. I noticed that on the ground of the front-line battlefield, there were continuous bursts of crackling electricity. In the shallows, the eels that appeared in the binoculars were actually mutant electric eels. First, the seahorses sprayed water to extinguish the flames. Then, they made the entire battlefield wet and filled with seawater, creating a conductive medium. After that, the electric eels discharged electricity. What an ingenious tactic it was. Huo gritted his teeth in anger. We can't let the soldiers keep sacrificing like this. Order a full-scale retreat. I surveyed the battle situation and felt that it was irreversible. If things continued like this, we wouldn't be able to hold out until the reinforcements arrived. All troops, contract the defense, abandon the front line, and prepare for a final, decisive battle. The major general behind me calmly issued the order. I've received the order to defend the naval base to the death and support you in completing your mission. As long as there are men, the base stands. Even if all men perish, the base must still stand. The naval major general's eyes were steely, showing no sign of retreat. This was the spirit of the army. Even when fully aware that the only outcome ahead was sacrifice, one had to advance bravely. The major general's decision inspired the entire army, and the soldiers' fighting spirit and morale were revitalized. However, at this moment, the blue light surrounding the naval base vanished. It was because Chi Tian could no longer maintain his formation. Chi Tian was seen with blood oozing from his mouth and nose and had fainted. This was an inevitable outcome. The naval base was extremely large, and the soldiers were highly concentrated, which consumed a vast amount of his mental power. The medical soldiers quickly carried Chi Tian to the rear. It seemed that he would not wake up during this battle. Beside him, Duan-Yu was also in a poor state. Releasing such large-scale flames twice in a row had almost depleted his mental power. Although he didn't collapse, he had lost his combat ability and could only step back to rest. On the other side of the battlefield, although the Taoist priest Wang hadn't reached the point of exhaustion, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Hey, Fatty Lu, isn't it a bit unmanly for us to just snipe from the rear? I said, I think I have to do something. Even if I can't turn the battle around, I should at least try to stall for time. Absolutely right, Comrade Xiaowu. For the final victory, the organization has decided to send you to annihilate the enemy. Even though Fatty Lu was still joking with me, we both knew that the decisive moment had arrived. Chapter 21. The honor of a soldier. I concentrated my mind, summoned my telekinetic power, and began to invade the brains of those mutated eels and jellyfish near the seaside. Pop, 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 pop. Soon, all the mutated eels and jellyfish that had just surfaced turned into a pool of slime. Hee, Comrade Xiaowu. I'll award you a military medal on behalf of the organization. Fatty Lu shouted cheerfully again. Get lost. I felt somewhat dizzy. With such a long distance and so many mutant creatures to invade simultaneously, my brain could hardly hold on any longer. No, I need to rest. Please buy me some time. All right. The Admiral's reply was brief, yet forceful. Immediately, a medic escorted me to the rear for a rest. Quick. Do you have anything to eat? The higher the sugar content, the better. My voice had grown rather feeble. The energy consumption had left me with mild hypoglycemia. After joining the Special Operations Team 037, I had gained a profound understanding of my own ability. My power mainly functioned through brainwaves and telekinetic force. In other words, as long as my brain was still working, I could still utilize my ability. However, this ability demanded a huge amount of energy. Conversely, as long as I had sufficient energy, I could keep using it. The medic quickly fetched military chocolate and sugar cubes for me. I gobbled them up, astonishing the two medics. Perhaps they had never seen someone with such a sweet tooth in their lives. The chocolate and sugar cubes provided energy rapidly. When I felt overly full from eating, I started making my way back. By the time I arrived, my energy was almost fully replenished. Then I resumed the killing spree. And this time my targets were the minions. The minions had much higher resistance than the mutant eels and mutant jellyfish. To make them crumble from within would consume far more energy. Soon, I began to feel dizzy again. My energy was depleted, and I was unable to continue the fight. The depth reached by these mutated marine creatures was considerable, and a new problem had emerged. Many mutated clams broke through the ground. These creatures were originally experts at digging. With the battle on the surface reaching a white, hot stage and no one paying attention to them, they infiltrated from the ground. Many soldiers, completely off guard, were attacked when clams over a person's height emerged from the ground behind them. Once the shells clamped shut, the soldiers were immobilized, left to await death. At this moment, tragic news came through the communication device. The 12th sub-team of the 037 Special Operations Team had been entirely wiped out in the ocean. Their bodies lost in the depths of the sea, never to be found. By then, I was nearly exhausted, and Taoist priest Wang, propping up his lightsaber, began to gasp incessantly. Huo and Fatty Lu were in no better condition. The intense battle had taken a heavy toll on their physical strength. Most importantly, the casualty rate at the entire naval base was horrifying. In a formal battle, a casualty rate like this would almost certainly lead to a rout. However, at that moment, not a single soldier had withdrawn from the battlefield. The naval major general scanned the area around him. Only a few hundred soldiers still had the strength to fight, while what lay before us were still thousands upon thousands of mutated marine creatures. Slowly, the major general removed his military cap, held it high, and then drew his gun and fired. Bang! Although the gunshot was not particularly loud amidst the intense battle, it caught the attention of all the soldiers. The major general, in a resounding voice, issued his command, pass on the order. All soldiers at the naval base, charge at the enemy. Medic, escort the wounded and the special operation team out and retreat to the 3rd Army base. Lads, today is the day we sacrifice our lives for the country. For the supreme interests, we must ensure the safety of the special operation team members. As soldiers, today is the time for us to fulfill our mission. History will remember us. Our lives are decidedly meaningful. Lads, charge with me. Roar, roar. The soldiers at the naval base were highly impassioned, waving their arms one after another, vowing to fight to the death. The naval major general took the lead and charged forward. The accuracy of the light machine gun in his hand was extremely high, and soon he shot down a group of minions. However, a huge clam suddenly emerged from the beach. It opened its hard shell and directly clamped the naval major general tightly. The naval major general spat out a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth, stared fixedly ahead. Then he reached for the grenades on his waist and pulled out all the fuses. Boom! The mutated clam was torn to pieces and turned into a pool of blood. And the naval major general finally upheld his belief and sacrificed his life for the country on the path of the charge. Nevertheless, in the historical records, there is no way to provide a convincing proof for the major general. His death was announced as an assassination. However, it is believed that he would understand. For the supreme interests, he could abandon everything. More and more soldiers dashed forward recklessly. However, how could flesh and blood withstand the hard shells of the minions? More and more soldiers fell. Among the several hundred strong troops, only about 100 were left on the path of the charge. However, they all harbored an unwavering conviction of death. At the verge of sacrificing themselves, they pulled the pins of their grenades and perished together with the nearby enemies. It was certain that the remaining over 100 soldiers couldn't withdraw from the battle alive. I say, Xiao Wu, what on earth do people live for, and what's the purpose of being a soldier? Lu Pengzi's eyes welled up with tears. Even this typically care-free fellow shed tears. I don't know. All I'm aware of is that the supreme interest represents everything. As soldiers, we must have the courage to sacrifice ourselves at any time. It is precisely because of such people that our country will always stand invincible. I murmured. But are we just going to retreat like this? I'm not reconciled. Our mission remains unfulfilled, and all the soldiers in the entire naval base have sacrificed. Are we going to be deserters and evacuate to the safe rear? Just then, rumbling sounds echoed from the front. We were all too familiar with this sound. It was the army. Our reinforcements had arrived. Huo was overjoyed, yet his eyes dimmed in an instant. Although the reinforcements had come, those in need of assistance had all perished. We watched as rows of Type 92 infantry tanks, armored personnel carriers, and ground attack rocket launchers rolled by. On the following troop, carriers, soldiers carried heavy strike guns one after another. Judging from this formation, it seemed to be a full division's worth of troops. With such firepower, they should be able to hold their ground. Suddenly, a surge of heroic spirit welled up within me, and I resolved to carry out our mission to the end. Guys, are you brave enough to follow me? Let's directly land on the island and complete our task. Chapter 22. Island Landing Operation. Let's go and take action. Fatty Lou rarely showed his manliness. You two are going, so I definitely will. Otherwise, with just your two brains, it'll surely end up in a mess. Huo also expressed his agreement. I glanced ahead. At this moment, Taoist Wang was unconscious, with many wounds on his body still bleeding. He was no longer capable of fighting. With just the three of us, let's first find their commander and ask them to cover us. Eventually, the three of us decided to land on the Japanese island to fulfill our mission. The reinforcements that came to the naval base were an entire division, and the commander was a major general. After we found him, we informed him that the naval major general had sacrificed himself. He was silent for a while, but didn't shed a single tear. With a solemn look on his face, he said to us, I see. We'll retake the naval base. I also know you have a mission. How do you need us to cooperate? We need a helicopter and a well-assigned pilot. However, they may not be able to return safely. Huo stated our requirements. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. In less than a quarter of an hour, we were brought in front of a military helicopter. There were 3 crew members in total. When they saw us coming, they saluted one after another. Huo stepped forward without hesitation, took out the map, and began to present his plan. The plan is quite straightforward. Our current position is relatively safe. First, we need to fly at a low altitude to this area. This area is at the rear, right of the target, and should be a weakly defended area. After reaching the rear right, the helicopter flew at full speed straight towards the target, delivering us to the target area. Subsequently, we would carry out the mission while you guard the helicopter. After Huo finished his arrangement, I glanced at him and asked in surprise, is it that simple? It's just that simple. There's no use making it more complicated. If we're shot down during the flight, it's just fate. Huo replied calmly. Hey, Lao Hu, actually we could take a detour by boat. Fatty Lou timidly put forward a suggestion. That's really wonderful. I wish you could get along well with those mutated sea creatures. Huo burst into laughter. He didn't expect Fatty to come up with such an impractical suggestion. The plan was finalized and was to be put into action immediately. We first took a military helicopter to make a detour to the south. The journey was very smooth without any obstacles. After arriving at the designated location, Huo ordered the pilot to land the helicopter. Then he took out his binoculars and started observing. It's not the right time now. We have to wait until the army engages with the marine creatures. Wouldn't that mean many more soldiers will sacrifice? I couldn't bear it and wanted to start the island landing mission right away. Comrade WWII, mind your identity. You're now a member of the Special Action Team 037. The supreme interest takes precedence over everything. A soldier is always ready to sacrifice for their ideals. All we can do is to make their sacrifices worthwhile. I vigorously slapped my own face, regaining a bit of clarity. Perhaps the beach battle was too brutal, causing me to feel a bit hesitant. Now, I'm much more alert. Yes, all I can do is to make the sacrifices of our comrades worthwhile. Huo kept observing the battlefield without a moment's rest. Finally, the army engaged in battle with the mutated marine creatures. The flames of war dyed the sky red and ignited the night. It's now. All units, set off and advance as per the established plan. At Huo's order, the military plane we were on took off once again. The first half of the journey went very smoothly. As the Dongying Island drew nearer, some scenes on the island caught our attention. From an aerial view, the island had mountains and waters, was shrouded in mist, and even boasted some antique-style buildings, looking exactly like a paradise on Earth. No wonder there were legends about Dongying Island being a celestial island on the sea. It truly seemed so. However, what terrifying truths lay behind this so-called celestial island on the sea? Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many strange mutated creatures. Just as I was gazing out of the window lost in thought, a dark shadow flashed past me, giving me quite a start. It was clearly of a considerable size. Suddenly, I remembered that since there were so many mutated marine creatures on the island, there was no reason there wouldn't be seabirds. That dark shadow suddenly turned around and flew straight towards our helicopter. Sure enough, it was a mutated seagull. The beak of this seagull was remarkably large and exceedingly sharp. Its body was no longer the typical white of a normal seagull. Instead, it carried a tinge of gray, exuding an air of mystery. WWII, take it down. Don't let it get close. Huo had clearly also noticed this strange seagull. If it were to collide with the helicopter, we were surely doomed. So I concentrated my mind, preparing to invade the mutated seagull's brain. Unexpectedly, it seemed to sense my intention. The moment I began to emit my telepathic power, it suddenly turned around and swooped straight down at a breakneck speed. The seagull's sudden change of direction caused the helicopter to block it from my view, and I lost sight of it. My telepathic power was instantly disrupted. For my ability to take effect, I had to focus on the target. Otherwise, I couldn't eliminate it. Danger. I've lost the target and can't use my telepathy to kill it. I quickly warned my teammates. Damn it. I said, Comrade Wu, are you reliable at all? Fatty Lu cursed as he yanked open the helicopter door. This action startled me. I had no idea what he was up to. Then I saw him holding a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher in his right hand, grasping the inner wall of the helicopter with his left hand, and sticking half of his body out of the helicopter. He looked around briefly and then fixed his body in one direction. He raised his right hand and hoisted the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Boom. The rocket was launched. Due to the rocket's recoil, Fatty Lu almost flew out of the helicopter. However, his left hand still tightly clung to the inner wall of the helicopter. Lao Hu and I quickly pulled him back inside. Through the helicopter window, I beheld a wisp of bluish smoke rising in the sky. This wisp of smoke was plummeting rapidly. Evidently, Fat Lu's rocket had hit the target. Fat Lu, well done. If we manage to make it back alive this time, I'll treat you to a hot pot, I exclaimed excitedly. We were already in close proximity to Yingzhou Island. Even if we parachuted at this moment, we could still reach it. Eventually, the helicopter landed safely on Yingzhou Island, and we promptly scrambled out of the cabin. I say, the way we're being welcomed is quite a grand spectacle, I remarked. Fat Lu grinned. This is just the perfect chance for you to have your seafood feast. As soon as we stepped off the helicopter, we were surrounded by a group of mutated seafood. Moreover, this time, there were mutated lobsters that hadn't appeared in the harbor battle. Chapter 23. The leader of the mutated lobsters. Fatty, have you ever eaten lobster? Your chance is here. All right. Comrade Xiaowu, if you kill and roast it for me, I'll eat it. People tend to become more optimistic in adversity. Just like now. Although we were surrounded by more than a dozen mutated giant lobsters, we were no longer tense. Guys, am I seeing things? Is that lobster holding a trident in its claw? I said. After I spoke, Fat Lu even exaggeratedly rubbed his eyes. Indeed, among these more than a dozen mutated lobsters, there was one that was exceptionally large in size, with an extremely vivid red color, and it held a huge trident between its two big pincers just like a human. No need to ask, this must be their mini-boss. Let's find a way to take him down first. With that, Huo set up his light machine gun. I also concentrated and activated my special ability. The intrusion of telekinetic power was rather straightforward. However, I discovered that they boasted an extremely high resistance to telekinetic power. I simply couldn't detonate their brains. Even barely restricting their movements proved to be an arduous task. Meanwhile, Huo had opened fire with a light machine gun. Bang, 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 bang. Nevertheless, the carapaces of these mutated lobsters were evidently far tougher than those of ordinary shrimps. The bullets from the light machine gun were completely deflected. Moreover, even when the bullets hit their eyes this time, it only inflicted wounds rather than achieving a fatal effect. Several mutated lobsters with their eyes hit let out pain, filled howls, and became even more ferocious. A pilot failed to dodge in time. His body remained upright. Yet his head had already rolled off. No hesitation. It's time to fight. Seeing that my supernatural power was ineffective, I immediately retrieved the ganshi from my back and rushed forward, brandishing the great battle axe. As a former soldier who had been on the formal battlefield, I was no slouch in close combat fighting skills. Truth be told, after humans got accustomed to using firearms, they always unconsciously overlooked cold weapons. In fact, in many scenarios, cold weapons were far more useful than firearms. A mutated lobster raised its huge pincer and smashed it down at me forcefully. I also raised my great shield, preparing to withstand the attack head-on. Clang! The huge pincer struck the shield violently. The lobster took a few steps back, while I remained unfazed. This was the unique ability of the ganshi's shield. It could disperse the force, preventing the user from being knocked back by the impact. It can be understood that this shield possesses its own power, capable of directly withstanding attacks without relying on the strength of the user. Of course, it would be even better if the user has strength, but unfortunately, my strength fails to meet the requirement. During the experiment conducted by the Special Action Team 037, the shield of Ganshi could firmly resist the bombardment of 3 cannonballs. Taking advantage of the moment when the mutated lobster was stunned and retreated, I promptly stepped forward and swung my great axe down with all my might. The mutated lobster instinctively used its 2 large pincers to defend, yet it was in vain. With a slashing sound and a clattering noise, the mutated lobster was sliced from head to toe. Its 2 large pincers broke off and fell to the ground, and its body was split into 2 halves, twitching ceaselessly on the ground. The axe of Ganshi is also of the same nature, containing a formidable force that can effortlessly cut through steel. Naturally, the usage of Ganshi requires the injection of mental power. Yet the amount of mental power needed is less than that required for directly using supernatural abilities. Therefore, there is relatively more guarantee in terms of endurance. Before long, Those ordinary mutated lobsters were all slain by me. Brilliant. I must say, Comrade Xiao Wu, I never expected you to have such skills. I'll treat you to a hot pot when we get back. Fatty Lou started joking around again. All right, you take the lobster meat with you. We can't usually afford to eat it. Sure thing. Get out of here. Are you really going to do it? Our words seemed to enrage the leader of the mutated lobsters greatly. It's understandable. After all, its subordinates had been killed, and the opponents were still making jest here. Any lobster would be outraged. Behold, the leader of the lobsters raised its trident high and stabbed forcefully towards my forehead. I quickly raised my shield to fend off the attack. Clang. This time, the shield failed to fully absorb the force. The impact sent me staggering backward a few steps. Then, I tripped over a branch and tumbled to the ground. Through this attack, I sensed that this trident was by no means an ordinary weapon. It even possessed an inherent power and was a weapon from legends. Cover me. This lobster is no ordinary one. I promptly called for help from Hu Wei and Fatty Lou. Fatty Lou didn't hesitate. He raised his shoulder, launched rocket, and fired. Boom. The rocket accurately hit the target, yet the lobster leader seemed unfazed. Saying it remained unscathed was a bit of an overstatement, for it had been blackened by the smoke. The crucial point was that the lobster leader exaggeratedly clapped its large pincers on its body, indicating that it was unharmed. Xiao Wu, have you noticed? This lobster is deliberately imitating humans. Or rather, it has the emotional intelligence of a human, Hu Wei whispered beside me. Even if I notice, what can we do? Given its current strength and defense, we have no way to deal with it. I was a bit impatient, as I had suffered a complete defeat in the previous clash with it. It's okay. Since it deliberately imitates humans or has intelligence, it might fall for our trick. Hu Wei said confidently and whispered a plan in my ear, asking me to fully cooperate. I took a deep breath. Damn it, I'll cooperate. If not now, when? I abruptly pushed off the ground and charged towards the lobster chieftain, holding my shield in front of me and trailing my axe behind. Just as I was about to collide with the lobster chieftain, I suddenly halted. Utilizing the inertia with my right hand, I forcefully hurled the axe forward. The lobster chieftain was caught off guard and hastily dodged, yet it was ultimately a bit too late, and two of its small appendages were severed. Since I had lost my weapon, I turned around and fled. Seeing this, the lobster chieftain was enraged and charged straight at me, starting to pursue me from behind. The two of us ran one after the other. Boom. Fatty Lou launched another rocket, but this time, the rocket didn't hit the lobster chieftain. Instead, it struck the ground just in front of its feet. It directly blasted a large crater in the ground ahead, due to the attack on its feet. The uneven ground in front, and the inertia from its full-speed sprint, the lobster chieftain was unable to brake and tumbled forward. I also heard the explosion behind me. This was the moment. I suddenly spun around, erecting my shield in front of me, and the lobster chieftain's body rammed right into it. Subsequently, I pulled a high, explosive grenade from my waist, unscrewed the safety pin, and stuffed it straight into the lobster chieftain's mouth. Boom. The lobster chieftain's blood spattered across the ground. Although it wasn't blown to pieces, the high, explosive grenade that detonated inside its body had dealt it a fatal blow. At such a close distance, the Ganshi shield perfectly deflected the impact of the high, explosive grenade. The lobster chieftain struggled to get up, but couldn't. Finally, its protruding eyes sank in, and it never moved again. Chapter 24. The mysterious trident. Finally, it's dead. Haha. I slumped to the ground, laughing hysterically. Fatty Lou didn't waste any time either. He quickly rushed forward and snatched the trident away. Hey, you two young comrades, don't even think about competing with me. I'm fated to have this trident. I bet you're fated to have a halberd. Hu Wei retorted with a smile, showing no intention of vying for it. To be honest, this trident must be a miraculous weapon. It was so translucent that one couldn't even tell what material it was made of. This time, Fatty Lou had really struck it lucky. For me, it was indeed the best-case scenario for Fatty Lou to wield such a weapon. After all, we were on intimate terms and always carried out missions together. With better weaponry, our chances of survival would undoubtedly increase significantly. Everyone, take a break, have something to eat, and we'll set off in a quarter of an hour. Hu Wei ordered everyone to rest. After this period of flying and battling, everyone was truly exhausted. What should we do next? I took a bite of the dry provisions and asked Hu Wei about our next plan. We've successfully landed on the island, but whether we can survive is a question. However, it's not something we can dwell on for now. So, it's more appropriate to prioritize searching for the heritage on this island. Whether we could survive was indeed beyond our control. Hu Wei always had a way of being blunt. But he was right. So, in your opinion, old Hu, where do you think the treasures on this island are hidden? After speaking, Fatty Lou made an extremely exaggerated-looking, out gesture, as if he were on a treasure hunt. Hu Wei let out a soft laugh. How stupid. The good stuff is either in the tombs or in the houses. Didn't we see houses on the island when we were in the air? Of course, we're going there. The problem was, where were the houses? We were now quite lost. I took another bite of my dry rations and felt a twinge of worry. Don't fret. I've located the position when we landed. There's no issue. The only thing we need to be concerned about now is that the houses might not only hold treasures, but also strange creatures, and perhaps even the owner of the house. At this moment, Fatty Lu faced the distance and said in a deep voice, "Comrades, do you think there might be immortals living on this celestial island? If they gave each of us an elixir of immortality, we'd strike it rich." I let out a cold sneer. "I'm afraid the immortals in your family would skin you alive, break your bones, and turn you directly into a pill. Anyway, the owner of this island, or the island of Yingzhou itself, harbored absolute hostility towards us. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many mutated creatures attacking us." After finishing our meal, it was time to set off. According to Huo, to reach those buildings, we definitely had to pass through a forest. Alas, traversing a forest under such circumstances was surely a perilous journey with little chance of survival. I asked Huo why we didn't take the helicopter and fly there directly. Huo told me that the helicopter was the key to our final escape and couldn't afford any mishaps, so we couldn't risk it. Finally, Huo, the Fat Lu, and I went towards the building, while the remaining 2 pilots were in charge of guarding the helicopter. The 3 of us entered the forest. Apart from the poor visibility, there didn't seem to be anything overly abnormal. However, I always felt as if I had been under the scrutiny of a single eye ever since I stepped into the entire forest. I immediately mobilized my mental power to sense the fluctuations of this forest. To my astonishment, there were mental fluctuations throughout the whole forest. Normally, plants shouldn't exhibit such a phenomenon as they are supposed to be devoid of mental consciousness. That is to say, all the plants in this forest are actually animals. Be cautious. There's something strange about this forest. They will definitely attack us. Scarcely had the words left my mouth when a willow tree lashed out at us with its branches. Goodness, this willow tree was thicker than a man, with tens of thousands of branches crashing down upon us. "Run!" I roared and led the way forward. With such a large number of branches, it was simply impossible to dodge. Smack! A willow twig slapped directly on my face, causing a searing pain and immediately leaving a bloodstain. Although it hurt like hell, fortunately, it wasn't life-threatening. I raised my shield and scurried forward in a hunched over posture. Huo clung closely to me, his head almost touching my backside. Thanks to this, he managed to avoid a few lashes. Per Fatty, he was running at the back and was large in size, truly becoming a live target. Nevertheless, since he had tough skin, apart from some pain, it didn't cause him too much harm. Finally, we managed to break through the attack range of this willow tree and let out a slight sigh of relief. Alas, I, the stout fellow, with my long-standing reputation, have been chased by a mere willow tree. Damn it. Before Fatty Lu could finish his words, he plopped directly onto the ground, with nosebleed gushing out. Moreover, he was retreating in a most peculiar posture. That's right, lying prone on the ground, face down, yet moving backwards. Only then did I notice that a vine had twined around Fatty Lu's foot, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Then this vine began to drag Fatty Lu backwards. I gazed in the direction where the vine was moving. In the distance, there was a small cliff, completely covered by these kinds of vines, a vast expanse stretching for dozens of meters. What the hell are you staring at? Hurry up and save me. I don't want to be caught by them and become a son-in-law. Fatty Lu shouted incoherently, with blood streaming from his nose. Crack. I swung my great axe and severed the vine that had entangled Fatty Lu's foot. I wondered if it was just my imagination, but I seemed to hear a scream. In fact, after the vine was cut, some liquid did seep out. Although it wasn't bright red, the color was still vivid, much like blood. The vine seemed to be enraged. 7 or 8 vines as thick as arms coiled towards me. I assumed a defensive stance, planning to use my shield for protection first and then hack at them with my axe. Crack. One vine was firmly pinned to the ground. It turned out that Fatty Lu had gotten up and thrust his trident forcefully into one of the vines. There seemed to be another scream, but this one lasted longer. The vine pinned down by the trident visibly withered away, shrinking from the thickness of an arm to that of a thumb. Upon witnessing this, the other vines seemed extremely terrified. They hesitated for a moment and finally slunk away dejectedly. I snatched the trident from Fatty Lu and casually stuck it into a nearby tree. Immediately, the tree began to wither, its vitality clearly dissipating, and eventually it became parched and shriveled. I then used my telekinetic power to sense it, only to find that the tree had lost its will. Evidently, this trident had a strong restraining effect on the creatures on this island. Comrade Lu Ming, the organization has decided to assign you an arduous task. Chapter 25, The Mysterious Doubts about Emperor Qin Shi Huang. What task? I won't go if it's too dangerous. Fatty Lu became vigilant. You shall pave the way. I kicked Fatty Lu forward and told him it was quite simple. All he had to do was walk a few steps and stick the trident into a plant. We resumed our journey. It must be said that this method was quite effective. The plants stabbed by the trident all withered away. When other plants witnessed this, they all retreated, not daring to trouble us anymore. We had walked for nearly a quarter of an hour without being attacked. Yet we didn't dare to relax our vigilance in the slightest and remained on full alert. Who are you? Stop. If you take another step forward, you'll die. Suddenly, A voice came from ahead, carrying a chilling and terrifying aura yet being extremely resolute. The hair on our three heads stood on end because we didn't see anything. Immediately, we formed a triangular formation, ready to defend ourselves. As the entire forest was permeated with mental power, I couldn't distinguish where the enemy was hiding. Found it. At the 5 o'clock direction, there's a humanoid creature. Huo Wei's tense voice came. Lu Fatty and I quickly adjusted our directions, facing the 5 o'clock direction. Although I strained my eyes to identify it, I could only barely make out that the thing resembled a human form, yet I wasn't certain it was a living being. Get closer and stay on high alert. I held the shield in front of me, carried the axe on my shoulder, and walked at the front. Lu Fatty guarded the rear as we inched closer to the figure. After walking nearly 30 more steps, I finally saw clearly. It was indeed a humanoid creature. Why describe it in such a way? Because although it generally looked human, there were many parts that shouldn't exist on a human. It was deeply embedded in the roots of a large tree, and its lower body below the waist seemed to have merged with the tree. A vine was attached to the back of its head, extending deep into the ground, with no end in sight. Its hands could no longer be called hands. One was like the large pincer of a lobster, while the other resembled a cluster of tree branches piled up. Its hair had turned emerald green, and its eyes were gray, brown, devoid of any light. When it saw us approaching, it actually showed an incredulous smile and finally spoke in a peculiar voice. 2,000 years have passed, and this is the first time I've seen other humans. Tell me, what's the outside world like now? Huo Wei hesitated for a moment but still spoke. It's the year 1968 AD, and it's the era of the Great Xia Dynasty's rule. The Great Xia Dynasty, 1968 AD? The humanoid creature muttered to itself incoherently, and we couldn't catch what it was saying. After mumbling on for a while, it spoke up again. So, where is the first emperor? Where can he be found? The first emperor? Given thousands of years of culture, only Emperor Qin Shi Huang could bear such a title. He lies beneath the Qinling Mountains, long since passed into history. What's your connection with him? After some careful consideration, Huo Wei decided to answer its question. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Huo Wei's reply, the humanoid creature shed 2 streams of tears. Is it so? The first emperor? He's gone? You still haven't answered my question. Who are you? What's your relationship with Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Huo Wei raised his gun, keeping his guard up without the slightest relaxation. After crying for a while, the humanoid creature casually grabbed a twig to wipe away its tears before finally speaking. I am Zhou Yong, the vice general in front of the first emperor's palace. I've answered your questions. Thank you, but you must die. After saying that, the entire aura of this humanoid creature named Zhou Yong underwent a transformation. His power visibly surged. The vines behind his head suddenly thickened, as if pumping something into his body. The next instant, the branches in his right hand scattered, forming one encirclement after another and sweeping towards us. Fatty Lu quickly used his trident to chop them down. The trident indeed proved effective, and the severed branches withered away. However, unlike before, the other branches didn't retreat. Instead, they launched an even more fierce attack. Just then, the vines beneath Zhou Yong also began to surge towards us, resembling a raging tide. Huo Wei could only pick up the light machine gun and open fire. I held up the shield to protect him, and then used the axe to hack through the vines and branches that had come close. Roar. Just as we were struggling to cope, Zhou Yong suddenly let out a roar, and his face became even more ferocious. He actually managed to pull himself out of the tree roots. His legs were no longer legs but rootlets, with thousands of rootlets moving together. Zhou Yong's speed was quite astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed in front of us. He raised the large pincer in his left hand and slammed it down hard at Huo Wei. I quickly raised the shield to resist. The tremendous impact directly knocked Huo Wei and me to the ground. Even the shield of Ganshi was becoming difficult for me to hold. Humph. The power I've cultivated here for 1,000 years is not something you commoners can resist, Zhou Yong said as he raised the pincer again and charged towards us. In this critical moment, I mobilized my telekinetic power and began to fully invade Zhou Yong's mind. At that time, the distance between us was very short, and the telekinetic power exerted its maximum effect. However, his resistance was also very high. Even so, I still couldn't control him, let alone kill him. But it wasn't completely in vain. At least it made his body hesitate for a few seconds. It was these few seconds that allowed me to readjust my defensive stance and reposition the shield. Boom. The pincer slammed down again. I still managed to defend with the shield, but this time, the shield flew even farther. Mine was already shattered, and I had no strength to move anymore. Zhou Yong approached us menacingly and burst into laughter. Die. Become my nourishment and stay with me here forever. The large pincer was raised once again. I was reluctant to succumb to fate and struggled to get up, yet failed. Fatty Lu, cut off the vine behind his head. Huo Wei suddenly shouted at the top of his voice. All right, die you bastard. Fatty Lu was grappling with a cluster of vines more than 10 meters away and had no time to spare for our situation. However, upon hearing Huo Wei's shout, his face contorted with rage. At that moment, one of his feet was entangled by a vine, rendering him immobile. He hoisted the trident onto his shoulder, steadied it with both hands, and hurled it forcefully in our direction. The task of severing the vine behind Zhou Yong's head from a distance of over 10 meters was extremely arduous, and I felt a pang of despair. The trident soared through the air, and time seemed to stand still. Zhou Yong appeared to sense the impending danger and attempted to dodge. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the trident, awaiting the final outcome. Snap! The trident whistled past, and its sharp blade severed the vine behind Zhou Yong's head cleanly. From a distance of over 10 meters, Fatty Lu truly had remarkable luck. Chapter 26. Huwei's Dilemma. The vine withered instantaneously, and green liquid oozed from the severed wound. Not only did the vine wither, but Zhou Yong himself was also withering rapidly. However, he was far from dead and still swung his large pincer at us. I raised my axe and struck back with all my might. Whoosh! His large pincer was completely chopped off by the axe, and green liquid spilled all over the ground. Zhou Yong clutched his hand in agony, trying to regenerate it, but to no avail. Now's the chance. Fatty Lu, stab his head. Huwei issued another order. I didn't do anything stupid. Come and save me quickly. After Fatty Lu threw out the trident, he was almost completely entangled by the vines and was utterly unable to fight. Instead, he relied on the two of us to rescue him. I endured the excruciating pain all over my body and rose shakily to my feet, swinging the axe with all my might. Zhou Yong seemed to foresee his end and began to smile instead. I'm finally free. Immortality is truly a curse. Swish! With a single swing of the axe, Zhou Yong's head rolled off, yet he didn't die completely, his face still wearing a smile. I walked over slowly, picked up Fatty's trident, and stabbed it forcefully into Zhou Yong's face. Zhou Yong stopped moving, and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Hey, don't rest yet. I'm still tied up here. Fatty Lu shouted anxiously when he saw me sitting down. Finally, Huwei took the trident and cut all the vines, rescuing Fatty. The three of us huddled together, eating and drinking to regain our strength. None of us spoke. Eventually, Fatty Lu couldn't hold it in anymore and was the first to break the silence. Do you think he was really a vice-general of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Huwei sighed and calmly said, it's probably true. He had no reason to deceive us. Moreover, look at his state. It far exceeds our understanding. It's not just possible that he was a vice-general of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. It's even possible that he was Emperor Qin Shi Huang's father. I furrowed my brows. The amount of information here was simply overwhelming. Presently, it appears that there is a significant connection between this island and Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Moreover, according to what Zhou Yong said before his demise, he had lived for over 2,000 years in a state of immortality. Emperor Qin Shi Huang had been in pursuit of immortality ever since he ascended the throne. It seems plausible, then, that Emperor Qin Shi Huang might have achieved immortality as well. I voiced my opinion, only to be met with a head shake from Huwei. It's not that straightforward, he said. Judging from Zhou Yong's state, he was unaware of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's condition. So, whether Emperor Qin Shi Huang obtained the technology for immortality remains uncertain. However, one thing is certain. The technology for immortality does exist on this island. Perhaps the very genetic technology we need. After a brief rest, we resumed our journey. Before that, we searched Zhou Yong's body, but to no avail. The subsequent part of our journey went relatively smoothly. Perhaps because we had slain Zhou Yong, the plants in the forest were afraid of us and no longer attacked. After nearly an hour of walking, we finally emerged from the forest, and the complex of buildings lay before our eyes. It was an antique-style architectural complex, with lofty and imposing structures and a prevalence of wooden frameworks, clearly having a long history. We scaled the wall and entered. Inside the courtyard, there was a harmonious blend of the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Astonishingly, plum blossoms and peach blossoms were blooming simultaneously, presenting an otherworldly beauty. There were also some unnamed birds that had not mutated. They were just like normal birds, chirping merrily and imparting a sense of tranquility. The three of us quickly slipped into the nearest room. It seemed to be a study, or rather, an archive. The entire room was densely filled with numerous bookshelves, upon which were stacked rolls and rolls of bamboo slips. I knew that before the invention of papermaking, ancient books were like this. I casually took a roll of bamboo slips from the bookshelf and unfurled it, only to find that I couldn't read the characters on it. It felt as if I could understand them, yet in reality, I couldn't. Huwei leaned over to take a glance, then opened another roll of bamboo slips. His eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "These are small seal scripts, the characters of the Qin Dynasty. It seems that this place is indeed closely related to Emperor Qin Shi Huang. What is written in them?" I inquired curiously. Huwei shook his head, indicating that he couldn't read the small seal script but only had some knowledge of it. However, these characters were undoubtedly invaluable treasures. Since no ancient Qin Dynasty books of such a large scale had ever been unearthed, whatever was recorded on these bamboo slips was of utmost significance. Not to mention that these bamboo slips might very well record the legendary genetic technology. Huwei took out his portable camera and started taking continuous pictures. The cameras provided to us were very advanced at that time. As long as there were film and electricity, they could keep taking pictures. Huo turned to us seriously and said, I must photograph these materials because we can't take these bamboo slips away. And these materials might be the most important things we've obtained during this landing. Observing Huo's solemn countenance, I grasped his intention. He intended to remain in this house and continue filming. However, we were obliged to press on with our exploration, for deeper within, genetic technology might well reside. Hence, a comprehensive exploration was imperative. Huo himself lacked special abilities. Staying alone in this house was to safeguard the minimal achievements. Nevertheless, remaining here by himself signified a complete lack of security. A random mutant creature could potentially kill him. Huo must have also considered that under such circumstances, following me and Fatty Lu would be the safest option. Yet, for the sake of maximum benefit, he still chose to film these materials. Go ahead. Remember to come back to this room and find me when you return. If I'm dead, you must take the film back. Do you remember? Huo spoke with remarkable calmness and never ceased filming. In fact, I thought it would be best for us to act together. We could embark on the exploration after he finished filming. I timidly put forward a suggestion. No, we don't have that much time. Without knowing what lies in this small courtyard, we can't let everyone take risks. This is my decision. Go ahead. Huo declared resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. I understand. Let's go. We must unearth all the treasures in this courtyard. After saying that, I led Fatty Lu away. Huo, stay alive. I'll treat you to hot pot when we get back. All right, 2 caddies of mutton and 2 bottles of ergo too. You're paying. Chapter 27. The mysterious man Huo stayed behind. Initially, I didn't have a favorable impression of this man. He seemed to have a rather low emotional quotient, always speaking in a way that would leave one feeling uncomfortable. Moreover, he rarely smiled and was constantly calculating others, despite his sharp mind. Thus, I always kept him at arm's length. However, later I learned that during a mission, he shielded his teammates at the risk of facing danger alone and was severely injured. He had to stay in the hospital for half a year, which slightly changed my perception of him. It was not until the last mission we carried out together that I realized that in Huo's mind, the supreme interest was everything. Sacrificing for the supreme interest was a perfectly normal thing. Now, he was fulfilling his promise, striving for the supreme interest throughout his life until the moment of his death in battle. And we, too, had to strive for our mission until the same end. I and Fatty Lu quickly started to search every room. The facilities in each building were different. Although we were not well versed in history, we were certain that this mansion was extremely luxurious. We saw gilded chairs, precious jade artifacts, and large bronze tripods. These items were definitely not accessible to ordinary families in the Qin Dynasty. Before we knew it, we reached the back courtyard. There was a very large and independent room there. I had a hunch that this room might be somewhat special. I gripped the axe tightly in my hand, and Fatty Lu raised his trident, ready to act at any moment. I kicked the door open, executed a standard forward roll, and flashed into the room. Fatty Lu followed closely behind and took up a defensive position in the other direction. However, there was no one in this room, nor any living creatures. All that was there was an extremely huge alchemy furnace. An alchemy furnace? Could there really be an elixir of immortality inside? I stared blankly at the alchemy furnace. No one could remain indifferent to immortality, and neither could I. Comrade Xiaowu, I said, is it possible that what we're looking for is in this big furnace? Then what are we waiting for? Let's open it quickly. Fatty Lu was eager to try and immediately planned to use his trident to pry open the alchemy furnace. At this moment, a distant voice came from outside the door. How impolite. You've just arrived and you're already trying to break someone else's alchemy furnace. Don't waste your time. There's nothing you're looking for inside. Fatty Lu and I were like people struck by an electric shock. We both took a step into the room, creating some distance. A figure appeared outside the door and floated gracefully into the room. This was a human being, or rather, a humanoid creature. Normally, there should only be monsters on this island. This humanoid creature was also dressed in antique style clothes, with a coiled bun and a Taoist robe. Looking just like a hermit of the mountains. Are you a human or a ghost? I asked him warily, also ready to flee at any moment. Hee, indeed. I am a human, but if you say I'm a ghost, it doesn't seem wrong either. This humanoid creature got a bit closer to us, and I finally got a clear look at his appearance. He was a middle-aged man with well-defined features, looking haggard but in good spirits. If I had to guess, he was probably in his 30s or 40s. Why are you staring at me like that? At least for now. I bear no ill will towards you. The mysterious man said playfully, however, it's really impolite of you to rummage around as soon as you arrived. This is your companion, right? I've brought him here for you. As he spoke, 2 mutated crabs escorted a man over. It was Huo. The mutated crabs threw Huo at our feet and then left. I quickly stepped forward to check on him. Phew, he's alive, just unconscious. I heaved a sigh of relief but immediately tensed up again. This man was unfathomable. He wasn't incapable of killing us, rather. He was playing a game of cat and mouse. Perhaps our lives were nothing more than entertainment to him. I quickly fed Huo some glucose, and his complexion improved. He coughed and woke up. Huo, how do you feel? What happened? I quickly asked about his experience. Huo was taken aback for a moment. Then, he covered his head with one hand as if trying to recall something. I don't know. I was filming all the time. Then, my consciousness suddenly became blurred. When I woke up, I saw you. So, I have no idea what happened. Who is this person? Huo also noticed the mysterious man. I shook my head and, at the same time, subtly tapped Huo twice on the back. This was the signal we had agreed upon to alert each other of danger. In this way, Huo understood that the mysterious man in front of them was their greatest threat at present. I have a question for you. What era is it now? How is Emperor Qin Shi Huang? The mysterious man finally spoke. This question is the same as the one asked by Zhou Yong whom we met in the forest. It seems that this man before us also has an inseparable connection with Emperor Qin Shi Huang. It is common knowledge that Emperor Qin Shi Huang lies buried in the Qinling Mountains. Moreover, the Qing dynasty has long since fallen. And now it is the era of the Great Xia Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought. Then he posed another question. Have you ever laid eyes on the remains of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? The body of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Surely not. For the Qinling Mountains have not been opened. I pondered for a moment and decided that it would be better to answer truthfully at this moment. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. So I told him that we hadn't found the body of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, but according to historical records, it shouldn't be wrong. To our surprise, the mysterious man curled the corners of his mouth and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. So that's how it is. In that case, I can't be said to have failed my mission. I still have a chance. As we watched the mysterious man laughing maniacally, goosebumps rose on our skin. And we didn't know what to do. Lou the fatty was quick-witted. While the mysterious man was laughing with his face covered, he fired a burst of bullets. All the bullets hit the target, and the effect was quite remarkable. The mysterious man was almost riddled with holes, and blood gushed from his body, yet he didn't fall. I was somewhat stunned. Had it been resolved just like this? Lou the fatty was incredibly lucky, but obviously not. The wounds on the mysterious man's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short while, they were completely healed. The mysterious man still wore a smile, but this time he stepped a bit closer. As you can see, I am now immortal. At this moment, Huo beside them suddenly spoke up. I believe I've already guessed your identity. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the quest for immortality, and the island of Japan. With so many clues converging, there can be only one answer. You are Su Fu, the one who sailed east in search of the secret to immortality back then. Chapter 28, The Story of Su Fu. You're quite remarkable. It's truly astonishing that you've deduced my identity. You really deserve some commendation. The mysterious man clapped his hands while smiling, thus acknowledging his identity. Su Fu. Although I'm not well versed in history, I've at least heard of this name. After all, the story of Su Fu's eastward voyage is rather well known. If this man was truly Su Fu, then he had indeed lived for 2,000 years. A veritable anomaly. Why are you here? It seems you found the method of immortality. Why didn't you return to report? Did you betray Emperor Qin Shi Huang out of greed for immortality? I summoned up my courage to pose this question, hoping to rattle him. Betray? Humph. What do you know? I've never forgotten my mission. It was simply out of necessity. Su Fu's expression suddenly turned extremely furious, as if the very notion of betraying Emperor Qin Shi Huang was unforgivable to him. Then he glanced at me and said with great interest, Your constitution is quite intriguing. I've been so lonely here. Since I have nothing better to do today, I'll let you have a glimpse of my story. No sooner had the words fallen than a wave of telekinetic force invaded my mind. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to what the flying snake had done to me before. One vivid image after another started to flash across my mind. I knew these were the memories of Su Fu and also the tales he carried. The story unfurled. There stood a magnificent palace. At its center, a gilded throne sat regally, atop which a man was seated. He exuded an air of natural authority, with prominent and well-defined features. Undoubtedly, this was Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Below the grand hall, a man knelt in reverence. It was Su Fu. At this time, he was a bit younger. Yet his appearance hadn't changed significantly from now. Emperor Qin Shi Huang spoke. Taoist Su, I have unified the 6 states, dominated the 8 directions, and ruled the world with might. However, I am still unable to escape the cycle of life and death. Lately, I've been feeling weak and fatigued. With my vitality far from what it used to be, I've become increasingly preoccupied with the matter of life and death. Even though I possess the entire world, I can't achieve immortality. Su Fu kowtowed and replied respectfully, Your Majesty, I once heard that there is a celestial island in the East China Sea called the Dongying Island. On this island, there are immortals who live forever. Grateful for your imperial grace, I, Su Fu, am willing to sail east to the Dongying Island to seek the elixir of immortality for your Majesty. Overjoyed, Emperor Qin Shi Huang quickly stepped forward and helped Su Fu up. Excellent, Taoist Su. I hereby appoint you as my full, powered special envoy to sail east in search of the Dongying Island. Where is Zhou Yong? From in front of the hall, a warrior stepped out, clasped his fists in salute, and knelt on the ground. Your humble servant, Zhou Yong, pays respects to your majesty. With a grand wave of his hand, Emperor Qin Shi Huang commanded, Zhou Yong, I order you to lead 3,000 elite soldiers to safeguard the safety of Taoist Su and search for the Celestial Island with him. Your humble servant obeys the order. The scene shifted, and Su Fu and his companions had arrived at the shore of the East Sea. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the ocean, Su Fu fell into deep contemplation. Immediately, they set about commencing their voyage. However, in that era, there were only some minuscule fishing boats near the shore, and these were utterly unfit for long-distance ocean travel. After several attempts, Su Fu realized that without proper large vessels, it was simply impossible to set sail. Thus, Su Fu spent nearly a year constructing a fleet, and only then did they reluctantly embark on their eastward crossing. Once the fleet set out to sea, it soon became engulfed in a thick fog, losing its bearings. They had no inkling of the direction they were heading or where their destination lay, yet they persevered resolutely. Torrential rains, gales, and even whale attacks took a heavy toll on the fleet. After a tempestuous storm, the ship carrying Su Fu became separated from the main force, and the supplies on board were almost completely lost. In truth, having been at sea for so long, the food they had brought along was mostly consumed, and they mainly survived on various fish and freshwater obtained from rainfall. At this point, there were fewer than 100 people left by Su Fu's side, all of them exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Su Fu stared out at the seemingly endless sea, still unable to discern its end. A wave of sorrow welled up within him, and silently he drew his sword. He felt that he had betrayed the trust of the first emperor and contemplated taking his own life. Just then, a seagull suddenly swooped down, knocking the sword out of Su Fu's hand. The sword clattered to the deck. Su Fu was momentarily stunned. The next second, he suddenly caught sight of the faint outline of an island in the distance. He immediately commanded the soldiers to advance at full speed, not caring about anything else. He thought they should land on the island first. During the advance, he saw many strange things, crabs as large as humans and eels that could stand upright in the sea. This made him realize that perhaps the place before his eyes was the legendary fairy island. Su Fu and his men landed on Ingzhou Island. The island was filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with a pleasant climate. There were also many delicious fruits, which allowed the soldiers to replenish their strength well. Just as the soldiers were feasting heartily, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Su Fu was greatly shocked, but instinctively he knew that this should be the legendary immortal. Su Fu knelt down respectfully, introduced his identity, and explained his purpose. The immortal let out a soft laugh and said, "Come with me." Su Fu quickly followed. The two walked to the center of the island. I recognized that this location was exactly where the current building stood, except that there were only a few thatched cottages at that time. The immortal sat cross-legged, took out 3 golden pills from behind, and slowly said to Su Fu, "These are the elixirs of immortality. As long as you do something for me, I'll give the elixirs to you." Hearing this, Su Fu quickly knelt down again and eagerly expressed, "I'm willing to serve the immortal. Deep in that forest, there is a trident made of Hailu stone. Go and fetch it and bring it to me, and that'll be enough." Su Fu had no doubts about this matter. He quickly gathered the soldiers and went into the forest to search for the Hailu stone trident. Eventually, they found the trident in a rock crevice. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this was the very trident now in Fatty Lu's hand. Su Fu held the trident reverently and knelt before the immortal, awaiting his reward. The immortal fixed his gaze on the trident, his eyes betraying a palpable yearning. Suddenly, Su Fu felt a warmth splashing across his face. Hastily, he reached up to wipe it away, only to find his hand smeared with blood. Right before him, the immortal lunged straight onto the trident, its sharp prongs piercing through his chest. Terrified, Su Fu took a hasty step back, utterly at a loss. The immortal's face contorted with a grotesque yet relieved smile. As if finally liberated, "I must thank you," he said. "You've put an end to this eternal existence I've endured for thousands of years. Immortality has been nothing but an endless torment for me. From this moment forth, you shall be the one to bear the curse of immortality, and this torment shall haunt you for all eternity." Chapter 29. Exhaustion. The subsequent scenes flashed by in a blur. Su Fu was bestowed with true immortality. Seasons came and went in an endless cycle, yet his appearance remained unchanged. However, it seemed that Su Fu was confined to the island. Thus, he commanded the mutated creatures to build him a secluded residence where he took up abode. One by one, the soldiers who had accompanied Su Fu to the island met their ends. Only Zhou Yong was unwilling to accept his fate. So, Su Fu released him into the forest, granting him immortality, albeit in a rather gruesome form. And just like that, the vision came to an end. Su Fu now regarded me with a serene expression. It turned out that the legend was true. Su Fu's eastward voyage had truly led him to the fabled Ingzhou Island, and he had indeed acquired the method of immortality. However, this method of immortality was rather eerie. One had to kill an already immortal being to inherit immortality. And this could only be done within the confines of Yingzhou Island. Now you understand. Immortality, in fact, is a punishment, at least for me. Su Fu gazed into the distance, still speaking in a calm tone. At this moment, I briefly recounted to Hu Wei and Fatty Lu the memories of Su Fu that I had witnessed. I've long forgotten what my parents looked like and what my hometown was like. All that accompanies me day in and day out is the boundless expanse of the sea. I've also attempted to take my own life, but to no avail. I know that only that trident can end my life. Yet, for some reason, only humans can wield that divine weapon. Now, do you understand why I had the mutated lobster deliver the trident to you? After saying this, a faint smile appeared on Su Fu's face. Do you want us to kill you and free you from immortality? Hu Wei replied in shock. Initially, that was indeed my intention. But now, my thoughts have changed. Su Fu suddenly grew serious and continued in a solemn tone. His Majesty the Emperor is still awaiting me. I shall offer him the true method of immortality. I was somewhat bewildered. Emperor Qin Shi Huang had been dead for over 2,000 years. What use would the method of immortality be to him? Hey, I say, Mr. Su, Emperor Qin Shi Huang has been dead for over 2,000 years. I'm afraid the elixir of immortality won't serve any purpose now. Fatty Lu, true to his sociable nature, actually spoke to this monster that had lived for more than 2 millennia in such a casual tone. No, Your Majesty the Emperor didn't die. He must have found some other means to still be alive. That's what you told me just now. Since you haven't discovered His Majesty's remains, think about it. For such a renowned emperor, if he truly passed away, wouldn't his descendants have dug out his body? So there's only one explanation. His Majesty is still waiting for me. Su Fu's countenance became somewhat deranged, as if he were contemplating something fanatical. Over all these years, my control over this island has grown stronger and stronger. Now I can entirely command this island to reach the mainland. As it moves forward, it can absorb vitality. I'll find His Majesty the Emperor, and then beg His Majesty to grant me death. In this way, he can achieve immortality and once again unite the world with the power of this magical island. Then my mission will be accomplished. Just then, Hu Wei suddenly launched an attack. He grabbed Fatty Lu's trident and rushed forward. He leaped into the air and stabbed fiercely at Su Fu's head. However, Su Fu didn't even move. A vine suddenly emerged from under his feet and knocked Hu Wei down in mid-air. How impolite, interrupting others and launching a sudden attack. As he spoke, 2 more vines shot out and flung Hu Wei over forcefully. I quickly tried to catch him, but the tremendous impact still made both of us fall to the ground. We must kill him here. Hu Wei's mouth was full of blood, yet his eyes were exceptionally resolute. If they allowed the people on Yingzhou Island to land, it would signify the fall of the nation and the destruction of their homes. Today, they and he were locked in a fight to the death. Hee. Do you have the audacity? Sneered Su Fu. With a wave of his hand, the entire Yingzhou Island quivered slightly. From afar, I could see hordes of shrimp and crab soldiers disembarking on the island, interspersed with many mutated lobsters. In the forest, vines burst out of the ground and charged towards us. In the sky, mutated seagulls and birds formed a phalanx, blotting out the sun and seemingly blocking our last hope of survival. Even if they managed to break through the encirclement and return to the helicopter, escape would be impossible. Let's fight, shouted one of them. Brothers, let's die together today. Hey, listen to what you're saying, the fat man replied. Even if I'm going to die, I've got to taste the seafood. Fatty, stop thinking about it. Raw seafood is full of parasites. The 3 of them stood back to back, ready to fight their final battle. They all raised their guns and fired bullets recklessly, for conserving ammunition was meaningless at this point. Vines were constantly severed. Mutated seagulls were shot down, and shrimp and crab soldiers were killed. However, more enemies surrounded them tightly. Frustrated, I pulled the pin of a high, explosive grenade and threw it directly at Su Fu. He didn't dodge, perhaps he couldn't. Although he had the gift of immortality, he didn't possess any extremely powerful special abilities. The high explosive grenade blew off half of Su Fu's body, and what remained of him lay on the ground like a heap of muck. However, he still wore a smile on his face, showing no signs of being affected. Before long, the wounds on his body began to heal, and the blasted flesh and blood started to regenerate. I could sense that Yingzhou Island was continuously infusing Su Fu with psychic power, perhaps what was referred to as the vital energy. That was probably why Su Fu could achieve immortality. After running out of bullets, we resorted to hand-to-hand combat. Hu Wei, lacking any divine weapons, charged forward with a military shovel and engaged in a fierce struggle with the vines. Fatty Lu was in charge of dealing with the airborne enemies, and his trident proved to be quite suitable for this task. We had considered the strategy of capturing the ringleader first, but it was simply impossible to reach Su Fu. He deliberately kept a distance from us. Even if Fatty Lu had the best of luck, he couldn't throw his weapon that far. I lost count of how many minions and mutated lobsters I had slain, and how many wounds I had sustained. Eventually, I lost my grip on Gan Chi. I knew it was a sign that I had exhausted my strength. I glanced at Fatty Lu and Hu Wei, and they both wore wry smiles on their faces. In resignation, the three of us stuck our weapons into the ground, sat down on the ground, and quietly awaited our impending doom. Ah, I admire your will. After your deaths, you'll become the nourishment for Ingzhou Island and coexist with me. Farewell. Su Fu waved his hand, and a sharp vine soared into the air, stabbing straight at us. Bang! A gunshot rang out, shattering the sharp vine into two pieces. The sound was all too familiar to me. It was the report of a Type 10 sniper rifle. Chapter 30, Extermination. Where is the gunfire coming from? Are they our people? Hu Wei was also extremely excited. Hearing the familiar sound of gunshots meant there was hope. Yes, listen, there's also the sound of a Type 92 light machine gun. It must be our reinforcements. A fire ignited in my chest. We had to survive. At that moment, there was a commotion in the air. Many mutated seagulls fell, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. It's the Air Force. Our planes are here too. We had to cooperate with them and seize the opportunity to break out. This was our last chance. Kill them. Su Fu no longer looked calm. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he seemed extremely enraged. The vines and hordes of minions attacked crazily again. Despair clouded our faces. Even though there was a glimmer of hope for survival, the reality was still so disheartening. Comrade Xiaowu, don't you think those vines are moving rather sluggishly? I turned to look, and indeed, the vines were moving much more slowly. An ordinary person could easily step over them. It's Captain Lingjun. The captain is here too. I exclaimed rudely in my excitement. Damn it, we're saved. Let's break through from here. Just then, from the other side of the vines, a loud shout rang out. Wu Di, Lu Ming, Hu Wei, are you there? Hurry up and break through. Lingjun can't hold on much longer. It was Zhang Yu's voice. The main force of the Special Action Team 037 had truly arrived. Charge. Follow me and fight our way out. I took the lead, hacking at the vines with my axe to clear a path for Hu Wei and Fatty Lu. With Ling Zhun's ability, breaking through the encirclement became much easier. We exhausted our last bit of strength and finally fought our way out. At this time, I also saw Captain Lingjun. His eyes were bloodshot, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood. Apparently, controlling such a large-scale growth of vines took a huge toll on his mental strength. Seeing the three of us break out, Lingjun rolled his eyes and fainted, and the three of us collapsed on the ground, unable to move any longer. Immediately, medical soldiers carried us to the rear for emergency treatment, while more soldiers charged forward, tearing through the vine defenses. Hu Wei weakly said to Zhang Yu, "It's confirmed that the master of this island is Su Fu, who possesses the ability of immortality and can recover from injuries. We must capture him first before dealing with the situation." Zhang Yu looked at Hu Wei seriously and gravely stated, "Rest assured, you have a good rest. I'll handle the rest from now on." Leaning against a pile of supplies, I watched the battle at the front line and felt a deep sense of emotion. So many of our comrades, in arms, had fought their way through. This time, we were surely going to win. It was the Air Force that first turned the tide. Although the mutated seagulls and sea birds were fierce, they were no match for the well-organized Air Force. Whether it was machine guns or artillery, they couldn't withstand the firepower. Soon, the reinforcements gained air superiority. After obtaining air superiority, the strafing of the ground was highly effective. The minions couldn't withstand the bombardment of the fighter jets' cannon fire. However, the soldiers who landed on the island suffered heavy losses. Without the cover of tanks and armored vehicles, their flesh and blood bodies were not that resilient. On the battlefield, corpses soon littered the ground, including those of plants, marine creatures, and valiant humans. The claw of a mutated lobster mercilessly severed a soldier's waist. The soldier didn't die on the spot. With one hand, he grabbed the lobster, and with the other, he pulled the pin of a grenade. Then, he hugged it tightly and perished together with the mutated lobster. A sharp vine swiftly pierced through a soldier's chest and, without losing momentum, penetrated another soldier's abdomen. The two soldiers exchanged a smile, then both took out their grenades, hugged each other tightly, and went to the other world together. Suddenly, I could feel the ground of the island trembling, as if an earthquake were occurring. The army colonel looked ferocious, obviously also sensing this tremor. He's scared. Brothers, he's scared. Charge forward with all your might. Finally, the last of the shrimp and crab soldiers were slain. The mutated vines were almost cleared, and the mutated seagulls had already been wiped out. Now, Su Fu was the one surrounded. He was extremely easy to recognize, dressed in ancient clothing, looking like an otherworldly immortal, quietly standing at the center of the island. At this moment, Su Fu didn't seem afraid. However, the soldiers didn't dare to let their guard down. They surrounded Su Fu tightly, ready to strike at any moment. The three of us, supported by medics, walked to the center, ready to witness the final fate of this so-called immortal. Ling Zhun ordered to capture Su Fu alive because a person who was said to be immortal was truly of great research value. Who would have known that Su Fu gave a faint smile and calmly said, "Now, the Japanese islands are no longer under his full control. He is afraid and wants to flee back. You don't have much time left. Once he reaches the deep sea, you'll all perish. The Japanese islands need the vitality of humans to sustain their own life force, which is why they emerge every few years. This time, he is truly terrified. You've won. Yet in a sense, you've also lost. Sure enough, the scenery around us was rapidly receding. The military port that was once visible was getting farther and farther away. Evidently, the island of Ingzhou was taking us further inland, and some areas around the island had already been submerged by the sea. If we didn't evacuate immediately, we were bound to die. However, after we left, how should the island of Ingzhou be dealt with? Would there be another such catastrophe in 50 years? At this moment, Huo Qubing struggled to get up, propped himself up with the trident of Fatty Lu, and walked up to Su Fu. I seemed to know what Huo Qubing was about to do and quickly hugged him from behind. No, think it over. There must be other ways. Huo Qubing shook his head. There's no time left. You must take these things away. When I was filming these, I never thought of leaving alive. This is my decision. For the supreme interest, for my motherland. After saying that, Huo Qubing handed me a bag containing film, which should be the ones he used to film those bamboo slips. Huo Qubing held the trident, and Su Fu quietly awaited. Without hesitation, the trident pierced through Su Fu's heart. Su Fu, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, smiled and said, "My curse has ended, while yours has just begun." In the next second, a surge of power encircled Huo Qubing and enveloped him within. Miraculously, the wounds on his body started to heal, and soon he was as normal as an ordinary person. Hurry. Now I can restrain the fleeing speed of the Japanese island. You should take this opportunity to evacuate quickly. Veins popped out on Huo Qubing's face, indicating that it was by no means an easy task to restrain the island. Then he turned to me and said word by word, "WWII, capture my telekinetic force and follow me within a safe distance. Use missiles to destroy this island. This is our only chance." I stood there, stunned into silence like a wooden chicken. WWII, don't forget your oath. Don't forget our vow to fight for the supreme interest. You should understand what will happen 50 years later if this island still exists. I nodded, tears streaming down my face like rain, yet Huo Qubing smiled. Chapter 31. Report on the 0404 incident of the Japanese island. All units. Retreat. I shouted hysterically. The team leaders tacitly accepted the order I issued and began to organize the soldiers to evacuate one after another. Lu the Fatty and I boarded the boat. I took one last look at Huo Qubing in the distance and received the telekinetic force he transmitted. Meanwhile, Xiaotong beside me had already contacted the command center. 2 of the most advanced medium-range missiles were ready. They would be launched as soon as we reached a safe position. I felt Huo Qubing's telekinetic force with my heart. Perhaps this was the last bond between him and me. With the cooperation of mental power and the locator. The location of Ingzhou Island was nowhere to hide, and we finally reached a safe position. 2 medium-range missiles roared into the sky. Even on the sea, we could clearly see the trajectories of the missiles. Bang! The 2 missiles hit Ingzhou Island precisely. Given the scale of Ingzhou Island, the lethality of the 2 missiles was sufficient. This meant that Huo Qubing had sunk into the deep sea with Ingzhou Island forever. I felt a sudden dizziness, and a wave of overwhelming exhaustion washed over me. I fell into a coma. When I woke up, I was lying in the exclusive hospital of the 037 Special Action Team. It was said that I had been in a coma for a full day and night. There was no problem with my wound, but I was severely physically exhausted. After staying in the hospital for a little over a day, I was discharged. Later, I heard from my comrades in arms that the losses in this operation were the most severe since the establishment of the 037 Special Action Team. Not to mention the loss of a well-organized naval and army force. A naval major general also perished in this incident. The final conclusion regarding the cause of his death was that he had been assassinated. Although it was not clear which group was responsible for the assassination, in that era, there were many suspected parties, which incited public outrage. In the following days, I was busy writing reports. Since only the 3 of us were the first to set foot on Dongying Island and the report written by Fatty Lu was barely intelligible, I had to pin down many details. Report on the 0404 incident on Dongying Island in March 1968. A multitude of strange phenomena emerged in the Eastern Sea area, including gigantic crabs, peculiar air currents, and colossal seagulls. According to relevant historical records, the Special Action Team 037 surmised that these phenomena were portents of the legendary Isle of Ingzhou about to emerge. They made advance arrangements to carry out defenses and explorations, with the aim of obtaining the possible legacies and technologies on the island. On April 4th, an island materialized out of thin air, 10 kilometers away from a certain eastern naval base. After determination, it was identified as the Fairy Isle of Ingzhou. Subsequently, an amphibious operation was launched on Ingzhou Island, and a series of mutated marine creatures, including mutated crabs and eels, were dispatched to launch attacks. Fierce battles ensued between the 2 sides at the eastern naval base. The naval base was temporarily overrun but was later retaken with the reinforcement of the army. Prior to this, a special landing team set off and successfully landed on Ingzhou Island. The facts that have been investigated are as follows. Yingzhou Island itself possesses vitality, which it replenishes by devouring the vital energy of living creatures, with humans being the optimal source. Therefore, Yingzhou Island periodically attempts to come ashore to hunt coastal humans and devour their vital energy. Yingzhou Island has the ability to manipulate relevant creatures. Currently, the investigated ones include mutated shrimps, jellyfish, crabs, lobsters, eels, seagulls, and other organisms. After research, it has been found that although the innate natures of these mutated creatures remain unchanged, they exhibit obvious anthropomorphic characteristics and a significant increase in size. In addition, the plants on Yingzhou Island generally display zoological features, presumably due to a long-term intake of human vital energy, resulting in relevant alienation. During the landing operation on Yingzhou Island, 2 individuals were discovered. One of them, named Zhou Yong, claimed to be a deputy general in front of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's palace. After preliminary judgment, this claim is likely to be true. Another person is named Su Fu, who has been verified to be a Taoist priest in the Qin Dynasty. He was ordered by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to cross the sea eastward in search of the method of immortality. It has been confirmed that both Zhou Yong and Su Fu indeed exhibit the phenomenon of immortality. The principle may be related to the island of Yingzhou absorbing vital energy, but the specific situation remains unknown. Su Fu has a preliminary ability to control the island of Yingzhou, yet he cannot fully control it, which proves that the island has its own independent consciousness, and the principle of its formation is unknown. Disposal result, approved by the superiors. It is considered that the island of Yingzhou is uncontrollable and extremely dangerous. Therefore, the final decision is to destroy it with missiles as a precaution. Judgment of the island's capabilities. The island of Yingzhou itself should possess vitality and the method of achieving immortality. It is initially judged that the island can absorb the vitality of human beings and convert it into its own, thereby attaining the goal of immortality. Additionally, the island can control marine organisms by sending out mental power and the like, prompting them to undergo mutation and life-related changes. Mutated sea shrimp. It can grow up to 2 meters in length. Its shrimp feet show obvious mutations and can deliver an impact of 160 kilograms. Its shell can withstand the shooting of ordinary pistols. Mutated crab. It can reach a height of 1 meter and an absolute length close to 2 meters. The proportion of its crab claws is exaggerated and can exert a clamping force of over 300 kilograms. Its shell can withstand the shooting of ordinary rifles. Mutated electric eel. It doesn't differ much from normal eels, but it can stand its body upright and release an electric current strong enough to kill an adult. Mutated lobster. It is of huge size, ranging from 2 to 3 meters. Its shell is extremely hard and can withstand the shooting of ordinary light machine guns. It has great strength, but the specific data is unknown. Mutated jellyfish. Its size has significantly increased compared to ordinary jellyfish, yet its overall form hasn't undergone substantial changes. It can fire 1 venomous stinger each time, with a shooting range of approximately 500 meters. The toxin in the stinger is a neurotoxin, highly poisonous, and currently, no relevant antidote has been discovered. Mutated seagull. Its size has considerably enlarged compared to common seagulls, reaching up to 3 meters in length. It has a huge and hard beak, and its body is relatively soft, with no special defense against bullets. Theoretical gains. Several corpses of mutated creatures. 1 living specimen of a mutated creature, several corpses of mutated plants, and several ancient texts. After preliminary identification. The content of the Qin Dynasty bamboo slips photographed by Huo Qubing mainly consists of historical records and some genetic medicine-related content, which requires further research. Danger assessment. Extremely dangerous. Although an attack with missiles should theoretically completely destroy them, there is still a possibility of self-recovery. It is recommended to classify the danger level as S. Handling suggestions. Establish a regular management area in the Eastern Sea area, enhance exploration, and prevent the comeback of Yingzhou Island. Moreover, considering that Yingzhou Island indeed exists, Polai, Daiyu, Yuanchao, Fangzhong, and Polai mentioned in the legends should also actually exist, and precautions need to be strengthened. Operation personnel. Team leader, Zhang Haoran. Operation team members. All members of the 037 Special Operations Team. Here's an additional note. 20 years later, Penglai Island was proven to exist. It emerged in the area of the Yellow Sea Peninsula, causing heavy casualties. However, the casualties were worthwhile as Penglai Ferry Island was completely captured. Later, it was proven that Penglai Ferry Island was a biological weapon. We'll talk about this matter later if there's a chance. After submitting the report, I was lying in the dormitory taking a rest, chatting idly with Fatty Lou. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open. A person in a wheelchair rolled in, with almost nothing below the waist. Fatty Lou and I were both stunned. In the next second, tears welled up uncontrollably and trickled down slowly. He's gone. We had promised to have hot pot, 2 caddies of mutton, and 2 bottles of erguo too. Chapter 32. The Tomb Raiders. We didn't even ask how Huo had survived. In our hearts, it didn't matter how he had made it through. As long as he was alive, nothing else mattered. That night, Fatty Lou and I kept drinking and crying until we passed out. Hu Wei, being injured, couldn't drink and didn't say much either. He just quietly poured wine for us and watched us drink. Words were needless to express our feelings. It was not until noon the next day that Fatty Lou and I woke up. It felt like a dream. Yet we knew for sure that Hu Wei was truly alive. Later, we learned the truth. After the eastern island was hit by the missile, Hu Wei was severely injured and was almost on the verge of death. However, the island of Yingzhou still sent vital energy to him, sustaining his life and enabling his slow recovery. Later, the island of Yingzhou was also seriously damaged and stopped its life-sustaining functions, thus unable to supply vital energy to Hu Wei anymore. By then, Hu Wei had already escaped life-threatening danger because his lower body had completely turned into vines and there was no more blood loss. Then he just drifted with the waves until he was rescued. Due to his strange appearance and his lower body full of vines, his situation was quickly reported. Hu Wei was secretly taken away for treatment. Subsequently, all the vines on his lower body were removed. Although his life was out of danger, he was surely disabled for the rest of his life. Hu Wei himself said it didn't matter. His mission was accomplished. He only paid the price of one leg and survived, which was already a great bargain. Usually, for a seriously disabled team member like him, the 037 Special Action Team offered good welfare. His life in the remaining days would definitely be guaranteed. If he wanted to do something, he could work in the logistics or administrative department. However, Hu Wei firmly disagreed and still insisted on staying in the team, even if he couldn't participate in operations. It would be good to be a staff officer. Captain Zhang couldn't persuade him and thus agreed to his request. This was actually a good thing for the 037 because Hu Wei was extremely intelligent. In the following days, when we were idle, we discussed some details of this operation. Although the operation was top secret, since we were all insiders, it didn't matter. I said, "Do you think it's really possible that Emperor Qin Shi Huang is still alive? Why was Su Fu so certain?" Fatty Lou mumbled while stuffing mutton slices into his mouth. Since Hu Wei came back, we had hot pot almost every day. Anyway, money is something that one doesn't bring when born and doesn't take away when dead. It's better to eat something delicious. There is no basis for such things, and it's not good to make random remarks. However, in our line of work, anything can happen. Hu Wei was quite calm and picked up a piece of mutton and put it into his mouth. I actually think the possibility is rather slim. Don't overthink it. There can't be so many immortals in the world. Maybe it was just Su Fu's wishful thinking. It's true what he said. A voice came from the doorway, startling us all. Subsequently, Ling Zhen pushed the door open and entered. He glanced at us, then sat down directly, picked up the mutton and started eating. While eating, he said, "This matter was originally top secret. But Captain Zhang has instructed that since you are also part of this experience, I'm specially allowed to tell you this story." After hearing what Ling Zhen described, it actually resolved a puzzle that had bothered me for years. Why? Even though the location of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum has been determined, it has not been excavated for a long time, and it has remained unexcavated through all dynasties. Although I didn't experience this event firsthand, the shock it brought to me was by no means less than that of the Japanese islands. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, various archaeological activities were carried out in an orderly manner, and thus a wave of antique collecting swept across the country. The prices of various antiques also skyrocketed. As a result, more and more people were involved in tomb robbing. After all, it was a highly profitable business. As long as one dug out a precious artifact, it might be enough for a lifetime's living expenses. At that time, there was a village near the Qinling Mountains. There were two brothers in the village. They knew that antiques were very valuable at the moment, and there was a legend in their village that Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum was near their village. In fact, it could no longer be regarded as a legend because the location of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum was clearly recorded as being in the Qinling Mountains. So the two brothers recruited several cousins, and they went into the mountains together to start digging. Certainly, it's uncertain how they located the target in the middle. Anyway, they did dig out something in the end, which was a human-shaped pottery figurine. This figurine held a weapon in its hand, so it should be a terracotta warrior. Among the brothers, the eldest one was relatively knowledgeable. He recognized at a glance that the clothing and hairstyle of this terracotta warrior were from the Qin Dynasty. This proved that they had found the right place, and they were extremely excited. Not to mention the treasures beneath the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, even this well-preserved terracotta warrior, if taken to the antique market, would definitely bring in a considerable fortune. Grave robbers never leave empty-handed. Since they had dug out such a treasure, they carefully carried the terracotta warrior out and stored it in the brothers' house first. Several of them also stayed at the brothers' house, using it as a base. At this time, the eldest brother thought that if they wanted to continue digging, they needed more and better tools. So he sent 2 people out of the village to buy equipment. The remaining people stayed here to guard and continued to explore. 2 days later, the 2 who had gone to buy equipment returned to the village. As soon as they entered the door, they found the room full of blood. The 3 people who had stayed behind were all dead, and their heads were severed from their bodies. It seemed as if they had been beheaded with a single sword strike, and the terracotta warrior was nowhere to be found. Naturally, the 2 of them thought that someone had killed the others for the treasure. Initially, they intended to call the police, but later, considering that they themselves were involved in grave robbing and might easily get themselves in trouble, they chose to remain silent. However, the 2 of them also had a thought. Anyway, all the other people were dead by now, and no one else knew the location where they had unearthed the terracotta warrior back then. So they decided to take a chance. To their astonishment, upon reaching that spot, they discovered that the terracotta warrior had reappeared in the pit. They were extremely surprised. After some thought, they reckoned that perhaps someone had deliberately hidden it there, planning to retrieve it later. With such a good opportunity, the 2 made a decision. They carried the terracotta warrior away overnight. They emptied all the equipment from the vehicle, loaded the terracotta warrior onto it, and drove straight to the neighboring county. They found a household to stay in. That night, the county's police station and local police posts were nearly overrun. At that time, telephones were not widespread, and even the police posts didn't have them. Information was mostly conveyed by manpower. Even the police at the posts were bewildered because all the people who came to report the case were saying the same thing. A terracotta warrior was running amok in the county town, having already killed dozens of people. Chapter 33. The murderous terracotta warrior. That night, countless people witnessed this bloody scene. A multicolored terracotta warrior was on a killing spree. The sword in his hand was extremely sharp. Although it also seemed to be made of pottery, it could decapitate a person effortlessly. At that time, the police didn't have many firearms, but they did have some, which were all small caliber pistols. Bang, bang, bang. Several police officers promptly chose to open fire. Although their marksmanship was not excellent, it was obvious that several bullets had clearly hit the target. Several holes were punched in the multi-colored terracotta warrior, and in some areas, pieces of pottery had chipped off. However, this didn't impede its movement in the slightest. Eventually, even the police failed to surround it, and it simply escaped. The case rapidly escalated. The police conducted a comprehensive search along the direction in which the multi-colored terracotta warrior had fled, reaching a village in the Qinling Mountains. There, they discovered the corpses of other tomb raiders in a house. Experienced police officers, upon examining the wounds on the bodies, realized that these individuals had likely been slain by the same multi-colored terracotta warrior. Immediately, they launched an investigation in the vicinity. Finally, they located the large pit where the tomb raiders had initially dug and found a multi-colored terracotta warrior inside. After verification, it was indeed the one responsible for the attacks. This terracotta warrior had numerous bullet holes in areas where the pottery had flaked off. The on-site police dared not take hasty action and promptly reported the situation. Naturally, this matter was transferred to the 037 Special Action Team. After all, a terracotta warrior capable of independent movement and murder was unheard of, transcending the normal understanding of humanity. At that time, Ling Zhen was not yet the team leader, but he was fully capable of handling the incident independently, and this one was assigned to him. When Ling Zhen arrived at the scene and beheld the multi-colored terracotta warrior with his own eyes, he felt nothing particularly extraordinary. Summoning his courage, Ling Zhen approached the edge of the pit and gently stroked the terracotta warrior. Its touch was icy cold, devoid of any vitality. Upon closer inspection of the terracotta warrior's eyes, they were found to be vacant and lifeless, clearly indicating it was merely a work of art. How could it possibly possess any lethality? Shifting his gaze downward, Ling Zhen noticed a sword hanging from the terracotta warrior's waist. If the report was accurate, it was this very sword with which the terracotta warriors were supposed to kill. Ling Zhen attempted to draw the sword, only to find it immovable. Evidently, just a carved embellishment. However, the bullet holes on the terracotta warrior's chest were undeniably real, which made Ling Zhen start to wonder if someone was deliberately creating a mystery and causing trouble. To verify this theory, Ling Zhen directly ordered the small team to carry the terracotta warrior away. They set up a base in a nearby town, placed the terracotta warrior there, and then all stood guard, patiently awaiting. According to the report, the terracotta warrior would go berserk at night, come to life, and start murdering people. As night fell, no one let their guard down. Guns were kept within reach. Ling Zhen sat upright directly opposite the terracotta warrior, closely observing its every move. By a little past 10 o'clock at night, drowsiness began to creep in. Seeing that the terracotta warrior remained motionless, everyone thought it was highly likely a well-crafted trap designed by someone to commit murder and then escape unscathed. Just then, Ling Zhen suddenly noticed that the terracotta warrior's finger seemed to twitch. Ling Zhen sprang up like an electric shock had jolted him. The next second, the terracotta warrior forcefully drew the sword from its waist and hacked violently at Ling Zhen's neck. Fortunately, Ling Zhen had anticipated this and quickly dodged backward, barely evading the attack. Seeing this, the nearby team members didn't hesitate any longer. They all drew their guns and opened fire. Bullets mercilessly rained down on the terracotta warrior. The terracotta warrior was shot to the point that it could no longer stand. Its chest and waist were almost completely shattered, and it fell to the ground. However, its actions didn't stop. With only its head attached to one shoulder, it still struggled to wave its sword to take out Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen also raised his gun and fired 3 consecutive shots at the terracotta warrior's head, completely shattering it. Only then did the terracotta warrior stop moving. Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although they hadn't figured out the principle behind this homicidal terracotta warrior, at least they had eliminated the hidden danger. So it couldn't be considered a failure. Next, all they had to do was take the broken limbs of the terracotta warrior back for in-depth research. Therefore, the members of the small team were quite happy, and Ling Zhen was no exception. Although this terracotta warrior had strong vitality, it would lose its mobility after its head was shattered, so it wasn't particularly difficult to deal with. However, Ling Zhen always had a doubt. Why did this terracotta warrior return to that pit on its own? It seemed to be guarding something. At that time, though, he didn't think too much about it. The next day, he took the terracotta warrior back to the capital and continued with other work. However, as the saying goes, the sky may suddenly change. Well, perhaps it's more accurate to say that life is full of surprises. Of course, one couldn't claim that the terracotta warrior could kill people. So, in the end, the murder cases in this small county were attributed to a serial killer who disguised himself as a terracotta figurine to carry out a series of homicides. Later, the murderer was brought to justice, and this incident gradually faded away. After Ling Zhen returned to Beijing, nothing eventful happened within more than a week. And he led a rather tranquil life. He simply went to work, read newspapers, and idled away his time. One day, while he was engrossed in the newspaper, he chanced upon a page that made him spurt out the tea he was sipping. Conspicuously written on the page was that a significant archaeological discovery had been made in the Qinling Mountains, where a large number of Qin Dynasty terracotta warriors had been unearthed. These terracotta warriors were numerous, with vivid colors and lifelike appearances. Accompanying the article were several pictures. The excavation site was almost filled with terracotta warriors. Although the color pictures at that time were not very clear, one could still discern the realistic colors on these terracotta warriors. The terracotta warriors were classified into different military branches, including those armed with spears, bows and arrows, and there were even chariots and cavalry. Moreover, the facial features of the terracotta warriors were incredibly lifelike, with every tuft of hair on their buns meticulously carved. This lifelike appearance was extremely familiar to Ling Zhen, so familiar that it sent shivers down his spine. It was exactly the same as that murderous terracotta warrior, and upon checking the location, it was also in the Qinling Mountains. In fact, while the incident of the murderous terracotta warrior was taking place, another archaeological activity was also underway in the Qinling Mountains, just at a different location, so no one had connected the two. Ling Zhen sprang up from his chair abruptly and hastened to seek his superiors. One murderous terracotta warrior was already a headache, but now, a whole army of terracotta warriors had emerged. This was a serious issue. What's more, this army of terracotta warriors had cavalry and archers. If combined with the characteristic that they couldn't be destroyed unless their heads were damaged, it would be truly terrifying. Chapter 34. The Terracotta Army Formation. Ling Zhen found his superior and explained the whole matter. The superior glanced at the newspaper and then went to the research room to examine the remains of the terracotta warriors. His face instantly grew solemn. Immediately, he assembled 2 squads, each led by a captain, and dispatched them to the Qinling Mountains overnight to handle the situation. Subsequently, he contacted the local military to cordon off the Qinling Mountains at once and forcefully evacuate the archaeological team. When Ling Zhen and his group arrived at the scene, it was even more spectacular than what was reported in the newspaper. A rough count indicated that over 6,000 terracotta warriors had been unearthed. This combat-capable force was no laughing matter. Moreover, upon observing them at such close range, Ling Zhen was certain that these were the very terracotta warriors that could kill. The members of the 2 squads and the local military were on full alert. Mortars and grenade launchers were hauled up the mountain, ready to engage in battle at any moment. However, the 037 Special Operations Team had always been meticulous. They had to fully confirm that these terracotta warriors could indeed kill and move, as only then would it be convincing. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing if they accidentally destroyed one of the most important archaeological sites in history. Therefore, Ling Zhen decided to resort to the old-fashioned method, move one of the terracotta warriors and see if it would move at night. In this way, they could make a determination. So, several people stepped forward and lifted a terracotta warrior holding a halberd. The terracotta warrior was extremely heavy, so it was quite an arduous task for them to carry it. However, this time, an unexpected incident occurred. Before they had carried the terracotta warrior for even 10 steps, Ling Zhen witnessed with his own eyes that the terracotta warrior on their backs opened its eyes. Following this was a fierce swing of a weapon. For one of the team members facing a normal-looking terracotta warrior, He didn't even notice any movement from it before being chopped in two. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Everyone quickly distanced themselves from each other and opened fire simultaneously. In an instant, the terracotta warrior was riddled with bullets. Since Lingjun had already informed everyone that the head was the weakness of the terracotta warriors, the head of this one was shot clean off. With a thunderous crash, the terracotta warrior collapsed to the ground and shattered into pieces. There was no need for further verification. These terracotta warriors were indeed the kind that could move and kill. Extremely perilous. The two squad leaders on site consulted briefly and decided to report the situation immediately and mobilize the artillery troops to wipe out all these terracotta warriors once and for all. Just then, everyone on the scene felt a tremor. They quickly shifted their gazes back to the ranks of the terracotta warriors. It was seen that all the terracotta warriors were trembling. Some opened their eyes, some raised their hands, and some drew the weapons from their waists. Most terrifying of all, the rows of archers actually knocked their arrows and aimed in this direction. All of these more than 6,000 terracotta warriors had come back to life. Cold sweat trickled down Lingjun's face. There were only about 1,000 troops on the scene. In terms of combat effectiveness, with the addition of firearms, their combat ability was still decent. However, there were also about 1,000 terracotta warrior archers in the enemy formation. Terracotta warriors couldn't withstand bullets, and humans couldn't withstand arrows either. So, if a fight broke out, the entire army's annihilation was almost inevitable. At this moment, the supreme commander here was Li Qi, the then captain of the 8th Squad. He made a decision to lead the rear guard himself while the others started to evacuate. They would save as many as they could. Surprisingly, the terracotta warriors didn't launch an attack actively. It seemed that they were waiting for something. Although their bows and arrows were aimed, and the war horses and chariots were ready to charge, they remained generally restrained. The two sides confronted each other like this. After a while, a terracotta warrior in a more magnificent armor approached. As described, this warrior was clad in heavy armor, different from the ordinary ones. It was presumably a general. Everyone watched the approaching warrior nervously. They all believed that this terracotta warrior was the commander of these warriors. The terracotta warrior walked straight up to Li Qi, clasped his fists in front of his chest, and said respectfully, "Sir, His Majesty the Emperor requests the pleasure of your company." These few words struck everyone present like a thunderbolt. Leaving aside the fact that the terracotta warrior could speak, His Majesty the Emperor? What era was this? How could there still be an emperor? It was obvious that this so-called emperor was the leader of these terracotta warriors, their true sovereign. And this leader of the terracotta warriors could even communicate with the living, apparently to have a negotiation or communicate something important. Everyone cast their gazes towards Li Qi, whose expression grew solemn. Clearly, if he refused to go, the other side might launch an attack. If he went, he was likely to face almost certain death. However, the members of Special Action Team 037 are all fearless in the face of death. If his sacrifice could give his comrades a chance to survive, Li Qi would not hesitate. So he immediately decided to follow this terracotta warrior to meet their so-called emperor. "I'll go with you. Lead the way." The terracotta warrior in the form of a general clasped his fists again, made a gesture of invitation, and then started to lead the way. At this time, the terracotta warriors in the large pit very consciously made way, creating a passage just wide enough for two people to pass side by side. When the two were approaching the end, a terracotta warrior seemed to press some mechanism, and a large hole appeared on the ground, presumably the entrance to the underground palace. The two entered through it. In the underground palace, Li Qi finally saw many things recorded in unofficial histories. For example, the starry sky and the bright moon, which were said to be made of mercury, actually existed here and were extremely beautiful. In fact, they were not made of mercury but of colorful jade and agate, which naturally emitted light in the dark, making the whole underground palace as bright as day. Along the passages of the underground palace were various murals depicting the life of an emperor, his military campaigns, and the unification of the country. By this time, Li Qi already knew whom he was going to meet. Considering the name of Qin Ling and the emperor in the murals who spent his life in military campaigns and unified the country, this emperor could only be Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Could it be that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was still alive? After passing through the passage of the underground palace, they reached the main hall, which was extremely magnificent. There were also several terracotta warriors here, presumably acting as guards. In the heart of this palace stands a gilded dragon throne, which might even be crafted of pure gold. Upon this throne sits a majestic terracotta figure. Perhaps it's inappropriate to call it a terracotta warrior, for its attire is not that of a soldier, but a dragon robe. An emperor, like terracotta figure, sits upright on the throne. Before Li Qi could brace himself, the emperor, like figure, spoke. "Little did I expect to encounter the descendant of an old acquaintance today. It warms my heart. Servant, offer wine." Chapter 35. Emperor Qin's quest for survival. Immediately, a terracotta figure approached Li Qi, holding a cup of wine. It knelt on one knee. a gesture clearly indicating for Li Qi to drink. After a brief deliberation, Li Qi decided to consume this wine that had been sitting there for goodness knows how long. After all, as the old saying goes, if you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. If he didn't drink, the consequence might be far more severe than just a forfeit. He closed his eyes at once, tilted his head back, gritted his teeth, and downed the wine in one gulp. He had assumed that wine stored for thousands of years would be sour and stinky, and drinking it might even cause immediate poisoning. However, unexpectedly, this cup of fine wine was incredibly sweet, leaving a lingering aftertaste on the palate. It was undoubtedly the creme de la creme of wines. Li Qi generally enjoyed a drink on occasion. After sipping this wine, an involuntary look of astonishment and bliss crossed his face. The emperor, like figure on the throne, regarded Li Qi calmly as he drank, and a subtle change flickered across its face, as if it yearned for something. How about it? Does my fine wine taste good? The emperor, like figure's tone, carried a hint of playfulness. Exceedingly good. It's an outstanding vintage. I've never tasted such a delectable wine before. Li Qi responded with great candor. The emperor figurine was seen resting his chin on his hand, pouring himself a goblet of fine wine and downing it in one gulp. Alas, it has been 2,000 years since I last savored the taste of wine. Look at me now. When the wine trickles into my mouth, I can discern not a hint of its flavor. Is this not a lamentable fate? Li Qi glanced at the emperor figurine, easily comprehending his words. After all, being a pottery figurine, it was reasonable that it had no sense of taste. Moreover, it might lack the sensations of pain and touch as well, perhaps merely capable of motion, like a soulless automaton, moving with mechanical precision. At this moment, Li Qi was at a loss for words. He was afraid that a slip of the tongue might enrage the emperor before him, which would spell big trouble. So he decided to wait a bit longer, hoping to find some more clues. The emperor figurine didn't seem to mind, and continued in a leisurely manner, "Do not be so tense. I bear you no ill will. I summoned you here because I sensed the presence of an old acquaintance from you. Do you know Li Si?" These words made Li Qi's heart skip a beat. Li Si was the prime minister of the Qin Dynasty, and Li Qi was his descendant. However, this should have been a top-secret piece of information, sealed in his personal file and unlikely to be leaked. Yet, the emperor figurine before him had effortlessly exposed his true identity and even claimed that his ancestor was an old acquaintance of his. This implied two things. First, the emperor figurine was truly someone from over 2,000 years ago. Second, he had an inseparable connection with Li Si, the prime minister of the Qin Dynasty. Li Qi was an extremely intelligent man, excelling both in martial prowess and wisdom. He was also one of the most outstanding among the team leaders. Which emperor is buried beneath the Qinling Mountains? This is an obvious fact, as numerous ancient records have documented it. At this moment, beneath the Qinling Mountains, there appears an emperor who has lived for over 2,000 years and is closely related to Li Si, the prime minister of the Qin Dynasty. Then who is this emperor? Could it be the first emperor? Summoning up his courage, Li Qi finally voiced his question. Indeed, I am Ing Zheng, the emperor of the Qin Dynasty. This is my underground palace. Then are you a human or a ghost? Are you alive or dead? Ing Zheng was silent for a moment and then slowly began to speak. As you can see, I am alive, yet not entirely so. I am dead, yet not completely gone. I have survived through a special method, but only in this form, without the sense of touch, taste, or any other sensations. I merely exist. Next, Emperor Qin Shi Huang told Li Qi a story about how he sought immortality. This story took place after he sent Su Fu across the sea to the east in search of the method of immortality. 2 years had passed since then, and Su Fu had not returned. Emperor Qin Shi Huang had also sent people to look for him, and the reply was that Su Fu and his men had encountered a shipwreck and perished. This outcome was something Emperor Qin Shi Huang had anticipated, yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. One was for the death of Su Fu, and the other was for the arduousness of his path to immortality. In fact, apart from Su Fu, Emperor Qin Shi Huang had sent several other groups of people to seek the method of immortality, but still, there was no result. At this moment, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was gravely ill. Lying in his sick bed, he reminisced about his life of military conquests, which was so full of gallantry and grandeur. Yet now, he was old and feeble, immobile, awaiting the verdict of death. In his dying moments, Emperor Qin Shi Huang closed his eyes and made a vow to the gods. If he could avoid death, he was willing to sell his soul to the gods and serve them as a slave forever. Boom! Several thunderclaps resounded, and lightning illuminated the night sky. Everyone in the imperial palace was startled, for they had never heard such thunder or seen such bright lightning. When the thunder god retreated and the lightning faded, Emperor Qin Shi Huang suddenly noticed a man standing beside his bed, a strange man. Who are you? Guards! Protect me! Emperor Qin Shi Huang shouted feebly. The mysterious man let out a cold laugh and said expressionlessly, "Didn't you just make a wish? I'm here to fulfill it." Hearing this, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was overjoyed. He knew it was the gods showing their presence, for it was beyond human ability to penetrate the heavily guarded imperial palace and reach his bedside. Please, divine being, instruct me. Yingzheng shall surely abide by his promise. The mysterious man spoke again. Don't be too hasty to thank me. I do have a way to keep you alive. But the conditions are extremely harsh, and the experience of staying alive will be agonizing. You'd better think it over carefully. After much contemplation, Yingzheng figured that nothing was more terrifying and painful than death. So, he declared that he would give it a try no matter how harsh the conditions were, and would never regret it. 10,000 people must be willing to die for you. They must be truly willing. Not even one person less will do. Although you are alive, you are not in a completely human form. To achieve complete immortality, you still need to await a greater opportunity. This was the exacting condition stated by the mysterious man. It was by no means an easy task to have 10,000 people willingly sacrifice themselves for another. Even Yingzheng was uncertain whether he could accomplish it. While it was simple for him to take someone's life, making them offer it willingly was far more difficult. Once you're prepared, make another wish, and I'll come. The mysterious man said, and then vanished in an instant. Yingzheng immediately ordered the Prime Minister, Li Si, to come for a discussion. The first Emperor of Qin recounted the entire incident to Li Si, especially emphasizing the requirement of having 10,000 people voluntarily lay down their lives for him. After hearing this, Li Si immediately knelt before the first Emperor of Qin and said, Your Majesty, I am willing to die for you wholeheartedly. Without the slightest complaint. I am well aware of your loyalty, but where on earth can I find 10,000 such people? Chapter 36. Burning of books and burying of scholars. After hearing this, Li Si kowtowed vigorously once again and said, Your Majesty, although this matter is arduous, there is still a possibility of success. Please allow me to suggest a way for your trial. Subsequently, Li Si whispered into the first Emperor of Qin's ear, imparting to him the corresponding method. In fact, the method was quite straightforward, to search for these 10,000 people among the Qin army, especially among the old troops. The first Emperor of Qin, despite being gravely ill, personally went to the drill ground to meet his former old troops. Most of these soldiers had reached middle age. Many had entered old age, and quite a few had become generals. But one thing is certain. They were all seasoned warriors who fought on the battlefields alongside Emperor Qin Shi Huang and were the soldiers he trusted most. In turn, they held boundless reverence and love for Emperor Qin Shi Huang, for it was he who led them to unify the country. Some things sound difficult, yet they turn out surprisingly easy to accomplish. Emperor Qin Shi Huang merely presented his current situation, the possible solutions, and the requirements of the immortal. Subsequently, over 10,000 soldiers voluntarily offered to lay down their lives for him. It seems that in every era, there are always those who are willing to sacrifice themselves for the ultimate interests. Of course, there were indeed many who were reluctant, but there were more than enough to reach the 10,000 mark, thus fulfilling this demanding condition. As for the other situation, Emperor Qin Shi Huang didn't even give it a second thought. It was of no consequence to him. Having witnessed countless battles and narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions throughout his years of military campaigns, there was nothing more terrifying than death in his eyes. So, Yingzheng made another wish as the mysterious immortal had instructed. Sure enough, shortly after he finished making the wish, the mysterious figure reappeared before him. Yingzheng informed the mysterious person that he had found 10,000 people willing to wholeheartedly sacrifice their lives for him. And he was also willing to accept that way of living. Oh, there are really 10,000 people willing to wholeheartedly offer their lives for you. This is truly remarkable. With that, the mysterious person symbolically applauded. Well, as the emperor, you should have a royal tomb built. Meet me with those 10,000 people in your royal tomb half a year from now. Remember, the divine secrets must not be revealed, except for those 10,000 people. All others who know the truth must die, or this matter will not succeed. After giving these instructions, the mysterious figure slowly disappeared. Emperor Qin Shi Huang understood his demands clearly and immediately summoned Li Si to discuss how to keep the news secret, which means how to eliminate those who knew. Unfortunately, quite a number of people were aware of this news. After all, Emperor Qin Shi Huang had publicly announced it before, so the number of people who knew was large. Apart from those who were willing to sacrifice themselves, there were also many soldiers who were reluctant to do so, and their families presumably also knew about it. There was no other way. At this moment, it was better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go. For Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a decisive and ruthless man. Thus, a large-scale purge of those who knew the truth began. Even the families of the soldiers who had already agreed to sacrifice themselves for Emperor Qin Shi Huang were killed because they also knew the news. Later, since there were so many people to be purged, Emperor Qin Shi Huang had to come up with a reason, or it would easily arouse suspicion. If the news leaked out and more people got to know, things would become troublesome. Emperor Qin Shi Huang came up with a plan. He asked several Confucian scholars and warlocks to spread some illusory news, such as the appearance of monsters and natural disasters. Before long, These events sparked discussions among the populace and plunged them into a state of panic. At this juncture, Emperor Qin Shi Huang issued an edict to arrest those spreading rumors on a large scale, with the order that the captured should be executed. Naturally, the rumors being spread included information about the path to immortality and Emperor Qin Shi Huang's pursuit of it. Eventually, Emperor Qin Shi Huang buried all the captured alive and burned all the books and letters they had used for spreading the rumors. This event is famously known in history as the burning of books and burying of scholars. After the cruel massacre, all those with insider knowledge were finally exterminated. Half a year later, Emperor Qin Shi Huang passed away, though it was a self-orchestrated act. After the whole nation mourned, Emperor Qin Shi Huang's body was transported to Qinling for burial. The 10,000 soldiers who were willing to sacrifice themselves were in charge of transporting the body. This was not a difficult arrangement, as Emperor Qin Shi Huang had issued an order during his lifetime for them to be buried alive with him. So it seemed quite natural. However, even the wisest can make an oversight. Although the entire plan was seemingly flawless, a fatal problem still emerged. After Emperor Qin Shi Huang's body reached the underground palace in Qinling, there were still more than 10 days until the appointed time. Since Emperor Qin Shi Huang dared not be late, he chose to arrive earlier. But an unexpected incident occurred. Prince Fusu missed his father to the point of madness and actually ordered the guards above the underground palace to open it so that he could enter and accompany his father. The guards above the underground palace were just ordinary soldiers, and naturally they did not dare to defy Prince Fusu's wishes, as he was practically the emperor at that time. When Prince Fusu entered the underground palace, the sight before him stunned him. His father was still alive, and so were the 10,000 soldiers. Rather, it was Prime Minister Li Si who was in full charge of the funeral. He was speaking to his father as if he had long known that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was not dead. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was also extremely shocked, but remained speechless. Having reached this point, as a father, he had to make a painful sacrifice of his own son. Li Si understood the emperor's thoughts. He stepped forward and personally beheaded Prince Fusu. Emperor Qin Shi Huang felt dizzy. After all, killing one's own son, even for someone like Emperor Qin Shi Huang, would bring some psychological burden, especially when it was such a loyal and filial child. Li Si, you may not accompany me here any longer. You must return to handle this mess. I'll leave the subsequent affairs to you. And you know what you should do in the end. Hearing what Emperor Qin Shi Huang said, Li Si tidied his clothes and knelt down deeply in a solemn bow. Your Majesty, this is the last time I pay my respects to you. I can no longer accompany you by your side. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will surely live up to your entrustment, assist Prince Huai, and await your return. Li Si was also among the informed. He knew that he must die before the appointed time. So, that very night, Li Si left the underground palace. He found Huai, expressing his willingness to support him as the emperor, and brought along Prince Fusu's body. Huai was rather simple-minded. He merely thought it was wonderful that he could become the emperor. Immediately, he led his men to kill all of Prince Fusu's confidants and thus seize the throne. Only after hearing this did I realize that this was how Prince Fusu died. It was truly inconceivable. When Huai was about to thank Li Si, he discovered that Li Si had committed suicide. Huai was extremely perplexed and couldn't fathom the reason no matter how hard he tried. Nevertheless, he was by no means a good person. Since Li Si was already dead, Huai fabricated numerous charges against him to showcase his own sagacity. The truth behind Li Si's death was truly astonishing. When the story reached this point, Emperor Qin Shi Huang paused for a moment and, with great solemnity, bowed to Li Qi and said, I am indebted to Li Si, yet I am unable to express my gratitude to him in person. I beseech you to accept this gratitude on his behalf. Moreover, I feel remorse for having wronged him, but I cannot offer my apologies to him directly. I implore you to accept these apologies on his behalf as well. Chapter 37. A deal with Emperor Qin Shi Huang. After this minor interlude, Emperor Qin Shi Huang resumed his narrative. It was evident that he held genuine affection for Li Si. Eventually, the appointed time arrived, and the mysterious man suddenly reappeared in the underground palace of Mount Qin. He glanced at Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and then at the 10,000 soldiers who had voluntarily offered to sacrifice themselves, nodding in approval and saying, Excellent. They are truly willing. To commend their courage and determination, he bestowed upon them an opportunity to serve the emperor before them for all eternity. At that moment, I suddenly understood why Emperor Qin Shi Huang felt remorse for Li Si. Had he not tasked Li Si with handling the post-mortem affairs, Li Si could have accompanied him in another form and achieved immortality. Finally, the mysterious man gave Emperor Qin Shi Huang a white pill and a black pill to all those who were willing to die. After everyone ingested the pills, their bodies underwent a transformation. Their skin began to turn rough, then hardened, and ultimately they became terracotta warriors. The first emperor of Qin was no exception. He was transformed into a terracotta warrior. Although he could still move, he had lost many sensations. The mysterious man looked at the work before him and burst into laughter. Not bad. It's truly lifelike. You've now achieved a meager form of immortality. You can only live in this way. Moreover, you can only move in the absence of light and within the range of the Qinling Mountains. Perhaps you'll have a chance in the future to attain true immortality. Whether you can wait for that opportunity depends on your fortune. The first emperor of Qin had by then accepted the situation before him. Although there were numerous restrictions, it was definitely not unacceptable. Then, with his hands clasped in front of him, he said earnestly, "Thank you, Immortal, for your guidance. May I know your honorable surname, Immortal? Ingzheng will surely repay your great kindness. I've also forgotten my name. I only remember that my surname is Wu." The story ended there. After hearing this tale, the three of us all fell silent. It turned out that the first emperor of Qin was truly alive, and at this very moment, he still lived beneath the Qinling Mountains. Huo was the first to speak. After learning this fact, what did we do? Apparently, the Special Action Team 037 didn't exterminate the Qinling Mountains, nor did they conduct any excavation work. So there must have been a more prudent way to handle the situation. Naturally, there was a better solution, which was beneficial to all of us. Thus, we made a deal with the first emperor of Qin. Ling Zhan replied with a smile. Making a deal with the first emperor of Qin, only the Special Action Team 037 could pull that off. This deal can be described as a win-win situation. First, Team 037 promised Emperor Qin Shi Huang that they would not annihilate him. In fact, even though there were 10,000 nearly indestructible terracotta warriors, they were still no match for full-scale firearms. So, when Emperor Qin Shi Huang learned about the existence of such peculiar weapons as guns and cannons in this era, he was somewhat hesitant. What if he got shot in the head in his current state? That would be a huge loss, and he would never be able to come back to life again. Therefore, Emperor Qin Shi Huang's first condition was to ensure his safety. Additionally, the second condition was that if Team 037 discovered any clues about immortality, they should try their best to inform him. These two conditions were not unacceptable for Team 037. Firstly, it didn't really matter if Emperor Qin Shi Huang remained alive. Moreover, his 10,000 terracotta warriors were not allowed to leave the Qinling Mountains area, so the potential danger they posed was relatively low. As for the clues about immortality, they were truly hard to find. Even if they were found, Emperor Qin Shi Huang wouldn't know. Whether to tell him or not could be decided later. So, Team 037 readily agreed to Emperor Qin Shi Huang's requests, but they also set rather demanding conditions. Firstly, they asked for 2 terracotta warriors for research purposes. Although it wasn't a perfect method of achieving immortality, there might still be some clues, and it would surely do no harm to conduct research. Secondly, they demanded a large number of ancient classics. Emperor Qin Shi Huang had carried a vast collection of ancient classics when he was buried. These classics recorded a great deal of history and some legends, which were all precious treasures, but not of great significance to Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Finally, they asked Emperor Qin Shi Huang to try making a wish again to summon that mysterious man. After all, there were too many secrets about this mysterious man. He might have held knowledge of numerous unknown matters, or even the true path to immortality. Emperor Qin Shi Huang readily agreed to the first 2 conditions. Yet he couldn't fulfill the last one, for he dared not. The other party was of such noble and mysterious status, and seemingly unpredictable in mood. Summoning this person so abruptly might lead to his extreme displeasure, and then what if he decided to annihilate Emperor Qin Shi Huang? The 037 Special Action Team harbored similar concerns. If they summoned an extremely terrifying monster that they couldn't handle, it would spell trouble. Thus, the last condition was nullified. However, obtaining only the first 2 conditions was still quite satisfactory in terms of maximizing the benefits. Consequently, a military control zone was established in the Qinling Mountains later on. A laboratory was set up there, specifically dedicated to the study of the 2 terracotta warriors. Since the terracotta warriors couldn't leave the Qinling area, the establishment of the military control zone also served to deter tomb raiders, preventing further incidents of terracotta warriors causing harm and thus protecting the Qinling Mountains. Nevertheless, there was a thorny issue. When the terracotta warrior formation was unearthed, the news had been reported nationwide and was known throughout the world. Therefore, it was unrealistic for all the terracotta warriors to disappear suddenly. As a result, the 037 Special Action Team made a daring decision. They decided to use the ruse of substituting the cat for the prince. They sourced materials locally in the Qinling Mountains and managed to create several thousand new terracotta warriors in an extremely short period. However, due to the hasty production time and incomplete materials, it was simply impossible to create the colorful terracotta warriors. Therefore, it was only possible to publicly claim that the pigments on the terracotta warriors had oxidized due to improper preservation, thus turning them into ordinary solid-colored ones. So, the terracotta warriors displayed later were all fakes, yet they were protected as national treasures, and ordinary people had no way of knowing whether they were genuine or not. Of course, the cultural relic workers were aware of this, but the higher-ups had already given them instructions, stating that this was done to better protect the cultural relics and prevent hostile forces from causing damage. In that era, this reason held water. So the cultural relic workers also accepted this explanation. In addition, the greatest gain from this incident was those ancient books. Among them, apart from historical records, there were also sporadic accounts of technologies and scientific knowledge that transcended the era. One of the most important technologies was transformed into a tangible result in the 1960s. Come to think of it, without certain technological support, it would have been impossible to develop the atomic bomb so easily. Little did people expect that the atomic bomb was actually related to Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 38, Secrets of Lopner. For over a month afterwards, Fatty Lu and I were in a state of idleness. It wasn't that the Special Task Force 037 had no work, it was just that we had nothing to do. Since the battle on the Japanese islands had been extremely fierce, the leaders wanted us to have a good rest. So the three of us would just have pot meals when we were free, and we all put on some weight. Without further ado, the treatment of the Special Action Team 037 is truly quite excellent. However, how many people can enjoy such treatment unscathed? On this day, we were having a pot meal in the dormitory when the orderly came over and told me and Fatty Lu to go to conference room 3. There must be a mission. It had been a long time since we last got a mission. Fatty Lu and I were practically rusting away. So we scurried there in a hurry. Lao Hu, you're in luck. All these mutton slices are yours. Huwei just smiled and told us to get out quickly. In fact, over the past month or so, Huwei had been the busiest one. Fatty Lu and I didn't have to go on missions, but as a consultant, Huwei was often involved in other incidents. So there was no need to worry about him feeling lonely. When Fatty Lu and I reached conference room 3, Lingjun was already waiting for us. Besides the three of us, Duan Feng was also there. This was the first time we had met since the Tengsha incident. Duan Feng was usually very busy. He was a biologist, and in the Special Action Team 2037, there was no shortage of strange creatures. And since Duan Feng was a research enthusiast, most of his time was spent either in the field or in the research lab. Once Lingjun saw that everyone had arrived, he directly said, Lu Ming and Wu Di, you've been idle for quite a long time. However, the organization has treated you well by finding you a relatively leisurely task to go out and collect some biological samples. Of course, since this is related to biology, Duan Feng will go with you. This time, your supreme commander isn't here, but regarding safety and military matters, Wu Di will be in command. After uttering those words, Lingjun handed us the mission file and then took his leave. Obtain some biological samples? It sounds so strange to me. Could it be that they're making us search for things like the flying serpent again? Fatty Lu was well aware of Lingjun's nature. He always downplayed dangerous tasks. I shrugged and said, it's futile to overthink. Anyway, we're not the commanders this time. We just need to follow the orders and ensure our safety. Duan Feng said, great. We should have more serious missions like this in the future. Fatty Lu and I were rendered speechless. Only a research enthusiast like Duan Feng would relish such tasks. However, it's not a bad thing. Collecting biological samples shouldn't be overly perilous. Isn't staying alive the greatest blessing? The description of this mission was quite straightforward. Our team leader was a Professor Peng. We were to accompany his research team to Lopner and Xinjiang for biological research. According to the file, after the nuclear bomb test in Lopner, the area underwent remarkable changes. What was once a vast expanse of Gobi Desert now boasted various vegetation and even animals. These flora and fauna seemed to differ from their normal counterparts, with new and previously unseen species emerging, presumably due to mutations caused by nuclear radiation. Hence, this biological research mission was launched. As for Professor Ping, we knew next to nothing about him. From the file, it seemed that he was a preeminent biology professor. Moreover, judging from Duan Feng's excited demeanor, it was evident that this Professor Peng was no ordinary figure. What puzzles me, however, is that for just a biological research operation, is it really necessary for the Special Action Team 037 to participate? If there were indeed dangers, ordinary troops would suffice to ensure safety. In fact, ordinary troops were involved in this operation. There were 2 squads of soldiers, along with other staff members and Professor Peng's research team, making up dozens of people in total. After reading the mission file, Fatty Lu apparently also felt uneasy. Comrade Xiaowu, I tell you, Leader Ling must be up to something. 2 squads, 20 soldiers. This is no small-scale operation. I shared the same feeling, so Fatty Lu and I went to Ling Zhen's office to get to the bottom of it. As soon as we entered, Ling Zhen was sitting with his legs crossed, saying lazily, you're here. I knew you'd come to me. Leader Ling, come on. Don't keep things from us 2 brothers, Fatty Lu said straightforwardly. Ling Zhen put his feet down, sat upright, and handed us another document. Take a look. This is your real mission this time. Some things are not quite convenient to tell Duan Feng. This matter might be rather cruel to him. You 2 will be in charge of this mission. Fatty Lu and I exchanged glances and opened the file. The very first sentence on it shocked us greatly, for usually the first sentence indicates the mission objective. It read, keep a close eye on every move of Professor Ping. Take immediate action if there are any abnormalities. Both Fatty Lu and I knew what take immediate action meant. It meant elimination. We continued reading, And as we did, cold sweat broke out, for it was truly incredible. According to the records, this was not Professor Peng's first time entering Lop Nur. Prior to this, he had already been there once. The first time was indeed an ordinary biological exploration mission, aiming to observe how the plants and animals could thrive in such a harsh environment and whether there were any breeds worth cultivating. However, an unexpected incident occurred during this mission. The work team accidentally discovered a relic in Lop Nur and immediately reported it to the local cultural relic staff. After a thorough exploration, it was concluded that this relic was very likely the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with the biological exploration team, and they continued with their own tasks. Nevertheless, an abnormality occurred among the team members, including Professor Peng. When they dreamed at night, they would all dream about the ruins of the Lulan kingdom and had a strong desire. They wanted to go there. They wanted to return. Professor Peng thought there was something strange about it. It was normal to dream, but for everyone to have the same dream was quite problematic. As scientific researchers, they would never overlook any detail. Whenever there was something suspicious, they must conduct in-depth research. So, he led the scientific research team back to the Lulan ruins. When he arrived, he was stunned by the sight before him. The fellow team members also let out screams upon seeing this scene, because the archaeological team that was supposed to be working on clearing the site here had actually become two identical teams. To put it simply, everyone had become two people. Chapter 39. Replicants. Professor Peng and his team were utterly astounded. They quickly made their way into the ruins. Upon approaching, lo and behold, every individual had a duplicate. And the two were identical. What was most spine-chilling was that these two identical people seemed to have fully accepted each other's existence, displaying an air of nonchalance. Or rather, they seemed to lack awareness. However, when questioned, they would answer calmly and fluently, and their answers were almost identical, indicating a high degree of similarity in their cognition. Professor Peng was well aware that something extraordinary had occurred here. He attempted to persuade these people to leave, yet they remained unmoved. Thus, Professor Peng had no choice but to order his team to evacuate immediately and set up a camp outside the Lulan ruins. Professor Peng intended to call for help. Nevertheless, in that era, communication facilities were primitive, coupled with the fact that they were in the vast desert. There was no signal at all. Therefore, Professor Peng decided to deliver the message in person. He drove a vehicle alone towards the nearest city to Lop Nur to seek assistance. Before he left, he also admonished his students and the team not to enter the Lulan ruins under any circumstances. They were to stay on the periphery and offer help to those in need within their capabilities. By the time Professor Peng returned to Lop Nur with the rescue team, 3 days had passed. This was actually a rather swift response. The rescue team was composed of local military personnel. They were highly qualified and had extensive experience in desert rescue. However, when they reached Lop Nur, as Professor Peng had described, the rescue team didn't rush in directly. Instead, they first observed through binoculars. This observation left everyone utterly astonished. Not only the original archaeological team, but also Professor Peng's students and his team had entered the ruins, and each of them had become two people. There were also many strangers, all having turned into pairs. Judging from their attire, they should be local residents nearby. Yet, it was unclear why they had come. Perhaps they were also here for the rescue, or maybe they were attracted. Since the discovery of the Lulan ruins here had spread far and wide, it was quite normal for someone to try to get a share of the spoils. Nonetheless, the current state of these people didn't seem to suggest any danger. They were all working, busily engaged in an orderly manner, digging, cleaning, and building. It seemed that they were indeed reorganizing this Lulan ruins. The problem was that it was understandable for archaeologists to know what to do. But how could ordinary civilians know all these? Although they didn't seem dangerous at present, the fact that one person had turned into two truly existed. The situation was so eerie. Although there was no immediate danger with so many people in sight, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any in the future. Moreover, when shouting to them from afar, they seemed not to hear at all and gave no response. Whether to rescue them or not had become a dilemma. If they went to the rescue, no one knew what strange things might happen. If they didn't, after all, there were so many lives at stake. Finally, the officer in charge of this operation gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. He issued an order to quickly break into the Lulan ruins to rescue the people and retreat as soon as possible. However, when the soldiers entered the Lulan ruins to save those people, they still refused to leave, and the soldiers couldn't force them away. Just as the two sides were at a stand-off, a strange thing happened. Another soldier suddenly appeared beside one soldier. The two soldiers had the same equipment, the same build, and the same appearance. In short, right in front of everyone's eyes, one soldier turned into two. At this, the commander's hair stood on end. He quickly shouted for all the soldiers to withdraw from the Lulan ruins. Some soldiers managed to run out, but some had been replicated before they could escape and remained in the Lulan ruins, quietly starting to work. The current situation was beyond the commander's control, and he had no right to handle it any further. So he immediately contacted the higher-ups for instructions. Thus, This incident was officially handed over to the 037 Special Operations Team, led by a squad leader to deal with it. While the 037 team was on its way to the scene, the commander and Lopner spread out the soldiers and set up camp. One purpose was to monitor the Lulan ruins, and the other was to see if they could conduct a rescue. However, having learned from the previous experience of Professor Peng's students, this time they set up the camp even farther away. Nevertheless, an accident still occurred. The soldiers in the camp also began to be replicated and then entered the Lulan ruins without looking back. According to the soldiers who hadn't been replicated, they always dreamed about entering the Lulan ruins at night. There must be something peculiar about this matter. The commander immediately gave an order for all the troops to retreat at once, directly to the edge of the Gobi Desert, awaiting the arrival of the Special Action Team 037. By the time the team leader arrived, the situation had become even more out of control. Civilians living at greater distances had also been replicated and joined the work at the Lulan ruins. The troops stationed on the periphery informed the team leader that many soldiers within their ranks had also been replicated, and it seemed that the scope of the influence of this ruins was gradually expanding. Therefore, over these days, they had been continuously relocating towards the periphery. Even so, more and more soldiers were leaving their units and heading towards the Lulan ruins. The team leader went to the site to inspect the situation. As soon as he entered the area of the ruins, he felt it. Inside this ruins, or rather, beneath the Lulan ruins, there existed a tremendous energy fluctuation. As to what exactly it was impossible to determine. However, one thing was certain. This thing was extremely dangerous and continuously evolving. The team leader only made a brief attempt to enter, and his body immediately reacted. It was worth mentioning that this team leader also possessed a special ability. A rather unique one, the ability to sense special abilities. The more obvious the special ability was, the stronger the reaction in his body would be. At this moment, as soon as he entered the ruins, his body began to twitch uncontrollably. This was the first time he had encountered such a reaction. So he promptly reported the actual situation to the headquarters and classified the danger level as S, owing to a high degree of uncertainty and potential for growth. Should it be left unattended, the scope of influence might expand steadily, and it would be arduous to find an appropriate solution in the short term. The crux lies in the fact that currently, no one knows the exact expanse of the Lulan ruins, and the underground portion remains concealed. Thus, if one were to attempt to destroy it, it would prove to be a formidable task. Eventually, after careful deliberation, the Special Action Team 037 resolved to raise the entire area, which was essentially a radical measure, but there was no other viable option. Coincidentally, there was an important experiment lacking a suitable venue at that time. Consequently, after profound consideration, the higher-ups ultimately decided that this experiment would be conducted in Lopner. As a gigantic mushroom cloud soared into the sky, the Lulan ruins, the replicants, and the human originals all vanished without a trace, and Lopner reverted to tranquility. Chapter 40. Setting off the power of the nuclear bomb is beyond doubt. It is almost certain that the Lulan ruins no longer exist. Regrettably, all the records, cultural relics, and personnel related to the Lulan ruins were buried in this explosion. Therefore, the Lulan ruins will forever remain an enigma. After perusing this document, I roughly comprehended the reason for our involvement in this operation. Since the Lulan ruins were accidentally discovered by Professor Peng's team, and only Professor Peng returned from Lopner among them, he is under suspicion. That is to say, do we suspect that there is something amiss with Professor Peng? But why? If it was his deliberate act, what could his purpose be? This is what puzzles me. Over the years, our people have been keeping an eye on Professor Peng. However, he has shown no signs of abnormality and has continued his research and teaching. This time, it was he who proposed to conduct biological research in Lopner. Although many peculiar species have indeed emerged there, considering his special experiences, we can't help but think the worst. After Captain Lingjin finished answering, he picked up his water glass and took a gentle sip. Then he added another sentence. Haven't you ever thought about whether the current Professor Peng is really himself? Is it possible that he is a replica? This conjecture is extremely bold, but on closer consideration, it's not entirely impossible. Since all the people who initially entered the Lulan ruins have died, only Professor Peng returned. If it was his replica that came back while the original died in Lopner, it would be impossible to verify. But then another question arises. Is there really such a flawless replica? And what would be the purpose of the replica? It's useless to think so much at this moment. We can only take things as they come. Moreover, according to the intelligence, apart from some strange animals and plants, there is nothing particularly special about Lopner at present. According to the plan, the three of us will meet directly in the nearest city to Lopner. Then we'll organize the team and set off officially. At the hotel, I finally met Professor Peng. He is an extremely refined middle-aged and elderly man, probably in his 40s but not yet 50. He has a rather square face, wears glasses, and shows obvious signs of hair loss. He looks relatively serious and doesn't smile easily. He merely exchanged very formal greetings with us. And after getting to know each other's names, he went to work on his exploration plan. Professor Peng's team consisted of 5 people in total. Apart from him, the remaining 4 were both his students and assistants, 2 males and 2 females, all of whom were undergraduates. In that era, undergraduates were truly precious treasures, especially female undergraduates. Therefore, Fatty Lu kept trying to ingratiate himself and chatted idly with the 2 female undergraduates. The 2 male students were Lu Kai and Wang Shenda. They were quite talkative and seemed to have pleasant personalities. The 2 female students were Xia Lanying and Zhou Xing'an. Apparently, they were not delicate little girls and were probably often involved in field experiments. Then I went to meet the soldiers of the 2 platoons accompanying the scientific expedition team. The platoons were led by 2 squad leaders, both of whom came from the engineering corps and were quite experienced in scientific exploration operations. Since I was in charge of the security work this time, the 2 squad leaders readily handed over the command authority to me, and I gladly accepted it and began to fulfill my duties. As for Duan Feng, he was extremely excited after meeting Professor Peng and rushed to his room for a heart-to-heart talk. Presumably, the topics they discussed were beyond our comprehension. As for whether Professor Peng had any problems, aside from being a bit serious, I didn't detect any other issues during our interaction. The next day, a convoy of 10 vehicles in total set off in grand style. Fatty Lu, Duan Feng, and I were in the same vehicle because there were things we sometimes said that couldn't be overheard by others. However, there was a drawback to this arrangement. We were also unable to monitor others, especially Professor Peng. While on the road, Duan Feng suddenly said to Lu the Fatty and me in a very serious tone, "Wu Di, Lu Meng, now I'll announce my mission. Please cooperate to the best of your abilities." Hearing this, both Lu the Fatty and I were extremely astonished. Since Duan Feng had said so, it meant he also had a hidden mission. Similarly, he had received authorization to disclose the mission to Lu the Fatty and me upon reaching Lop Nur. However, we were not allowed to tell Duan Feng about our special missions as we hadn't received such authorization. Duan Feng still spoke in a grave tone. Many of the mutant creatures that have emerged in Lop Nur possess significant research value and are also extremely dangerous. That's why 2 platoons of soldiers have been dispatched to protect us. Currently, there's intelligence indicating that there's a mutant plant capable of bewitching people's minds and making them see illusions. I surmise that it might be due to the plant emitting electric waves. My mission is to bring back as many mutant creatures as possible to 037 for research. If we encounter particularly dangerous mutant creatures, we'll handle them on site. Lu the Fatty and I exchanged glances and both expressed our determination to cooperate and fulfill this mission. Yet, what went through my mind was that if the mutant creatures in Lop Nur all had the ability to induce illusions, it was quite normal that there were some extremely perilous ones. As expected, Professor Peng's intentions might be extraordinary. The more extraordinary they were, the more difficult it would be for us to accomplish our mission. Lu the Fatty said, "Comrade Xiao Wu, if we just enter Lop Nur like this, what if we're exposed to nuclear radiation and end up mutating ourselves?" Fatty Lu wore a worried look. "Ignorance is truly terrifying. What are you so scared of?" Although I don't understand it either, since Professor Peng and the others dared to go in, it means there's no problem. Indeed, although nuclear radiation is extremely powerful, after a nuclear bomb explodes, there is actually very little residual radiation at the explosion site. Generally, there won't be any issues within a year. Finally, we officially entered the area of Lop Nur. I constantly kept my eyes on Professor Peng's vehicle because they were leading the way. I wondered how they determined the destination. Could it be that the destination was the ruins of Lulan? Just as I was deep in thought, the vehicle in front suddenly braked sharply. I quickly stepped on the brakes, leaped out of the car, and immediately went on high alert. An abrupt brake often signals the approach of danger. Professor Peng and the students in his car also got out. I quickly rushed over and asked what had happened. "See for yourself." Professor Peng didn't answer my question, but motioned me to look ahead. I quickly looked up and saw that the desert basin ahead was filled as far as the eye could see with snow, white skulls. Their empty eye sockets stared straight at us, and their number was innumerable. Chapter 41. Disappearance. So many densely packed skulls, deathly pale, with their empty eye holes fixed upon us. I couldn't help but feel a shiver down my spine. With so many skulls, how many people must have died? Suddenly, an idea popped into my mind. Could the owners of these skulls be those who had entered the Lulan ruins and were then wiped out by the nuclear bomb? It shouldn't be. Being at the center of the nuclear explosion, there should be no bones left. Moreover, even if there were remains, there should be bones from other parts of the body. But all here are skulls. The 2 female college students were already terrified, and some of the accompanying staff even vomited on the spot. Only us soldiers remained relatively calm. Of course, Professor Peng was also very composed. I quietly slipped behind Professor Peng and unlocked the safety of my pistol. If he made any suspicious moves, I would surely take action immediately and eliminate him. However, Professor Peng didn't show any abnormal behavior. He just adjusted his glasses and still said in a very solemn tone, "These are not skulls. They're a kind of flower called bone orchid. It got this name precisely because it resembles human skulls. This kind of flower is extremely rare. Legend has it that it only grows in places filled with the aura of death, so it is also known as the flower of death. Subsequently, Professor Peng introduced the places where the flower of death was known to have appeared. One was Verdun, where the Battle of Verdun, a very tragic battle, took place. Millions of people lost their lives there. The other was the Valley of Death in the Kunlun Mountains, where all kinds of animals, including humans, died. The total number might be in the hundreds of millions. But now, this flower is blooming in Lopner. Does this mean that as many people died in Lopner in the past? Or does it imply that so many people will die here in the future? I quickly asked Professor Ping if this flower was harmful, such as whether it could make people hallucinate. No. However, I still remain skeptical. Could it really be non-existent just because you said so? What if it did exist? It would spell disaster. So, I surreptitiously inquired of Duan Feng. Duan Feng replied that it should also be non-existent, yet the research materials were scarce, and this conclusion was derived from the studies of the former superpower. Allegedly. Apart from its resemblance to a skull, this flower didn't have any particularly distinctive features. Nevertheless, the opportunity was rare as no samples of the flower of death had ever been obtained in our country. Thus, Duan Feng was extremely excited to collect them, which could be regarded as his gain. I also picked up a flower to examine it. Indeed, the petals were plump and each flower had 3 petals. The gaps between the petals outlined the shape of the eye sockets and mouth of a skull. From afar, it truly resembled a skull. When those college students saw Duan Feng go down, they also went down one after another to join in. After all, as students majoring in biology, they were bound to be highly excited upon seeing such a thing. Soon, Duan Feng was getting along swimmingly with 2 female college students, chatting and laughing merrily, which infuriated the chubby Lu beside them. At this moment, I was certain that Professor Peng must be problematic. As a well-known biologist, especially a botanist, upon seeing the legendary flower of death, he remained completely unperturbed. Moreover, he showed no inclination to conduct on-site research at all, merely standing there quietly, gazing at the field of the flowers of death. So, I shared my thoughts with Chubby Lu. Chubby Lu blinked his eyes, and then took out his pistol, saying, "What the hell are we waiting for? Take him out." I quickly restrained Chubby Lu. After all, it wasn't appropriate to take someone's life so recklessly just based on a speculation. Let's observe a bit longer. The death flower was merely an interlude. Yet I always felt it was an omen, suggesting that this operation might not go as smoothly as expected. Sure enough, during our night camp, an auxiliary staff member was bitten by a venomous snake. Although we carried snake antivenom, it seemed that this snake had mutated, and its venom had changed as well. The antivenom turned out to be completely ineffective. In less than half an hour, the staff member bled from all orifices and passed away. Everyone present was no stranger to life and death. Needless to say about us soldiers, even those staff members often went out into the wild. In the wild, due to various reasons such as natural disasters, man-made misfortunes, and attacks by wild beasts, deaths were not uncommon. Everyone mourned the deceased, buried the body on the spot, and made a simple tombstone. However, no one flinched. They still believed that this operation was worthwhile, because this mutated venomous snake itself was of great value, and its mutated venom had significant research potential. In the following 2 days, the operation went smoothly all the way, and we didn't encounter overly dangerous situations, except for coming across 2 desert scorpions. It was normal to find scorpions in the desert, but the size of these scorpions was truly astonishing. They were almost as big as Fatty Lou's head. Being stung by such a scorpion would probably spell disaster. However, these scorpions were not so lucky. They were directly killed and made into specimens for research. Apart from animals, we also gathered some other mutated plants in the past 2 days. There were even several species that neither Duan Feng nor Professor Peng had ever seen before. It was truly a bountiful harvest. On the 3rd day, however, misfortune befell us. A strong gale swept across the desert, giving rise to a ferocious sandstorm. It was utterly impossible to move. After a brief discussion among us, we decided to set up camp right here, relying on the tents and the car to temporarily take shelter from the tempest. Unexpectedly, this sandstorm persisted for an extremely long time. It hadn't subsided even after a whole day and night. I stepped out of the tent to take a general look. The storm was simply too powerful. The gale, carrying sand with it, pelted down on one's body. An ordinary person simply couldn't endure it. Moreover, some of the small pebbles were extremely sharp. Being hit by them felt like being stabbed by a knife. I had no choice but to retreat back into the tent immediately. Even though I was quite accustomed to surviving and fighting in harsh environments, I was no match for this sandstorm. When I entered the tent, everyone looked at me inquiringly. I shook my head, indicating that the situation was still far from optimistic. Fortunately, we still had an adequate supply of water and food, which could last us for some time. However, if the sandstorm continued for too long and we couldn't replenish our supplies, things would surely become troublesome. Just then, the tent was suddenly flung open, Zhou Xinan rushed in a great panic. Her face was marked with traces of the blowing sand. Frantically, she exclaimed, "Professor Peng is missing. He can't be found anywhere. And there's a note in his tent. Damn it." I couldn't help but curse. I never in my wildest dreams thought that in such a stormy weather, Professor Peng could still take action. Furious, I unfolded the note and read its content. Once again, I couldn't refrain from cursing. "I found it. You all go back. Never go any further. And don't even attempt to look for me. All you'll find is yellow sand." Chapter 42. The eerie dream. After reading the note, to be honest, I truly regretted not getting rid of him earlier. Now it was too late. He was like a clay ox entering the sea, vanishing without a trace. I flung open my tent and dashed at full speed towards the tent where Professor Peng was staying. At this moment, I didn't care one bit about the flying sand and swirling stones. My heart was filled with rage, as well as remorse and self-reproach. I had been negligent. I thought that in such abominable weather, Professor Peng surely couldn't take any action, so I didn't share the tent with him. I forcefully opened Professor Peng's tent. His two students, Lu Kai and Wang Xingdao, were inside. They also shared this tent with Professor Peng. At this moment, they seemed rather at a loss. I quickly asked them what on earth had happened. Lu Kai told me that he was extremely tired and sleepy last night, so he went to bed early. When he woke up this morning, Professor Peng was not in the tent. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but then he suddenly realized that with the sandstorm outside, where could Professor Peng have gone? Later, he thought that Professor Peng might have gone to another tent. Although there was a sandstorm, the tents were so close to each other that one could still move such a short distance. It was almost time for a meal when Wang Xingdao suddenly found a note on the small table. The note contained a message left by Professor Peng. Only then did the two of them realize that Professor Peng had left, and they hurriedly set out to look for him. Later, the matter finally reached our ears. I inspected the tent. There was nothing unusual about it, except for one strange thing. Professor Peng didn't take his sleeping bag when he left. With the weather outside like this, not taking the sleeping bag indicated that he wasn't afraid of such weather at all. Additionally, I checked the drinking water and food. Professor Peng did take some, but it definitely wouldn't be enough to sustain him for a long time. It seemed that his destination was nearby. Fortunately, this time our operation was equipped with military telegraphs. Through relay, I immediately got in touch with Captain Ling Zhen. The superior ordered us to protect the general staff and try our best to bring Professor Peng back or handle the situation. After discussing with Fatty Lu, we decided to let Duan Feng lead the general staff and the student team to evacuate first, escorted by a squad of soldiers. Then the remaining squad of soldiers would follow me and Fatty Lu to conduct a search operation and continue to carry out the mission. One squad of soldiers is enough to escort the general staff and students back. I'll stay too. I'm quite familiar with these special creatures and will surely be of help to you. Duan Feng stated that he wanted to stay. Moreover, as we go further, there might be even more miraculous creatures. I'd like to have a look. I instantly felt helpless. This should be Duan Feng's real purpose, but it didn't matter. His staying would at least be an additional force. However, unexpectedly, apart from Duan Feng, those 4 students were also reluctant to leave. According to their thoughts, their teacher was currently missing, and they were determined to find the teacher. Due to the confidentiality regulations, we didn't inform the students of Professor Peng's strange behavior and our speculations. Hence, in their eyes, their teacher might have discovered something and thus went to explore alone. This not only failed to make them feel the danger, but instead stirred up the students' unique thirst for exploration. Eventually, there was no other way. Squad Leader 2 led a platoon of soldiers to escort the remaining staff members to evacuate and take the samples back. The rest of the people stayed here to search for Professor Peng. Nevertheless, both the evacuation and the search work had to wait until the storm subsided. Safety came first. During the night, I tossed and turned in my bed, unable to fall asleep. I kept thinking that if I had listened to Fatty Lu at that time and directly killed Professor Peng, there wouldn't have been so many troubles. Fatty Lu seemed to sense my thoughts. Lying in the bed, he said sarcastically, "It's just a missing person. It's no big deal. Dude, I'll be with you. We'll find him and kill him." I sighed, fearing that it wouldn't be that easy. Late at night, I, who seldom dreamt, actually started having a dream. I dreamt that I was in a bustling city. This city was evidently antique and full of exotic charm. I didn't know where it was. But one thing was certain, it definitely wasn't a modern city. There were camels and horses on the city streets, as well as all kinds of small vendors selling some strange and curious items. The appearances of these people were also quite fascinating. Evidently, they were not of the Han ethnicity. They seemed somewhat akin to Uyghurs, yet not entirely the same. In the heart of the city, there stood a magnificent palace, lofty and imposing. At its very apex, there always glistened a resplendent light. One couldn't help but wonder what rare treasures lay within. At that moment, the crowd suddenly began to make their way towards the palace, their expressions brimming with piety. I stopped one of them and inquired what was happening. The person informed me that it was the day of pilgrimage, a time to convey the most sincere blessings and loyalty to our Lord. In the next instant, it seemed as if my body was no longer under my complete control, compelling me to join the crowd and advance in the direction of the palace together. Upon reaching the palace's grand entrance, which was actually a vast and desolate square, people knelt down one after another, began to kowtow, and murmured something under their breaths. Regrettably, I couldn't quite make out what they were saying. For some inexplicable reason, the thought also crossed my mind that I should kneel and partake in the pilgrimage. As I slightly bent my knees, a sudden thought struck me. Wait a minute. Why? I knew nothing at all. Why should I kneel? So, I exerted a sudden burst of strength, struggling between kneeling and not kneeling. As a result, my knee seemed to twist, causing excruciating pain. This jolt woke me up. I glanced around. It was pitch black, yet I could still faintly discern the outlines of Fatty Lu and Duan Feng. I let out a sigh. What a strange dream it had been. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep again. The next morning, I peeked outside the tent. It seemed that the storm had subsided. It appeared that we could set off today. Fatty Lu stretched himself and walked over to me. Then he began to say in a joking manner, "Comrade Xiao Wu, do you know what dream I had last night? I dreamt that I went back to ancient times and arrived in a country full of exotic charm. Moreover, I met the queen of that country. That queen, her beauty, hee. As soon as I heard Fatty Lu's words, I got goosebumps. Instinctively, I retorted, "Did you go on a pilgrimage with a group of people, then kneel down and pay homage? And the person you knelt before was the queen?" Fatty Lu was stunned upon hearing this. "Yes. How did you know? I didn't tell you about it, did I?" At this moment, I recalled a detail. The troops stationed beside the Lulan ruins and Professor Peng had all dreamt of wanting to enter the Lulan ruins, or had an intense longing for it. Now, could the country full of exotic charm that we dreamed about be Lulan? Chapter 43. The Queen in the Dream. I immediately rushed in front of Duan Feng and asked him if he had also had such a dream. I got an affirmative answer. Finally, I went to ask everyone in the camp one by one, and the answers I got were all positive. A group of people had the same dream at the same time, with the same plot and characters. However, it was worth noting that they didn't notice each other in the dream, which meant their dreams were not interconnected. After investigation, it was found that after I woke up forcefully, their dreams didn't last long either. They mainly followed the pilgrims to kneel down and wait for the queen to appear. The ceremony of the queen's appearance was also extremely eerie. The multicolored lights on the palace suddenly dimmed. Subsequently, the palace gate swung open, and two gigantic pythons pulled a carriage in which the queen sat upright. There were neither guards nor attendants by her side. However, even those like Fatty Lu who were seeing this for the first time could clearly tell that the person in the carriage was the queen. The crowd instinctively made way, and the two snakes pulled the carriage, slowly carrying the queen through. The queen wore a half veil on her face, so her full appearance was unclear. Only the upper part of her face could be seen. In Fatty Lu's words, that was enough. At first glance, she was an unparalleled beauty. When the queen left, everyone's dream ended. This dream was definitely no ordinary one. Even when I encountered Wang Jinji, who could manipulate others' dreams, he could only manipulate one person's dream at a time. But now, everyone in the camp had the same dream, which meant that the other party's strength was unfathomable. There was no time to wait. I immediately ordered the squad leader to set off at once, sending back the ordinary staff and the collected specimens. Then I went to find those 4 college students, intending to have a good talk with them and persuade them to return. As soon as I stepped into the tent where they were staying, I was stunned by the eerie sight before my eyes. Lu Kai and Wang Xingda, 2 men, were actually kneeling before Zhou Shangnan and Xiao Lanying, their faces full of piety. Lu Kai, I am willing to dedicate myself to the great queen. Wang Xingda, dedicating myself to the queen is the greatest honor of my life. 2 young ladies, Zhou Shangnan and Xiao Lanying, were blank expressions. Nevertheless, they sat upright on the stools, exuding an air of solemnity. The next moment, Lu Kai and Wang Xingda unexpectedly began to prostrate themselves in worship. The sensation was identical to that in the dream, the same kneeling posture and the same devotion. I promptly stepped forward and pulled the 2 of them up. To my astonishment, they felt incredibly light. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that blood was oozing from all their orifices. I shouted in haste. Lu the Fatty and Duan Feng rushed in immediately. They were momentarily stunned upon seeing the 2 young men with blood gushing from their orifices. Subsequently, they quickly fetched the medical corps to attempt to save the victims. The medical corps was in a cold sweat, but they couldn't stop the bleeding. In a short while, the 2 young men passed away. I picked up the 2 bodies, which left Lu the Fatty astounded. I say, "Comrade Wu, when did you become so strong?" Lu the Fatty, take out your trident and keep an eye on these 2 girls. Make sure they don't escape. Kill them on the spot if there's any trouble. At that moment, a fierce killing intent welled up within me, and I was seething with rage. After research, the trident was once again in Lu the Fatty's possession. This weapon was truly a divine artifact with the power to absorb vitality. Put simply, even a minor scratch from this trident would cause one's vitality to drain rapidly. It was a weapon capable of delivering a fatal blow with a single strike. Seeing my furious expression, Lu the Fatty remained silent. He wordlessly retrieved the trident and kept watch over the 2 girls. However, The two girls remained motionless, apart from a slight easing of their expressions. There were no other abnormalities. I continued to carry the bodies of the two boys outside. It wasn't because I was strong. Rather, the two boys were extremely light now, feeling as if their bodies had been completely emptied. I found an empty tent and called Duanfeng in. "Dissect them," I ordered. Duanfeng glanced at me without arguing and silently began his operation. Duanfeng was a biologist, and since humans also fell within the realm of biology, dissection was no difficult task for him. Lu Kai's abdomen was gently slit open. It was evident that there was hardly any flesh beneath the skin. One could say that the skin was directly wrapped around the bones and internal organs. When the heart was opened, the heart muscles had vanished, leaving only a shriveled, empty shell. Finally, when the skull was opened, the brain was clearly dehydrated, with only some bloodstains left. The brain tissue had long since disappeared. It felt as if someone had sucked out all their vital essence. This method reminded me of the incident in the Eastern Island, which seemed to share some similarities. After the incident on the Eastern Island ended, when cleaning the battlefield, it was found that many dead soldiers were also just empty shells, and their flesh and blood had gone, presumably absorbed by the Eastern Island. Things were finally getting troublesome. I sighed, walked out of the tent, and returned to the tent where the two girls were. As soon as I entered, I seemed to sense something strange, yet I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I fixed my gaze on the faces of the two girls and always felt that there had been some subtle changes in their faces. I am a rather meticulous person. It's unlikely that I would forget the appearance of someone who has accompanied us for such a long time, especially a beautiful college girl. I immediately asked Fatty Lu, "Fatty, don't you think there's a bit of change in their looks?" Fatty Lu walked forward casually and scrutinized them carefully. They seem less charming than yesterday. Did they not have a good rest recently? I was utterly speechless. Just then, Duanfeng walked in. I quickly asked him the same question. Duanfeng, a biologist, is a very rigorous person. He examined them carefully and said, "Zhou Xingnan's eyes seem to have become a bit bigger, and Xiao Laniying's lips seem to have thinned a bit." Duanfeng's view was from a biological perspective, which was consistent with my observation. There were indeed subtle changes in the two girls' appearances. At this moment, the two girls seemed to regain consciousness. They stood up, looking blank. I asked them a few questions and found that they really knew nothing and couldn't remember what had just happened. They only felt that for a moment. They were like those who looked down upon the world, just like ancient kings. The word king stimulated my nerves. I pulled Zhou Xinyan over. The little girl was startled and began to resist. Only then did I realize that my action was rather inappropriate. People were still quite conservative in that era. Grabbing a young girl's hand was indeed a problem. However, I couldn't care less about Zhou Xingnan's resistance. I casually picked up a piece of cloth and covered the area below Zhou Xingnan's nose. Then I said to Fatty Lu and Duanfeng, "Take a look. Does it ring any bells?" I saw Fatty Lu and Duanfeng both widen their eyes in astonishment. It feels quite similar to the queen in our dreams. Chapter 44. Locking in the target. Upon hearing their responses, my hand instinctively moved towards the gun at my waist. Fatty Lu's reaction was even more intense. He immediately drew out his gun and pointed it at the two girls. Although the two girls had no idea what was going on, upon seeing the dark muzzles of the guns aimed at them and my vigilant expression, they were utterly flustered. At this moment, Fatty Lu had already switched off the safety of his gun, which meant he was truly prepared to fire at any moment. My heart was also in a fierce turmoil. If I fired, it would be all over, and I could eliminate a potential threat in advance. At this special juncture, their strange changes were a clear indication of danger. So, killing them at this time wouldn't violate the rules of Special Action Team 037. After all, we served the supreme interests, and the fates of one or two individuals were of little consequence. However, in the end, I gently pushed down Fatty Lu's gun. He stared at me in shock and exclaimed, "Wu Di, don't forget who you are. Have you forgotten how Professor Peng escaped?" Fatty Lu spoke to me in an extremely rare, serious manner. I understood what he meant, but at present, they were still themselves. It would be grossly unfair to them to make such a hasty decision about their fates. I have never forgotten my identity. Moreover, there are huge secrets hidden within those two girls. This secret might be directly related to the whereabouts of Professor Peng. In order to catch that old fellow, these two girls cannot die for now. Evidently, this last reason managed to convince Fatty Lu. Although he is usually carefree, his dedication to the mission is extraordinary. This time, the two of us will not rest until we catch Professor Peng. I walked up to the two girls, forcing a smile, and consoled them, saying, "Don't worry. We won't harm you. However, if you notice anything unusual, you must tell us promptly." At this moment, Fatty Lu suddenly stepped forward and declared, "In order to safeguard your safety and also to keep an eye on you, from now on, you must share our tent." The two girls exchanged glances and accepted this outcome. They also understood that something might be amiss with themselves and instinctively felt afraid. Duanfeng looked at Fatty Lu with disdain and hissed, "You're so despicable." However, as I gazed at the two girls' faces, I fell into deep thought. According to Fatty Lu's dreams, there should be only one queen. But now, Both girls have undergone changes, which means there should be two queens. Could it be that one of these queens is a clone? Due to the numerous events that took place during the day, we didn't take any other actions today. Nevertheless, to my relief, the other team had a relatively smooth journey and encountered no danger on their way back. The sky gradually dimmed, and I knew it was time to deal with the matters here. I said to Fatty Lu and Duan Feng, I'm going to find that person or that place tonight. Comrade Xiao Wu, it's good to have determination, but the question is, how are we going to find it? I smiled but didn't reply. This was to tell Fatty Lu not to sleep at night and be ready to drive me out at any time. As for how to search, Huo had already taught me. It was no different from the previous search for Wang Jinji, the dream assassin, except that perhaps I would have to travel a greater distance. As night deepened, the two girls had fallen asleep, and I activated my psychic power early, commencing an all-round capture of mental energy. Suddenly, I detected it, yet I was extremely astonished. Just like the time when I was trying to capture Wang Jinji, I had no way of knowing where the other person's telekinetic power originated from and could only search in a haphazard manner. However, this time was different. I could clearly sense where the telekinetic power was coming from. There was no other reason. It was simply because the telekinetic power there was so intense that I couldn't ignore it. Moreover, the direction from which this telekinetic power emanated was actually underground. Right in front of our camp, I checked the coordinates and determined the location. This location was definitely not where the Lulan ruins had appeared before. It deviated by over a dozen kilometers. Judging from the previous data, this distance should not be affected by the Lulan ruins. However, another thought suddenly lingered in my mind. What if the Lulan ruins discovered back then were just the tip of the iceberg? However, the real center lies right here. With this, everything falls into place. Seeing me sitting there in silence, Fatty Lu nudged me with his elbow and said, Hey, Comrade Xiao Wu, have you made it? If not, I'm gonna hit the hay. Sleep? What a joke. Do you want to kneel down in your dream again? I patted Fatty Lu on the face and then woke up the two girls. Duan Feng also realized that I must have found the right spot, so he went straight to the squad leader and brought all the soldiers over. During the day, I had clearly demanded that none of the soldiers were allowed to sleep that night. For these well-trained soldiers, this requirement was by no means excessive. Finally, it was decided that 5 soldiers would stay to guard the camp as a backup, and the remaining 5 would follow us on the exploration. As for Zhou Shinan and Xia Lanying, they would surely accompany us. I simply couldn't trust them not to disappear from my sight again. We set off after getting fully equipped. Although it was night, the moon over the desert was bright and full, and there was absolutely no problem with our movement. A distance of 2 kilometers was merely trifling, and we reached the destination almost in an instant. I observed the surroundings. The terrain here was extremely vast, presenting an endless expanse. However, it also had very distinct features, for the flowers of death reappeared here. Although the scale was much smaller than what we had encountered before, we had hardly come across them later. The reappearance of the flowers of death this time was in itself an aberration, indicating that we had probably come to the right place. I looked up at everyone. Their eyes were filled with determination. Even the 2 girls didn't seem that terrified. Perhaps having experienced numerous events, one is bound to grow. Well, as it was a scientific expedition, there was a small excavator on our truck. Unexpectedly, it came in handy just in time. Rumbling. The sound of the excavator's operation was particularly jarring in this serene desert. Many animals cast their gazes here, but dared not approach. We dug for the whole night. As dawn was approaching, we finally found what we might be looking for. For I saw a wall with very distinctive colors and carvings, and I was quite familiar with this wall. It was exactly the wall of that exotic palace in my dream. Behind this wall should be the chamber of that mysterious queen. Well, it's really a bit nerve-wracking to enter a girl's boudoir for the first time. That damned fat guy really spoils this solemn and eerie atmosphere. Chapter 45. Entering the palace. This wall, no one knows how many years of history it has. Logically, it should have been extremely fragile by now. However, when I was demolishing this wall, it was by no means an easy task. This indicates that the construction level of this country was rather high. But then the problem arose. This was an underground palace, different from a tomb. Once a passage was dug into a tomb, it was relatively easy to proceed inside. But this was the outer wall of the palace. Inside the outer wall was a courtyard, and the courtyard was buried deeply under the soil. I grimaced and ordered to continue digging. Since we had come this far, we had to go inside. At this moment, Fatty Lu grabbed me and said, Hey, Comrade Xiao Wu, you're usually so smart. Why are you being so stupid now? I was stunned for a moment, not expecting Fatty Lu to say such things about me. For he was the one with a less functioning brain. Seeing the look of disdain on my face, Fatty Lu didn't seem to care at all. He said to me with a beaming smile, Just think about it. Professor Ping is an ordinary person without any special equipment. How could he have dug his way in here? So there must be a passage. What the fat guy said made sense. We had a small excavator with us and still took so long to dig. Professor Ping, just a mortal, couldn't possibly have dug his way here. Wait a minute. You actually thought of it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I punched Fatty Lu and asked angrily. You didn't tell me what you were digging for. How could I know there was a palace underground? It could have been Professor Ping himself, Fatty Lu retorted, leaving me speechless. I didn't bother arguing with him anymore. So we went back to the ground and started to search and explore the surrounding area. Actually, the clue was quite obvious, since this area was rather open. About 30 meters from the spot where we started digging, there was an extremely huge rock, half buried in the soil. It looked very much like a marker. It was just that we were too preoccupied and got overly excited as we got closer to the truth, so we overlooked some crucial clues. I took out the ganshi on my back and climbed onto the rock first. The texture of the rock was very strange. Logically speaking, on a desert night, the temperature dropped rapidly and the rock should have been extremely cold. But as soon as I climbed up, I felt that the rock was very warm and not rough at all. Upon closer inspection, there were signs of artificial polishing on the top of the rock. Evidently, if there was an entrance, it should be right here. I switched on my flashlight and began to grope around, trying to find the entrance. However, more than 10 minutes had passed, and I still found nothing. Just then, Fatty Lu climbed up. As soon as he came up, he gave me a kick and said, "Hey, Comrade Xiao Wu, everyone's waiting. Have you found it or not? Get lost." Fatty Lu still wore a beaming smile and didn't reply. He just plopped himself down on a nearby rock. Crack. The whole rock sank downward a bit. Finally, a hole big enough for a person to pass through appeared behind the rock. Fatty Lu stared at the hole in amazement, then looked back at me and said, "I swear I did it unconsciously. Do you believe me?" "I do." I gritted my teeth and replied. Actually, from that moment on, I started to believe what the leader had said. He once said that Fatty Lu didn't have any extraordinary abilities, but he was truly blessed with amazing luck. Later, all the facts proved that Fatty Lu's luck was indeed incredibly good. Of course, it was also related to his background, which was another tortuous and astonishing story. Gazing at the pitch black hole, I summoned all the soldiers and the two girls up and told them that this was our destination. We had no idea what lay beneath. It might be extremely dangerous. We might die, but our deaths wouldn't be in vain. None of the soldiers showed any sign of fear. Instead, they seemed ready to face death bravely. Although it was obvious that the two girls were terrified, they were also quite excited. As researchers and college students at that time were truly knowledgeable and possessed a strong spirit of exploration. It is indeed an excellent experience to personally participate in such a mysterious event. Of course, they are well aware in their hearts that since they've gotten themselves into trouble, they must face it. This time, instead of going in first myself, I let Fatty Lu take the lead. Fatty Lu cast a silent glance at me without objecting, yet his small eyes were brimming with resentment. In fact, having collaborated with Fatty Lu on numerous occasions, although he always talks nonsense and is truly unreliable in words, he proves to be rather dependable when it comes to serious matters. Fatty Lu took out his trident and poked it into the cave. There was no reaction, indicating it seemed safe. Then he started to enter the cave gingerly. I followed closely behind, keeping a safe distance while being ready to offer assistance at any moment. I positioned the two girls behind me so that I could handle any reactions or actions from them promptly. Finally, Squad Leader 1 brought up the rear. And we also left 2 soldiers above in case of unforeseen circumstances. We walked straight down the passage for approximately 5 minutes when a resplendent gate appeared before us. Indeed, this was the very gate of the palace in my dream, with snake statues on either side. This coincided perfectly with the vision of the queen's carriage being pulled by 2 snakes during her outings. Moreover, the patterns on the gate were extremely unique, clearly bearing an exotic charm, and were painted with desert, characteristic creatures such as scorpions and cacti. I raised the shield of Ganshi and tiptoed towards the front of the gate, attempting to push it gently. Evidently, it wouldn't budge. Fortunately, there was no abnormal sign, suggesting there were no malicious traps. I recruited 2 more soldiers. The 3 of us joined forces, yet a single person couldn't push open this massive door. As I was hesitating whether to use a high explosive grenade to blast it open, Fatty Lu spoke up again. "Comrade Xiao Wu, how come you never learn? If brute force could open the door, Professor Peng wouldn't have been unable to enter. If he'd used explosives, we'd surely have heard the blast from this close distance." Damn it, Fatty Lu had once again outwitted me, yet I couldn't refute his argument. This time, I simply gave up the search and asked Fatty Lu to find the mechanism. Before that, Fatty Lu let out a sly chuckle and said, "In my opinion, one shouldn't make the same mistake twice. I reckon the queen must be quite intelligent. Surely she wouldn't set up stone, block mechanisms in both places. Therefore, it must be someone special who can open this door. Think about it. Among us, who is the most distinctive?" I cast my gaze towards Xiao Lanying and Zhou Shenan. If there's anyone most special at the moment, it must be these 2 girls. According to our speculation, they're the queen and the queen's clone. Then this palace should be their home. Returning home and opening the door, it couldn't be more natural. The 2 girls took a deep breath, summoned their courage, and approached the door. They placed their forehands on the door and pushed with all their might. Creak. The door cracked open a bit. Chapter 46. Behind the door, the creaking sound was particularly shrill in the night. Confronted with such an eerie door, it sent shivers down one's spine. After the two girls pushed the door open, they found it difficult to push further, but the gap was wide enough for two people to pass side by side. I gave Fatty Lou a meaningful look, and he immediately understood my intent. He took the lead while I followed. He swiftly slipped through the door crack and guarded the frontal view. I executed a forward roll into the room and kept watch on the left and right sides. It was safe. Both Fatty Lou and I heaved a sigh of relief. At least the area behind the door was secure for now. Surprisingly, I had assumed that it would be pitch black or simply filled with dirt behind the door. However, the reality was quite different. After entering, I found that there was visibility, which meant there was a light source here. I looked up and was astonished to see a starry sky overhead. Although the stars were sparse, they still emitted a faint glow that illuminated this mysterious area. Could this be the outdoors? I quickly dismissed this possibility. The area was flat when we arrived. If there were such a place, we would definitely have noticed it. Moreover, the stars here seemed to be rather low. So low that I could even discern the outlines of the pentagrams. Suddenly, I recalled the story Lingjun had told. Wasn't there also a galaxy of pearls beneath the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? So it was highly likely that what was above our heads were all night pearls. After I shared this speculation and discovery with Fatty Lou, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What the hell are we waiting for? Let's grab them right away. Then he immediately beckoned the soldiers behind to bring over the folding ladder. He then took the initiative himself and started to dig out the night pearls with a dagger. I didn't stop him because items and such relics held great research value and were in line with the requirements of the highest interests. Behold, Fatty Lou began his high-altitude work with an air of self-satisfaction. He dug out 3 or 4 night pearls in a row before coming down reluctantly. I picked up a night pearl and examined it. Sure enough, it was crystal clear and emitted a faint white glow. Suddenly, I noticed that there seemed to be a dark shadow inside the night pearl. I grabbed a flashlight and held the night pearl under its beam. And the dark shadow inside became clearer. It was a small snake, extremely tiny as it could be sealed within this minuscule night pearl. Nevertheless, this little snake was also extremely dangerous. Although I had never seen it before, I could make a guess. It was precisely the kind of large snake that had appeared in Fatty Lou's dreams, the one that pulled the cart. I summoned Duanfeng and asked him to examine the snake. Duanfeng took the flashlight, glanced at it, and said, although there is a significant difference in size, the shape and characteristics cannot be concealed. Moreover, with this blue and white striped pattern, it must be the same kind of snake. Just then, the night pearl in Duanfeng's hand suddenly began to tremble violently. Startled, Duanfeng lost his grip, and the night pearl crashed to the ground and shattered. The dark shadow started to wriggle. To my great surprise, the snake was still alive. The moment the little snake emerged from the night pearl, it visibly grew several times in size. In just a matter of seconds, it had grown as thick as a man's forearm. At this moment, a phrase suddenly popped into my mind, growing at the sight of the wind. Truly, the wisdom passed down from our ancestors holds water. I seized an axe and brought it down forcefully, chopping the snake clean in two. By this time, the little snake had grown as thick as a thigh. I had no doubt that if given more time, it would grow into a huge snake capable of pulling a cart. However, I couldn't understand how it could grow so rapidly without violating the laws of nature. Energy is conserved, so where did the energy for its growth come from? Hey, look at me. Do you think my belly has shrunk a bit? Fatty Lou suddenly patted his stomach and said in surprise, hey, you know what? I think my legs have gotten slimmer too. Duanfeng also exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, I recalled the horrifying deaths of those two boys. Their bodies reduced to mere empty shells. I realized that the little snake had been growing by absorbing our vital energy, and we were in grave danger. Just then, the other glowing pearls that Fatty Lou had picked began to tremble. Evidently, the little snakes inside were eager to break free. Fatty, quickly use your trident. If they all hatch, we're doomed. One could easily envision that once these little snakes emerged, we would likely end up as empty shells. Fatty Lou was precise and ruthless. With each strike of his trident, he hit both the pearl and the snake inside. Thanks to the unique property of the trident, the snakes were deprived of their vital energy upon being stabbed, effectively dying in the shell. At that moment, I looked up at the star-filled sky, and a sense of heaviness settled over me. If every single glowing pearl contained a little snake, the number would be truly terrifying. If all these snakes were to hatch, we would surely be doomed. What would happen to the entire border region if we went out at this time? However, the current advantage is that these luminous pearls are relatively stable, and the baby snakes probably won't emerge. It might be because of Lu Ming's act of picking that caused the tremors and woke these snakes up. Therefore, at present, we must proceed with caution and avoid making too much noise. We should be especially prudent with guns and grenades. Duanfeng reached such a conclusion, which could be regarded as a result that was neither good nor bad. The good thing was that there would be no immediate danger, while the bad thing was that there were tens of thousands of bombs hidden above our heads, just as we were about to set off. I instinctively glanced at Xia Lanying and Zhou Xinan. I noticed that there were extremely subtle changes in their appearances. Although the changes were slight, they still didn't escape my notice. My speculation was that part of the vitality absorbed by the baby snakes had been transferred to them, or rather, to the queen. The subsequent passage was like a long and narrow corridor. Just like in ordinary ancient tombs, there were also some murals painted on the side walls of the corridor. I carefully examined these murals and found that the murals here did not depict a continuous story. Instead, they seemed more like records of ethnic characteristics. This was quite normal. After all, this was not an ancient tomb, so there was no need to record the life of the tomb owner. The first mural again showed two huge snakes pulling a carriage. However, this time, the queen was not alone in the carriage. Apparently, there was a man sitting in the carriage with the queen, and the two seemed to be snuggled up to each other, although their expressions were unclear in the mural. But at this moment, the queen should merely be an ordinary woman, traveling with her beloved. Chapter 47. Confronting the queen. Hey, it seems our queen has a sweetheart. Now we have no chance. I ignored Fatty Lou's banter and quietly gazed at the first mural. If there is someone who desperately longs for the queen to be resurrected, it is highly likely to be this man. And now there is a man who, undaunted by hardships and obstacles, has re-entered this relic. Although I also think it's a bit far-fetched, it's not entirely impossible. What if Professor Peng is this person? That would truly be troublesome. Love is the strangest thing in the world. Some people dare to oppose the whole world for the sake of love. Even if the queen's resurrection might bring great harm to humanity, they would still do it. The second mural shocked me even more. The scene depicted on it was two people kneeling before another person. These two were the queen and her lover who appeared earlier. The other one was a mysterious man in a black robe with his face obscured, but someone as exalted as the queen knelt before him most piously. Apparently, this mysterious man was no ordinary person, but someone above the queen. The third mural had no human figures and was entirely filled with various animals. It included a huge snake, a scorpion, the flower of death, and several other creatures I didn't recognize. Even when I asked Duan Feng to take a look, he couldn't reach a definite conclusion. It's very likely that they are extinct species. In the fourth mural, the queen stands alone on a high platform, adored by thousands. It closely resembles the scene in the dreams of Fatty Lou and others. In the fifth mural, the queen is still depicted, with what seems like a million-strong army behind her and miraculous animals offering support. This scene clearly portrays a confrontation, presumably a war. However, the mural doesn't disclose the outcome of the war. Yet, it's likely that she lost, as this civilization was submerged in the dust of history and thus destroyed. After the murals, a door appears, presumably leading to an official room. According to inference, this should be the location of the main hall, the place where the queen usually participated in political affairs. The scale of the main hall is not as grand, at least when compared to the Forbidden City. It pales in comparison, indicating that the scale of this country was not large. Nevertheless, the decoration is extremely elaborate. Large gemstones are inlaid on the pillars, emitting a resplendent glow. This time, Fatty Lou refrained from taking action, fearing that he might cause more trouble. On the high platform in the center of the main hall, there is a delicate phoenix chair, evidently belonging to the queen. While I was examining the chair, Zhou Xinan suddenly walked over silently. Well, I suddenly have a strong urge to sit here, she said. I glanced at Zhou Xinan and then at Xia Lanying, but she showed no reaction. At this moment, I guessed that it should be quite clear who was the original and who was the clone. After much deliberation, I decided to let Zhou Xinan sit on the chair to see what would happen. Meanwhile, I grasped my Ganchi weapon and Fatty Lou readied his trident, prepared to take action at any moment. Zhou Xinan gingerly seated herself on the chair. The moment her body made contact with the chair, the girl's body went rigid. Her gaze became unfocused, and she stared straight ahead. Finally, in an ethereal voice, Zhou Xinan declared, "Welcome to Lulan, to my realm." My realm? By convention, the countries in the western regions do not use such a term. You two are quite peculiar. I always feel that there is some kind of connection between us. After uttering these words, Zhou Xinan cast a blank look at me and Fatty Lou. Fatty Lou and I exchanged a nervous glance. Evidently, this was the queen of the Lulan kingdom. Kill her and be done with it. We must never allow this mysterious queen to be resurrected. I made up my mind, picked up the great axe, and swung it forcefully towards Zhou Xinan's head. A flicker of surprise flashed across Fatty Lou's eyes, but he did not stop me. It's futile. Destroy this body, and I will find a more suitable vessel. Zhou Xinan's ethereal voice reached my ears. I was jolted, and with all my might, I managed to halt the axe in mid-swing. What was I doing? Why was I so impulsive? I almost killed an innocent person. Although she might not be innocent, was it really right to take a life so recklessly? Seeing me stop, Fatty Lou let out a chuckle. Comrade Xiao Wu, why have you stopped? Can't bear to do it? I cast a frigid glance at Fatty Lou. At that moment, I had no inclination to banter with him. I merely uttered calmly, if you want to kill, then target its true form. Doing this way only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Moreover, it's a wanton disregard for human life. I can't bring myself to do it. I wasn't certain whether my decision was right, nor could I determine if what the queen said was true or false. At that time, I simply followed my instinct and heeded the voice within my heart. Zhou Shengnan glanced at me again. Oh, you're truly a kind-hearted soul. It's such a rarity. But unfortunately, you must perish here. After saying this, Zhou Shengnan fainted. From behind the main hall, there came a soft rustling sound. A colossal pincer emerged into our view, dark and covered with numerous coarse bristles. Soon enough, the true form of this creature appeared. Indeed, it was the scorpion depicted in the mural. This scorpion was about the size of a small car, and the stinger behind it was 5 or 6 meters long. At that moment, a voice suddenly drifted through the air. With the same tone and timbre as what Zhou Shengnan had said earlier, be buried here. Become a part of me, and offer your lives for the revival of Lulan. As if receiving a command, this gigantic scorpion went all out and charged towards us. Its huge pincers waved through the air, creating a gust of wind. One didn't need to think twice to know that being hit or caught by those pincers would spell doom. At this point, there was no need to worry about making noise. The soldiers opened fire one after another and threw several grenades. However, beneath the scorpion's armor as impenetrable as a copper wall and an iron barrier, it had no effect at all. Instead, a soldier was hit by a ricochet from the scorpion's carapace and lay on the ground, groaning in agony. At this moment, I was extremely enraged. The successive events I had experienced here had left me with only one thought in my heart, no matter who the mastermind behind all this was. I was determined to eliminate him. In that instant, I activated my superpower, and a surge of telekinetic force rushed towards the scorpion. Creatures of such a low order have extremely small brains and are easily controlled. Moreover, the telekinetic force I unleashed at this moment was far more powerful than usual. As a result, the scorpion simply couldn't withstand it. Its head exploded like a bursting flower, and it slumped limply to the ground. Then, that voice emerged again. This time, however, it seemed far from calm, bordering on hysteria. Why, after all these years, can't you just leave me alone? Chapter 48, Massacre of a Country. Upon hearing what the queen said, I was utterly perplexed and even had trouble comprehending her words. Judging from what she said, it seemed that the queen recognized me, and I appeared to have done something that had filled her with great dread. I don't remember ever meeting you. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Why don't you come out now, so that we can have a proper meeting? I attempted to reply, hoping to elicit a response from the queen. Impossible. I could never forget this ability of yours. It was you who massacred my subjects and destroyed my country. This time, the queen was shouting hysterically, and there was a palpable sense of terror in her voice. I said to Comrade Xiao Wu, come on, quickly confess. What did you do to that young lady? Fatty Lu put his arm around my shoulder with a smile, showing no sign of seriousness. Stop joking, I replied, utterly bewildered. It seemed that the Queen of Lulan judged my identity not based on my appearance but on my ability, namely the so-called telekinetic power. It appeared that someone had once used this ability to commit a massacre in Lulan a long time ago. Perhaps it was this very person who led to the downfall of Lulan. At this moment, I suddenly recalled what the flying serpent had said at that time. He said that the aura on me was very similar to that of an old acquaintance of his. That is to say, all that had happened in Lulan might very well have been the doing of that old acquaintance. To be an old acquaintance of the legendary flying serpent, this person must at least be a figure from legend. I'm not the person you're talking about. If you're willing to share, I'd be more than happy to learn about your story. I attempted to communicate with the Queen of Lulan, hoping to find out what had actually happened in Lulan. After a moment of silence, the Queen of Lulan responded, as you wish. Then, images began to surface in my mind. I knew that the telekinetic power had started to connect. What appeared in my mind should be the memories and images of the Queen of Lulan. First, a delicate bed with red curtains and golden flower carvings emerged in my mind. On the bed, a man and a woman were engaged in a passionate struggle. Judging from the woman's exquisite features, this should be the Queen of Lulan. As I had expected, the man was none other than Professor Peng. Or perhaps it should be put this way. It was someone who closely resembled Professor Peng. One couldn't tell if it was him in person or his past life. Just as the two were engaged in a fierce battle, a mysterious man suddenly materialized beside their bed. Am I interrupting you? The mysterious man said playfully. The man and woman on the bed ceased their actions and stared at the man in utter terror. Subsequently, the woman's look of terror transformed into fury. Who are you? How dare you barge into my royal chamber? Guards! Guards! For guards rushed in, brandishing their weapons. However, in the blink of an eye, their heads burst like watermelons. And there was no hope of survival. The queen fell silent. Such power was unheard of. Upon witnessing this scene, the queen understood that resistance was futile. What do you want? I am extremely wealthy. I can fulfill all your demands. Queen of Lulan trembled slightly. Even a haughty queen couldn't help but feel fear in the face of death. Oh, you've lived for such a long time. Do you still fear death? You use the flesh and blood of your own subjects to achieve your path to immortality. You should have anticipated this day, the mysterious man continued. What surprises me is that I never thought that fellow's weapon would end up in your hands. The mysterious man uttered 3 consecutive sentences, each one astonishing. Firstly, Queen of Lulan and Professor Peng had lived for a long time, practically achieving immortality. Secondly, the price or condition for their immortality was sacrificing their own subjects, using their flesh, blood, and vitality to sustain themselves. Thirdly, something was discovered here, a weapon that even the mysterious man was somewhat surprised by. The scene continued. The Queen and Professor Peng suddenly started to float, and so did the mysterious man. They floated together above the country. The people of the Kingdom of Lulan all poked their heads out or rushed into the streets, gazing at this scene. The next second, almost all the civilians' heads exploded like watermelons, and immediately, the blood flowed like a river and the corpses littered the ground. A vibrant country suddenly became lifeless. The scene came to an abrupt end. Obviously, there was still a story behind it, but the Queen of Lulan didn't want me to see it. Did you see that? He killed all the people and destroyed this country. He is a real butcher. The Queen of Lulan shrieked hysterically. What about the things that followed? Afraid to show me? The subsequent matters have nothing to do with you. They are entirely my private affairs. The Queen of Lulan showed no sign of retreat. However, at least one thing was confirmed. This mysterious man indeed possessed the same ability as me. What kind of relationship did he have with me? And why did this mysterious man massacre all the people in the Kingdom of Lulan? Originally, according to his words, he was quite unhappy about the Queen of Lulan achieving immortality by using the flesh and blood of her people. But later, he directly killed all the people in the Kingdom of Lulan. Isn't it a bit self-contradictory? It's so perplexing that I simply gave up thinking about it. Where is Professor Peng? Let him come out. I promise not to harm him. I offered the Queen of Lulan an opportunity to save face. If she was willing to accept it, that would be the best outcome. Otherwise, it can only end in a fight to the bitter end. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from behind the main hall. It was none other than the missing Professor Peng. Swish. The soldiers raised their guns one after another. They also knew that the Professor Peng before them was no longer the so-called biologist, but a terrifying being, or rather, a terrifying monster. Don't be so tense. I mean no harm. I just want to have a chat with you. Professor Peng walked up the steps and plopped down on the ground. Then let's have a chat. I actually have a lot of things I haven't figured out. However, I must tell you in advance that you have to go back with us. This is the bottom line. I put away my gun, picked up Ganshi, and walked over, sitting beside Professor Peng. Professor Peng glanced at me and then at my weapon, saying indifferently, truly, heroes emerge from the young. Who would have thought that Ganshi would recognize its master? He recognized Ganshi. I stared at him in astonishment. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was just an ordinary shield and an axe. Since Professor Peng had instantly revealed the true identity of Ganshi, it also indicated that Professor Peng's identity was definitely not as simple as being the lover of the Queen of Lulan. Professor Peng slowly began to speak. My true identity is a weapon, a biological weapon. Chapter 49, Biological Weapon, Biological Weapon? I had heard of this concept. During the war, there were some terrifying biological weapons. Among them, the most well-known were various bacteria and viruses. If these biological weapons are used appropriately, they can definitely play a significant role in special locations and circumstances. However, a person being referred to as a biological weapon? This is truly unheard of. Hey, you claim to be a biological weapon. Don't bullshit me. I've never heard of a person being used as a biological weapon. Or is your so-called weapon extremely large? How shameless. Fatty Lou voiced my thoughts, except for the last sentence. You say you're a biological weapon. What abilities do you possess? I retorted to Professor Peng. Nevertheless, in my heart, I already had an answer. I can absorb the vital energy of the living and nourish myself with the flesh and blood of the living. I can also transfer this vital energy to others. Sure enough, Professor Peng's reply confirmed my speculation. If you're a weapon, then who created you, and how should you be used? I posed another question. Professor Peng let out a soft laugh. I'm unable to disclose the name of the one who created me. I don't even have the right to do so. All I can tell you is that he is a legendary and inviolable existence. Initially, I was just an ordinary soldier. I was severely injured in a battle and on the verge of death. It was then that that great figure bestowed this ability upon me, transforming me into his weapon, to serve him eternally. As he said this, a radiant glow appeared on Professor Peng's face, as if he were reminiscing about a blissful era. Regrettably, in the subsequent decisive battle, that great figure was defeated. But before his downfall, he sent all of us away. It is said that as long as we exist, he will be able to stage a comeback one day. I immediately grasped the key point in Professor Peng's words. When he said we, it implied that there were other weapons. I promptly raised this question. Professor Peng shook his head, indicating that his knowledge was limited. However, one thing was certain. Those referred to as weapons could be people, actual weapons, or objects. Nevertheless, there was a common characteristic among these weapons, namely, they could absorb vital energy. After listening to Professor Peng's description, Fatty Lu and I both cast our gazes on the trident. There was one legendary weapon right here, and if there were no surprises, the Japanese islands might also be such a weapon. Of course, it was uncertain whether the Japanese islands themselves were the weapon or if they had evolved into one because of the trident there. Later, Professor Peng was sent to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, but he was just an ordinary person, useless except for his ability to absorb vital energy and flesh. However, his long lifespan was in itself a distinctive feature, and his youthful appearance was also remarkable. As time went by, Professor Peng became the god of Lulan. For this reason, the Queen of Lulan favored him greatly, and the two gradually developed an affection for each other. Professor Peng used his power to enable the Queen of Lulan to remain eternally youthful, and they lived happily together. Of course, the price for eternal youth was vital energy, and the flesh of the living was required as an offering. Especially for the Queen of Lulan, to maintain her youth, she needed to consume even more. So living people were constantly needed as sacrifices. The captured slaves were soon insufficient, so they had to use the commoners of the Kingdom of Lulan as sacrifices. However, numerous civilians disappeared without a cause, which soon sparked panic. Nevertheless, the Queen of Lulan was no ordinary figure. The affluence of the Lulan kingdom was closely related to a precious artifact named the twin fish jade pendant, which possessed the ability to duplicate objects. Since ancient times, the Lulan kingdom had utilized this jade pendant to replicate gold, jewels, and so on. They then traded these replicated valuables with the inland areas to obtain the necessary supplies. Consequently, the Lulan kingdom was extremely wealthy. The duplication was highly accurate, and it was generally difficult for ordinary people to detect any discrepancies. The Queen of Lulan discovered that the twin fish jade pendant could even duplicate humans. Although the duplicated humans were essentially empty shells, they were remarkably lifelike and retained the memories of the original ones. The only drawback was that the flesh of the duplicated humans was useless as they were merely hollow forms. However, it was quite feasible to first duplicate a living person, replace the original with the duplicate, and then offer the original as a sacrifice. Over the course of several hundred years, Professor Peng and the Queen of Lulan had killed countless people and duplicated an unknown number. All of this continued until the arrival of that mysterious man. Suddenly, I had a speculation. Perhaps the reason the mysterious man wanted to kill all the people in Lulan was that he was unable to distinguish the duplicates from the real ones. So he simply decided to eliminate them all. Then, after you encountered the mysterious man, why didn't he kill you? Logically, destroying you would have put an end to all this. I voiced my doubts, but Professor Peng didn't give me a direct answer. I have no idea either. But he said a sentence. He said that out of respect for my master, he would spare my life, but I was not allowed to return here for 2,000 years. It seems that the mysterious man was acquainted with the master mentioned by Professor Peng, or rather, they were on very familiar terms. Professor Peng continued to recount the story. Although the mysterious man didn't kill Professor Peng, he was far less lenient towards the Queen of Lulan. Instead of completely slaying her, he employed an unknown method to shatter the Queen's vitality, leaving only the faintest trace of it, like a gossamer thread. I've struck her down, yet not entirely. I'll give you a chance. 2,000 years hence, you may return. If by then you still love her, you ought to have the power to save her. After uttering these words, the mysterious man vanished. Professor Peng carefully preserved the Queen of Lulan's body and left Lulan as promised. Naturally, before his departure, he left behind a passage that would allow him to return, which was the same passage they had descended through earlier. Over the subsequent 2,000 years, Professor Peng lived under various guises. After all, he was immortal, sustaining himself by absorbing the flesh and blood of others. Thus, throughout history, numerous peculiar death cases occurred. For instance, entire families would suddenly turn into mummies. These cases were the handiwork of Professor Peng. By this era, having lived for an extremely long time and traversed countless places, Professor Peng had amassed extensive knowledge and experience, eventually becoming a biologist. The 2,000-year period finally came to an end, and he had a legitimate reason to journey to Lopner to seek out and revive the Queen of Lulan once more. During these more than 2,000 years, Professor Peng had also found his own answers. In the year 2000, he still loved the Queen of Lulan. Even during these 2 millennia, though he had encountered numerous other women, his heart remained steadfastly devoted to her alone. Chapter 50. The shattered dream of immortality. What happened subsequently is already known to us. Professor Peng, under the guise of a scientific expedition, first located the ruins of Lulan and lured everyone there. However, he discovered that reviving the Queen of Lulan required an inordinate amount of vital energy. Thus, he intended to use the twin fish jade pendant to duplicate living humans gradually to achieve his goal, just as he had done in the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Yet, times had changed. The modern communication and imaging technologies were far too advanced. The matter of the cloned humans quickly attracted high-level attention, and unexpectedly, it was all resolved by a nuclear bomb. Having no other choice, Professor Peng secretly began to absorb vital energy across the country and store it within his body. This meant that numerous cloned humans had emerged nationwide, while their families remained completely unaware. Suddenly, I recalled that in recent years, there had been reports of people whose weights had suddenly plummeted. Some individuals who originally weighed over 100 caddies were left with only 30 or 40 caddies. Yet their daily lives remained unaffected. It seemed that such people might be cloned humans. There was another question. Why did the two girls transform into the appearance of the Queen of Lulan? Professor Peng pondered for a moment and candidly responded to me. When I infused all the vital energy, I found that the Queen, whose real name is Zuan, could not be directly resurrected. A medium was necessary. So, you used these two girls as the mediums? I clenched the ganshi, seething with anger. Indeed, for the sake of the mysterious lady, I had already slain numerous people, and I cared not about killing two more. Professor Peng remained as calm as ever. Eventually, he informed me that initially, he thought only one medium was required. However, perhaps due to the frequent use of the double fish jade pendant by the Queen of Lulan, her soul had been replicated. Thus, two media had to be found to revive the soul of the replicated form, so that the original body could be made whole. Immediately, I grasped the crux of the matter. Professor Peng had always been hell-bent on resurrecting the Queen of Lulan, and the prerequisite for her resurrection was the demise of these two girls, who were to serve as sacrifices. Naturally, I would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, the conflict between us was irreconcilable. Moreover, I had to either slay Professor Peng here or take him back. As for Professor Peng, he finally had the chance to reunite with the Queen of Lulan after waiting for over 2,000 years. He would never yield. Hand over those two girls to me, and I'll disclose some more secrets. How about using these secrets to exchange for the lives of the two of us? We guarantee that we'll never set foot in the Central Plains again, and there'll never be any more cases of replicated people. Professor Peng finally put forward his final condition, which was much as I had anticipated. I shook my head, my hand already on the ganshi. I won't hand over the two girls to you, and you must come back with me. However, I can guarantee your safety. How about that? After Professor Peng heard my words, his eyes grew sharp and his face contorted. It seems I've been underestimated. You're not that great figure from back then. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Before I could open my mouth, Fatty Lou beside me raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! Without a doubt, it accurately hit Professor Peng's head, directly striking the crown of his head. Blood trickled out, and Professor Peng showed a pained expression. It seemed that even with immortality, pain was inevitable. However, it was obvious that a single bullet couldn't deprive him of his life. There must have been enough vital energy stored in his body. I saw that his wound healed quickly, and even the broken bones were perfectly mended. It seems you. Before Professor Peng could finish his words, his head exploded like a watermelon, shattering into pieces. When his wound began to heal, I activated my ability and turned it up to the maximum, launching a surprise attack on him. This attack was quite effective. Although Professor Peng's head had exploded like this, his body was still twitching, clearly not dead. Moreover, he could still speak. I didn't know where the voice came from. Everyone, you all shall die. As soon as Professor Peng finished speaking, I suddenly felt a wave of nausea and an inexplicable palpitation. This feeling was hard to describe. It was a bit like being drunk. Feeling light, headed, and as if my body was emptied. My body felt emptied? I immediately understood that Professor Peng was vigorously absorbing our vital energy and flesh. This was what he was best at, and his trump card. By this time, a relatively weak-bodied soldier had already collapsed to the ground. Duan Feng was also staggering and on the verge of losing support. I could also feel the rapid ebbing of strength within my body. My movements had become somewhat rigid, and even the ganshi weapon seemed rather heavy. What should I do? What should I do? Surely, I should have used high, explosive grenades to blast him into even smaller pieces. Even if he were immortal, being completely fragmented might have an effect. So, I immediately took out all the grenades on me, intending to gather them and throw them over. Damn it. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly filled the entire space. I looked up and saw that Fatty Lou had somehow sneaked up beside Teacher Peng. The trident was plunged straight into Teacher Peng's chest. Clearly, Teacher Peng was in excruciating pain, with a terrified expression on his face. Although I couldn't see his vital energy, I could sense that the trident was sucking away Teacher Peng's life force. Teacher Peng's skin quickly sagged. He transformed from a seemingly robust middle-aged man into an old man with white hair in an instant. A few seconds later, his eyes were sunken, and his teeth had fallen out. Teacher Peng stopped moving. I cautiously walked over and felt for his pulse and heartbeat. They had both disappeared. This man who had lived for over 2,000 years, or even longer, had finally died completely. It seemed that his weapons, the trident, took precedence over Professor Peng by a wide margin, directly cutting off his vital energy. I slapped Fatty Lou hard on the back and said, "Fatty Lou, I'm really impressed. You came up with such a good idea." Fatty Lou scratched his head and said, "I didn't think that much." I just thought of stabbing his heart to see if it would work. Unexpectedly, it really did. I was immediately rendered speechless. Maybe this fat slob was truly blessed with good luck. I quickly went to check on the unconscious soldier and Duan Feng. Their hearts were beating a bit rapidly, similar to the symptoms of hypoglycemia. However, their vital signs were still stable, so they should be out of danger. I heaved a sigh of relief and then turned my gaze to Xia Lanying and Zhou Shengnan. The faces of the two girls had changed, and they had reverted to their original selves. The next thing to do was to find the Queen of Lulan. Chapter 51. The Queen of Lulan. However, I still couldn't set my mind at ease. If I wanted to prove that this place no longer had the ability to absorb vitality, there was a very simple way. I asked Fatty Lu to dig out another night pearl, and then I directly smashed it. The little snake inside slithered out shakily. The little snake indeed still had a faint glimmer of life, but this time, it didn't grow in size upon exposure to the air. I let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Professor Peng was truly dead. I quickly called on Duan Feng to collect samples. We caught some little snakes and sliced a few pieces from the huge scorpion. These were all precious treasures. Finally, I asked the soldier to carry Professor Peng's body on his back and leave first. Fatty Lu and I continued to move forward. We had to find the still, living Queen of Lulan to decide whether to kill her or take her away. Nothing dangerous happened afterward. However, we found a large amount of treasure in the subsequent rooms. Fatty Lu stuffed as many things as possible onto himself, and I didn't stop him. After all, everything would be handed in eventually. In the Special Action Team 037, handing in these items didn't mean working for nothing. They would all be converted into bonuses. In the end, the more we seized, the more we earned. However, I suspected that given Fatty Lu's character, it was quite possible for him to secretly keep a few things. Before we knew it, we had reached a room at the end. This room was quite different from the others. The most obvious feeling was that this room had been highly synicized and no longer had a strong exotic flavor. At the innermost part of the room, there was a large bed, the kind of high-footed double bed in ancient times. A bed like this couldn't possibly exist in the western regions. It was a typical exotic item. Therefore, it was likely that a Han person lived here, or rather, this was the room where the Queen of Lulan and Professor Peng stayed. I tiptoed up to the front of the large bed and finally saw the true form of the Queen of Lulan. Although I had never seen the Queen of Lulan before, I was certain that the one lying on the bed was her. But upon seeing the Queen of Lulan at this moment, I understood what Professor Peng meant by dead but not entirely dead, alive but not entirely alive. What was lying on the bed was just a skeleton. The only difference was that this skeleton still had a head of raven, black hair, looking extremely eerie. I softly called out to the skeleton, but there was no response. I thought that the vitality within the Queen of Lulan was no longer sufficient to enable her to speak. I stared at the empty skull and activated my skill, using telekinesis to invade the skull's brain. In this world, I finally truly beheld the Queen of Lulan. With limited educational attainment, I truly lack the means to describe a woman. All I can say is that she is the most exquisite woman I've ever encountered in my life. No wonder Professor Peng, a man who has lived for thousands of years, was smitten by her. When he saw me, he was initially extremely astonished. And then he began to shriek hysterically. "You killed him? You killed him." "Yes, we did. What he did deserved 100 deaths." I replied icily. Although the woman before me was a peerless beauty, she failed to arouse the slightest bit of sympathy from me. Rather, I even harbored intense aversion towards her. For the sake of her own love and to be with someone forever, she deprived others of their lives and even created clones, which are things that violate ethics. "Let's have a chat. Tell me about the person who did this to you. What on earth happened?" I began to attempt to communicate with her, hoping to gather some intelligence. The Queen of Lulan let out a cold laugh. "He's a monster. There is no mercy in his heart. Moreover, he reduced me to this state. I feel like he was just having fun." Wait a minute. The state the Queen of Lulan was in seemed familiar. Finally, I recalled that when Emperor Qin Shi Huang was turned into a terracotta warrior, he was in the same state, alive but not fully so. And when Ling Zhen told me that story, I had a strong feeling that the mysterious man in the story was full of banter and amusement, as if he were just killing his boredom. At present, the situation of the Queen of Lulan bears a striking resemblance. The mysterious man could have easily killed her, yet he refrained. He could have bestowed upon them true immortality or simply left them to their own devices, but he didn't do so either. Instead, he set a time limit of 2,000 years for Professor Peng, which indeed gives the impression of toying with them. It seems I recall Ling Zhen once saying that the mysterious man who transformed Emperor Qin Shi Huang was surnamed Wu. The person who brought about the current state of Professor Peng and the Queen of Lulan, though his surname remains unknown, possesses the same abilities as me. Sharing the same surname and the same capabilities, could it really be just a coincidence? What's the name of that mysterious man? I inquired tentatively, attempting to conceal the emotions welling up within me. I don't know, nor do I wish to know. The Queen of Lulan retorted resentfully. A devil like him doesn't deserve a name. When he first launched his massacre, we immediately organized a counter-attack, but he seemed invulnerable and immortal. We were no match for him at all. One single person destroyed an entire nation. Isn't such a being, such a monster, a devil? Having uttered so many words in one breath, it seemed to have exhausted all the Queen of Lulan's energy. She gasped for air incessantly and even collapsed onto the ground. I shook my head and was about to leave when suddenly I felt a faint, almost imperceptible pulling force. Looking down, I saw the Queen of Lulan crawling in front of me. She grabbed the corner of my trousers, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Please, please. Could you kill me and bury me with him? I'm begging you." At that moment, I was truly moved. I had previously heard tales of love that transcended a millennium, yet I never imagined I would witness it firsthand. What kind of love could endure for thousands of years, remaining unscathed despite the passage of history? Moreover, Professor Peng, living in the mundane world, never forgot the Queen of Lulan because of other women. The Queen of Lulan, with only a skeleton left and a faint glimmer of vitality, dedicated all of it to missing Professor Peng. They were by no means good people, they were even cruel. However, their affection for each other was sincere. I didn't respond to the Queen of Lulan. Instead, I deactivated my supernatural ability and returned to the real world. Gazing at the skeletal remains before me, I shook my head. "Sorry, I can't fulfill your request." Professor Peng's body had to be taken back, and so did the remaining form of the Queen of Lulan. For they held the secrets of immortality and the replicas. All these were what the supreme interest demanded, and I was merely a machine serving those interests. Right then, a jade pendant hung around the Queen of Lulan's neck, engraved with 2 fish. Undoubtedly, this was the twin fish jade pendant. With everything found, it was time to depart. Chapter 52. Return. On our way back, we happened to pass by the location where the Lulan ruins were discovered back then. By referring to the coordinates, one can locate this place with great precision. It is quite evident that the terrain here is relatively lower. Apparently, the nuclear bombings have had a significant impact on this area. Apart from wild flora and fauna, there are also traces of human activities, such as some joss paper and wine bottles. Evidently, someone has come here to pay tribute to the deceased, perhaps their kin or comrades, in arms. Although their physical bodies have turned to ashes, their spirits still live on in the hearts of some. As long as they are remembered, they are, in a sense, still alive. We also paid our respects at this ruins, as a way to console the souls of the departed. For this incident, it seems that the curtain should finally fall. Along the way, I could sense that the vitality of the Queen of Lulan was waning. It appears that the Lulan ruins were quite helpful in preserving her life. Now that we have left the ruins, it's uncertain whether she can make it back. I began to ponder if it was possible to extract some vital energy from Fatty Lu's trident to sustain the Queen of Lulan. Unfortunately, it was not feasible. When the trident was first transported to the Special Action Team 037, it underwent comprehensive testing. It was found that it could only absorb vital energy, but was unable to release it. This implies that the amount of vital energy stored in the trident should be on a very large scale. I surmised that only the true owner of this weapon would have the means to harness this energy. There was nothing we could do but increase our marching speed. Throughout the journey, I also pondered upon this experience. I always had an intuition that the mysterious person encountered by Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the Queen of Lulan should be the same one. Moreover, this mysterious person surely had some connection with me. Alas, Comrade Xiaowu, you seem rather down. Are you feeling sad seeing the beauty on the verge of death? As expected, Fatty Lu's words were rather unreliable. However, there was some truth in what he said this time. My heart was truly heavy. Such an elaborate scheme, so many secrets, and in the end, a person was reduced to just a skeleton and couldn't even rest in peace. I shook my head and didn't reply to Fatty Lu. He leaned over, put his arm around my shoulder, and patted it. This time, he spoke with great solemnity. Be true to your heart. In our line of work, if you're too soft-hearted, it will ultimately cost your life and the lives of those around you. Kindness is undoubtedly a virtue, but you're a soldier. Your kindness should ultimately serve the country. Remember that. After uttering these 2 sentences, Fatty Lu reverted to his jovial state. I was increasingly unable to fathom this fat man. Usually, he seemed so untrustworthy, yet in critical moments, he always managed to surprise. At that moment, I suddenly recalled a remark made by the Queen of Lulan. She said that upon seeing me and Fatty Lu, she could sense a familiar aura. As for me, it was the aura of her great enemy, that mysterious man. Then, whose aura did Fatty Lu possess? Hey, Fatty Lu. How did you feel when you saw the Queen of Lulan? Did you sense any familiarity? I probed Fatty Lu tentatively. The portly man turned around, still smiling as he said, My dear Comrade Xiaowu, there's no need for such reserve. I know what you're itching to ask. Isn't it about what the Queen of Lulan said, that she felt a strange sense of familiarity upon seeing me? At this, Fatty Lu winked mysteriously and whispered, Let me let you in on a little secret. In my past life, I was the Queen of Lulan's paramour. I cuckolded old Ping. Get lost. Fatty Lu was always so flippant, yet from his tone, I could detect a hint of perplexity. If given the chance, he'd surely be eager to delve deeper into the matter. But would the Queen of Lulan have the luxury of time? As expected, By the time we returned to Compound 037, the Queen's vitality had been completely sapped. Nevertheless, she was rushed to the laboratory in a desperate attempt to glean any last shred of data and information. Likewise, Professor Peng's remains were carefully sealed and classified as top secret. Undoubtedly, he would undergo the most meticulous of investigations. The twin, fish jade pendant was also stored under the strictest security measures. The main reason being that we had no idea how to use it. The thought of someone within 037 being replicated was truly terrifying. Moreover, the exact location of the ancient Lulan kingdom had been firmly established. Subsequently, a professional archaeological team would conduct a covert exploration, but that was no longer our concern. After reporting our mission to Captain Zhang, he remained silent for a long while. Finally, he simply said that we'd worked hard and told us to go back and rest. Additionally, he added, as of today, Fatty Lu's trident will undergo another round of research. Evidently, the fact about the weapon had once again piqued Captain Zhang's nerves. It was understandable, as matters related to immortality were top secret in the first place, not to mention such a weapon that could absorb others' vitality and convert it into life. One had to admit that the scientific research capabilities of 037 were undoubtedly at the pinnacle in the country. It had been less than a week since our return. One evening, a death row inmate was secretly transported here. Captain Zhang gave special permission for me and Fatty Lu to participate in the experiment. We quietly observed outside the laboratory. Inside the enclosed laboratory, the death row inmate appeared extremely ill, at ease and restless. Clearly, he had no idea what awaited him. After a while, I seemed to sense the air inside the room vibrating. Yet the sensation was so faint that the death row inmate inside didn't notice it. Meanwhile, a shadow gradually took shape beside the inmate. Slowly, the shadow was filled in and transformed into a human form. Subsequently, the outline, facial features, and even the clothing became visible. A clone had thus come into being. The death row inmate stared at the clone beside him in horror and realized that it was himself. There was not the slightest difference in body posture, appearance, or even clothing compared to his current self. The only disparity was that this clone seemed rather dull and its expression was quite cold. The death row inmate went a bit crazy and pushed the clone. Logically speaking, with such force, it would at most make an ordinary person stagger. However, this clone was directly pushed into the wall and slumped down limply. The experimenters rushed into the room immediately, forcibly separated the death row inmate, and escorted him out. At this moment, the death row inmate, gazing at his replica, was already in a state of madness. He wondered whether it was himself or the world that had gone crazy. Chapter 53. Report on the Lopner 0505 incident. As the death row inmate was secretly detained, the replica was also retrieved. However, numerous experiments would be conducted between the replica and the original, including cell comparison, function examination, memory screening, and so on. I was not well informed about these and had no interest in them. Nevertheless, it was certain that the first cloned human had emerged in this way. Moreover, neither the cloned human nor the original would ever be able to leave the 037 compound in their lifetimes. In the following days, I mostly spent my time writing reports. Fatty Lu was utterly incapable of writing reports, and Duan Feng was not well versed in many matters. Besides, he was completely engrossed in his biological research. Report on the Lopner 0505 incident event process. In recent years, reports from the Lopner area have revealed many peculiar creatures, including mutated plants and animals, as well as new organisms that are difficult to name. Professor Peng, a renowned biology professor from a certain university, applied to the organization for a biological investigation and sample collection in the Lopner area. 5 years ago, Professor Peng led a scientific expedition team to explore the Lopner area and discovered a relic on the way. Subsequently, a series of mysterious events occurred. The specific events and their handling can be found in relevant classified archives. After an assessment by the 037 Special Action Team, it was believed that Professor Peng's trip to the Lopner this time should have a strong purpose, and the possibility of a simple biological exploration could not be excluded. To prevent potential disasters, the Special Action Team 037 decided to intervene in this exploration and sent official members to join the team. During the journey, the scientific research team obtained many biological specimens and achieved abundant results. They even acquired a physical specimen of the so-called Flower of Death, which had only existed in legends before. When the scientific research team reached a Gobi Desert, they were caught in a storm. The whole team had no choice but to set up camp and wait for the storm to subside. During this period, Professor Peng mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind a cryptic note and vanishing without a trace. The comrades in charge of security immediately made arrangements, ordered the staff to retreat, and organized a force to search for Professor Peng. During the search, 2 students died in a strange way. Their corpses were drained of flesh and blood, becoming empty shells. Moreover, the 2 students' mental states and appearances changed, as if they were possessed. All the searchers had the same dream, in which they found themselves in a western region's kingdom. After further exploration by the searchers, a location similar to the one in the dream was discovered about 10 kilometers west of the explosion site in Lopner. After verification, it turned out to be the ruins of Lulan, specifically the Lulan Palace, the residence of the Lulan Queen. In the Lulan Palace, the missing Professor Peng was found. A battle ensued, and he was finally slain. The still alive Lulan Queen was also found. According to investigations, her lifespan had exceeded 2,000 years. A Pisces jade pendant was obtained, which was related to a case of replicants that occurred 5 years ago. During the battle, it was learned that the ancient Lulan kingdom was destroyed because of a mysterious man, but the specific circumstances remained unknown. According to what Professor Peng claimed, he could achieve immortality by absorbing others' vital energy. However, he was no longer a human being but a biological weapon. The identity of its master remains unknown. Yet it is speculated to be a legendary figure. All other details are obscure. The currently known facts are as follows. Professor Peng, conservatively estimated to have survived for over 2,000 years, his whereabouts span the entire history. The details of his identity changes since the founding of the People's Republic of China are unknown. His last identity was that of a biology professor, a man of profound learning and great authority in the industry. He possessed the ability to absorb vital energy in a highly distinctive manner, which could be done without physical contact. In brief, within a specific distance, he could absorb vital energy. After absorbing it, he could store the vital energy within his body to achieve immortality or transfer it to others, endowing them with the ability to live forever. The amount of vital energy is finite. When an ordinary person has their vital energy absorbed, if the quantity is small, they will experience weight loss and a drop in blood pressure. If the absorption is excessive, it will lead to death, leaving the body in a mummified state. According to Professor Peng himself, his ability to absorb vital energy originated from his master, meaning it was an ability bestowed upon him by someone else. The specific circumstances are unknown. He has now been slain by Lu Ming with a Sea Tower stone trident and is confirmed dead. The Queen of Lulan, named the Mysterious Goddess, she was definitely the queen of the Lulan civilization 2,000 years ago. She was Professor Peng's lover, and the two lived together in Lulan for over a century. As the Queen of Lulan had a limited lifespan, Professor Peng continuously absorbed vital energy and gave it to her, enabling her to achieve immortality. Later, the kingdom of Lulan was destroyed by a mysterious man, and the Queen of Lulan was struck by the mysterious man into a special state. She still retained some vital energy but was unable to wake up, surviving only in a skeletal state. After being captured by the Special Action Team 037, he died during transportation. After research, his death has been confirmed. Mysterious man. He possesses strong telekinetic power, capable of destroying the enemy at the cerebral root. It is preliminarily judged that he has the ability of immortality, the power to control life, and the destructive force to raise a city. Other details remain unknown. Twin, fish jade pendant, a jade pendant measuring 5 centimeters square, with 2 fish carved on it. After research, the carved fish species are unknown. The twin, fish jade pendant can replicate objects and organisms, with the condition of action being electromagnetic vibration, and the principle of action remaining a mystery. The replicas created by the twin, fish jade pendant are identical to the original in appearance and essence, yet there are obvious differences in mass and details. For example, when replicating gold with the twin, fish jade pendant, the volume is the same, but the mass is different. When replicating organisms, the appearance and composition are the same, but there are internal deficiencies and the mass is relatively lower. The twin, fish jade pendant was once in the long-term possession of Professor Peng. After absorbing the vitality of others, it impersonated the original with a replica. Therefore, there should be a large number of replicated humans across the country. Theoretical gains. The twin, fish jade pendant is the greatest gain of this operation. Its mechanism of action is too mysterious and has been classified as top secret for preservation and research. In addition, samples of the Lulan snake, Lulan scorpion, and death flower have all been registered and stored in the warehouse. The Lulan snake has extremely potent venom, and currently, no known snake venom can match it. Due to the scarcity of Lulan scorpion samples, research on them is temporarily impossible. As for the death flower, no special characteristics have been found yet, and further research is required. Risk assessment. In view of the deaths of Professor Peng and the Queen of Lulan, the twin, fish jade pendant has been specially preserved. Within the Lulan ruins, only Lulan scorpions exist, posing a relatively low risk. It is recommended to assess the danger level as B. Regarding the mysterious man, there is currently no more information. However, it can be inferred that the mysterious man also possesses the power of immortality, posing an extremely high risk. It is recommended to assess the danger level as S. Handling suggestions. Continue to excavate the Lulan ruins to search for clues. Keep researching the twin fish jade pendant, studying its replication principle and usage. Nationwide, Conduct a thorough investigation of the responsible individuals and eliminate them. Action personnel. Person in charge. Wu Di, Duan Feng. Action members. Lu Ming. It is worth mentioning that after the end of the WWII operation, a nationwide large-scale investigation of replicants was carried out. Coinciding with the special situation during that period, a cleansing operation was launched against the replicants. Replicants are mainly characterized by being lighter in weight, having a more dull mental state, and unclear speech. There are numerous replicants, and perhaps there are still some lurking around us. Chapter 54. A lucrative task after the WWII incident came to an end. I, Fatty Lu, and Huo resumed our life of having hot pot meals. Due to the confidentiality regulations, we were unable to disclose a single word to Huo, and naturally, he wouldn't ask either. However, in fact, I was eager to have a discussion with Huo and utilize his intellect to help me think things through. Nevertheless, while having meat, I suddenly had an idea. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the twin fish jade pendant could be used to replicate a leg for Huo? So, after the hot pot meal, I rushed in a hurry to Lingzhen's room and shared this thought with him. After Lingzhen heard it, he directly threw a book at me and shouted, "You rascal! If it were that simple, I would have applied long ago. Without going into other details, how can we attach a replicated leg to Huo? What if an accident occurs? Will you take responsibility?" I fell silent because Captain Lingzhen's words were entirely reasonable. It was I who had thought things too simply. Moreover, this technology of replicating humans is truly a Pandora's box. One doesn't know whether it holds an angel or a devil inside. Nor does one know to what extent this technology has been developed, which is beyond my knowledge. Lingzhen seemed to sense my silence and concern. He stood up, patted me on the shoulder, and said in an unusually amiable tone, "You did a good job this time. You've worked hard and minimized the losses. The organization has decided that, in view of your arduous efforts on the Dongying Island and in WWII, you will be assigned an easy task to have a good rest." Upon hearing this, I immediately stepped aside and said in an incredulous tone, "Captain Ling, you said the same thing last time when we went to WWII. In the end, you and I and Fatty Lu were in a terrible fix. You're saying the same thing again this time. I really dare not go no matter what." Lingzhen let out a soft laugh. "Don't jump to conclusions so early. We're going to the vodka country for an academic seminar soon. You and Fatty Lu should go too. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, you can go back and ask Fatty Lu." Academic seminar? With our level, Fatty Lu and I would be rendered speechless there. Just as I was about to leave Lingzhen's room, Lingzhen suddenly added, "Oh yes, it's Gu Lingling, the captain of the 7th squad, who will lead the team this time. She's mainly in charge of academic discussions. You just need to do the peripheral protection." After returning to the room, Fatty Lu and Huo were chatting. Seeing me looking worried, they quickly asked what had happened. "Fatty Lu, that old guy Lingzhen said that seeing we've been very busy lately, he's going to give us an easy job. Get out of here." "No way. That old guy must be setting us up again. Look at this time in WWII. We almost lost our lives, didn't we?" Fatty Lu really knew Lingzhen well. Just like what I thought, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. Exactly. Going to vodka country with Gu Lingling, the captain of the 7th squad, for an academic seminar. It doesn't sound that simple at all. I said indignantly as well. "What? Going abroad? Comrade Xiao Wu, we've got to take on this task. It's an honorable mission assigned by the organization. How can we not go?" Fatty Lu said righteously, patting his chest. If we had to go? His sudden change of attitude really left me puzzled. At this moment, seeing my confused expression, Huo couldn't help laughing. "Wu Di, there's something you may not know. Back then, Fatty Lu got a chance to go to the Netherlands to give guidance. You know, in the Netherlands, brothels are legal. And all the expenses of the members of the Special Action Team 037 can be reimbursed when they go abroad. So, you understand, don't you?" Fatty Lu had a whale of a time there. When he came back, Captain Zhang's face turned ashen. "So, now that there's another such opportunity, do you think Fatty Lu is happy or not?" Hearing what Huo said, it seemed that this mission was indeed quite good. Then, Fatty Lu added cheerfully, "Moreover, we can protect the beautiful team, leader. Just think about it. Isn't it more interesting than going out with just a bunch of guys every day?" Gu Lingling is a rare female team leader. She is highly erudite and has in-depth knowledge of various paranormal events and exotic creatures. Many research projects of 037 are presided over by her. What's more, she is young and good looking. Thus, she is quite popular among the members of 037. "Let's go. Hurry up and go to Lingzhen to get the mission document. In case that old guy changes his mind, we'll be in big trouble." Saying so, Fatty Lu jumped off the bed and dragged me straight to Lingzhen's office. I had just left Lingzhen's office a few minutes ago. Before leaving, I had promised firmly that I definitely wouldn't go. Now here I was, trotting back again. When Lingzhen saw Fatty Lu and me coming, he wore an expression of "I knew it." He casually tossed the mission file back to us. Fatty Lu bowed and scraped, with a beaming face. It was rare to see him being so deferential to Lingzhen. Just as we closed the office door and were about to leave, Lingzhen's voice rang out again. "Oh, right. When you go to the vodka country this time, take some local specialties there. And bring some back when you return. You're in charge of the protection and transportation. Damn it. I knew things couldn't be this simple. I shook my head, feeling that I had been tricked by Ling Jin again. Fatty Lu didn't really care. In his eyes, being able to go abroad was a good thing. And bringing back some local specialties was also reasonable. After returning to the room, Huo left very considerately. I watched as Huo pushed the wheelchair out with difficulty. And a sense of desolation welled up in my heart once again. I wondered when the three of us could carry out a mission together again. I really missed those days. I opened the mission file back, without even bothering to look at the front part. I directly flipped to the end to see what the so-called local specialties were. The text described it like this: transport an ordinary zombie to vodka country for research. And the description of the specialty to be brought back was as follows: bring an ordinary vampire back to the country for research. Seeing this, I felt a bit relieved because zombies were not highly dangerous, and the research on them was relatively thorough at present. Of course, there were extremely powerful types of zombies. But since we were transporting an ordinary one, there wouldn't be any problem. A single shot to the head could easily take it down. As for the vampire to be transported back, although I had never seen one, I had heard that vampires were a specialty of Europe. After all, it was stated to be an ordinary vampire, so the danger should be relatively low. Moreover, foreign countries wouldn't be willing to give away particularly important research materials to others. Therefore, it wouldn't be a big problem. Fatty Lu clearly thought the same way. This mission had a low risk factor and high potential rewards, which met his requirements. However, when we read the last sentence, Fatty Lu was instantly dumbfounded. In this operation, all the funds will be controlled by comrades Guo Lingling and Wu Di. Comrade Lu Ming is not allowed to spend any money, and all his individual expenses shall be at his own cost. Chapter 55. Xiao Tong tells a story. After Fatty Lu read the last sentence on the mission document, he was on the verge of a breakdown on the spot. He cursed every single ancestor of Ling Zhan in the room. Then he cowered and didn't even have the courage to go to Ling Zhan. Instead, he found a corner for himself and stayed there. After a while, as if suddenly recalling something, he walked towards me with a beaming face and even poured me a glass of water. Comrade Xiao, he said, I'm counting on you to support me with the funds for the journey. We can discuss anything. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, looking extremely furtive. It depends on your performance. I patted Fatty Lu on the shoulder in return and then left the room. Actually, I didn't mean to make things difficult for Fatty Lu. These two missions were indeed extremely arduous and perilous. It was quite reasonable to have some relaxation, I thought. Although what Fatty Lu regarded as relaxation might differ from what I had in mind, it didn't really matter, because there was something I was more eager to learn about. Since the mission this time was to transport a zombie to the vodka country, it would definitely do no harm to know more about zombies. Zombies were no longer a mystery within the Special Action Team 037. They were something that had been studied long ago, so the confidentiality level was not that high. With my authority, I was also eligible to access the archival materials. However, I'm not a person who is fond of poring over archives and engaging in study. At this moment, it would be more to my liking to have someone who was present at the event share their story. Nevertheless, if I wanted this person to tell me the story, I had to make some preparations in advance. I went out, procured 2 roasted chickens, and fetched a bottle of wine. Then I strolled back to the dormitory. I found the desired office and rapped on the door. Come in, came Xiao Dai's languid voice from behind the door. When he saw that it was me who had pushed the door open, Xiao Dai, who had been lying sprawled out, immediately assumed a very proper posture and said, Ah, Xiao Wu, what brings you here? I gave a hearty chuckle and replied, It's nothing much. I got 2 roasted chickens and a bottle of Xingwican wine. I've come to have a drink with Captain Xiao. Within Unit 037, opinions about Captain Xiao Tong were mixed. There was no doubt about his capabilities, but his personality was rather complex. He was somewhat flippant and yet pretended to be proper. In simple terms, he was extremely concerned about his face, and yet often did things that undermined his dignity. Moreover, Captain Xiao had a great passion for food and drink, especially meat and wine. He often couldn't bear to spend money on them himself and would ask his team members to treat him, which was quite rare among the team leaders. When Xiao Tong saw me carrying the roasted chickens and the bottle of wine, he swallowed hard and then put on a very proper air. Ah, Xiao Wu, what's the meaning of this? I can't accept gifts without having done anything in return. One should not accept favors without speaking one's mind. It's better to just come straight to the point. I placed the roasted chicken and wine on Xiao Tong's table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. With a beaming smile, I said, There's absolutely nothing amiss. I merely came to have a drink with Captain Xiao, and incidentally, here's some of your past tales. Who knows, Captain Xiao, you were once so valiant and peerless. Xiao Tong was tickled by my flattery and burst into hearty laughter. Cut the nonsense. Spit it out, or I'll kick you out. I uncorked the wine, poured a glass for Xiao Tong, then tore the 2 roasted chickens apart and arranged them on plates. Only then did I say with a grin, It's nothing much. I'm just rather intrigued by zombies. So I'd like to hear you talk about them. Xiao Tong let out a snort, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip, assuming an air of great contentment. Since you newcomers want to gain some knowledge, I'll tell you about it. The secrecy level of zombies is quite low, and the zombie-related incidents were initially handled by me. So, for me, it's just like telling stories, and I have no reservations at all. Xiao Tong took another sip of wine and took a big bite of the roasted chicken, his face showing a look of satisfaction. At the same time, he began to open up and started telling me the story of zombies. Zombies can be regarded as a special product of our country. Throughout the dynasties, there have been numerous sightings and descriptions of them. In Strange Tales from Make-Do Studio written by Yuan Mei of the Qing Dynasty, there are extensive passages describing zombies, including how they eat and the classification of their ranks. These descriptions are extremely detailed and specific, as if our venerable historians had once conducted a systematic study on zombies. However, zombies are more of a folk legend. In the archaeological field, the concept of zombies refers to those preserved corpses that do not decay. Such corpses are immobile, obviously different from the zombies in legends. As time passed, zombies have increasingly become a mere legend and, of course, a synonym for Chinese-style horror. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, with the establishment of the Special Action Team 037, the research on zombies was naturally put on the agenda. The upper-level authorities thought that since there were such systematic studies and classifications in ancient times, and even numerous literary works about zombies, they should exist. Nevertheless, any information before the founding of the People's Republic of China is impossible to verify, and no one has seen a zombie or reported a zombie incident after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Therefore, the research on zombies only exists in theory. In 1956, a tomb was discovered on Xiangshan Mountain in Hunan. After the judgment of archaeological staff, it was determined to be a Qing Dynasty tomb, which was extremely well preserved and of great archaeological value. So the archaeological team immediately started the excavation work. A large number of cultural relics, all of which can be regarded as rare treasures, were unearthed, and the identity of the tomb owner was basically confirmed. He was a military general of the plain white banner in the Qing Dynasty, with a relatively high status at that time. Hence, the tomb was of a relatively high-level specification and was filled with a large number of burial objects. When they reached the main chamber, they found that there were actually 5 coffins in it. 4 coffins were placed at the 4 corners of the room, and the largest one was in the center of the room. The archaeologists opened all 5 coffins and discovered that the corpses inside had not turned into skeletons. Instead, they were rather lifelike and still moist. Although this situation is extremely rare in the archaeological field, there have been precedents. Considering Hunan's relatively humid environment, it is possible. So the archaeologists didn't pay much attention. The largest coffin in the middle should contain the tomb owner. Since this corpse was wearing armor and holding a long lance, it very much conformed to the characteristics of a military general. The 4 coffins around him should contain his trusted soldiers, who were also dressed in armor. But the quality of their armor was obviously inferior, as it was getting dark after they opened the coffins and it was raining outside. The archaeologists thought transporting the corpses at that time would cause damage, so they decided to leave everything as it was. The archaeologists were quite excited. This excavation could be said to have been extremely rewarding. Therefore, there was a lively atmosphere filled with laughter in the camp that night. Some of the team members even drank some alcohol. In the middle of the night, an archaeologist stepped out of his tent and went to the nearby wasteland to relieve himself. Just as he was feeling comfortable, suddenly he felt a gust of sharp wind blow by, and a strong stench assailed his nostrils. The archaeologist instinctively looked up, and a putrefied face appeared in front of him. The archaeologist was terrified. Instinctively, he wanted to run away, but his legs gave way, and he collapsed directly to the ground, unable even to scream. And behind him, the putrefied face was getting closer and closer, and a putrefied hand stretched out, holding a long lance on that putrefied hand. Splat! The spear pierced through the back of the archaeologist's chest in a swift and decisive manner. The archaeologist struggled twice before going still. The decaying face pressed down and clung to the archaeologist's neck, then sank its teeth in fiercely. Chapter 56. The First Capture. Meanwhile, dark silhouettes crept into a nearby village under the cover of night. Their movements were by no means rapid. In fact, they were somewhat eerie. Yet it was evident that they possessed great strength. Soon, cries of anguish and various pained groans echoed through the village. When dawn broke, the dark silhouettes had vanished without a trace. The village was littered with corpses, and a large amount of flesh was missing from them. The next day, the weather was fairly good. The archaeological team was gearing up for a productive day, planning to carry out all the corpses they had unearthed the previous day. As for the archaeologist who had been killed, since his body was not found near the camp, they assumed he had some business to attend to and didn't pay much heed. When they descended into the ancient tomb, the sight that met their eyes was utterly bewildering. All 5 coffins were empty, and the corpses inside had disappeared without a trace. One of the experienced archaeologists stroked the coffin and examined it closely. He noticed that there were scratches made by fingernails on the edge of the coffin, and the position of these scratches was highly consistent with the position where a normal person would place their hands. The archaeologist's face was covered in sweat. He looked up at the team leader and said in disbelief, They came out on their own. The archaeological team immediately reported this peculiar incident. However, at this point, whether they reported it or not hardly mattered. Overnight, countless people called the police, claiming that they had seen zombies. Among them, the most concentrated group of alarm givers were the villagers from that particular village. When the police reached the village, they were greeted by a sight of corpses strewn everywhere. A preliminary estimate suggested that there were approximately 30 to 40 deceased. When the police interrogated the eyewitnesses for their testimonies, the accounts were remarkably consistent. The assailants numbered 4 in total, or rather, they were 4 zombies. Their movements were not particularly swift, but they boasted immense strength. Their entire bodies were in a state of putrefaction, with a purplish tinge to their skin. As they walked, a putrid stench wafted in their wake, and they were clad in tattered armor. However, the other eyewitnesses were widely scattered. There were villagers from other villages, motorists on the roads, and even witnesses on the fringes of the county town. This indicated that within a single night, over a dozen eyewitnesses had sighted the zombies, and the distances between their locations often spanned more than 10 kilometers. This situation had undoubtedly become troublesome. The simultaneous reports of zombie sightings at over a dozen locations were no trifling matter. Not only were there eyewitness accounts, but a total of 10 bodies had also been discovered at these more than 10 sites. The characteristics of the deaths were uniform. Each victim had been fatally struck in the heart by a weapon, killed in a single blow. Moreover, there were missing chunks of flesh on their bodies. The local public security department had also reached a conclusion. This was definitely not the work of humans. Given the poor transportation in the area, it would have been an extremely arduous task to commit crimes across distances of dozens of kilometers. Additionally, it was unlikely that all the reporters would claim that the assailants were zombies. The bureau chief surmised that something extraordinary must have occurred and promptly reported the matter upward. This piece of news quickly reached the 037 Special Action Team. Upon seeing the intelligence, Captain Zhang immediately made a decision. The second sub-team was to be dispatched in full force to resolve this issue. Since this was the first case related to zombies encountered by Unit 037 since its establishment, they finally had the opportunity to verify the authenticity of the records in ancient texts. Initially, Xiao Tong was reluctant to go, believing that it was more appropriate for Taoist Zhang to handle the matter of suppressing zombies. However, after being scolded, he had no choice but to go dejectedly. Xiao Tong and his team took a military plane directly and arrived on the same day, taking over the command. Nevertheless, there were no more witnesses of zombies that day. Although Xiao Tong always seemed nonchalant, he didn't neglect his professional studies. He had thoroughly studied the descriptions of zombies in ancient books during the flight. After arriving and reviewing the materials, he made a preliminary judgment. The 4 zombies that attacked the village were presumably the most common purple zombies. So, named because of their purple, hued bodies. They were also the most basic type of zombies. As for the zombies that carried out attacks in a dozen locations and killed with weapons, they were likely flying zombies. According to the descriptions in ancient records, flying zombies were of a very high rank and had extraordinary cultivation. Generally, only those who were extremely powerful and possessed special abilities before death could become flying zombies. This was also consistent with the information provided by the archaeological team, as the owner of the ancient tomb was a military general, which fit this characteristic perfectly. As the name implies, flying zombies could scale walls and move at astonishing speeds, almost like flying, which was why they were called so. Therefore, flying zombies were capable of covering nearly 100 miles in a single night and committing more than a dozen crimes. According to the records in ancient books, zombies are creatures that lurk by day and emerge by night. Therefore, daytime is a safe period if one wishes to search for and capture zombies. Night is the optimal choice. Xiao Tong decided to start with those 4 ordinary purple zombies. Since these zombies lacked sufficient mobility after attacking the village, they surely couldn't have gone far and were probably hiding somewhere in the mountains. As night fell, Xiao Tong ventured alone into the nearby mountains, carrying 2 large buckets of human blood in his hands. Although it sounds horrifying, human blood is actually a rather common item within the 037 Special Action Team. Xiao Tong poured 1 bucket of human blood under a tree and then doused the other bucket over his own head. Instantly, he transformed into a blood-soaked figure, his body glowing red and exuding a pungent, overpowering stench. Yet, Xiao Tong remained unfazed, leaning against the tree and quietly waiting. After approximately an hour or so, there were stirrings in the vicinity. True to his expectations, the purple zombies were lured by the smell of blood and began to encircle Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong sneered coldly, took out his portable assault rifle, and emptied an entire magazine of bullets. Undoubtedly, the bullets hit the mark and inflicted damage. But the movements of these purple zombies were not halted. Xiao Tong then drew his pistol and shot a zombie right in the head. One could see the zombie's brains exposed, still pulsating, and its tongue hanging limply. Evidently, a headshot was not fatal to these zombies. Xiao Tong let out a sigh and retrieved a pair of nunchucks from behind him. Subsequently, Xiao Tong seemed to vanish, yet it wasn't a true disappearance. Rather, he had moved at an astonishing speed. Only a faint afterimage was left in place. In an instant, he had flashed behind a zombie. Bang, 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 bang. The nunchucks danced up and down, striking the zombie's back 7 times, accompanied by a cracking sound. Then, the zombie fell to the ground. Although it was still twitching, it could no longer get up. According to the ancient records, to deal with zombies, one should drive 7 juju pits into the zombie's spine. As Xiao Tong understood it, this meant to damage the spine. So, after Xiao Tong's maneuvers, the spines of 4 zombies were completely damaged. They could only crawl and wriggle on the ground, posing no threat at all. At this moment, Xiao Tong, shouldering the nunchucks, resembled an invincible hero. Alone, he paraded around with 4 zombies. Even though it was the dead of night, the young girls from the nearby villages came out to watch, expressing their admiration for Xiao Tong. Every household brought out fine wine and delicious food to show their love for this great hero. As the story reached this point, Xiao Tong was already a bit tipsy. So, I reckon that the last scene was most likely him bragging. However, he did indeed disable those 4 zombies, which became the initial zombie specimens for the Special Action Team 037. Chapter 57. True Identity. The 4 ordinary zombies were taken care of, but the most powerful flying zombie was still missing. Early the next morning, alarm messages came in one after another. 6 more people had died during the night. The witness situation was quite similar to that of the previous day, confirming that this was the doing of the flying zombie. Xiao Tong held a map in his hand and marked all the locations where the flying zombies had committed crimes in the past 2 days on it, thus generally delineating a scope. This scope was quite large, spanning about 100 kilometers, making it impossible to set up a comprehensive defense. Xiao Tong drew a circle at the center of this scope and decided to repeat the old trick that night to lure the flying zombies over. A team member reminded Xiao Tong that this zombie was no ordinary one. It had been a Qing Dynasty general in its previous life and was extremely combat capable. Xiao Tong merely sneered and said, "I can take on 10 of them." Xiao Tong was truly unyielding. So what if it was a general? If he had lived in ancient times, he would definitely have been a general too. No one doubted this. Although Xiao Tong was not the most honest person, no one questioned his strength. He was the only squadron leader in the 037 Special Action Team without special abilities. And the reason he became a squadron leader was that he was extremely good at fighting. This description of being extremely good at fighting was undoubtedly a compliment. Xiao Tong's combat skills were truly unparalleled in the 037 team. He could dexterously wield various cold weapons, was proficient in a plethora of fighting techniques, and could also effortlessly employ all sorts of underhanded tricks. It was rumored that he was even capable of dodging bullets, though no one had ever witnessed it. However, Xiao Tong truly shone in one operation. The operation team was surrounded by local villagers in a southern forest. Such incidents were not uncommon at that time. The villagers were tough, natured, and had little concept of the law. Moreover, they were certain that the officers would not dare to open fire, so they acted recklessly. Indeed, it was the case at that time. The comrades of 037 dared not open fire because the situation hadn't reached the point where shooting was necessary. Shooting rashly would have intensified ethnic conflicts, which would have been even more troublesome. As a result, Xiao Tong stepped forward. He was unarmed while the villagers were fully armed, carrying hoes, firewood knives, and other weapons. As a consequence, Xiao Tong knocked down all the young and strong laborers in the entire village. Of course, they weren't in life-threatening danger, but they were bound to be incapacitated for 100 days. So Xiao Tong had the capital to be arrogant. He had never thought that he could possibly lose to a zombie in cold weapon combat. At night, Xiao Tong carried out his original plan as usual. He drenched himself with a bucket of human blood, found an old mountain village house, and quietly waited. This old house was well located. It was surrounded by desolate and uninhabited areas, so there was no need to worry about harming others. Moreover, it was right within the flying zombies' range of activity. Naturally, to avoid arousing suspicion, Xiao Tong went there alone and told the team members to wait at a distance and not to disturb him while he tried to capture the zombie alive. He waited all night, but didn't see a single zombie. He became so drowsy that he could only keep munching on beef jerky. It was really something that he could still eat with the stench of blood all over him. At dawn, when Xiao Tong was about to withdraw, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, the door shattered into several pieces and flew out. A burly figure walked in, exuding a putrid smell. It was the flying zombie. Although its body was extremely decayed, the armor it wore still glistened brightly, and the spear in its hand still emitted a cold and eerie light. Xiao Tong could tell at a glance that these two pieces of equipment were absolutely top grade. This time, it was truly a great gain as he had obtained two pieces of equipment for free. At this moment, all Xiao Tong could think about was stripping those two pieces of equipment off. Xiao Tong was a bit dazed for a while. It might have been due to staying awake all night, or perhaps it was because of his greed for the spoils. When he regained his focus, the zombie in front of him had already vanished. A stench rushed towards him from behind, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced through. If Xiao Tong were to turn around at this moment, it would be too late, and he would surely meet his doom. This was where Xiao Tong's experience came into play. He executed a forward roll immediately, instantly creating a distance between them. Behind him, the flying zombie also thrust its spear, aiming straight at his back. The distance of the forward roll happened to be exactly the same as the length of the spear. Even so, the sharp spear tip still grazed Xiao Tong's skin. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Xiao Tong was enraged and twirled his nunchucks like a whirlwind of flowers. He made a sideways turn and smashed the nunchucks down hard at the flying zombie. This zombie was also quite agile. It promptly erected the spear and entangled the nunchucks. The two sides began to engage in a power struggle. Just when Xiao Tong was brimming with confidence, he noticed that he was gradually being pulled closer to the flying zombie. This meant that the opponent was stronger than him. Xiao Tong didn't dare to be overconfident. He spun the nunchucks and freed them from the spear, then took a sudden step forward and directly attacked the zombie's lower body. A strange sound seemed to come from the flying zombie's throat, as if it were full of disdain. The flying zombie leaped high into the air, and with its spear slashing upwards from below, it went straight at Xiao Tong. Crack! The joint of the nunchucks was directly severed, and Xiao Tong staggered, almost losing his balance and falling. Damn it! Xiao Tong stared at the two halves of the nunchaku in his hands and cursed vehemently. Finally, he hurled the two sticks forcefully at the flying zombie. Immediately afterwards, he drew out two daggers from the sides of his boots and dashed forward recklessly. The flying zombie deftly deflected the two sticks with its spear. Xiao Tong, not one to be outdone, took advantage of this momentary opening and reached the flying zombie's side in a flash. He aimed one dagger at the zombie's eyes and the other at its crotch. Launching a two-pronged attack, Xiao Tong was confident that no one could evade this onslaught. As expected, the flying zombie instinctively dodged backward, evading the dagger aimed at its eyes. Simultaneously, it brandished its spear to block the other dagger. Humph! You wish. It's too late. Xiao Tong exerted a sudden burst of strength and drove the other dagger forcefully into the flying zombie's lower body. The attack was evidently effective, but the result was less than satisfactory. Xiao Tong could sense that the dagger had merely pierced through the zombie's armor. The flying zombie's movements paused briefly, but then it swung its spear with a whistling sound. Xiao Tong quickly used his other dagger to block, but a puny dagger was no match for a long spear. The dagger was sent flying, and then the flying zombie lifted its foot and delivered a powerful kick to Xiao Tong's chest, sending him flying through the air. Xiao Tong struggled to his feet, and a sweet, metallic taste welled up in his throat. Damn it, I really underestimated this old bastard. Just then, Xiao Tong's radio communicator rang. These rascals still have a conscience. I'm saved this time. Xiao Tong heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could utter a word, the voice of a team member came through the radio. Captain, just now the archaeological team sent a message. The identity of the flying zombie has been confirmed. It's Ajij, the great general of the Qing Dynasty. Ajij was the brother of Dorgan and one of the most valiant generals of the Qing Dynasty. Damn it. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 58. Xiao Tong's glorious moment after learning that the opponent was Ajij, the foremost military general of the Qing Dynasty. Xiao Tong was well aware of his prowess. So he stopped putting on a show and shouted, "You brats. What the hell are you waiting for? Come and help me right away." Hearing their captain's words over the communicator, the team members on the other end could tell that their captain was in a tough battle. Thus, they immediately rushed to offer assistance. At this moment, Xiao Tong was truly in a crisis. He got up shakily, one hand gently resting on his chest while the other drew out another dagger from behind his waist, preparing for a last-ditch fight. In such a perilous situation, Xiao Tong unexpectedly regained his composure. He thought carefully. The weakness of a zombie lies in its spine, so he had to figure out a way to target it. However, the troublesome part was that this flying zombie was clad in extremely sturdy armor, making it rather difficult to injure its spine. Xiao Tong felt around his body to see if there was anything useful. All he had on him were two-hand grenades. He hadn't brought a gun. Damn it. This time, I've really got myself in deep trouble. Xiao Tong cursed silently. It would take about a quarter of an hour for his team members to arrive for the rescue, and he simply couldn't afford to wait that long. He decided to take a desperate gamble. Xiao Tong suddenly charged forward. When the flying zombie saw him coming, it also assumed a fighting stance, ready to engage in battle. Just as the distance between the man and the corpse was less than half a meter, Xiao Tong forcefully pushed off with his right leg and leaped into the air. The flying zombie was not slow to react either. Holding a long spear with both hands, it suddenly thrust the spear upwards. At that moment, Xiao Tong was right in mid-air, directly above the flying zombie, with no room to dodge. So he forcefully pushed his dagger backwards. The dagger collided with the long spear. Although it couldn't fully block the attack, it did manage to deflect the spear. The direction of the spear's thrust was thus changed, avoiding his heart. Although the direction had changed, the deflection was not significant, and the long spear still forcefully struck Xiao Tong's thigh. Immediately, blood gushed out. Xiao Tong endured the pain with great will and pressed his two hands on the flying zombie's shoulders to gain leverage. In this way, he successfully leaped behind the flying zombie. Immediately afterwards, he directly stuffed 2 grenades into the gap between the flying zombie's armor and its neck. Boom. Xiao Tong was sent flying a long distance by the shockwave of the grenade explosion. As for the flying zombie, it was in a far worse state. The explosion of 2 high, explosive grenades at such close range directly blew open its armor, and its back was blown to a bloody mess. The flying zombie lay on the ground, staggering to stand up. Clearly, the damage to the flying zombie's spine from the 2 high, explosive grenades was still limited. Xiao Tong seized the opportunity, struggled to prop himself up, and suddenly leaped upwards. In the air, he forcefully adjusted his posture, pressed his knees down, and heavily slammed them onto the flying zombie's spine. Crack! This was the sound of bones shattering. The spine of the flying zombie was broken in the middle, and the commotion it made diminished significantly. Xiao Tong was still not at ease. He clenched his fist, gathered the strength of his entire body, and slammed it down hard on the back of the flying zombie. Punch after punch landed. Xiao Tong was quite confident that each blow could fracture the flying zombie's spine. Without the protection of the armor, the flying zombie lay on the ground, twitching. It attempted to crawl or stand up, yet it was unable to do so. Xiao Tong heaved a long sigh, used his foot to push the flying zombie's spear aside, then leaned against a corner and awaited rescue. Before long, the members of the second squad arrived. Seeing the scene before them, they knew that their captain had managed a narrow victory. Immediately, someone helped Xiao Tong up and began to give him simple treatment, while another group went over to capture the flying zombie. However, an unexpected incident occurred. When a member was binding the zombie, its head suddenly jerked violently. The member's neck was slit open, and blood gushed out like a spring, impossible to stop. Soon, the member could only emit dreadful gurgling sounds, and then his eyes dimmed. It turned out that there was a very sharp small gun on the helmet the flying zombie wore. Since the zombie's cervical vertebrae were not damaged, it could still move its head and thus remained aggressive. The members quickly shattered the flying zombie's cervical vertebrae. Only then did they bind it with confidence and bring it back to the Special Action Team 037. This was the story of how the Special Action Team 037 initially obtained a zombie. Later, they captured many more zombies one after another and found that what was written in ancient classics was extremely accurate. Apart from the lowest, grade purple zombies, there are also white zombies, green zombies, and long-haired zombies. Additionally, we captured a non-decaying bone zombie, which, as described in ancient documents, is the second most ferocious type of zombie. At that time, in the port city of Nanjing, nearly 2 battalions of troops were lost in order to capture this non-decaying bone zombie. However, there has been no discovery or sighting of the top-ranked wandering zombie, let alone its capture. According to ancient records, the formation of a wandering zombie is extremely difficult. A zombie must endure a thunderbolt catastrophe to transform into a wandering zombie, thus they are extremely rare. Moreover, significant breakthroughs have been made in the research of zombies. The formation of zombies has rather strict requirements for the environment, mostly occurring in relatively humid areas. Due to various reasons, the corpses do not decay completely. Instead, they start to change under the influence of environmental factors. It can be understood as a form of cultivation in a state of death. It is beyond doubt that zombies are dead. The reason zombies can move is that their brains and nerves are occupied by microorganisms and bacteria, generating nerve currents. Although the principle is quite complex, in simple terms, it enables the zombie's body to move and act according to its instincts without consciousness. Of course, there are still many unknown secrets about zombies, and the research is still ongoing. For example, flying zombies, after acquiring the ability to scale walls and leap over buildings, still retain many pre-death habits. How to explain this situation remains an unanswered question. Captain Xiao finished his story and got drunk. He only drank less than half a gin of liquor. Looking at the dazed Captain Xiao, I decided to take my leave. As I got up and prepared to leave, Xiao Tong suddenly called out to me. In consideration of your treating me to a meal, I'll teach you how to deal with zombies. Upon hearing this, I quickly sat back down. Knowing more life-saving skills would surely do no harm. Xiao Tong picked up his wine glass, pointed it at me, and looked at me through the glass, saying, "It's quite simple to deal with zombies. Just don't let them bite you." After uttering these words, Xiao Tong slumped onto the table and remained completely motionless. I grumbled as I walked out of his office, thinking to myself that I had known all along he was not a reliable person. Back in my room, I briefly recounted the story to Fatty Lu. However, as I was telling it, he had already fallen asleep. I felt rather disheartened and stopped paying attention to him. 3 days passed like this, and it was time for us to set off. Fatty Lu said with great enthusiasm, "Let's go, Comrade Xiao Wu. Let's go to the vodka country to rescue the foreign female comrades." Chapter 59. Birth. Fatty Lu and I first went to the basement to have a look at the goods we were going to transport this time. According to the regulations of the Special Action Team 037, we were not allowed to see what we were going to transport before the operation. When we arrived at the basement, Captain Gu Lingling was already waiting there. Captain Gu was a typical Jiangnan beauty, just a little over 1.6 meters tall. With fair skin, she was in her early 30s, yet she looked extremely young. If no introduction was given, no one would have thought that she was a squadron leader. "Wu Di, Lu Meng, you're here. Come and have a look at the little deer we're taking this time." Captain Gu's voice was of the kind typically associated with little girls, even somewhat childish and sweet. So it was said that when Fatty Lu first saw Captain Gu, he mistook her for someone's daughter. We greeted Captain Gu, then all turned our gazes to the coffin beside her. Evidently, the little darling she had mentioned was currently inside this coffin, living in complete darkness. "Hurry up and let it out for some fresh air. It must be suffocating." Captain Gu was rather impatient as she hadn't seen this zombie beforehand either. Fatty Lu and I each grabbed a corner of the coffin and exerted force simultaneously. Then we managed to lift the coffin lid. A putrid stench assailed our noses, seemingly tainting the very air. We quickly took a step back to avoid inhaling the foul-smelling gas. In contrast, Captain Gu stepped forward as if those putrid fumes were odorless. "Wow, Wu Di. Lu Ming, come and have a look. This little darling is quite good looking," she exclaimed. Fatty Lu and I wrinkled our noses and craned our necks to look. Inside the coffin lay a bound zombie, struggling incessantly. This zombie had a very distinct characteristic. Its entire body was purple. I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. According to what Xiao Tong had said, purple zombies were the lowest rank zombies, so their danger level was not high. In fact, among all the strange incidents the Special Action Team 037 had to deal with, the threat posed by zombies was indeed relatively low. It was mainly because zombies had limited lethality, mostly causing external injuries with a low fatality rate. Unlike some contemporary movies where being bitten by a zombie turns one into a zombie, which is not possible in reality. Lu the fatty and I merely glanced at it. Yet Captain Gu began to examine it thoroughly. She stroked the zombie's muscles while murmuring to herself, "Not bad. This little fellow is full of vitality. It's an excellent specimen." It was time to set off. 2 staff members helped us carry the coffin onto the military aircraft, and we boarded the plane along with Captain Gu. The journey this time was rather long, so the military plane needed to refuel at the border. There were no hitches along the way, except that the purple zombie kept thrashing about, making the coffin rattle. The pilots were seasoned military men. Although they found it strange, they didn't raise any questions. However, the most restless one throughout the journey was Lu the fatty. His mouth never stopped. He chattered on about how charming the girls in the vodka country were and how delicious the vodka there was, paying no heed to the fact that a female captain was sitting beside him. To my surprise, Captain Gu didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, she even initiated a discussion with Lu the fatty about the differences between the girls in the vodka country and those in our own country. The noisy journey made the time pass quickly. As we were approaching the border, the sky suddenly darkened. I quickly looked out of the window and noticed a huge dark cloud in the distance. The pilot obviously saw it too, but he consoled us, saying, "Don't worry. It's just a cumulonimbus cloud. It won't have much of an impact on us, and we'll be landing soon." In fact, at that time, I didn't quite understand what a cumulonimbus cloud was. Had I been more educated, I would surely have stopped that pilot. The pilot was battle-hardened. Flying a fighter jet through a cumulonimbus cloud was but a trifle for him. However, when we approached the cumulonimbus cloud, suddenly it seemed as if the sky had brightened. Fatty Lu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, this is the first time I've ever seen lightning at such close range." I stared out of the window. I had never witnessed such a dense display of lightning either, and a sense of unease welled up within me, as if something was about to happen. Boom. I felt as if my eyes had been flashed by an intense light, and I couldn't see a thing. Meanwhile, the pilot in the front let out a loud yell. "Damn it, we've been struck by lightning." But the bright light vanished in an instant, and the plane continued to fly smoothly, showing no signs of abnormality. The pilot was also rather surprised. We were clearly hit by lightning just now. How could there be no damage? Lu and I quickly checked the fuselage and ourselves for injuries, only to confirm that we hadn't suffered any harm and the plane was flying normally. Just as we heaved a sigh of relief, I suddenly caught a whiff of a burnt smell, which was coming from beside us. I quickly followed the smell and found that it was emanating from the coffin beside us. At this moment, the once noisy zombie had fallen completely silent. The coffin, just like a real one, seemed to hold a dead body inside. Fatty Lu noticed the strange look on my face and also cast his eyes towards the coffin. I say, Comrade Xiao Wu, don't tell me our little dear was struck dead by the thunder. Hearing Fatty Lu say this, Captain Gu seemed to recall something and suddenly sprang up. Captain Gu took out a talisman from his bag. I recognized this kind of talisman. It was a high-grade item of the 037 Special Action Team, mainly used to suppress evil spirits. Without hesitation, Captain Gu unsealed the talisman and directly plastered it on the coffin lid. At the same time, he turned around and shouted at the pilot, "Hasten to land and send an alarm to the military base at the border, requesting support." Seeing Captain Gu so nervous, Fatty Lu was a bit bewildered. He poked me with his finger and said, I say, Comrade Xiao Wu, don't tell me that what's lying in the coffin is really Captain Gu's little dear. At this moment, I had already realized why Captain Gu was so anxious. Just now, the thunderbolt had struck the zombie. According to ancient records, the condition for the formation of the most powerful type of zombie, the wandering zombie, was to be struck by thunder. In ancient times, wandering zombies were rare because such an event was too coincidental and difficult to occur. However, now, a zombie was flying in the sky, so close to the clouds that it got the chance to be struck by thunder. It seemed that the reason the plane remained safe after being struck by thunder was that the zombie in the coffin had absorbed the power of the thunder. Meanwhile, the coffin began to shake violently. Obviously, the power of the sealing talisman was no longer sufficient to suppress what was inside the coffin. The most powerful zombie, the wandering zombie, is about to break out of its coffin. Chapter 60. Preliminary probe. I felt as if I were facing a formidable enemy. Gritting my teeth, I said to Fatty Lu, if I'm not mistaken, what's inside the coffin now is a wandering zombie. A wandering zombie? Fatty Lu looked utterly bewildered. Before I could say a word, Gu Lingling spoke up first. A wandering zombie is the most advanced type of zombie recorded in ancient books. When a wandering zombie attains the pinnacle of cultivation, it can traverse between the realms of the living and the dead, ascending to the 9 heavens above and descending to the netherworld below. Thus, despite being devoid of vital energy, it roams freely like an immortal. Captain Gu briefly introduced the wandering zombie. However, from her tone, I didn't detect any fear. Instead, she seemed quite excited. As the most erudite member of the 037 Special Action Team, she had never laid eyes on a real wandering zombie. Perhaps this was the excitement of a researcher. Just like Duan Feng. At this moment, the coffin was shaking more and more violently, and the coffin lid showed signs of loosening. The pilot probably realized the gravity of the situation and contacted both the headquarters and the border military base. Captain Zhang from the headquarters personally replied, demanding that Captain Gu capture the wandering zombie at all costs. The border military base also sent feedback, stating that they had made full-scale combat preparations as per the superior's orders and were ready to offer support at any time. Although Gu Lingling was the highest-ranking official here, being a researcher, she was somewhat lacking in actual combat experience. I quickly reached a conclusion that we definitely couldn't engage in battle with the wandering zombie at such a high altitude. The nearby terrain consists entirely of mountains and forests, making it impossible for the fighter jet to make an emergency landing. The only option is to head for the border military base for an emergency touchdown. However, it's evident that time is running out, as one of the wandering corpse's hands has already emerged from the coffin. Therefore, the sole viable approach is to parachute immediately, jettison the coffin, and engage in a decisive battle on the ground. Without hesitation, I instructed the pilot to circle in the air and record the coordinates. Lu and I joined forces to hurl the coffin directly out of the plane. I believed that it was unlikely the wandering corpse would perish from the fall. Yet if it did, that would be the most fortuitous outcome. Subsequently, the three of us, Lu, Captain Gu, and I, parachuted down, gearing up for a life or death confrontation on the ground. Initially, I thought that Lu and I could handle the situation alone by parachuting. But Captain Gu insisted on accompanying us. As she put it, she absolutely couldn't afford to miss such an excellent research opportunity. Just as we were descending, I noticed a cloud of dust billowing up from the ground. Evidently, the coffin had been completely shattered, but its location was still relatively discernible. So I estimated that our landing spots wouldn't deviate too far. While I was constantly adjusting my parachute to hasten my descent, a dark silhouette ascended from the ground. This shadow rose in an extremely peculiar manner, standing completely upright without a tremor, as if it were floating in mid-air. Damn it! The wandering corpse could actually fly. According to Qiao Tong's description, flying corpses were merely incredibly swift, capable of scaling walls and moving with such agility that they seemed to fly. But this wandering corpse was truly soaring in the air. Captain Gu beside me exclaimed excitedly, "The records in ancient documents are indeed accurate. The wandering corpse can truly soar up to the 9 heavens." This tone is truly reminiscent of an innocent child catching sight of an unencountered candy. However, this was not the time for exclamations. In the twinkling of an eye, the wandering zombie had already flown in front of us. At this moment, we were completely floating in mid-air, without the slightest ability to dodge. Fatty Lou didn't utter a word. He took out his pistol and fired 6 shots in quick succession. All 6 shots hit, yet it was no different from hitting cotton. The wandering zombie's movement remained completely unaffected. There was no other way. We had to buy some time. So, I also activated my supernatural power, raising my telekinetic force to the maximum, ready to blow the wandering zombie's brains out in one fell swoop. Just as I was about to invade its brain, it was as if a powerful force pushed me out of its brain. This feeling was like when you push someone but fail to move them, and instead, you are rebounded and fall down. Immediately, I felt dizzy and a hot liquid trickled out of my nose. When I touched it with my hand, it turned out to be nosebleed. I had previously heard that some superpower users would suffer a backlash when using their abilities. This was the first time I had encountered such a situation, and I was at a loss. Fatty Lou was also extremely shocked when he saw my state. Without bothering with any witty remarks, he disassembled a grenade and threw it between me and the wandering zombie. Bang! The grenade exploded. The shrapnel whizzed past my cheek and even ripped my parachute. Fortunately, the shockwave from the grenade blast blew me a short distance away, creating some space between me and the wandering zombie. The wandering zombie seemed extremely puzzled. After all, it had never seen a grenade before, and thus showed great interest in it. At that moment, I felt that this wandering zombie seemed to possess some kind of consciousness. The wandering zombie stopped attacking me and quietly hovered there, watching us descend. After the 3 of us landed on the ground, the wandering zombie also slowly touched down and sized us up curiously. Seeing that the wandering zombie didn't launch an immediate attack, we were all very bewildered. In our impression, zombies always attacked humans indiscriminately. At this time, Gu Lingling carefully took a step forward and said, restraining her excitement, "Hello. I'd like to ask if you can understand what we're saying." It seemed that Captain Gu also had her doubts. Then, something astonishing happened. The wandering zombie actually slowly nodded, clearly indicating that it could understand us. This meant that the wandering zombie in front of us was conscious, which was a revolutionary discovery for the 037 Special Action Team's research on zombies. Gu Lingling hesitated for a moment but still continued. "Then, could you please come with us?" The wandering zombie shook its head. Then it picked up a tree branch from the ground nearby and started scribbling on the sandy ground. I took a closer look and was surprised to find that it was writing, "Those who hold different principles cannot work together." When Fatty Lou saw this, he burst into laughter, saying, "It's actually an educated zombie. How rare." The wandering zombie clearly understood what Fatty Lou said. It turned its head and quietly stared at him. The plump Lou made me feel extremely guilty and somewhat at a loss. At this moment, the wandering zombie wrote a few more words. "You brought me out, and I'm grateful to you, so I'll spare you today." Judging from this, it seemed that the wandering zombie didn't intend to fight with us. But this was only limited to this time. I weighed the situation. Relying on the 3 of us to take down a top-grade zombie was almost an impossible task. Moreover, the plump Lou didn't have his trident with him, which further diminished our combat effectiveness. Besides, my skills were ineffective against it. I glanced at Captain Gu, and she nodded at me. Apparently, the 2 of us had reached an agreement. I immediately beckoned the plump Lou to step back and be ready to flee at any moment. Bang! There was a gunshot. I whipped my head around and was instantly stunned. Captain Gu had actually fired the gun and gave me a thumbs-up gesture, saying, "Charge." Chapter 61. Astonishing Abilities. Charge what? Charge my foot. Why did you fire the gun? I complained to Gu Lingling in bewilderment. Gu Lingling looked at me with a puzzled expression as well and said, "Didn't we just communicate with our eyes? I said to attack, and you agreed." I was instantly speechless. I really didn't expect Captain Gu to be so belligerent. However, it was no use regretting. The gun had been fired, and we had to figure out another way. Captain Gu's marksmanship was really poor. This shot obviously missed, but it successfully enraged the wandering zombie. The wandering zombie picked up a branch again and wrote on the ground, "You are seeking death. Let me send you to the afterlife." As he spoke, the wandering zombie initiated its action, dashing or rather floating towards us at great speed. Although its velocity was high, it was by no means impossible to keep up with. I took out the Ganchi halberd and charged forward, bracing myself with the shield. With a thud, I collided head-on with the wandering zombie. To my astonishment, the impact I felt was not strong. Instead, the zombie was sent flying by me. The wandering zombie staggered to its feet, and I didn't miss this opportunity. I swung the great axe and hacked at it directly. The zombie instinctively dodged to the left, but I altered the trajectory of my strike in mid-air, causing the axe to slash down diagonally. With a crack, the entire arm of the wandering zombie was severed. Although the zombie didn't show obvious signs of pain, its mobility was clearly affected to some extent. At this time, Fatty Lou behind me shouted loudly, "Captain Gu, Comrade Wu, is this the so-called most powerful zombie you were talking about? It doesn't seem that formidable to me." To be honest, I was also quite puzzled. According to Qiao Tong's description, a flying zombie was already very powerful. Then, how could this top-grade wandering zombie be so weak? I turned to Captain Gu and asked, Captain Gu, is this really a wandering zombie? Why does it seem so feeble? Captain Gu shook his head and said, there's no doubt that this is a wandering zombie. However, regarding its strength, ancient records don't describe it clearly. Since it's the highest grade zombie, it should have considerable strength. On the other side, the wandering zombie had straightened itself up completely, and its severed right arm began to grow back slowly. Although the newly grown right arm appeared extremely frail and was not symmetrical to his left arm, just the recovery ability alone was already astonishing enough. However, if it was only this recovery ability, it wouldn't be particularly intimidating. I thought to myself that next time, I would chop him into pieces and see how he could regrow. Having made up my mind, I held the ganchi horizontally in front of me, ready to charge. Just then, a strange change occurred on the side of the Yujiang. The soil beneath his feet began to tremble, and several rotting hands emerged from the soil. Soon, the owners of these hands revealed their true forms. They were actually zombies, a total of 6. 4 of them were easily recognizable as they were purple. So they were the lowest grade purple zombies. As for the other 2, one was covered in white hair, and the other appeared extremely strong and agile. At this moment, Gu Lingling beside me recognized the identities of these 2 zombies. This one is a hairy zombie, and the other is a walking zombie. I was suddenly shocked. Both hairy zombies and flying zombies are high-grade zombies with strong combat capabilities and are difficult to deal with. At this time, I finally understood why this Yujiang in front of me was the highest-grade zombie. Because he could summon other zombies and make them obey his commands. I really couldn't figure out where these zombies had come from. Perhaps in this vast underground, over the dynasties, some corpses had turned into zombies, which also seemed reasonable. At this moment, Captain Gu tugged at me from behind and whispered to me, both hairy zombies and flying zombies are zombies highly skilled in close combat. Be extremely cautious. I forced a bitter smile. In terms of individual combat ability, I was by no means afraid. However, the current issue was that they were immortal beings, while we were but flesh and blood creatures. There was no time to think too much. 6 zombies were charging towards us. We had to fight even if we didn't want to. Fatty Lou drew out his dagger and stood in front of me. This really surprised me. I didn't expect this lazy fat guy to be so loyal. Fatty Lou turned around and said to me solemnly, Comrade Xiao Wu, I'll take on those 4 purple-colored ones. You handle the other 2. I let out a sarcastic laugh. I knew this lazy fat guy wouldn't change so easily. Damn it. I cursed silently in my heart and then unleashed my supernatural power. I directed my psychic power straight at the furry zombie. Its head exploded like a watermelon, shattering into pieces. The furry zombie's movements were restricted, but it could still move. Having lost its eyes and nose, its direction of movement seemed a bit erratic. Seizing this opportunity, I used my supernatural power on the flying zombie. The power still worked. The flying zombie's head also exploded. Although it wasn't as fragmented, the organs on its head were surely out of use. While these 2 zombies were spinning around in place, unable to find their way, I quickly dashed behind the furry zombie and kicked it down. Then I held the battle axe in a reverse grip and slammed it down hard on the furry zombie's spine. Soon, the furry zombie could no longer get up and could only twitch on the ground. Meanwhile, the flying zombie on the other side sensed my position instinctively and charged towards me at breakneck speed. However, without the support of smell and vision, its balance was also significantly affected. Although it initially charged towards me, its direction deviated during the charge and it dashed straight past me. So, I resorted to the same old trick, kicking the flying zombie down and smashing its spine. On the other side, Fatty Lou had neatly knocked down 4 ordinary purple zombies, but hadn't yet broken their spines. I walked over with the big axe on my shoulder and destroyed the spines of these remaining 4 zombies. After ensuring that everything was fine, we turned our gazes to the wandering zombie in front of us. The wandering zombie silently watched all this, then took out a branch and started writing, "You're really good. I really underestimated you, but don't think you can catch me. For I've attained the path and become an immortal." As soon as the words fell, I felt the wandering zombie's body gradually turn transparent. In a short while, it completely vanished from our sight. I thought it was a trick of the eye. So I picked up my gun and started shooting in the direction where the wandering zombie disappeared, but obviously no bullets hit the target. Gu Lingling stopped me and said in her unique, sweet voice, "The wandering zombie is the ultimate form of zombie cultivation, capable of traveling between the world of the living and the dead. If it wants to escape, we can't stop it." Chapter 62. The failed entrapment. The wandering zombie disappeared right before our eyes. Since we were unable to track it, we could only stay in place waiting for rescue. More than half an hour later, the soldiers from the border military base found us and took us to the base. At the base, we promptly reported the situation here to our superiors and simultaneously preserved the 6 captured zombies meticulously. Since this was the first time the Special Operation Team 037 had obtained intelligence regarding the wandering zombies, it was given special attention. Especially when we learned that the wandering zombies could summon and control other zombies. Captain Zhang decided that we must capture this wandering zombie. Captain Ling Jin of the first squad and Captain Chao Tong of the second squad had set off overnight. Captain Zhang requested that we conduct an initial search to see if we could uncover any clues. The highest ranking commander at the border military base is a senior colonel who has received orders to fully obey our commands. Although Captain Gu should be the highest ranking commander here, as she is more inclined towards administrative work, I was tasked with arranging the search. At this moment, I suddenly recalled the story Chao Tong had told me, so I decided to try his method. However, there was no reserve of human blood at the border military base. But after I communicated my idea to the senior colonel, he immediately approved it. Each soldier donated a tube of blood, and in this way, large barrels of human blood were gathered for me. Time was of the essence, so I quickly dragged Fatty Lu to the vicinity of our landing site. I poured a barrel of blood on myself, and another on Fatty Lu. Fatty Lu was still resistant, but he didn't show it, and instead cooperated very well. To be on the safe side, we also brought a company of soldiers and had them lie in ambush around us, ready to come to our aid at any time. After all, I wasn't confident that I could capture the wandering zombie alone. As time ticked away, the human blood on Lu the Fatty and me had already congealed. However, there was still no sign of the wandering zombie. The sky grew brighter and brighter. Just when I thought there would be no gain this night, the wandering zombie suddenly materialized right in front of me. I was at a loss to describe this kind of sudden appearance, which was the same as when it had left before. At first, there was nothing in front, but gradually a shadow emerged and finally took on a human form. I cast a cold glance at the wandering zombie and waved my hand grandly. A company of soldiers quickly surrounded it. I let out a sneering laugh and said to the wandering zombie, "I'm truly sorry, but I'm going to capture you today." The wandering zombie remained expressionless, or rather, I couldn't make out its expression as its face was rotting. It still held a twig in its hand and used it to write on the ground. "You think you're the hunters, but actually your base is in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. I immediately ordered the messenger to contact the border military base. The radio was connected, and Captain Gu's voice came through. "Wu Di, Lu Ming, listen up. You must capture that wandering zombie. Don't worry about the base here." Through the radio, I could clearly hear the gunshots and the commotion in the base. Evidently, the soldiers there were engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, the wandering zombie seemed to let out a sneering laugh, a strange sound emitting from its throat. Subsequently, he wrote on the ground with a twig, saying, "I spent an entire night to find so many loyal servants. I wonder if your base can withstand the attack of a Bawagu?" Bawagu. Hearing this, a chill ran down my spine. For according to the records in the files, back then, nearly a whole battalion of troops sacrificed their lives just to eliminate one Bawagu. It goes without saying how terrifying a Bawagu could be. At this moment, I was extremely anxious but utterly helpless. If we were to rush back to the base now, we would miss the prime opportunity to capture the wandering zombie. There was nothing left but to take a desperate gamble. As long as we could capture the wandering zombie here, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. It seemed that the wandering zombie had guessed what was on my mind. He wrote with his twig again, "Your ability is truly unique and quite lethal to us zombies. However, you can't harm me. Let's just stay here and see who outlasts the other." Damn it, he sure talks a lot. Fatty Lu was enraged. He pulled the safety catch and fired a full burst of bullets at the wandering zombie. Fatty Lu was an excellent marksman, and almost all the bullets in that burst hit the wandering zombie. However, it was obvious that they had little effect, and the wandering zombie's movement remained unimpeded. He even provocatively turned around, exposing his spine. Fatty Lu didn't hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, he took out his pistol and fired 6 shots in rapid succession at the wandering zombie's cervical vertebra. All 6 shots hit the same spot precisely. The immense impact generated by these shots was too much for the wandering zombie's cervical vertebra to bear, and it was visibly shattered. A surge of excitement coursed through my heart. As is well known, to vanquish the zombies, one must shatter their spines. And the cervical vertebra is an extremely crucial part of the spine. Fatty Lu was also preening with self-satisfaction. However, before he could utter any boastful words, the wandering zombie suddenly turned its head around, staring directly at us. Simultaneously, it began to write, "The spine is indeed a weakness for ordinary zombies, but not for me." After saying this, it turned its head back again. At this moment, its cervical vertebra was visibly recovering and had already grown back. Suddenly, I became aware of a problem. We were utterly helpless against this wandering zombie. We couldn't kill it, nor could we catch up with it. Conversely, with its individual capabilities, it was also unable to slay us. Then, why did it appear before us? The answer was obvious. Since my ability was an absolute nightmare for other zombies. The wandering zombie was stalling me here to gain time for the zombies at the base. Once I grasped this, a chill ran down my spine. The wandering zombie's thinking and strategizing abilities were far more terrifying than its combat and regenerative capabilities. It was truly horrifying that a monster had acquired a human, like mind and intellect. I no longer had the inclination to entangle with the wandering zombie. I immediately signaled Fatty Lu and the soldiers to retreat. Fatty Lu seemed to have also caught on and immediately shouted the order to retreat. As it was the soldiers' duty to obey commands, they promptly retreated without the slightest hesitation. As I was retreating, I turned my head and took a glance at the wandering zombie. He stood there, motionless and without chasing after. However, the gesture he made was even more astonishing. He slowly raised his left hand towards me and then extended his fingers, giving me a thumbs up, as if saying, "You're sharp enough to discern my thoughts." Chapter 63. The undecayed bones not one to be outdone. I made a pistol gesture at the wandering zombie, indicating that I'd surely find a way to eliminate it. We got into the car and raced non-stop towards the base, meanwhile contacting the base to inform them of our coming to their aid. From afar, the scarlet glow of the cannon's fire could be clearly seen. When we caught sight of the base fortress, it was already surrounded by zombies. Yet, the zombies hadn't managed to break into the base, suggesting that the battle was still under control. Evidently, though, some elite zombies had infiltrated the base, for there were still intense gunshots echoing from within. Although the zombies hadn't breached the base interior yet, the battle situation was deteriorating steadily. Since zombies were already dead, they were largely immune to gunshots. While heavy artillery bombardment was somewhat effective, it wasn't easy to destroy all the zombie spines with the cannons. Thus, beneath the base fortress, the low-level zombies were piling on top of each other, advancing towards the fortress one on another, and a large number of flying zombies were scaling the walls, using the friction of the fortress's outer wall to continuously assault the base. By this time, as we were getting extremely close, the zombies at the end of the horde had noticed us. Consequently, a portion of the zombies initiated an assault on us. Most of these zombies were of the lower-grade varieties, namely purple zombies, white zombies, and green zombies. Occasionally, there were a few hairy zombies. Yet under the coercion of my supernatural ability, they didn't pose a significant threat to us. Just as we were about to open the passageway for our advancement, an extremely gaunt figure stepped into our inevitable path. This figure's appearance here was extremely abrupt, for all those attacking the base were zombies. In short, they were all corpses. And this shadowy figure had not a single piece of flesh on its body, resembling more a skeleton. I remarked, "Comrade Xiaowu, what on earth does this zombie mean? Why does it show itself to us so blatantly?" I shook my head, not responding to Fatty Lu's jest. In truth, I already had an answer in my heart. The thing before us was undoubtedly an incorruptible skeleton. Although I hadn't seen the specific dossier, this form left no room for doubt. This incorruptible skeleton had a very distinct characteristic. Its left hand bones were unusually robust, with the entire left hand being nearly twice the size of the right one. As I was speaking, the incorruptible skeleton charged towards us. Its speed was not slow, and it appeared to move with great agility. Perhaps due to its all-bone body. Regardless of whether you're an incorruptible skeleton or not, you must be eliminated today, for we're also racing against time. I immediately activated my supernatural ability and directly concentrated all my telekinetic power, intending to blow off its head directly. And once again, something astonishing occurred. My supernatural ability had absolutely no effect on the incorruptible skeleton. However, different from the encounter with the wandering zombie, this time there was no backlash either. My supernatural ability failed to take effect, and I stood there stunned in surprise, unable to react for a moment. The boneless one took advantage of the situation and rushed right in front of me. He raised his sturdy left hand high and slashed down at me. At that time, I couldn't react in time and could only barely dodge to the right. Bang, bang, bang. Fatty Lu behind me fired 3 bullets, all of which beautifully hit the boneless one's left hand. Clang, clang, clang. Although the bullets hit, it was as if they had hit a steel plate and were all bounced off. Nevertheless, the impact of the bullets was still there. The boneless one's left hand was knocked aside a short distance, so this attack just grazed my scalp. I also took this opportunity to put some distance between us. Although I managed to survive, I wasn't happy, because my supernatural ability had no effect on the boneless one. It was okay that it didn't work on the wandering zombie, but this made me a bit disheartened about my own ability. However, I had to deal with this current trouble. I had to gather more intelligence. So I immediately called Captain Gu, hoping to hear her advice. After the radio communication was connected, Captain Gu's voice came through. Her voice was a bit urgent. Obviously, she was also in a tough situation. Before I could ask, Captain Gu spoke first. "Wu Di, you have to be careful. Your ability is useless against the boneless one." I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Captain Gu to have already guessed it, so I quickly asked her the reason. Captain Gu then replied, "Are you a blockhead? The boneless one is all bones all over. There's no brain left. Your ability is to influence the opponent's brain with telekinesis. If there is no brain, can the ability still work?" I was silent for a second and then had to accept this reality. Subsequently, I asked Captain Gu if there were any combat strategies or techniques. Captain Gu's voice was also listless. "We're at a complete loss here. So far, we haven't even managed to eliminate a single bone immortal. Just do your best." After saying this, Captain Gu hastily ended the communication. If the artillery fire in the military base couldn't even take down a bone immortal with our current firepower, it was even more impossible. Thinking of this, I simply abandoned my gun and directly took out the ganchi, preparing to engage in close quarter combat. I told Fatty Lou and the others to suppress the ordinary zombies while I took on the bone immortal alone. From our previous encounter, the bone immortal was indeed quite agile, but it wasn't unbeatable. Back then, Xiao Tong had a tough fight with the flying corpse mainly because the flying corpse was well equipped and Xiao Tong couldn't break through its defense. But now, it was different for me. I held the legendary weapon, the ganchi, and so far, I hadn't seen anything that the ganchi couldn't cut through. The bone immortal charged towards me, and I charged towards it as well. Strike first to gain the upper hand. I swung the great axe with all my might towards the bone immortal's head. The bone immortal dodged to the side and was about to succeed. Just as the axe was about to come down, I adjusted my steps and made my body spin. This caused a slight change in the direction of the axe's swing. Just like that, I directly chopped off the bone immortal's right arm. I let out a sneer. It seemed that even the hardness of the Bawaga's body couldn't withstand the slash of the ganchi. Seizing the opportunity to pursue the victory, I swung the great axe again and hacked at the Bawaga's head. To my surprise, this time the Bawaga didn't choose to dodge. Instead, it directly raised its left hand. I saw it open its palm, as if forming a large net, and directly caught my axe head on. I was cursing in my heart. It seemed that the hardness of the Bawaga's strong left hand was also extraordinary. According to the files, each Bawaga had a part that it mainly cultivated, and this Bawaga mainly trained its left hand. However, an even more astonishing thing happened. I felt a powerful pulling force trying to snatch away the ganchi. I took a sudden look and found that it was the Bawaga's left hand exerting force. The strength was incredibly great, and I simply couldn't hold on. The ganchi was thus snatched away forcefully. Chapter 64. A tragic reversal. Losing one's weapon on the battlefield is truly a disgraceful thing. But I didn't have time to be sad. The Bawaga held the ganchi with its huge left hand and hacked at my head. Although the ganchi had recognized me as its master and wouldn't display its special abilities, being struck head on by such a heavy axe would surely mean death. And there were no other weapons around me. I could only draw out my pistol again and shoot at the Bawaga, but it had no effect. Just like this. The Bawaga kept chasing me and hacking. Although I tried my best to dodge, I still couldn't avoid every attack. This axe, although it didn't hit me squarely, still sliced a large gash in my right chest. Blood trickled out continuously, showing no sign of ceasing. Having utilized a great deal of my superpowers during the previous battle, I had already exhausted a large amount of physical strength. Thus, this injury instantly made me feel dizzy, and my body gradually became feeble. Taking this opportunity, Bawaga continued to advance towards me. My speed had significantly slowed down. In desperation, I simply turned my back to him and bolted away. However, the difference in speed between us was still too great. I could sense Bawaga getting closer and closer to me. As a warrior, it would be an absolute disgrace to die with my back turned to the enemy. So, I halted my steps, spun around, drew out my soul dagger, and prepared to fight to the death. Bawaga seemed to have perceived my predicament. I noticed that his emaciated face actually wore a sneer. He raised his axe high, and his left hand creaked as if he were exerting all his might. The axe came slashing down through the air. I knew that with my strength, I definitely couldn't withstand this blow. All I could do was raise my dagger and leave my fate to the heavens. Splat! It was the sound of the axe chopping into flesh and the cracking of bones. Warm blood splashed across my face, completely blinding my eyes. But I was still conscious. I was extremely surprised that I hadn't died after such a powerful strike. When I cast my gaze forward, my heart tightened with pain. A warrior had rushed in front of me, spreading his arms wide, and embraced Bawaga in a hugging stance. The huge axe had sliced into his shoulder, almost severing his entire upper body diagonally. At this moment, the warrior was still conscious, and blood kept gushing from his mouth. He turned back to look at me, his eyes filled with fortitude. His lips parted and closed, and blood bubbles kept emerging. It seemed that he had exhausted the last bit of strength in his life as he spat out a few words. Don't give up. You must win. Anger and unwillingness instantly welled up in my heart, yet my physical strength was truly failing me. Although I wanted to move, my steps were somewhat unsteady, and I had no good way to avenge the warrior in front of me. By then, the warrior had lost his breath, yet his eyes remained wide open, as if he wanted to witness how the enemy before him would perish. The boneless fiend showed no mercy. With another burst of force, it split the warrior's body in two. Right in front of me, the boneless fiend took a big bite of the warrior. It chewed and swallowed, and the bones cracked between its teeth. However, the boneless fiend had no esophagus, no stomach, and no intestines. The bitten up flesh and bones simply fell out of its skull. The boneless fiend didn't need to eat. It was just using this way to intimidate us. All my unwillingness and anger transformed into a roar. I held the dagger horizontally, ready to make a final charge. At this moment, I felt several hands grabbing me. Looking back, I saw the company commander and several soldiers beside him. The company commander looked at me firmly and said, "Sir, your mission is more crucial. Leave this to us." After saying that, the company commander led the soldiers forward. They fired their guns while providing cover and kept getting closer to the boneless fiend. Firing guns was useless, but it seemed that the company commander and his men didn't intend that way. They just wanted to distract the boneless fiend. A soldier had gotten quite close to Huo. To my astonishment, instead of using a bayonet or a firearm, he assumed the same posture as the previous soldier, a posture of an embrace. Huo swung his great axe forcefully, and this time it landed squarely on the soldier's chest. Immediately, the soldier's chest caved in. There was no doubt he was doomed. With a mighty roar, the soldier took a sudden step forward, wrapped his arms around Huo, and locked him firmly. By then, the soldier had already breathed his last, yet his corpse still held Huo in a tight grip. Meanwhile, the company commander, along with several other soldiers, advanced in a flanking maneuver from different directions, all assuming the posture of an embrace. One soldier hugged Huo from behind, another from the right, and yet another directly from the left. However, what awaited them was the axe. The 3 soldiers perished, but their corpses remained standing upright, holding Huo in a vice-like grip. At this moment, the company commander also lunged forward. His target was Huo's left hand. He grabbed hold of Huo's left hand and locked his left shoulder, preventing the left arm from swinging. Although Huo's left hand was incredibly powerful, once the joint was locked, it couldn't move either. Just as the bite force of an alligator is extremely strong, but the force to open its mouth is quite weak. Thus, only a leather strap is needed to immobilize an alligator's mouth, and the same was true for Huo's left arm. Although Huo's left arm could no longer move, at this moment, it was still held high in the air. Suddenly, Huo's left hand loosened slightly, and Qin Shi dropped accordingly. Relying on inertia, Qin Shi hacked forcefully onto the company commander's neck, and immediately blood gushed out like a fountain. The company commander endured the excruciating pain, yet his throat was already leaking air. He said to me in a gurgling voice, "Kill him." After uttering these words, the company commander passed away. Meanwhile, Huo was firmly locked by the corpses of 5 soldiers and couldn't move. I endured the pain with great fortitude, walked up to Huo, picked up Qin Shi, and then walked behind Huo. I gazed at the soldier who had sacrificed his life behind Huo, and my lips began to tremble. Eventually, I made up my mind. I clenched my teeth tightly, brandished Qin Shi, and hacked forcefully at Huo's back. The sharp Qin Shi first severed the body of the deceased soldier and then struck Huo's spine forcefully. This blow was extremely powerful, and Huo also felt immense pain and almost lost his balance. I wouldn't give it a chance to fight back. I reversed Qin Shi and started pounding it again and again on Huo's spine. I continued until his spine was completely smashed. Finally, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I used Qin Shi to chop off Huo's entire left arm, so that his most powerful weapon was no longer a threat. I looked at the twitching Huo and then at the corpses of the company commander and the others. Tears welled up in my eyes uncontrollably, and a sense of heroic spirit welled up within me. Huo was so formidable in ancient times because no one had ever thought of catching them in such a way. However, we have iron-willed soldiers. And we have soldiers who are not afraid of sacrifice. There is faith in our hearts. For the supreme interest, what does life matter? During the war, we could use our bodies to block the bullet holes of the bunkers. We could also use our bodies as bombs and charge forward to blow up others' tanks. Naturally, we could also use our bodies as ropes to firmly tie up this incorrigible monster. I wiped the tears from my face, picked up my weapons, and plunged back into the battle. Revenge. Revenge. I must avenge. You won't have died in vain, my comrades. Chapter 65. Menacing onslaught in the subsequent battle. There are many things I can't remember, but later, according to Fatty Lou's recollection, he had never seen me in such a state. He even didn't know that my individual combat ability was so outstanding. In his words, I charged straight into the zombie horde with my weapons in hand, as if there were no obstacles. When dealing with ordinary low-level zombies, I relied purely on close, quarter combat, using my weapons to chop off their heads or cut them in half. I made them twitch on the ground, and once they lost their mobility, they posed no threat. When encountering flying zombies or furry zombies, I would use my supernatural powers to shatter their heads, and then follow up with a finishing blow with my weapons. Anyway, in the end, almost all the zombies that attacked us were taken down by me alone. I seem to have no memory of these events because when I woke up, I was already inside the military base. Fatty Lou said I had been unconscious for a whole day and night. Maybe it was because I overused my abilities and my physical strength was extremely depleted, resulting in an extreme state of exhaustion. I struggled to open my eyes and clearly saw the people beside me. Captain Gu was here, Fatty Lou was here, and there was also an officer I hadn't seen before. He should be the commander of this military base. I let out a long sigh of relief and slowly began to speak. Since I'm lying here, it means we've still emerged victorious. How many boneless dead attacked the base? How did you deal with them? As soon as I finished speaking, I felt the atmosphere among everyone suddenly turn heavy. Even Fatty Lu, who was always smiling, now looked solemn and silent at this moment. He seemed to be engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. Finally, as if having made up his mind, he addressed me. After the boneless dead that attacked us was taken down, I contacted Captain Gu and told her how we dealt with it. After saying this, Fatty Lu fell silent again, not uttering a single word. In fact, I didn't need to ask anymore. From their expressions, I could tell that the combatants inside the military base must have also used this method. At this moment, the officer beside the bed spoke up. The person in charge of the base, Senior Colonel Chao Xian, led from the front. He hugged a boneless dead tightly and finally sacrificed himself. I sighed and turned my head away. Tears still welled up in my eyes. How could any evil spirits or demons defeat such an army? Such an iron-willed troop, a team with firm beliefs and fearless of sacrifice? Suddenly, I recalled the scenes of the battles in the south, remembered my platoon leader, and thought of my comrades, in arms in the reconnaissance company who had shared life and death moments with me. Once again, the scene of the battle on the Japanese island came to mind. All the soldiers in an entire naval base lost their lives in the East China Sea. In Lop Nur, countless engineering soldiers were buried in the vast desert. What were they fighting for? For themselves? Certainly not. It was all for the supreme interests, for the country, and for their beliefs. Only an army like this is invincible. At this moment, Captain Gu composed herself and said in her distinctive voice, "Wudi, if you're feeling better, come with us to the military meeting. Ling Zhen and Xiao Tong have already arrived. Indeed, the best way to commemorate our comrades is to truly defeat our enemies. We are determined to capture this wandering zombie." Captain Gu, Fatty Lu, and I walked into the meeting room. Xiao Tong and Ling Zhen were already waiting there. When Xiao Tong saw me, he still looked a bit embarrassed. After all, when he told me stories, he boasted about how great he was, but in the end, he only killed a flying zombie. As for me, I was said to have single-handedly charged into the zombie camp and killed a large number of high-level zombies. However, Ling Zhen was still the same as before. He got straight to the point as soon as he saw us. We've won this defensive battle and captured many zombie samples. But the real threat is far from over. If we don't eliminate the wandering zombie, situations like today will surely happen again. Therefore, the top priority is to find the trace of the wandering zombie first and then carry out a decapitation operation to wipe it out at one go. Finally, Ling Zhen cast his gaze upon me and said, "Wudi, is it possible for your ability to lock in the position of the wandering zombie?" I shook my head and replied, "My ability is ineffective against the wandering zombie. Moreover, if I were to use my ability on him, I might even suffer a backlash from him. It appears that the wandering zombie himself is also a possessor of extremely powerful telekinetic power." After hearing this, Ling Zhen slowly nodded his head and fell into silence. Suddenly, Fatty Lu spoke up furtively. "It's quite simple. Find 2 more buckets of human blood. Comrade Xiao Wu and I will each carry 1 bucket, and we're sure to lure the wandering zombie out." After hearing his words, I shook my head again and said, "It definitely won't work. In fact, I believe that the reason he showed up last time was that he did it deliberately. Therefore, to entice him out, we need to present a reason that he can't ignore. Then, what if we take the zombies here as hostages to force him to come out?" Captain Gu ventured to suggest. I shook my head once more and said, "It's probably also impossible, based on our previous encounter with the wandering zombie. He refers to the other zombies as his slaves. Have you ever seen a slave owner willing to go through fire and water for his slaves?" At this moment, Xiao Tong, who had been silent by the side, suddenly spoke up. "Isn't the wandering zombie said to have attained immortality? Just think about it. What do these immortals pursue? It must be something befitting their status. And zombies are most sensitive to vitality. So, if there were a magical artifact full of vitality placed in front of him, it would surely be extremely appealing to him." As Xiao Tong's voice faded, we all immediately thought of the same item, the Sea Prism Stone Trident. Truly a divine artifact. It contained an incalculable amount of vital energy. This intense vital energy was undoubtedly extremely alluring to zombies. Hence, we promptly reported to the headquarters and arranged for the Sea Prism Stone Trident to be delivered to the naval base at the fastest speed possible. In less than half a day, the trident was already there, adhering to the principle of returning things to their rightful owner. The trident was given back to Fatty Lu for use. Correspondingly, Fatty Lu became the linchpin of this operation, or in more common parlance, the bait. However, before our bait operation could even commence, a shocking piece of intelligence arrived. According to multiple sources of information, including reconnaissance plane sightings and radar detections, countless zombies of various ranks had emerged in the Xinganling area, covering the entire mountainside densely. The quantity and scale were dozens, or even hundreds of times larger than that of the previous attack on the military base. Chapter 66. The bait operation shortly after. The images were transmitted. As we stared at the large screen, a chill ran down our spines. The screen was filled with zombies, a truly awe-inspiring sight. At this moment, Ling Zhun remained the calmest. He immediately reported the situation to the headquarters. Then, he made arrangements for the base's defense, under the headquarters' instructions. He also contacted several nearby military bases and began to mobilize troops, ready to engage in combat at any moment. The bait plan was now extremely urgent. If this horde of zombies didn't have a leader, it might be possible to defeat them one by one and alleviate the pressure. However, the truth was quite the contrary. The wandering zombie was an extremely fearsome leader, capable of unleashing the most potent power of the zombies. The combat effectiveness of this batch of zombies would be truly terrifying. Thus, the troops set off overnight, heading towards the Greater Xing'an Mountains, ready to fight a decisive battle. When we reached the periphery of the Greater Xing'an Mountains, the mountains in sight remained tranquilly serene. Nevertheless, we were well aware that deep within the mountains, countless zombies were gaping their blood-filled jaws, poised for action. The operation commenced immediately. Fatty Lu reluctantly made his way to the edge of the mountains. He opened the box crafted from special materials, took out the wrapped trident, then set the trident upright beside himself and waited quietly. At this point, setting an ambush was futile. According to the nature of the wandering zombie, it didn't care about how many of us were in ambush. In its eyes, we ordinary people were but mere ants. Originally, I thought it would be another protracted battle. However, this time, in less than a quarter of an hour, the wandering zombie suddenly made its appearance. The wandering zombie regarded Fatty Lu with keen interest and then fixed its gaze on the trident. Its next move once again astounded us. It slowly opened its mouth and actually spoke. "I never expected you to have such a fine thing. The vital energy within it is incredibly overwhelming. Such a treasure should rightfully be mine to enjoy." Finally, upon seeing our astonished expressions, it calmly smiled and said, "Don't be overly surprised. After all, I'm an immortal. It only takes a day or two to learn to speak." To be honest, the fact that the wandering zombie has learned to speak has dealt a rather significant blow to us. This indicates that this wandering zombie possesses an extremely powerful learning ability, which means it is constantly evolving. If we don't eliminate it as soon as possible, it is highly likely to become an entity that we are unable to confront in the future. Just imagine, if the wandering zombie learns to use firearms on its own and then teaches its zombie army to use them, even modern armies would be no match for it. Before we could open our mouths to refute, Fatty Lu was the first to speak up. "You don't know this. This trident is a rare and precious treasure. It is said to have been formed from the legendary Eastern Japanese Immortal Island and can absorb vital energy." I really didn't expect Fatty Lu to reveal the truth so quickly. Just as I was about to scold him, Ling Zhun grabbed me and said, "Fatty Lu is smart. Now, the wandering zombie definitely won't want to leave." Sure enough, the wandering zombie tilted its head, and there seemed to be a glimmer of eagerness on its face. It actually took a few steps forward involuntarily. "Give me this trident, and I'll spare you today," it said, then stretched out a hand towards Fatty Lu. After hearing this, Fatty Lu made an extremely exaggerated expression. "Give it to you? What will I use then? If you have the guts, come and take it yourself." Upon hearing this, the wandering zombie didn't get angry. Instead, it showed a strange smile. "You said it yourself. Then don't blame me for being impolite today." With that, the wandering zombie rushed towards Fatty Lu, intending to seize the trident. However, after he flew forward for a certain distance, the movements of the wandering zombie suddenly became much slower, and one could clearly discern its flight path with the naked eye. It was Ling Zhun who had activated his supernatural power, slowing down the passage of time for the wandering zombie, thus causing its movements to slow down. Nevertheless, this effect only persisted for a few seconds. Subsequently, the wandering zombie broke free from the restraint and continued hurtling towards Fatty Lu at an extremely high speed. Meanwhile, Ling Zhun beside me spat out a mouthful of blood, evidently having suffered a backlash from using his supernatural power. I gritted my teeth and once again unleashed my supernatural power against the wandering zombie. The telekinetic force surged forth, and this time I successfully invaded the zombie's brain. Yet, within the blink of an eye, I was pushed out by a more powerful telekinetic force. Fortunately, I deactivated my power swiftly, thereby mitigating the force of the backlash. Despite that, a trickle of blood oozed from my nostrils. Fatty Lu was as shrewd as they come. Upon seeing that both Ling Zhun and I had suffered the backlash, he immediately stowed away his trident and turned tail to flee. However, his speed was rather sluggish, and it wouldn't be long before the wandering zombie caught up with him. At this juncture, the soldiers we had brought along opened fire. The soldiers were excellent marksmen, and almost every shot hit the wandering zombie. But the zombie remained completely unfazed. Ordinarily, when an ordinary zombie was hit by a bullet, although it wouldn't die, its movement speed would be decelerated. As the wandering zombie drew closer and closer to Fatty Lu, I took out my Ganchi halberd, and Captain Ling Zhun also drew out a specially made long knife, preparing to engage in close combat to rescue Fatty Lu. Just then, a dark shadow swooshed past us. Upon closer inspection, I was astounded to find that it was Captain Xiao Tong, leading the charge towards the wandering zombie. He brandished a glittering long spear, which at first glance was no ordinary weapon. Presumably, it was the spear he had seized from the Qing Dynasty General Ajij. Xiao Tong's speed was astonishing. In my view, it even outmatched that of the wandering zombie. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tong had dashed behind Fatty Lu and stood firmly in front of the wandering zombie. The wandering zombie halted its movement and hovered in mid-air. Looking down upon Xiao Tong haughtily, I detect not a hint of peculiarity from you. You are but a mortal. How dare you challenge me? After uttering these words, the wandering zombie's right hand began to swell. Its bones elongated, eventually piercing through the flesh and gradually coalescing into a bone sword. Once the bone sword took shape, the wandering zombie made a sudden dive, swooping down menacingly and slashing fiercely at Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong remained utterly calm. Just as the wandering zombie was about to land, he abruptly thrust his long spear upward. The wandering zombie, unable to dodge in time, was pierced through, leaving a large hole in its body. However, it showed no reaction at all. It raised the bone sword and continued its downward strike. Xiao Tong, seemingly unfazed, casually lowered his head and easily evaded the attack. Then, he lifted his foot and delivered a powerful forward kick, sending the wandering zombie flying several meters away. He also smoothly pulled out his long spear. The wandering zombie cast a glance at Xiao Tong, and surprisingly, it began to clap its hands. Truly remarkable. It is indeed extraordinary for a mortal to possess such capabilities. After speaking, the wandering zombie's figure vanished. A few seconds later, it suddenly reappeared behind Xiao Tong. The bone sword was raised once again, slashing down mercilessly from a blind spot where Xiao Tong could not see at all. Chapter 67, Mutual Annihilation. Watching as the wandering corpse gradually coalesced into a human form, the bone sword was held aloft, poised to sever Xiao Tong's head at any moment. At this time, although Xiao Tong could not see, he seemed to sense something instinctively. He leaped forward and then spun around, lifting his long spear. This attack directly gashed the wandering corpse's face. The wandering corpse was extremely enraged and vanished on the spot, becoming completely invisible. At this moment, Xiao Tong seemed to have entered a state of self-forgetfulness. He even closed his eyes. Then he suddenly rushed towards the left, front, and thrust his long spear forcefully. Thud! This sound clearly indicated that he had hit something, and the voice of the wandering corpse came from the air. Impossible. Can you see me? Then the wandering corpse appeared, having been pierced through the abdomen by Xiao Tong's spear. Xiao Tong shook his head and said, I can't see you, but I can sense your killing intent and smell the putrid stench on you. As he spoke, the wandering corpse concealed its whereabouts once again. Then Xiao Tong suddenly sped towards the mountain. He violently swung his long spear forward with all his might. Then there was a loud bang. Although we couldn't see it, we could clearly feel that Xiao Tong's long spear must have hit the wandering corpse. After this strike, Xiao Tong leaped forward vigorously, pressing down with his knees to hold the wandering corpse down, but it managed to break free. However, Xiao Tong quickly adjusted his stance and got up to continue the fight. This time, the direction he was chasing in was the exact opposite. He was coming towards us. Evidently, the wandering zombie was fleeing in our direction. Although we were not clear on how Xiao Tong knew the location of the wandering zombie, judging from his performance in the previous fight, he must have mastered a method to lock in the zombie's position. At this moment, Xiao Tong suddenly cast a glance in Ling Zhen's direction. Ling Zhen silently nodded, and the next second, Ling Zhen activated his special ability. However, this time, Ling Zhen's target was not the wandering zombie, but Xiao Tong. Ling Zhen accelerated Xiao Tong's time flow rate. It was evident that Xiao Tong's speed had increased by another notch compared to before. His speed was beyond what my naked eyes could follow. Xiao Tong leaped high into the air with remarkable swiftness, and then came crashing down hard. With a flying kick, he aimed straight at the air in front of him. This time, everyone heard the sound of bones breaking. Xiao Tong had put all his strength into this kick, and with the accelerating effect of Ling Zhen's ability, its power was beyond imagination. At this time, the wandering zombie realized that it was futile to remain hidden any longer, so it revealed itself voluntarily. The wandering zombie was lying on the ground in a strange posture, with its back contorted, as if its spine had suffered severe damage. This state greatly boosted our spirits. But the next second, the wandering zombie stood up in that eerie posture. Then it twisted its back, and its state returned to normal. Apparently, its abnormal recovery ability had fully healed its spine. Therefore, if we couldn't damage its spine beyond repair in a short period, we would never be able to eliminate the wandering zombie. Therefore, it is imperative to restrain the wandering zombie and then inflict a burst of damage within a short period to severely incapacitate it. Ideally, it should be sliced into pieces to prevent its abnormal regenerative ability from enabling it to recover. In fact, there is such a method. Just yesterday, we employed it. Yet I sincerely hope that this method will not be used again. However, the requirements for using this method are extremely stringent. Firstly, it is a significant challenge to track the whereabouts of the wandering zombie. Secondly, one has to keep up with its speed and possess greater strength than it. When all these factors are combined, it is by no means an easy task. At this moment, I suddenly noticed that Xiao Tong's eyes seemed to become more serious. He was completely different from the usual carefree Xiao Dia, and there even seemed to be an air of authority befitting a captain. Could it be? A thought suddenly popped into my head. Among all the conditions I had just considered, if there was one person who met them, it would surely be Xiao Tong. And Xiao Tong clearly knew how we dealt with the non-decaying corpse, which means he was aware of this method. Xiao Tong shot out like an arrow. Ling Zhen's acceleration effect was still in play, so Xiao Tong's speed was far greater than that of the wandering zombie. Xiao Tong held his long spear horizontally in front of his chest and, relying on the impact force, directly sent the wandering zombie flying. The wandering zombie knew it couldn't outrun Xiao Tong, so it prepared to go head-to-head with him, relying on its abnormal regenerative ability. The wandering zombie raised its bone sword high, and Xiao Tong swept his long spear across. Just as the two weapons met, Xiao Tong suddenly hurled the long spear forward forcefully. However, the wandering zombie remained utterly unfazed, allowing the long spear to pierce through his chest. At this moment, Xiao Tong drew out the hatchet hidden at his waist and charged straight towards the bone sword. The bone sword pierced fiercely through Xiao Tong's chest. Yet due to the impact of his speed, he didn't halt his steps until he reached the wandering zombie. Xiao Tong raised his hand high and struck down violently at the zombie. At such close range, the wandering zombie had no chance to evade, and his head was directly chopped off. Then, as if expending all his strength, Xiao Tong firmly locked the zombie's body. With a trip of his foot, the man and the corpse crashed to the ground. We all grasped Xiao Tong's intention. I took the lead and rushed to the side of the wandering zombie and Xiao Tong. I held back my anger and grief at this moment. I mustn't let down Xiao Tong's determination. Xiao Tong still had a breath, and blood bubbles kept emerging from his mouth. But I didn't rush to rescue him immediately. Instead, I directly smashed the wandering zombie's head with the Ganshi axe. Meanwhile, Ling Zhen also arrived and chopped the wandering zombie's body into pieces with his precious sword. His movements were much gentler, presumably to prevent causing further harm to Xiao Tong. We chopped the wandering zombie into more than 20 pieces, and each piece was carried away by a warrior to create a distance. This time, the wandering zombie failed to recover. It seemed that his powerful regenerative ability was ineffective once the pieces were separated. Ling Zhen helped Xiao Tong up. Xiao Tong was spitting blood mouthful by mouthful, and his gaze gradually faded. I also hastened forward to check. Before my eyes, Captain Xiao was extremely frail. I've always regarded him as an unruly person, and I'm also aware that he cherishes his own life dearly. Yet, it was this very man who, when faced with such a powerful enemy, resolutely chose to perish together with the foe. Xiao Tong stretched out his hand, making a grasping motion towards us, but his hand could barely be lifted. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength as he spat out a sentence. Damn it, I really don't want to be a hero. His eyes slowly closed, and his heartbeat gradually slowed down, on the verge of stopping at any moment. Chapter 68, a weighty choice just as everyone was at a loss. Ling Zhen grabbed Xiao Tong's hands and began to use his supernatural power. Even from where I stood nearby, I could sense that the power Ling Zhen was using this time was extremely potent, with a massive output of energy. At this moment, Xiao Tong even seemed to have stopped breathing, and his entire body was in a state of complete stillness. Ling Zhen gritted his teeth and said to us, "Hurry and send him to the hospital. I've stopped his time. He can maintain this state. Quick." Seeing Ling Zhen persevering with gritted teeth, it was evident that stopping a person's time surely required a great deal of energy as a price, so he definitely couldn't hold on for long. So, we immediately carried Xiao Tong into the vehicle. The medical facilities in the military base were rather rudimentary and surely couldn't provide treatment. Therefore, we could only choose the nearest municipal hospital for the rescue. At this moment, Ling Zhen couldn't leave Xiao Tong for a single step and had to maintain physical contact with him. Two grown men held hands so as to minimize energy loss and achieve the longest possible duration. Therefore, all the on-site handling work was entrusted to Captain Gu and me. The head of the wandering zombie, which I had smashed just now, had basically recovered, and it could even speak. I never thought that I, an immortal, would be defeated by an ordinary mortal. I cast a cold glance at the wandering zombie and said, "He is no ordinary mortal. He is a great warrior, a warrior with the highest beliefs." The other parts of the wandering zombie also began to heal gradually, but no new parts grew. It seemed that it was impossible for it to fully recover. Captain Gu deduced that the wandering zombie's regenerative ability was indeed remarkable. Yet the regenerative positions for each section of the spine were fixed. Hence, when these spines were completely separated, its regenerative ability couldn't restore its whole body. I instructed the soldiers to carefully place the remains of the wandering zombie into special metal boxes respectively. These boxes were specially made by our Special Operations Team 037, primarily for storing highly confidential and crucial items. As such, they boasted excellent sealing and isolation properties. As a precaution, during transportation, we adopted the method of loading only one piece of the remains in each vehicle. This was to prevent the two pieces of remains from resonating due to being in close proximity. In case of an accident, the consequences would be far too great. After returning to the military base, we immediately reported the situation to the headquarters and assigned Fatty Lu to transport the remains back. Gu and I promptly rushed to the hospital to check on Xiao Tong's condition. When we arrived, several soldiers escorted us in. We immediately inquired about the situation. The soldier's face was etched with exhaustion, yet he replied with a smile, "Captain Xiao Tong has been saved, but he needs ample time to rest and recuperate." The soldier also added that Captain Ling Zhun had exerted his supernatural power to stall time for Captain Xiao Tong, depleting a great deal of his energy and physical strength. In the end, he even bled from his 7 orifices. Thus, Ling Zhun's injuries were no less severe than Xiao Tong's, and he was also undergoing emergency treatment. Fortunately, he was out of danger, but he might not be able to get out of bed for the next month. After hearing this, I exhaled deeply, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from my chest. Although I didn't have a good relationship with Xiao Tong before, I knew from then on that I was willing to sacrifice everything for him. He was a true hero, since both captains were out of danger. Gu and I paid them a visit and then returned to the military base, as someone had to be there to handle the work. Just as we got back to the base, an officer informed us that the zombies along the Greater Xin'an Mountains seemed to be getting restless. According to the initial intelligence, they were lined up and almost motionless. However, now, some zombies had started crossing the Greater Xin'an Mountains and attacking the nearby villages. Captain Gu deduced that since the wandering zombies were no longer there, the restraint on the zombie horde had significantly diminished. If these zombies are not dealt with promptly, they will scatter and start attacking the surrounding cities. The emergence of such a zombie army would be catastrophic, both from the perspective of maintaining secrecy and saving lives. Just when I was at a loss, Captain Gu suddenly announced a military meeting and began to take charge, issuing commands. This surprised me because I had always been the one handling combat matters. Only then did I remember that she was the highest-ranking officer here. Captain Gu demanded that all incendiary bombs, gasoline, and other fuels in the military base be concentrated. Moreover, she ordered that all incendiary bombs, aircraft, and various fuels be from several nearby military stations and prepared for departure. Seeing my puzzled look, Captain Gu looked at me with a very stern expression and said, "According to the records in the ancient books, to completely eliminate the zombies, their bodies must be completely destroyed. Therefore, burning them to ashes is the best solution." Then Captain Gu looked into the distance, in the direction of the Greater Xin'an Mountains, and slowly said, "There are always some things that someone has to take on. I'll handle this matter today." Subsequently, Captain Gu gave the order that all the various fuels should be airdropped into the area where the zombies were in the Greater Xin'an Mountains. Finally, incendiary bombs and other explosives would be used to ignite all the fuels and burn the zombies to death completely. After hearing Captain Gu's arrangement, I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was truly a bold and far-reaching plan. The Greater Xin'an Mountains span a vast area and serve as a crucial timber-producing region. Undoubtedly, the losses caused by this fire would be substantial. Most importantly, there are surely people residing in the mountainous areas of the Greater Xin'an Mountains. This implies that this fire would not only incinerate the zombies but also claim the lives of the mountain dwellers within, leaving them with no means of escape. At this moment, Captain Gu seemed to revert to a delicate and vulnerable state. Her voice quivering, she said to me, "Let me bear this sin. Currently, this is the best course of action. If these hundreds of thousands of zombies manage to break out, the consequences will be far more dire than the death of dozens or hundreds of people." I fell silent, but tacitly agreed with Captain Gu's words. I could only console myself, thinking that with so many zombies in the mountains, the mountain villagers were probably already doomed. Nevertheless, there would surely be survivors. Yet it was highly likely that they would not make it through. That year, a raging inferno blazed across the Greater Xin'an Mountains, and the flames could be seen as far as the 3 northeastern provinces. This fire inflicted colossal losses and even claimed numerous lives. However, it also saved a greater number of lives. One moment can be an act of an angel, and the next, that of a devil. Chapter 69. Aftermath of the incident. The fire in the Greater Xin'an Mountains finally subsided, but the economic losses it brought were immeasurable. However, there was no other way. This fire successfully eradicated the zombie army at its root, averting a more significant crisis. Thus, from this perspective, the fire was undoubtedly a success. Captain Gu remained at the military base. In her words, she was there awaiting punishment. Finally, the disciplinary action arrived. Captain Gu received a reprimand. When he heard this decision, he seemed to cheer up a bit. It seemed that he hadn't expected the punishment to be so mild this time. Immediately, he pulled me out to have a meal. He He had been eating very little these days, so this time he ate a great deal at one go. After the meal, he asked me to take him to the Greater Xing'an Mountains. I promised him, and then the two of us drove along the Greater Xing'an Mountains. There were still many officers and soldiers stationed here because occasionally, zombies that hadn't been completely incinerated would escape. Therefore, the military publicly claimed that it was to preserve the scene and search for survivors, so the entire area was set as a restricted zone. In fact, it was also to prevent the zombies from causing further chaos and harming the masses by mistake, so as to better handle the situation. Captain Gu knelt down devoutly facing the Greater Xing'an Mountains and kowtowed 3 times with great solemnity. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Although he didn't say a word, I knew that he was repenting and atoning for his sins, atoning for the innocent people who had died in this operation. In fact, this was a very paradoxical issue. Should the innocent people have died? They shouldn't have. But sometimes, there really was no other way. For the sake of the supreme interest and for more people to survive, sometimes one had to make some extremely difficult decisions. And the person who made this decision often had to bear a lifetime of regret and a lifetime of guilt. From this perspective, the person who made this decision was, in essence, a hero. As time went by day after day, the zombies in the Greater Xing'an Mountains had basically been completely eradicated. Perhaps there were still a few scattered zombies hiding in the jungle, yet they were no longer capable of causing any significant upheaval. At this moment, Fatty Lou returned from the 037 headquarters, accompanied by a doctor specially recruited by 037. They brought some special medicinal herbs to treat Xiao Tong and Ling Zhen's injuries. Meanwhile, Fatty Lou also conveyed Captain Zhang's order. Captain Zhang required Captain Gu and us to continue the original plan and participate in the research activity in Vodka Country. As for the zombie to be taken, the problem was easily solved. During this operation, a great number of zombie specimens had been captured, so it would suffice to simply select a purple zombie. Before our departure, we visited Ling Zhen and Xiao Tong in the hospital. Their complexions had improved considerably, but they still couldn't get out of bed. Among the medicinal herbs brought by 037, there were some that could be regarded as rare and precious treasures of nature, capable of rapidly restoring a person's vitality and mental energy. They were extremely suitable for the symptoms of the two of them. Of course, such things were highly valuable, and it was no easy feat for the 037 Special Action Team to produce so many at once. Since the two of them were out of danger, we continued to carry out our mission. To prevent another unexpected incident, we specifically monitored the weather to ensure there was no lightning in the sky. If struck by lightning again, it would truly be a disaster. This time, since Captain Gu had participated in the entire operation, I didn't have to write the operation report. For me, this was truly a relief. So, I don't quite clearly remember the final investigation report. However, the explanations and the latest findings regarding zombies in it are still highly systematic. Purple zombies, they are the lowest grade zombies. Lacking consciousness, they act solely on instinct. Their means of attack are extremely one-dimensional, mainly relying on their teeth to bite. Since their hands don't possess particularly sharp offensive weapons, their lethality is relatively low. White zombies, another type of low-grade zombies, their formation principle is similar to that of purple zombies. The only difference lies in the bacteria that inhabit the white zombies' brains, which are slightly different from those in purple zombies. The mobility of these bacteria is significantly stronger, so white zombies are generally more agile than purple zombies. Nevertheless, it's just a marginal improvement in agility, and there isn't an explosive increase in their inherent lethality. Green zombies, they are also low-grade zombies, but there is a fundamental difference compared to purple and white zombies. The root cause is that there is a large amount of corpse poison in green zombies' bodies. After years of accumulation, this poison is highly toxic and volatile. If one accidentally inhales it, they may either fall into a coma or, in severe cases, die on the spot. Therefore, green zombies have area-based lethality. However, their movements remain slow, and their weaknesses are quite prominent. Hairy zombies, in fact, they are similar to white zombies. The only distinction is that the bacteria and colonies within hairy zombies are more prominent, even growing on their external skin. The growth and reproduction abilities of these bacteria have been rapidly enhanced, thereby maximizing the hairy zombies' mobility. As a result, hairy zombies are extremely agile. From this stage onwards, they enter the ranks of medium to high-grade zombies. Flying corpse. A flying corpse is a high-ranking type of zombie. Its most significant characteristic is that it can inherit the abilities from its pre-death state. Moreover, due to its cultivation, it has an extremely light body and is swift in movement. It can perform highly difficult actions, scaling walls and leaping from rooftops, which is almost like flying. If the flying corpse had martial skills or other special abilities in its previous life, it seems that these abilities can still remain. Non-decaying bone corpse. The non-decaying bone corpse is the most special kind of zombie, being nothing but white bones all over. It can be understood that during long term cultivation and erosion. The flesh and skin have vanished, leaving only the bones. A prominent feature of the non-decaying bone corpse is that the bones of one part are especially prominent. It can be well comprehended that this part has been most solidly cultivated, thus being the hardest and having extremely strong lethality, which can be regarded as having both offensive and defensive capabilities. Dormant corpse, a type of zombie that appears in very few ancient records. It is said that this kind of zombie can remain incorrupt for 1,000 years and, after waking up, possess the ability of immortality. So far, none has been discovered. And there are still doubts about the relevant records in the ancient books. Wandering corpse, the highest ranking type of zombie, the conditions for its appearance are extremely harsh. It requires an ordinary zombie to be struck by lightning and absorb the energy of heaven and earth to be born. It can ascend to the sky and dive into the earth, has the ability to fly, recover, summon other zombies, and make them obey its commands, and the ability to turn invisible. The wandering corpse is full of mysteries all over, and its abilities are very special, with extremely high research value. Currently, only one specimen has been obtained and has been classified as the highest level secret. Chapter 70, Captain Gu's Superpower later. I also heard that since a large number of zombie specimens were captured this time, many zombies were transformed and studied in depth. Quite good results were obtained. For example, the bones of the unrotted zombies are extremely hard. By extracting the bones and refining them with other alloys, a new type of extremely sturdy material can be obtained. Later, this material was widely applied in the aerospace engineering. The research on the wandering zombies was even more miraculous. It was discovered that their self-healing ability actually utilizes the oxygen in the air to carry out a reaction similar to photosynthesis. And the energy generated in this way is used to repair themselves. However, this technology has not achieved a breakthrough yet. Given time, if the research is truly successful, it is not impossible for animals to obtain energy from the air. As for the invisible ability of the wandering zombies, it was even more puzzling. The principle was unknown, and no conclusive results could be obtained from the experiments. Eventually, the research was temporarily put on hold. However, I also reaped great personal rewards. When the wandering zombie no longer posed any threat, I attempted to communicate with it. As I had expected, the wandering zombie still retained its memories from its previous life. It told me that it was from the Qin Dynasty. This dynasty made me extremely sensitive because many of the events I had experienced were related to this dynasty. Even the letter from that mysterious person seemed to have originated from the Qin Dynasty. The wandering zombie told me that it was a Taoist priest in the Qin Dynasty and had also pursued immortality. But without a doubt, there was no elixir of life. So it had always been skeptical about whether the magic arts it pursued actually existed. At this moment, he paused briefly before confiding to me that immortality was indeed a reality. After transforming into a wandering corpse, he had acquired the supernatural ability to traverse the heavens and penetrate the earth. He had personally visited the underworld, a place whose existence had long been verified within the confines of 037. As for the appearance of the underworld, I held no curiosity and thus refrained from inquiring. He informed me that within the underworld, he had laid eyes on the Book of Life and Death. There was an acquaintance of his whose name was conspicuously absent from its pages. This either signified that the individual was still alive, or perhaps that the Book of Life and Death was powerless to record their fate. When he uttered the name, it failed to arouse any surprise within me. For the name he spoke was Ying Zhang, and we were all aware of his continued existence. Just as I was on the verge of departure, he suddenly remarked, "I've witnessed your abilities. It's a truly terrifying clan. It seems that all members of this clan possess the uncanny power to infiltrate others' minds, albeit to varying degrees." This clan was known as the Langyu clan. After that, the wandering corpse had no more information to offer. It appeared that his memory had suffered some loss, and the exact cause remained a mystery. The next day, our group located a military aircraft at the base and embarked once again on our journey to the Vodka country. Throughout the flight, Fatty Lou refrained from his usual blabbering, fearful of inviting another bolt of lightning. He sat there in an uncharacteristic silence, idly fidgeting with his fingers. However, Fatty Lou had his own reasons for this. To safeguard against any potential mishaps, he had specifically requested the return of his trident. After the leader's assessment, they found no problems. Thus, the trident became the fat guy's weapon again. As quiet as Fatty Lou was Captain Gu. She had been poring over various ancient books throughout the journey, and I had never even heard of the names of these books. I casually picked up one and opened it. The content inside was so abstruse that it was all within the realm of pure physics. I even had trouble making out the symbols. I asked Captain Gu if she could understand it. Captain Gu replied nonchalantly, "Basically, I can remember it all. The key is that it won't do any harm to accumulate more knowledge at this time." After hearing this, Fatty immediately burst into laughter. "Captain Gu," he said, "can you really remember something as profound as physics just by taking a look?" At this moment, Captain Gu looked up and sized up Fatty Lou from head to toe. "Of course I can remember. Come on, Don't tell me you two don't know about my special ability, she said. Her words really stumped us. Although we knew that Xiao Tong was the only squadron leader without a special ability, we really didn't know what Captain Gu's special ability was. So I humbly inquired. Captain Gu let out a soft laugh. Since you two are so sincere, I'll tell you. My special ability is having an exceptionally good memory. After hearing this, Fatty Lu made an exaggerated expression. Exceptionally good memory? Can this be considered a special ability? My memory is also good. I can even remember what I ate last month. Captain Gu didn't get angry either. She put the book aside, assumed a very solemn posture, and slowly began to speak. You tell me. What on earth is a supernatural ability? Do you think having a good memory isn't considered a supernatural ability? After saying this, Captain Gu casually wrote down a string of numbers, approximately more than 20 digits long. Then she placed the numbers in front of me and Fatty Lu, allowing the two of us to take a look. However, she took the paper back after letting us look for less than 3 seconds. Subsequently, she asked the two of us to recite all the numbers on the paper. Both Fatty Lu and I exclaimed that it was impossible. This was clearly beyond what a normal person could achieve. Not to mention 3 seconds, even if given 30 seconds. It would be impossible to remember all those more than 20 digits. Then Captain Gu asked me to write down more than 30 numbers just as she had done. I complied with her request, and the numbers were extremely random, without any pattern. I placed the paper in front of Captain Gu. After just over a second of looking, she asked me to take it back. Then, with great composure, she started to recite the numbers. I stared at the paper in front of me, cold sweat trickling down my back. For the numbers Captain Gu recited were completely accurate, and this string of numbers was randomly written by me. There was absolutely no way she could have known them in advance. Fatty Lu didn't believe it, so he snatched the paper and started writing frantically on it himself. This time, what he wrote weren't numbers, but proper Chinese characters. He wrote more than 30 of them in one breath. And all these characters were completely unrelated to one another. After finishing writing, he handed the paper to Captain Gu again. This time, Captain Gu only glanced at it for a little over a second before returning the paper to Fatty Lu. Immediately afterwards, she meticulously wrote down all the words on the paper from memory without a single error, astonishing Fatty Lu. It seemed that when Captain Gu said her special ability was having an exceptional memory, she was not exaggerating. At this moment, Captain Gu's expression turned even more solemn. Truly exuding the authority of a captain, she slowly began to speak. Actually, every individual is endowed with a special ability. Chapter 71. Every man has his price. Both Fatty Lu and I were astounded by Captain Gu's statement. If everyone had special abilities, they would surely be ubiquitous. However, in reality, we never had such an impression. Moreover, if just anyone could manipulate fire or lightning, social order would surely be in chaos. Noticing our reactions, Captain Gu let out a soft chuckle. I understand that you two are skeptical. In fact, I only came to this realization recently. You must have heard of a poem by Li Bai, which contains the line "Every man has his price." I always regarded it as mere motivational verse. But later I grasped its profound meaning. The so-called "every man has his price" implies that each person possesses their own unique talent. And this talent is what we term as a special ability. Subsequently, Captain Gu presented several examples that left us speechless. The first straightforward example was the experiment we had just conducted. Fatty Lu claimed that he had excellent memory, being able to recall the food he had eaten either last week or last month. While this could be regarded as having a good memory, it hardly qualified as a supernatural power. However, imagine if someone's memory reached an extreme level, they would truly achieve the state of remembering everything at a glance. Just like Captain Gu, people would then consider it a supernatural power. In the case of Fatty Lu, people would merely think that his memory was better than that of an average person, but there was no fundamental difference. Let's take another example. If a person runs faster than an ordinary individual, people would say that he has good athletic ability. Nevertheless, if this person runs at an extremely high speed, reaching or even exceeding the speed of sound, his ability would be regarded as a supernatural power. In essence, the two situations are the same. Take me for instance. In essence, my ability lies in the function of brainwaves. I use brainwaves to invade the opponent's brain, aiming to control or harm them with telekinesis. However, through research, it has been found that almost everyone emits electric waves and possesses brainwaves. Therefore, from this perspective, everyone has an ability similar to mine. It's just a matter of the strength of the ability. To be honest, at that time, we were still skeptical about Captain Gu's theory. But as more and more people with supernatural powers emerged later, we gradually realized that Captain Gu's statement was actually correct. In a later period, although there were few high-end super-powered individuals, an increasing number of mid- and low-level super-powered individuals appeared. At that time, the Special Action Team 037 also recognized this theory. Subsequently, this theory gradually spread. Many literary works began to quote this theory, referring to the emergence of supernatural abilities among humans as the revival of spiritual energy. The plane finally reached the capital of Vodka Country. Vodka Country also had troops similar to the Special Action Team 037. In fact, each major country had similar troops dedicated to handling domestic paranormal events. Likewise, these troops were composed of elites and also had various skill holders. This seminar was not only attended by Vodka Country and our country, but also by some Western countries. After all, academia knows no boundaries. Gaining more knowledge about the truth of this world is beneficial to every country. However, such academic seminars are also a form of game, demonstrating a country's ability to handle special events and the reserve of relevant talents. This is both a deterrent and a confrontation, and it also reflects the supreme interests. After we settled down in the guest house, Captain Gu tossed a stack of materials to us. He told us that these were materials related to vampires and asked us to study them first and get ready to receive the vampire samples we were going to bring back. Fatty Lou had no interest in these archival materials at all. As soon as Captain Gu left, he rubbed his hands with a beaming smile. Seeing Fatty Lou in this state, I didn't want him to bother me while I was looking at the files. So I gave him a sum of money and told him to go out and relax on his own. After Fatty Lou left, I opened the file given to me by Captain Gu and began to study it carefully. Vampires are not exclusive to Vodka Country. They are rather a unique specialty of European countries. There is no such species as vampires in our country. The most prominent characteristic of vampires is that their sustenance is blood, primarily human blood, though they can also subsist on the blood of other creatures. Vampires have an extremely long lifespan. Some scholars speculate that under favorable conditions, vampires may even be immortal. The longest surviving known vampire in Vodka Country has lived for 1,200 years. However, his physical condition has been deteriorating steadily. He is basically confined to his coffin and can no longer move. Nevertheless, the survival of vampires is conditional. They must consume an adequate amount of blood, otherwise they will perish. Moreover, vampires are not invincible. If their heads are severed or their hearts stop beating, they will die just like any other being. As for garlic and silverware, they can indeed weaken vampires, but they do not possess an absolute lethal effect on them. Vampires have a remarkable ability to recuperate. As long as they are not fatally wounded immediately, they can replenish their energy by sucking blood to achieve recovery. Vampires possess self-awareness, have their own common language, and can also utilize human languages. In appearance, vampires have relatively pale complexions and slightly elongated ears. Otherwise, they resemble humans in all other aspects. The claim that vampires can transform into bats is baseless. There is currently no evidence to suggest a necessary connection between vampires and bats. Vampires possess wings and have a certain ability to fly, yet they cannot maintain continuous flight. There exists a hierarchical classification among vampires, which is somewhat similar to that of zombies. The hierarchical system of vampires follows the traditional Nordic classification. The lowest ranked vampires have no specific level and are known as common soldiers. Ascending the hierarchy, there are barons, viscounts, earls, marquises, dukes, and princes. As one climbs up the ranks, there is a remarkably evident enhancement in both abilities and power. Different from domestic zombies, zombies are unable to change across ranks. For instance, an ordinary purple-colored zombie cannot transform into a white-colored zombie through individual cultivation. However, since vampires have self-awareness, they can elevate their ranks by continuously cultivating themselves, tempering their physiques, and various skills. This ranking is determined by the vampire community itself, which implies that vampires have their own culture, social circles, and a well-established social system. Currently, in the Vodka Country, humans and vampires are in an era of relative peaceful coexistence. Humans and vampires have signed relevant treaties. Most vampires reside in the area of Western Siberia and rarely venture outside. This is also the reason why the vast Siberian region in the Vodka Country has few inhabitants. Chapter 72. The meeting commences. I do not know how much time had elapsed. Just as I was engrossed in my studies, suddenly the door of the room was pushed open. Several soldiers from the Vodka Country carried in a stretcher. I saw at once that it was Fatty Lou lying on the stretcher. I quickly inquired what had happened, but due to the language barrier, they did not understand what I was saying. At this moment, Captain Gu entered and informed me that Fatty Lou went to drink with the vodka girl but ended up being defeated in the drinking match. That night, Fatty Lou vomited all over the place and declared that he would never cause trouble outside again. The next day, the seminar officially commenced. Representatives from various countries gathered around a long round table, while we attendants sat on the stepped seats behind. Generally, each country introduced their recent key work and the events that had taken place. Naturally, they only shared what was appropriate to disclose. Nevertheless, it was the first time for me to hear so many novel things. For example, werewolves are a special product of Western countries, and they are more dangerous than vampires. A person bitten by a werewolf will turn into a werewolf, while this doesn't happen when bitten by a vampire. Through research, it was found that the essence of werewolves is actually a genetic virus, which accounts for their ability to spread. Of course, The relevant country didn't elaborate on more specific circumstances, let alone mention how to deal with it. In fact, this can be regarded as a form of deterrence, meaning to tell other countries, I possess werewolf virus, so you'd better think twice. Captain Gu introduced zombies, briefly covering the wandering zombies and especially emphasizing their terrifying self-healing ability. Since this ability is related to longevity and immortality, it was sufficient to arouse everyone's interest. The representative from the United States presented their recent investigations and studies on UFOs, yet there was no key point, presumably because they didn't want to reveal much. The last to speak was the representative from the vodka country, named Kirov, a lieutenant general and the highest-ranked person among the participants. Lieutenant General Kirov glanced around the representatives of various countries and said gravely, "We've detected the traces of the Black Legion in the Siberian region. At present, the exploration is underway. We'll inform all countries immediately once there's any news." I once read about the name Black Legion in the archives. In fact, it's not the name of an organization but an evil army. To put it simply, the Black Legion shares the same nature as the Special Task Force 037, both specializing in the study of paranormal events. However, what makes it particularly special is that the Black Legion is the pioneer among such forces. Back when the Nazis were in power, they discovered the treasures hidden behind numerous paranormal events, which significantly advanced their technology and medical standards. The reason why the Nazis could overrun Western countries with the strength of a single nation largely relied on these unknown forces. And the unit tasked with exploring these mysterious forces was precisely the Black Legion. Of course, this name was given by various countries later, as this army was extremely mysterious and had a very distinct characteristic. All its members wore the Nazis' black military uniforms, making it appear especially mysterious and terrifying. After the Nazis surrendered, something very strange occurred. That is, the Black Legion vanished without a trace, with no sign of life or death. Along with them, a vast amount of research equipment, military gear, and a large number of people disappeared. Among these people were numerous scientists and children. It's initially estimated that hundreds of thousands of people went missing. Moreover, there's a very crucial piece of intelligence. The leader of the Nazis didn't die. At the scene, the body of a man who matched his appearance was discovered. At that time, all countries were convinced that the Nazi leader had died. His remains were properly preserved. Later, as genetic technology gradually advanced, it became possible to clearly determine a person's identity through genetic means. After genetic comparison, it was found that the person who died that year was not the Nazi leader. Considering the age of the Nazi leader, it is highly likely that he is still alive in this world, plotting new conspiracies in some dark corner. Subsequently, the traces of the Black Legion were discovered around the world. These people established secret bases and engaged in some evil and unethical scientific research. Moreover, they were more involved in exploring the unknown world and plundering unknown technologies and resources. Therefore, the Black Legion has become a non-negligible factor causing global unrest. As a result, all countries reached a consensus that in case of any matters related to the Black Legion, countries would cooperate wholeheartedly with dealing with the Black Legion as the top priority. This time, Vodka Country reported that it had discovered the traces of the Black Legion, and representatives from all parties attached great importance to it. They all stated that if Vodka Country needed assistance, countries were willing to dispatch elite working teams to jointly handle this matter. However, currently, Vodka Country has only discovered the traces. The purposes, numbers, and hiding places of the Black Legion are all unknown. A series of intelligence is still a mystery, and actions will be taken only after these intelligence are thoroughly investigated. This may take a long time, so we only need to take this matter back. After the situation reports of each country were completed, we moved on to the second segment, which was also a segment closely related to us. That is, representatives from each country would showcase their nation's extraordinary abilities. This segment was essentially a demonstration of strength and also a form of exchange among the users of these abilities. It must be said that this segment was truly spectacular. I witnessed many extraordinary abilities that I had never seen before. In particular, the extraordinary abilities of the Western countries were highly distinctive and straightforward. For instance, there was a person who could manipulate fire. Although the ability to manipulate fire was well known and often mentioned, few people had actually witnessed it. Moreover, those who could harness the power of fire for combat were extremely rare. This individual could not only create fire out of thin air, but also let the fire surround their body without being burned. Presumably, such fire had a strong offensive power, a wide attack range, and was both offensive and defensive, which was truly remarkable. There was also a very charming white-skinned woman who seemed harmless, like an innocent young beauty. Unexpectedly, she had the extraordinary ability of hypnosis, which was quite fascinating. Her hypnosis ability was presumably activated through her eyes. When several testers locked eyes with her, they all fell asleep within a minute. It was highly likely that the time could be even shorter, as she seemed to be hiding her true strength. Finally, it was our turn to take the stage. I was raring to go. still contemplating in my mind how to use my strength more gently. My ability was so violent that I was worried about causing someone's death. However, Captain Gu stopped me. Then she pinched Fatty Lu and said, "Lu Ming, go on stage quickly." Chapter 73. Foreseeing the future. After hearing Captain Gu's words, Fatty Lu looked utterly bewildered. He quickly said to Captain Gu, "What am I going on stage for? I don't have any special abilities at all. Am I supposed to perform belly dancing?" I standing beside him couldn't agree more. I had been partnering with Fatty Lu for such a long time that I was well aware of whether he had special abilities or not. Apart from snoring quite loudly at night and having a bigger appetite than others, he didn't seem to have any other distinctive features. Oh yes, he also had better luck than others. Captain Gu looked at Fatty Lu with a beaming smile and said, "Just go on stage with peace of mind. Having good luck is also a form of special ability. Remember what I said to you on the plane about everyone is born with their own talents?" Since Captain Gu had spoken like that, I didn't think it appropriate to say anything more. So Fatty Lu had to enter the competition. As soon as Fatty Lu took the stage, the gazes of everyone present were fixed on him. However, Fatty Lu never seemed to know what shyness was. He simply flashed a big smile at everyone and waved his hand. His posture and demeanor made it seem as if he were here for an inspection. And one could never tell that he was a person without special abilities. For a meeting of this scale, there were always highly professional interpreters. So the interpreter asked Fatty Lu what special ability he was going to perform. Fatty Lu scratched his head and then said to the interpreter, "Let's just compete in rock, paper, scissors." The interpreter, a native of the so-called vodka country, didn't immediately comprehend what Fatty Lu meant. Then Fatty Lu gesticulated while speaking, and only then did the interpreter understand his intention. However, the interpreter was even more bewildered because in all the meetings he had attended, no one had ever chosen rock, paper, scissors when they could showcase their special abilities. Nevertheless, being a professional, the interpreter translated what Fatty Lu intended to perform to the participants. All the attendees were extremely astonished, and some even sneered maliciously, thinking it was a truly disgraceful act. So Fatty Lu and the interpreter began to play rock, paper, scissors. The result was highly unexpected, yet within my anticipation. Fatty Lu and the interpreter played a total of 10 rounds, and Fatty Lu won every single one, to the point that the interpreter started to break into a sweat. Apparently, the interpreter was not convinced, believing that Fatty Lu had just been lucky. The people present also held the same view, considering that 10 rounds were too few a sample size. Therefore, the interpreter demanded another match with Fatty Lu. Subsequently, they played another 10 rounds, and Fatty Lu still won all of them. At this point, a representative from a Western country couldn't sit still any longer. He asked the interpreter to step aside and took on Fatty Lu himself. After 10 rounds of intense competition, Fatty Lu emerged victorious in every single one. If it was possible that the interpreter from the vodka country had colluded with Fatty Lu in advance, it was absolutely out of the question for this Western country's representative. Due to the fundamental conflict of the highest interests, they definitely wouldn't have colluded beforehand. At this moment, all the representatives present believed that the Fatty Lu had special abilities. Yet they were unaware of what exactly his ability was. During the special ability performances, there was no need to announce the ability in advance. Actually, most special abilities could be discerned with the naked eye. For instance, in the case of fire manipulation, the fire was right there in plain sight, so it was obvious at a glance. As for hypnosis, when the person quickly fell asleep, it was also detectable. However, Fatty Lu's ability, the skill to win at rock, paper, scissors, truly left the participants bewildered. Just then, Captain Gu stepped forward and uttered a sentence in English to the participants. I couldn't understand what Captain Gu said, but upon hearing it, the participants gasped in astonishment. Some of them even stared blankly at Fatty Lu, their eyes brimming with eagerness. After saying that, Captain Gu sat down and whispered in my ear. I told them that Fatty Lu's ability is to foresee the future. I was utterly stunned upon hearing this. However, upon reflection, winning every round of rock, paper, scissors could indeed be construed as the ability to foresee the future. But why deceive them? Captain Gu seemed to detect my puzzlement. She smiled and said, "Anyway, no one can verify this. It can intimidate them. After all, the ability to foresee the future is of great strategic significance for any country." Immediately afterwards, the scene became chaotic. Many countries started speaking up, seemingly posing questions about Fatty Lu's ability. The translation also started to ask question by question, mainly including the conditions for activating this supernatural power. The time that this supernatural power can accurately predict whether there are any side effects of this supernatural power and whether the facts can be changed. However, Captain Gu's only response was confidentiality. All the representatives from different countries quietly sat down. Since they were told it was confidential, they had nothing more to say. After all, for a supernatural power of this level, keeping it secret was quite normal. After all, supernatural powers like the ability to manipulate fire or hypnosis were at most for single, target, or group target killing. But precognition of the future was different. It was a strategic supernatural power. There were numerous tasks that could be carried out around such a power. So, the representatives present all had a very accurate judgment on which supernatural power was more important. That was the way it was in that era. Only those with might had the right to speak. If one was weak, they would only be beaten and have to endure in silence. Therefore, Captain Gu's actions at that time were absolutely correct. The seminar ended just like that, and it was time for us to move on to the next topic, which was to receive the vampire samples prepared for us by the vodka country. Since this matter involved a great deal of confidentiality, we were not invited to the scene for the reception. Instead, a responsible soldier delivered the samples to us. Soon, a coffin was carried to the guest house where we were staying, and Captain Gu became rather excited. After all, this was the first time we had obtained vampire samples, and their scientific research value was self-evident. Hurry up. Open it quickly. Professor Gu could no longer hide his smile. I and Fatty Lu each held one side of the coffin. At this moment, I suddenly recalled the scene when I saw a zombie. It seemed exactly the same. It appeared that the coffin was truly an excellent container for transporting people. 1, 2, 3. Fatty Lu and I exerted all our strength, and the coffin lid was removed by us. Immediately, Fatty Lu's eyes stared blankly. A face that was charmingly delicate, yet pale and frail, emerged before our eyes. She had an exquisitely curvy figure, but was completely naked. It turned out to be a female vampire. Chapter 74. The Late Night Onslaught. This. Comrade Xiao Wu, what is this? Fatty Lu stammered. Although he stammered, his eyes didn't move an inch and stared fixedly at the inside of the coffin. Don't ask me. I saw nothing. I also turned my head to the other side. Seeing our expressions, Captain Gu let out a tittering laugh. What's wrong with you two? Why are you so shy? Seeing that we still remained silent, Captain Gu spoke again. There's no need to be shy. Just like zombies, vampires are also miraculous creatures. To us, they are no different from cats and dogs. We should just treat them with a calm mind. Captain Gu made a valid point. It was obviously inappropriate for those in our line of work to have the emotion of shyness. So, I redirected my gaze back into the coffin and began to closely examine the vampire before me. She was alive. Her eyes were filled with terror, and her body was still slightly struggling. Her hands and feet were bound by silver chains, so she was extremely weak and couldn't exert any strength. She couldn't speak because her mouth was also tightly sealed with adhesive tape. Apart from possessing highly distinct feminine characteristics, there was a pair of small wings behind her, and her ears were slightly more pointed. One has to admit that this vampire was truly gorgeous, exuding a unique allure. However, at present, no matter how beautiful she was, it was of no avail. She had already become an important experimental specimen for us. As for her fate, I was unclear. There probably wouldn't be any life-threatening danger, but various experiments and investigations were definitely inevitable. At least, she would never be free in this lifetime. Fatty Lu sighed beside me, complaining about why such a beautiful vampire had been sent here as an experimental subject. Captain Gu explained the reason. Since the vampire community was more or less an independent society, there were bound to be disputes. So this vampire must have committed some offense and thus was sent here as an experimental specimen. If the vodka country needed vampires, they wouldn't capture them violently but would engage in exchanges instead, which could be regarded as a paragon of peaceful coexistence between humans and strange creatures. Oh, by the way, don't be bewitched by the vampire's beauty. All vampires are extremely good looking. Remember, you and they are not of the same species. Captain Gu added another word to Fatty Lu. After speaking, Captain Gu put on a pair of white gloves and began to examine the vampire's body. There was nothing much to say about the examination process. She was just an experimental subject, and we couldn't understand it anyway. But Fatty Lu and I watched it with great relish. Finally, Captain Gu took off the gloves and gently peeled off the tape stuck on the vampire's mouth. The vampire struggled feebly. Her eyes were already filled with tears, looking extremely pitiable. Suddenly, Captain Gu uttered a string of peculiar notes which didn't sound like vodka country's language. After hearing these, the vampire could only struggle feebly, showing no other significant reactions. Captain Gu shook her head and said, "How stingy. She won't even tell me her name." It seemed that what Captain Gu had just said was the vampire's language. As for how she knew it, I didn't care at all. Given her extraordinary abilities, it was quite reasonable for her to know such things. Captain Gu waved her hand, instructing me and Fatty Lu to seal the coffin with tape and then close it. At the moment when the coffin lid was shut, the vampire shed tears, presenting a poignant air of someone on the verge of death. Originally, we planned to set off immediately, but the weather in vodka country was extremely harsh, so we decided to stay for another night. Since we were staying, the vampire had to be carefully guarded to prevent any mishaps, and finally, the coffin was placed in my and Fatty Lu's room. At night, Fatty Lu poked me and said, "Comrade Xiao Wu, do you think the vampire will suffocate in the coffin? How about letting her out for some fresh air?" "Get out of here." Fatty Lu didn't give up and continued, "Comrade Xiao Wu, Captain Gu said we should strengthen our learning. Why don't we conduct some research on the vampire? Get lost. Seeing that I wouldn't yield, Fatty Lu went to bed dejectedly and soon started snoring. I turned off the light and lay in bed, but I couldn't fall asleep. My mind was still replaying the events of the daytime seminar, which were truly remarkable. Gradually, my mind became muddled, and I drifted into a state between wakefulness and slumber. Suddenly, my head ached as if pricked by a needle, which instantly roused me. Immediately afterwards, I felt the fluctuations of brain waves. This sensation was even more distinct. They were not humans. I gave a sudden turn and grabbed a ganshi from beside the bed. Then I smashed the window. Two men in black cloaks and vintage European-style clothing stood facing me. Their faces were deathly pale, their ears were pointy, and they looked extremely handsome. All these features indicated that the two men before me were vampires. The sound of the shattered glass also woke up Fatty Lu. He looked over groggily and said, "Who are these two? Could they be the lover of the one in the coffin?" After saying that, Fatty Lu also picked up a trident and jumped off the bed. Thus, a two-on-two situation was formed. The two vampires remained silent. Of course, even if they spoke, I wouldn't have understood. They each drew out a peculiar long sword and rushed towards us. I lifted my ganshi to confront one of them. When our weapons clashed, I was shaken back several steps. Just as the information had stated, vampires were indeed stronger than normal humans. However, ordinary vampires shouldn't possess such great strength. After all, I was no weakling. So, these two vampires in front of me probably held titles. On the other side, Fatty Lu also deflected the first attack and was in a stalemate. Seeing that their first attack had failed, the two vampires backed off and then held their long swords in front of their chests. Instantly, green vines emerged from the long swords and directly burrowed into the vampire's wrists, then began to wriggle. At this moment, the long sword evidently emitted a red glow, appearing even sharper and more powerful. It seemed that the vines were absorbing the vampire's blood, which meant that the power of this peculiar long sword directly originated from the vampire. It seemed that the vampire intended to end the battle swiftly, so he resolutely chose to unleash his power. Immediately afterwards, another vampire charged towards me once again, raising the longsword high. It seemed that he was quite confident in his current strength and intended to chop off my head in one fell swoop. I activated my supernatural ability, and the next second, the vampire's head exploded. His headless body, due to inertia, fell straight to the ground. I let out a disdainful snort and turned my head to look at Fatty Lu. Another vampire was covering his face in pain, and his body was rapidly shrinking. Soon, he became a mummy. He had been scratched by Fatty Lu's trident and then had his vital energy absorbed. Just two vampires, however, confident they were. Chapter 75. Interrogation. The commotion on our side also caught the attention of others in the guest house. Soon, our door was violently kicked open. Captain Gu rushed in first, followed by several soldiers from Vodka Country, presumably the guards of the guest house. Captain Gu stared at the two corpses on the ground, frowning tightly, and surprisingly, she didn't say a word. When the Vodka Country soldiers saw the corpses on the ground, they immediately started to make a racket. After all, such an incident in the guest house was no small matter. Fatty Lu and I just watched these soldiers bustling around. Anyway, we couldn't understand what they were saying. And since this was their territory, it was only right for them to handle it. However, Captain Gu walked over nervously and whispered to Lu the Fatty and me, "Hurry up, let's set off back to our country right now." Lu the Fatty and I were utterly bewildered. Why? It's not that serious, is it? There were just two vampires, and we've already taken them down. Captain Gu gave me and Lu the Fatty a firm pinch, then said anxiously, "You really think too highly of yourselves. We've just arrived here and have no grudges against the vampires. Why would they attack you? The only thing here that can draw the vampire's attention is the one in the coffin. Whether they came to kill her or rescue her, it only indicates one thing. She is of great importance, or there's something extremely significant on her." Captain Gu made a very valid point. The vampires really had no reason to attack us. Judging from their attack just now, they were definitely well prepared. So we immediately informed the pilot to get ready for an overnight flight. Although the weather was still extremely harsh, it was still flyable. Captain Gu went to contact the relevant authorities in the Vodka Country. After all, taking off in the middle of the night required notifying the other side. The other side had obviously heard about the attack and felt deeply sorry for it. They also understood our eagerness to leave immediately, so they readily agreed. After the pilot was ready, we packed our things and prepared to depart. Just as we were walking out of the guest house, a young Vodka Country officer stopped us. I recognized him. He was the officer in charge of accommodating the conference participants. Although he was young, I found him quite capable. After the Great War in the Vodka Country, the population suffered heavy losses, especially among young men, and there was almost a generational gap. Therefore, many of the officers in the Vodka Country's military are young people nowadays. The officer politely addressed us. Unexpectedly, he could even speak some halting Chinese, evidently having studied it earnestly. However, his Chinese proficiency was limited to simply saying hello. yet at least it showed a serious attitude and great respect towards us. Captain Gu translated his words, meaning that we were not allowed to leave until the matter was clarified. Captain Gu immediately started to negotiate, saying, "I've already informed your senior officials, and they've approved our departure right now." The young officer shook his head. "It's true, but I still can't let you go because there are too many uncertainties in this case." The young officer's reasoning was that vampires usually would never act in such a way. There must be a reason for them to target us. So a thorough investigation was necessary. Although the officer hadn't considered the reason put forward by Captain Gu, his courage to stop us single-handedly was truly admirable. "Hey, young man," exclaimed Fatty Lu stubbornly, "I'm determined to leave today. Let's see how you can stop me." Fatty Lu lost his temper and started to push forward. At that moment, the young officer waved his hand, and half a dozen soldiers behind him raised their guns and aimed at us. To be honest, I didn't take these soldiers seriously. I could almost eliminate them in an instant. However, if I did so, it would turn into a major incident that would directly affect the relations between the two countries. As a result, I could only remain silent. I turned my head to look at Captain Gu. She shook her head at me, gesturing for me not to be impulsive. In the end, we had to return to the guest house first and reported this matter to the 037 headquarters. The headquarters demanded that we should not act rashly and fully cooperate with the work of Vodka Country. Under no circumstances should we provoke a conflict. Meanwhile, we were required to gather intelligence, make the vampire sample talk as soon as possible, and handle the situation at our own discretion. The meaning of handle at our own discretion was quite obvious. If the situation went awry, the vampire could be killed, but must not be lost. We requested a new room. As Captain Gu asked, we asked the young officer to change a large room for us. The reason was that we were afraid of more dangers, and it would be better to stay together for mutual care. The young officer didn't suspect us. Instead, he offered to arrange several guards for us, which we politely declined. At this moment, no one wanted to have ears and eyes around. Upon reaching the room, Fatty Lu sealed the doors and windows, while I inspected every corner to prevent the presence of eavesdropping devices. Practice proved that Vodka Country harbored no ill will, and there was nothing inappropriate. "Open the coffin." Captain Gu put on her gloves again, but this time, the smile disappeared from her face, replaced by an unusual solemnity. The coffin was opened. The vampire was curled up inside, trembling incessantly. "Carry it out," Captain Gu still said seriously. Fatty Lu and I immediately followed her order, carried the vampire out, and placed it directly on the ground. Next, Captain Gu communicated with the vampire in the vampire language. For the convenience of description, I'll translate it directly here. If you have anything to say it quickly. Our time is limited. As she spoke, Captain Gu opened a small packet containing some strange tools, including a small knife and silver needles, which looked very much like instruments for torture. At this moment, Captain Gu exuded a ferocious aura, forming a stark contrast to her delicate and pitiful appearance. Then I remembered that since Captain Gu was engaged in research work, she also had to gather intelligence. Therefore, torture and dissection were quite well known within the 037 Special Operations Team. The vampire struggled and shook her head, saying, "I'm just a poor woman. Please treat me kindly." Without any more words, Captain Gu picked up a silver needle and forcefully inserted it along the vampire's toenail. Immediately, the vampire's pain-filled screams echoed throughout the room. Captain Gu coldly asked, "What are you screaming for? What's your identity? Don't force me to ask a second time." As she spoke, Captain Gu inserted a second silver needle into another toenail of the vampire. The vampire let out continuous screams again, but this time, she finally said something useful. "My name is Caitlin. I'm just an ordinary vampire. My family went bankrupt, and I was sold to a noble as a slave. I'm asking you one more time. What's your identity?" Captain Gu almost roared. The silver needle in her hand stabbed out again, this time targeting the vampire's chest. Chapter 76. Caitlin's story. The silver needle pierced straight into the vampire's nipple. The vampire let out a huge scream, then tilted her head back and fainted. "Bring water," Captain Gu said coldly. Fatty Lu didn't dare to be negligent and quickly presented a basin of water. At this moment, no one dared to provoke Captain Gu. Captain Gu splashed the water onto the vampire's face, and the vampire began to stir, slowly regaining consciousness. Captain Gu grabbed the vampire's hair and said fiercely, "Don't make me ask again. What on earth is your identity?" The vampire slowly opened her eyes, extremely weak. Apparently, the pain she had endured just now had dealt a very heavy blow to her. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It seemed that she had given up struggling and spoke again. "My name is indeed Caitlin. I'm the daughter of Duke Matthews." This was truly an unexpected discovery. The Duke held a very high-ranking position in the vampire noble system. In ancient Chinese terms, he was equivalent to a prince. A prince's daughter being sent here as an experimental subject. It seemed there were indeed some unknown secrets in this. A smile crept onto Captain Gu's lips. It seemed she was quite satisfied with the vampire's answer. Who would have thought that such an experimental subject could bring such an unexpected surprise? So Captain Gu continued to question her, Since you're the Duke's daughter, why were you sent here as an experimental subject? At this moment, the female vampire named Caitlin suddenly had an emotional breakdown and began to wail, Father. Father sent me in place of the original experimental subject to save me. Now Caitlin's words piqued our greater curiosity. As the Duke's daughter, she held a lofty position in the vampire society. Then who could possibly endanger her life? A Duke vampire was forced to mix his daughter among the experimental subjects to save her life. At this moment, Captain Gu spoke in a leisurely manner. Let me guess. Those two vampires just now came to kill you, right? Actually, Caitlin must have heard the commotion and the sounds of fighting inside the coffin. However, since she had been inside the coffin, she wasn't quite clear about the specific situation outside. When Caitlin heard that two vampires had come, her already extremely pale face grew even paler, and her whole body began to tremble. They still won't let me go. My matter must have been discovered. My father. He must be in danger. Oh, then tell us the specific things here. Maybe we can help you. Captain Gu sat in front of Caitlin and asked me and Fatty Lou to help Caitlin up. She even gave Caitlin one of her clothes to cover her body first. Then Caitlin told her story. Caitlin's father, Duke Matthews, was a scholar, or rather, a researcher. In the vampire world, there were also distinctions between high and low, as well as various occupations. After all, it was an independent social system. And Duke Matthews was an outlier among the vampires. He wasn't interested in high-ranking positions and luxurious lives. His only interest was the pursuit of truth and engaging in scientific research. So, Duke Matthews became a well-known researcher in the vampire society. Here, it's necessary to mention some specific treaties between the vodka country and the vampire society. The vodka country severely restricts the technological development of the vampire society. For this species that is nearly immortal, fighting by instinct alone is already terrifying. If they were to possess highly advanced technology, they would become an extremely dreadful existence. Therefore, in the current vampire society, even firearms and ammunition are rare. Only a small portion of them are circulated through the black market. Suddenly, one day, a man in black appeared before Duke Matthews. He also brought a truckload of things. And what was in the truck were all sorts of weaponry, ammunition, equipment, as well as various research facilities and chemicals. These things were definitely out of reach for vampires. Especially for a vampire researcher, they held an extremely strong allure. The man in black said to Duke Matthews, from now on, I'll provide you with all the research items and various equipment you need. However, there's one condition. You should focus your research on the vampire's physique and enhance the combat capabilities of vampires. This was not a very difficult decision for Duke Matthews. Improving the combat capabilities of vampires was of great benefit to the entire vampire race, so Duke Matthews agreed to his proposal. As a researcher, Duke Matthews was not overly sensitive. In any case, for him, having research materials, supplies, and instruments was a huge temptation. Subsequently, as the relationship between Matthews and the man in black grew increasingly intimate, the man in black also came into contact with many members of the vampire upper class. Their relationship was extremely harmonious, and it was often seen that the man in black transported various weapons and equipment for the vampires. Moreover, the vampires seemingly held this man in high esteem. As their relationship deepened further, the man in black even sent two humans to assist Duke Matthews in his research. Eventually, this scientific research team developed a drug. This drug could significantly enhance the activity of cells within vampires, providing them with an explosive boost in strength and speed in a short period. However, the side effects were also evident. After the drug's efficacy wore off, the vampire's bloodlines would suffer severe damage. Since the bloodline is the most crucial aspect of a vampire's existence, damage to it was tantamount to a death sentence. When the man in black learned of this, he was extremely excited and immediately demanded that Duke Matthews hand over the formula of the drug. Duke Matthews clearly informed the man in black that this drug would bring great after effects to the vampires, and it was like a catastrophic disaster for the vampire society. Nevertheless, the man in black completely ignored this advice. He even threatened the lives of Duke Matthews' entire family, insisting that the Duke hand over the drug formula. Only then did Duke Matthews realize something was amiss. The man in black before him no longer had his former elegance and calmness. Instead, he resembled a demon ready to devour the entire vampire clan. So, taking advantage of a dark night, Matthews entrusted all his research materials to his daughter. Then, leveraging his limited connections, he exchanged his daughter with the experimental subject originally intended for the vodka country. In this way, he sent his daughter away surreptitiously. Duke Matthews knew that this experimental subject would be sent to a distant land, which meant he might never see his daughter again. However, precisely this ensured her safety, protecting her and the vampire clan from harm. Yet, little did Duke Matthews anticipate that the story would unfold thus, and ultimately, Caitlin was cornered within the territory of the vodka country. Chapter 77. The deal is struck. After listening to Caitlin's tale, Captain Gu exclaimed with great excitement, "Hurry! No matter where the materials are, bring them out right away." Caitlin turned around. After a short while, she took out a handkerchief and handed it to Captain Gu. One couldn't help but wonder where this handkerchief had been hidden initially, considering Caitlin had arrived completely naked. Captain Gu snatched the handkerchief from her and retrieved what was wrapped inside, a tiny scroll. Captain Gu carefully unfurled the scroll, which was filled with minuscule characters. The writing was so small that it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Captain Gu took out a magnifying glass and began to examine and read it. After a moment, Captain Gu said to us, "This scroll records the ingredients of the drug and some other research findings of Duke Matthews. You stay here and keep an eye on Caitlin. I need to translate this information immediately and send it back to headquarters." Then Captain Gu got busy, while Fatty Lou and I kept our eyes on Caitlin. None of us three said a word because without Captain Gu, we couldn't understand what she was saying. She had little to say, yet she sobbed occasionally as the silver needles were still in her fingernails. It must have been excruciatingly painful. At this moment, Fatty Lou whispered to me, "This Caitlin is such a spineless creature." After just a few blows, she spilled the beans. In the past, she'd surely have been a traitor. No, a vampire traitor. I shook my head and said, she was originally a young lady from a well-to-do family, forced to wander about. It's understandable that she couldn't stand the interrogation. Even if we give the most lenient consideration, could you endure what Captain Gu just did during the interrogation? Hearing this, Fatty Lou fell silent, and the whole scene lapsed into silence again, only accompanied by the sound of Captain Gu working diligently. Approximately an hour later, Captain Gu had completely translated the data on the small scroll. Captain Gu waved at me and said, "Wu Di. Immediately transmit these intelligence to headquarters 037 and then ask them for the next work arrangement." Then Captain Gu tore up the original small scroll completely and burned it with fire. Now, only we held these intelligence. I sent the intelligence back to headquarters 037. The headquarters asked us to stay put as they would conduct negotiations with the high level of the vodka country. At this time, the three of us began to discuss the previous situation. Actually, Fatty Lou and I had both thought of it. The black-clothed man mentioned by Caitlin just now is highly likely to be a member of the Black Legion. Recently, the country of vodka has also detected the activities of the Black Legion in the Siberian region, which is precisely the activity area of vampires. Whatever the Black Legion intends to do, it surely won't be anything good. From the drug they developed, one can tell that they are definitely plotting a grand scheme. Thus, the night passed restlessly. Early the next morning, a young officer came with his men to pick us up. It seemed that headquarters 037 had conducted in-depth communication with the top-level officials of the country of vodka. The officer dialed a phone call in front of us and then handed the phone to Captain Gu. Captain Gu took the phone, and to our surprise, it was headquarters 037 on the other end. They demanded that Captain Gu immediately transfer Caitlin and the relevant materials to the country of vodka. For the country of vodka had offered a price that satisfied us greatly. The order was for Captain Gu, Lu Meng, and me to remain in the country of vodka and provide all the help we could. Later, I learned that the information we obtained was of great significance to the country of vodka. It contained a multitude of research achievements on vampires, which held a pivotal position in various fields such as biomedicine and genetic technology. We exchanged this information for many technologies that were in urgent need at that time, with a particular emphasis on aerospace technology and heavy industry. This led to the rapid development of our heavy industry and aerospace industry, yielding numerous landmark achievements. Since the headquarters had spoken, we promptly handed over Caitlin and the relevant materials to this young officer from the vodka country. The officer saluted us and left with the materials. Before departing, he told us to rest in the guest house and that if we needed assistance, he would come to us again. Now that the materials had been handed over and the vampire returned, there was truly nothing left for us to do here. I and Fatty Lou simply laid down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. We hadn't had a good rest in the past couple of days, and this was the perfect time to catch up on sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, we were suddenly roused by a cacophony of noise. This sound was all too familiar to me. It was undoubtedly the sound of a gunfight, and it was extremely close. Fatty Lou was also abruptly awakened. The two of us rushed to the window and looked out. There, in the courtyard, a gunfight had broken out. On one side of the battle was the young officer who had received us, and on the other side, astonishingly, were a group of vampires. Even more shockingly, these vampires were holding guns in their hands. There were already numerous corpses strewn haphazardly across the courtyard, both human and vampire. The gunfight was extremely intense. The young officer from the vodka country had excellent marksmanship. Almost every shot landed on the head or heart of a vampire. As is well known, these two areas are the vulnerable spots of vampires. Of course, sometimes a single bullet couldn't eliminate an enemy, but his marksmanship and efficiency were quite remarkable. In the end, this small-scale gunfight ended with the victory of the vodka country soldiers. However, they also suffered heavy losses. After all, humans have many vulnerable points, while vampires are more tenacious in life and less likely to die. Lu and I quietly observed all this from upstairs. Lu placed his hands behind his head and said in his peculiar tone, "I'm afraid this trip to vodka country won't be peaceful anymore." I nodded in agreement. Suddenly, I glanced at Lu. Didn't people always say he was lucky? But considering his recent experiences, it seemed that he was involved in strange incidents every time. So, I really couldn't claim that Lu had good luck. After a while, the vodka officer came to our room again and said, "It's no longer safe here. Therefore, I'd like to invite all of you to move to the military headquarters, where you'll be safer. Moreover, we need your assistance." I looked at this young officer and posed a question. "How did you know that vampires would attack us again?" Judging from the situation just now, the soldiers of vodka country clearly held the advantageous position. Apparently, they had set up an ambush in advance. The young officer smiled and replied, "Actually, I didn't know. But it's always wise to take precautions. Hence, I arranged the guards to prevent surprise attacks." I nodded. Despite his young age, this officer had a very meticulous mind. It was he who stopped us that night. With such a meticulous mind and courage, this young officer was bound to achieve great things in the future. As we were leaving, I turned to the young officer and inquired, "What's your name?" "Vladimir Putin." Chapter 78. All out engagement. "Well, I'll remember you," I said to this young officer named Putin. At that time, I already believed that this young man would surely achieve great things in the future. Little did I expect that he would later become one of the most illustrious figures in the vodka state. Subsequently, I had another encounter with him when he had become the leader of the vodka state. We soon reached the military headquarters and were surprisingly received directly by Lieutenant General Kirov. Lieutenant General Kirov was now the highest ranking person in charge of this incident. His personal reception of us indicated that he attached great importance to us. We were escorted to a confidential meeting room. Without any pleasantries, a lieutenant colonel began to report the situation. According to the information that had been ascertained, the Black Legion had indeed established close contacts with the vampires. At present, the entire vampire clan was behaving very peculiarly, declining all on-site communication activities. According to the agreement between the vodka state and the vampires, the foundation of their coexistence was that the vodka state could dispatch investigators and observers to communicate with and monitor the vampire society. However, recently, the vampires had always been using various excuses to delay. Moreover, intelligence suggested that many vampires living outside had returned to their gathering places and started to band together. The intelligence department of the vodka state speculated that the Black Legion might have reached some sort of agreement with the vampire clan. However, the specific content of the agreement remained unknown, as did their ultimate goal. At this moment, Lieutenant General Kirov spoke up. "This time we've invited you here mainly to seek the help of your psychic abilities to predict the future and figure out what they're really up to." After saying this, Lieutenant General Kirov looked at Fatty Lu with great eagerness, clearly extremely anxious to know the result. At this time, I exchanged a glance with Captain Gu, and there was deep helplessness on both of our faces. The psychic ability of predicting the future was just mentioned casually back then. We never thought it would be put to use now. Under normal circumstances, we could have declined, using confidentiality as an excuse. However, this matter involves the Black Legion, and the 037 headquarters has also demanded that we fully cooperate with the vodka country. So the request from the other side is quite reasonable. Just when Captain Gu and I were at a loss, Fatty Lu swaggered up to Lieutenant General Kirov and said, "This matter is of great magnitude, and the intelligence we currently have is too scarce. It will consume a great deal of my psychic power to come up with a speculation. So, first prepare the things I need and send them to my room. I'll go back and make preparations." Subsequently, Fatty Lu wrote down the items he needed. I also leaned over to take a look and was surprised to find that they were all local specialties of the vodka country, including all kinds of meats and wines, some of which were quite expensive. Lieutenant General Kirov frowned upon seeing this list, but said nothing. He merely handed the list to the officer beside him and instructed the officer to handle it promptly. Then he arranged for someone to send the three of us to the rooms in the military headquarters to rest. I immediately gave Fatty Lu a kick and said, "What on earth are you up to? Won't this expose us? Do you really think you have the ability to foresee the future?" Fatty Lu replied with a beaming smile. "Do you think I can get through just by keeping quiet? It's better to deceive them for some food and drinks, acquire some stuff, and then simply give them a result." Just as I was about to open my mouth to retort, Captain Gu grabbed me and said, "Wu Di, just follow what Fatty Lu says. He should be confident in what he's doing." Fatty Lu let out a soft chuckle and then began to indulge in the pile of tributes. Until evening, Fatty Lu ate and drank to his heart's content, and I also benefited a bit. Indeed, these extremely delicious wines and meats were rarely available in our country before. After having their fill, Fatty Lu requested the guard to take him to see Lieutenant General Kirov. I was really afraid that Fatty Lu would do something unreliable, so I went with him. After Fatty Lu entered the conference room, he showed no signs of nervousness and boldly stated, after my whole night prediction, "The Black Cloud Legion must have reached an agreement with the vampire group. They will provide technology and arms to support the vampire clan's independence from Vodka Country. As soon as Fatty Lu said this, the scene was immediately in an uproar. Lieutenant General Kirov quickly asked if there was more detailed information, such as their specific implementation plan. Fatty Lu shook his head and said mysteriously, "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. It's already remarkable to have seen this much." Lieutenant General Kirov knew that it would be pressing others too hard to ask further questions. Therefore, he immediately instructed the intelligence department to verify the information. Meanwhile, he arranged to further investigate the dynamics of the Black Legion and the vampire clan. At the same time, he mobilized a large number of troops to approach the Siberian region, forming a huge encirclement on the periphery to deal with any unexpected events that might occur at any moment. From then on, the subsequent affairs had little to do with us. After all, we were guests. All matters regarding the vampire clan were internal issues of the Vodka Country, so it was inconvenient for us to get overly involved. Consequently, we quietly settled down in the military headquarters. Later, facts proved that what the chubby Lu had said was entirely correct. The Black Legion had indeed secretly contacted the vampire aristocrats. They provided a large amount of military equipment and many of the latest research results. All these made the vampire clan believe that they were now capable of engaging in a head-on confrontation with the Vodka Country. Realizing the rise of their race and seeking independence, the intention of the Black Legion was quite simple. They wanted to take advantage of the vampire clan's attempted independence to weaken the strength of the Vodka Country, and then look for an opportunity to destroy the Vodka Country and establish a Nazi regime. Fortunately, the Vodka Country discovered this matter and mobilized a large number of troops to surround the rebels, thus minimizing the losses. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the Siberian region in the western part of the Vodka Country. Although the vampires had a resilient constitution and the assistance of weapons provided by the Black Legion, their numerical disadvantage still put them in a difficult fight. Eventually, in the face of the aggressive troops of the Vodka Country, the rebel vampire army was suppressed, and a portion of the vampires surrendered. The war seemed to be reaching a decisive phase soon, yet the rebel vampires were reluctant to accept the current defeat. They dispatched elite squads to carry out decapitation operations, initiating infiltration into various military targets for precise strikes. The intelligence for these operations was provided by the Black Legion. Owing to the vampires' robust combat physiques and proficiency in using diverse weapons and tools, it was quite challenging to defend against them for a time. One of the squads infiltrated a highly significant military-industrial facility in the Soviet Union and planted bombs specially made by the Black Legion. Boom! A mushroom cloud billowed over the western part of Vodka Country. The power of this colossal explosion was so great that it could even be heard in the capital of Vodka Country. This incident became known as the Chernobyl nuclear power plant explosion. Chapter 79, the Vampire Special Forces Squad at that time. We also heard the sound of the explosion in the military headquarters. Given the magnitude of the blast, our instincts told us that something momentous had occurred. Since the explosion, the entire military headquarters had entered an emergency state. At this juncture, a dedicated non-commissioned officer came to us and informed us that they had received intelligence indicating that an elite vampire squad had begun to infiltrate the area, and we were to prepare for relocation. Fatty Lu scoffed. It can't be that serious. This is the military headquarters. If even this place isn't safe, then there's no safe place in the whole Vodka Country. Hardly had Fatty Lu finished speaking when a deafening explosion reverberated, followed by the sound of a building collapsing. Judging from the direction of the explosion, something must have happened at the main entrance. Evidently, the vampire squad mentioned by the officer earlier had already infiltrated this area. Immediately afterwards, gunshots rang out. Judging from the intensity of the gunfire, the invaders' firepower was extremely fierce. The defense force of the military headquarters was still commendable. Although due to the war, only about half a regiment's worth of troops remained for the defense. However, it shouldn't be that a mere vampire squad could contend against them. Therefore, those who came to attack the military headquarters this time must be the vampire elites. At this moment, the location of the gunshots shifted. I could sense that the gunfight was getting closer and closer to us. This meant that the guard troops at the main entrance were beginning to show signs of defeat, and the enemy had started to advance. Lieutenant General Kirov also entered the meeting room. His expression was extremely solemn. I even detected a glimmer of determination. It seemed that the situation here was truly not optimistic. Lieutenant General Kirov looked at us and said expressionlessly, "I'm terribly sorry, my friends. To be honest, we're not entirely confident that we can hold this place. But rest assured, we'll fight until the last man and definitely safeguard your safety." It seemed that our luck had once again reached rock bottom. The enemy's original target must have been Lieutenant General Kirov. But by some strange twist of fate, we several people were also invited to stay at the military headquarters and happened to be trapped here. There was no other way. We placed Team Leader Gu in a corner of the meeting room. Then we dragged 2 iron filing cabinets and enclosed him in the corner, creating a very narrow safe area. Subsequently, Fatty Lu and I joined the vodka country's army to share weal and woe with them. If we don't work together to face the enemy at this moment, it seems we'll have no chance at all. Currently, the conference room we're in is almost at the innermost part of the military department. It's extremely sturdy and is said to be able to withstand bomb attacks. So, it makes some sense for us to hold out here in the conference room. The gunshots were getting closer. As the conference room door was brutally kicked open, a special operations team appeared before our eyes. Had I not known the intelligence in advance, I would never have associated this small troop with vampires. In my eyes, they were no different from an ordinary special operations squad. They wore specialized combat helmets, bullet-proof vests, and carried all sorts of ammunition clips and defensive equipment. Each of them held a sub-machine gun instead of the standard vampire long swords. After spotting us, the leader of this small troop removed his helmet. Only then did a typical vampire face come into view. He was a handsome man. The only difference was that the vampires I'd seen before all looked relatively young, while this vampire in front of us had the appearance of a middle-aged man, which meant this vampire might have lived for several hundred years. The middle-aged vampire spoke up. "Good evening, everyone. I'm Prince Angus. My dear Lieutenant General Kirov, it's my great honor to personally send you to your end." Hearing this, Lieutenant General Kirov gave a cold snort. "I'm just a lowly lieutenant general. There's no need for your highness, the prince, to come here in person." The vampire prince named Angus bowed gracefully. Then he raised his gun and aimed it at Lieutenant General Kirov. "Of course, you know what I want. As long as you give me that formula, we stand a chance of turning the tables, and you can also continue to live." "Well, how about considering it?" Lieutenant General Kirov spread his hands and said teasingly, "Regrettably, that formula is no longer in my possession. You may kill me. Perhaps this is the last time you act so arrogantly. Your doom is approaching soon." Upon hearing this, Prince Angus burst into hearty laughter. "Don't you even know that the Chernobyl nuclear power plant has been blown up by us? The attacks on several other military targets have also gone smoothly. In the future world, we vampires will surely have our share. At that time, we still had no idea that the Chernobyl nuclear power plant had been destroyed." So Lieutenant General Kirov wore an expression of utter shock. Immediately afterwards, he composed himself, for it was also possible that this was a ruse by the vampires to disrupt their minds. At this moment, Prince Angus suddenly turned his gaze towards me and Fatty Lu. "Oh, I never expected there to be guests from afar here." I let out a sneer. "So, are you planning to let us go? Or are you going to make an enemy of our country completely?" Prince Angus shook his head and then licked his cheek with his tongue. "We certainly don't want to be at odds with your country. Yet we can't let you go either. If you die and are buried here, there will be no evidence proving that it was us who did it. Your country surely can't do much to us. Moreover, whatever happens here is an internal matter of the vodka country, and it's not appropriate for you to interfere, isn't it? Truly, when there's no rapport, even half a sentence is too much. Now, there's no other way but to fight head on." Immediately, I concentrated my mind and activated my supernatural power, intending to blast off the head of this vampire prince. The telekinetic force rushed out and directly invaded Angus's brain. Yet I encountered extremely powerful resistance. This time, my supernatural power failed to blow Angus's head off, but it still made him suffer excruciatingly. He clutched his head painfully and knelt on one knee, saying, "I never expected there to be such a skilled fighter here. Then I definitely can't let you leave alive." It seems that Angus's spiritual power is quite high. My supernatural power didn't have a complete effect on him. Correspondingly, the backlash on me wasn't overly severe either. I only felt a momentary dizziness, and it wouldn't affect my combat state. The next second, the vodka country's army and the vampire squad opened fire simultaneously. This minor battle here would directly influence the trend of the large-scale war. Chapter 80. A desperate battle seeing the vampire squad raise their guns. I instinctively raised the shield of Ganshi and held it in front of my chest, then sheltered Fatty Lu behind me. Bullets were pouring from both sides. At such a close range, and with both sides having good marksmanship, almost all the bullets could hit their targets. So everyone was looking for cover, and a fierce battle broke out within this narrow area. After the first round of, half of the soldiers from the vodka country were dead. The vampire squad also suffered casualties, but the number of their losses was far fewer than that of the vodka country's army. The reason was quite simple. Vampires, by nature, boasted tenacious vitality. Moreover, with the added protection of bullet-proof vests and helmets, they were even more difficult to kill. Many bullets were fired at me and Fatty Lu. Yet the impact of these bullets seemed rather insignificant when faced with the Ganshi shield. Apart from feeling a bit of the impact, neither Fatty Lu nor I was harmed. However, under such a dense hail of gunfire, Fatty Lu and I couldn't expose ourselves. It was at this moment that I finally understood why the vodka country restricted vampires from accessing modern technology. As an ancient race, vampires were once invincible to human countries in ancient times. Given their vast differences in vitality, lifespan, and combat power, humans had no way to deal with them. However, with the development of modern technology and the emergence of hot weapons, The once invincible vampires were no match for modern armies. That's why the vampire clan signed that treaty with the vodka country. Now, we were facing a vampire squad equipped with modern weapons, and the pressure was truly overwhelming. If vampires were to master modern human technology in the future, perhaps even an entire country would struggle to resist them. Seizing the right moment, Fatty Lou hid his body behind mine while stretching out his hand to fire 3 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. 3 vampires fell to the ground immediately. The bullets hit the vampires' eyes directly, resulting in headshots, rendering their helmets useless. Lou the Fatty's marksmanship greatly roused the morale of the soldiers from the Vodka Nation. Defying the firepower, they actually began to advance. Although their casualties were still 23 times those of the enemy. A battle that was originally defensive was subtly showing signs of a counter-attack. The soldiers of the Vodka Nation were not afraid of sacrifice and held absolute beliefs. Otherwise, they couldn't have emerged victorious in that great war. As the commander, Lieutenant General Kirov didn't cower behind the soldiers. Instead, he led the charge, clutching a machine gun and dashing forward. With the commander taking the lead so bravely, the soldiers naturally didn't want to lag behind. Thus, in terms of momentum, they had overwhelmed the vampire combat squad. Bang! An ordinary gunshot rang out, yet it was extremely prominent in this gunfight. A crimson rose seemed to seep out from Lieutenant General Kirov's chest. In the last 3 seconds of his life, Lieutenant General Kirov still held his machine gun and fired, bringing down several vampires. Life was so fragile. After the heart was pierced, although one could still have a brief moment of consciousness, death was irreversible. The death of the supreme commander of the Vodka Nation's army excited Prince Angies greatly. His entire face was distorted. Obviously, unlike Lieutenant General Kirov, he wasn't ready to sacrifice his life. After being knocked down by my supernatural power, he had been hiding behind several vampires and hadn't shown himself. After the commander was killed, the Vodka Nation's army fell into a brief state of chaos. However, they then rallied their spirits and continued to launch suicidal charges. The two sides were now engaged in close quarter combat and started to fight hand to hand. Once the distance closes in, the effectiveness of bulletproof gear significantly diminishes. Moreover, due to the previous round of gunfight, the bulletproof equipment of many vampires has been riddled with holes. Naturally, the situation is even more dismal for the Vodka country's army. Their equipment was not originally of high quality, so the casualty rate is extremely high. However, the Vodka country's army possesses something that the vampire army lacks, namely faith and spirit. A soldier from the Vodka country was shot 3 times in the chest and was clearly on the verge of death. He tightly embraced 2 vampires and then pulled the pin of the grenade on his waist. Being hit by the grenade at such a close range, even vampires couldn't survive. I also seized the opportunity. When the hail of bullets slightly subsided, I poked my head out from Ganshi's shield and used my supernatural power to blow up the heads of several vampires. These vampires were of very high rank, far more powerful than those who attacked us that night. So, even I couldn't eliminate them all at once. I could only fight in a guerrilla-like style, attacking and then changing positions. However, the balance of victory still did not tilt in our favor. The vampires' physical constitution gave them a huge advantage in this battle. After the suicidal charge of the Vodka country's soldiers ended, there were few soldiers still standing, and we were completely on the defensive. I had overused my supernatural power, and my eyes were barely open, with blood streaming from my nose. I had lost my combat ability. Although Fatty Lou was an excellent marksman, and the trident was very effective against vampires. However, it's difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He alone couldn't eliminate all the remaining vampires. In the end, there were only about a dozen of us left, defending a corner of the conference room. Fortunately, the enemies had run out of grenades, so we still had a chance to defend. Fatty Lou glanced at his gun and let out a forced laugh. Damn it, no more bullets. Now we brothers can go to the afterlife together. It won't be lonely. I also grinned, wiping the nosebleed. Stop talking nonsense. I've already made up my mind. Later, I'll unleash all my supernatural powers. I'll kill as many as I can and take more of them down with me. At this moment, I was ready to fight to the bitter end. Given my current physical condition, if I forced myself to use my supernatural powers again, I'd surely exhaust myself. But I was also confident that I could take down a few more vampires before I died. Damn it, no sooner said than done. I suddenly sprang out from behind the cover and pointed Ganshi forward. Immediately, a hail of bullets was fired at me, but they were all blocked by Ganshi. I immediately activated my supernatural power and invaded the minds of 2 more vampires. Although this time the power of my supernatural ability didn't make their brains explode. Their brains had been destroyed. The 2 vampires slumped to the ground limply, and I knelt on one knee, unable to stand upright anymore. Just then, there came a burst of intense gunfire from outside the conference room. The sound of these guns clearly wasn't from the portable machine guns the vampires carried. and judging from the shouts outside the door, it should be the army of the vodka country. Reinforcements had arrived. Sure enough, a young vodka officer took the lead. It was Putin. I smiled with relief and then knew nothing more. Chapter 81. The epilogue of the incident and the chaos. I smelled a fragrant aroma, which was extremely familiar to me. I hastily opened my eyes, and a corpulent figure came into my sight. As expected, it was Fatty Lu. In front of him was a pot, from which bubbles were gurgling. Just by the smell, one could tell that mutton was being cooked in it. You wretched fatso, you're actually having a feast all by yourself behind my back. Upon hearing my voice, Fatty Lu turned his head. Seeing that I was awake, he immediately beamed with joy. He quickly helped me sit up, then brought the pot in front of me. He casually wiped the chopsticks he had been using on his sleeve and handed them to me. Comrade Xiao Wu, you've woken up at just the right moment. I just put this plate of meat in. I haven't even taken a bite yet. It's all for you now. Instantly, a wave of hunger washed over me, and my stomach began to growl. I didn't even care about Fatty Lu's uncleanliness. I picked up the chopsticks and started eating. While munching, I asked what had happened later. In my memory, the last thing I saw was Putin leading the troops to come to our aid. Fatty Lu watched me eat with a beaming smile and then told me what had happened next. Putin led the troops to support us, and the situation was immediately reversed. The vampire squad was already extremely exhausted, and when they encountered a whole regiment of troops, they were virtually defenseless. Eventually, they all surrendered without resistance. So, we won the battle at the military department. However, what that Prince Angie said at that time was indeed true. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant was truly blown up. Moreover, the explosion triggered after the destruction of the nuclear power plant transformed the surrounding areas into nuclear radiation zones. It is estimated that this area will become a no-man's land for quite some time in the future. The vampire's infiltration plan had successes in several places and failures in others. Nevertheless, since they failed to obtain the formula of that medicine and were unable to comprehensively enhance their abilities, their plan to turn the tables ultimately ended in failure. The military of the vodka country launched a comprehensive mopping up and suppression operation in the Siberian region. It can be said that the problem of the vampire rebellion has been resolved. The living environment of the vampires has been further compressed, and the control over their race has become even stricter. Regrettably, this operation failed to capture the members of the Black-Clothed Legion. Although a great deal of supplies and equipment left by the Black-Clothed Legion in the vampires' habitats were found, there were no more substantial gains. As for that mysterious black-clothed man, he has vanished without a trace. On our side, apart from me feeling somewhat exhausted, there were no other issues. Captain Gu was uninjured. Immediately after the battle ended, he reported to the 037 headquarters. Fatty Lu was more seriously injured. His clothes were burned with a hole, but he was otherwise fine. As for the subsequent work, we didn't have to worry about it. After all, this was an internal problem of that country and not our concern. After learning that I was in good health, we several people discussed and decided to leave the vodka country as soon as possible. Due to this rebellion, there was actually some turmoil within the vodka country. We were truly reluctant to get involved in it. However, to our surprise, Caitlin would also leave with us. As a vampire specimen, she had already promised to be given to us for research. Moreover, all the intelligence on Caitlin had been fully exploited by the vodka country. Hence, keeping Caitlin was of little significance to the vodka country. Additionally, Caitlin's father, Duke Matthews, had been confirmed dead, and all her relatives had been killed by the vampire rebels. Thus, Caitlin was all alone in the vodka country, and she was quite willing to leave this place of sorrow. Of course, her personal will was rather insignificant. Although this vampire rebellion was suppressed, it still had many far-reaching impacts on the vodka country. The vodka country itself had a very unique system, composed of many principalities which were not united. After this incident, these principalities realized that they were not without the chance to break away from the vodka country. Therefore, in the following years, these principalities were all striving to find opportunities to secede from the vodka country. Eventually, a great change occurred in the vodka country, and many independent principalities declared their independence, which greatly weakened the national strength of the vodka country. However, there was also a fortunate thing for the vodka country in this incident. That was that the young officer, Putin, established his prestige within the army and began to gradually approach the core power circle. In the coming period, he will lead the vodka country forward. We returned to the military base at the border because Captain Gu still had some business unfinished here. Moreover, my body had not fully recovered, so the headquarters asked us to rest here for a while before returning to the capital. The days at the base were quite pleasant. I and Fatty Lu resumed our daily routine of having hot pot. To be honest, the military base itself didn't have such conditions, but Fatty Lu was quite resourceful. He went to the nearby villages to buy freshly caught game from the villagers and then brought it back for hot pot. It made me suffer from excessive internal heat. One evening, Fatty Lu and I were having hot pot as usual when Captain Gu suddenly pushed open the door. We quickly invited her to sit down and join us, but Captain Gu said smilingly, WWII, Lu Ming, there's work. After saying that, she handed us a document and told us to take a look, while she herself started to eat and drink heartily with her head down. Fatty Lu glanced at it and exclaimed, "It's actually a mission. This is so unreasonable. We've had such a tough time recently, working like dogs every day and not even being allowed a good rest." I highly agreed with what Fatty Lu said. Several times before, they promised us some easy jobs so that we could have a good rest, but every time it was a life and death situation. At this time, Captain Gu chimed in while eating. The headquarters thought this way. Every time we let you rest, you always encounter strange things. So this time, we decided to just give you a mission and not let you idle. Maybe you'll even feel more at ease this way. This logic left both me and Fatty Lu helpless. However, obedience to orders is a sacred duty, so we began to peruse the documents carefully. The first page of the file was a photograph. I picked it up and took a glance, nearly tossing it into the hot pot. It was the visage of an old person. No, it was the face of a cat. Still not right. It should be the countenance of a half-human, half-cat creature, grinning eerily at us. Chapter 82. The old lady with a cat's face. Fatty Lu also took one look at the photo and didn't want to look further. What on earth is this? Is it a cat demon? Isn't it said that cat demons are all lovely? Why is there such an ugly cat demon? I replied, if you're asking me, you've really come to the right person. I have no idea either. I could only continue reading. The gist of the incident was as follows. The incident took place in Harbin. The protagonist, Old Lady Huang, was in her 60s. Her health had been deteriorating steadily, and she was on the verge of passing away. In that era, passing away in one's 60s was considered quite normal. So when the doctor said that Old Lady Huang was at the end of her tether, her son and daughter-in-law dressed her in funeral clothes. Then they laid her on the bed, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. This custom was quite prevalent in the local area. As night fell, it seemed that the old lady's life was also drawing to a close. Lying in bed, she gritted her teeth and said her final words to her son before relaxing completely. Her son assumed that his mother had passed away, so he turned around and left, intending to find someone to help. Just then, a black cat leaped down from the roof beam and vanished. Behind her son, Granny Huang slowly sat up, a strange smile appearing on her face. Most crucially, Granny Huang's face had now transformed into half a cat's face and half a human's face, looking extremely eerie. What's more, many people at the scene witnessed this. Some well-informed old folks said that when Granny Huang passed away, a cat demon had possessed her. Now she was no longer Granny Huang, but a real monster, and she had to be killed immediately. Although half of Granny Huang's face was that of a black cat, the other half was truly a human face. Granny Huang's son looked at his mother's face, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He softly called out to his mother, but she remained unmoved. Helplessly, the elders of the local village prepared to forcefully bury Granny Huang. Just then, Granny Huang suddenly sprang up and, in a clearly non-human posture, climbed over the wall and disappeared into the depths of the fields. By the time the villagers reacted and organized people to go and search, Granny Huang was long gone. The local villagers searched for a while but couldn't find her, so they dispersed and went home. The next morning, an accident occurred. Several people had made an appointment to go out together, but one of them didn't show up. So these people went to his house to look for him. Before they even got close to the door, they were assailed by a pungent, bloody smell that made them feel sick. One of the men summoned up his courage, kicked open the door, and walked in. The sight that met his eyes made his soul flee in terror. Their fellow villager had been completely disemboweled, with a ghastly appearance, hardly recognizable as a human being. The villagers promptly reported the incident to the police. Owing to the village's isolation, the police took quite a while to arrive. Later, it was said that after the forensic examination, it was determined that the villager had been torn apart alive by sharp claws. Since no kind of knife could create such cut surfaces, animal claws were a more likely match. At this moment, the villagers suddenly recalled the old lady who was possessed by the cat demon the previous night. Thus, the rumor that the cat-faced old lady had come out to kill people began to spread in the village. Of course, it was merely a rumor, and no one had seen the cat-faced old lady again later. So many young people didn't believe it. However, in the following days, livestock in the village started to disappear inexplicably. When they were found later, they had all been disemboweled and died miserably, just like the deceased villager. Subsequently, 2 children in the village also died, having been disemboweled, and this time, even their hearts were missing. From then on, a large number of witnesses emerged among the villagers in several nearby villages. They claimed to have seen a strange old lady with one half of her face human and the other half cat-like. Her movements were extremely eerie, obviously beyond what an ordinary old lady could do. As a result, the legend of the cat-faced old lady intensified. The police were at a loss when dealing with these several homicides and could hardly find any decent clues. Naturally, the police didn't believe the legend of the cat-faced old lady and still conducted the investigation according to traditional criminal investigation methods. Until the day before yesterday, The villagers from several nearby villages spontaneously formed a search team. The objective was to locate the cat-faced old lady and eliminate her. However, it was this search team that ran into trouble. They did find the cat-faced old lady deep in the mountains. It was said that when they first spotted her, she was sitting cross-legged in a tree, munching on something unknown. Only when they got closer did they realize it was a child's arm. Enraged villagers surrounded the cat-faced old lady, some brandishing homemade shotguns. Their combat prowess quite formidable. The shotguns roared, but the cat-faced old lady suddenly vanished. It turned out her speed was so astonishing that the shotguns simply couldn't keep track of her. With a single swipe of her sharp claws, the villagers holding the shotguns crumpled to the ground. Blood gushed uncontrollably from their necks, and in a short while, they lay motionless. Another burly villager swung a shovel at the cat-faced old lady, but she evaded it effortlessly. Then, she leaped onto the strong man's back and plunged her hands into his back, actually tearing out his heart. The villagers who witnessed this horror no longer had the courage to confront the cat-faced old lady and fled in all directions. Since there were numerous eyewitnesses to this incident, and most crucially, there was a sent-down youth among the group who carried a camera and managed to capture the crucial visual evidence, which was the very picture we saw at the beginning. Moreover, when the bodies of the two deceased were discovered later, the causes of death exactly matched the villagers' accounts. At this point, the police began to take it seriously and reported the matter layer by layer until it finally reached the Special Action Team 037. The mission assigned to us by the headquarters was also quite straightforward, which was to investigate the truth behind the cat-faced old lady and either capture or shoot her. After Lou and I finished reading the materials, although we felt a bit solemn, we weren't extremely worried. After all, according to the information, this cat-faced old lady still fell into the category of animal demons. We had sufficient equipment and my supernatural ability as well, so it shouldn't be too difficult to catch or eliminate this cat demon. At this moment, Captain Gu suddenly spoke up. Don't be overconfident. I have a feeling that this incident is out of the ordinary, and there might well be unexpected things happening. Chapter 83, Cultural Course Tutoring. Since Captain Gu had said so, there must be a reason for it. After all, she was a learned person with extensive knowledge. However, Lou clearly didn't think so. No matter what kind of cat demon it is, a burst of gunfire from me and it'll be on the ground. Captain Gu looked at Lou and shook her head. I really have no idea how you two studied your cultural courses. I'll have to give that young man Ling Jin a good talking to later and see how he trains these two soldiers under his command. Next, Captain Gu gave us a briefing on esoteric knowledge, mainly about similar phenomena. In fact, the 037 Special Action Team had dealt with quite a few cases of people being possessed by ghosts or demons. According to Captain Gu, there were generally two possibilities in such cases. The first one was possession, which was also the most common. Simply put, it meant that a person was possessed by a ghost or a demon. The most prominent manifestation of this situation is that the person possessed still retains their own consciousness. Yet at certain times, they will be influenced by the possessing entity. For instance, there was an example before. There was a man who was quite normal, but suddenly became extremely fond of eating spare ribs. Later, after investigation, it was found that this man was possessed by a dog demon. Therefore, some of the dog demon's habits were added to his subconscious, causing him to have a particular fondness for spare ribs. The purpose of these ghosts and demons to possess someone is quite straightforward, which is to find a carrier for themselves. At this time, they are actually in a very weak state. If they don't have a specific physical body as a carrier, they will soon vanish into thin air. Another situation is called soul usurpation, and this situation is also quite easy to understand. If in the case of possession, the person can still have their own consciousness, then the person whose body is usurped completely loses their own consciousness. Simply put, their body is completely taken over by such ghosts or demons. A very typical example is that there was a very honest man who was usually very gentle and was definitely the kind of honest person people often talk about. He just worked on the farm peacefully every day, neither quarreling nor fighting with others. However, such a man actually killed 8 women with his own hands. Moreover, he didn't know any of these 8 women and had no social interactions with them. Later, after investigation, it was discovered that this man's body was usurped by the soul of another man. The owner of the soul was deceived by a woman, which ultimately led to the ruin of his family, and he committed suicide. He harbored resentment deep in his heart and was reluctant to enter the cycle of reincarnation for a long time. Instead, he desired to take revenge on women in the world. Thus, he occupied a body to execute his revenge plan. Finally, Captain Gu summarized that whether it was possession or body snatching, though the nature was slightly different, there was always a common point. That was, the person being possessed or having their body snatched retained their original appearance, meaning that their physical form remained unchanged. However, the present cat-faced old lady was not in such a situation. Her face clearly resembled that of a cat. Although it was only half, it defied the currently known circumstances. So, it was hard to say whether this situation could be handled in the way of possession or body snatching. Of course, the crux of the problem was also quite clear, which was that black cat. After all, there were eyewitnesses to prove that a black cat jumped down from the roof beam while the old lady was passing away. Then the old lady sat up and grew a cat-like face. So, this incident was definitely related to that cat. The next day, we set off for Harbin and began to take over this case. Locally, the case had not been handed over to the military yet, so the local police were cooperating with us this time. Captain Gu declined the invitation to have a meal first and went directly to the funeral home. Of course, on the way to the funeral home, we bought several steamed buns as breakfast. We went to the funeral home to take out the body. Captain Gu was fiddling with the body while eating the buns, which made Fatty Lou and me feel nauseous. Even the policemen around us couldn't bear to watch this scene and made an excuse to wait outside. After Captain Gu finished eating the buns, it seemed that her autopsy work was also over. She turned to me and Fatty Lou and said, "So far, it's certain that the body was indeed torn apart while the victim was still alive, and the wound shape perfectly matches the tracks made by human hands and fingernails." Before Captain Gu could finish, Fatty Lou interrupted her. "How do you know that? Can human hands be so strong and sharp?" Captain Gu twirled the scalpel in her hand and asked, "Do you want to give it a try?" Fatty Lou immediately fell silent. However, what Lu Meng said just now made sense. Captain Gu added, "Although the tracks and the shape of the wound highly resemble those caused by human hands, the toughness of the instrument that inflicted the wound is questionable. Human fingernails are actually quite sharp, but the problem is that they are extremely fragile and unlikely to directly disembowel someone." Therefore, Captain Gu reached a conclusion. This demon must have altered the old woman's physical constitution. This is a rather intriguing conclusion. Generally speaking, when evil spirits or ghosts possess or usurp a host, they are unable to change the host's inherent physical constitution. A weak person cannot suddenly become strong. But this monster in front of us has the ability to transform the frail old woman into a killing machine, which indicates that this demon is by no means an ordinary evil spirit. After the autopsy, we retrieved the current police files under investigation. It was learned that this old woman was extremely gentle in daily life and was a well-known kind person in the area. She lived on her own with her only son. Later, her son got married, but his wife was infertile. The three of them lived in the village. The old woman had a good reputation and was kind-hearted. One thing that caught our attention was that she often fed stray animals in the village and in the mountains, including cats. According to the old woman's son, he had once seen that black cat, which was ownerless. However, since his mother often fed it, the black cat often came to their home. So they got used to it. The materials provided by another group of detectives confirmed that the first victim, the villager who was disemboweled, had bullied the old woman's family. Later, those children who went missing or were killed had all, to some extent, treated the old woman's family badly. For example, they stole eggs from their home or threw stones at their windows. This cat-faced old woman seemed to have a vengeful mentality. This case was quite interesting. Chapter 84. Attempting to hunt down. After a discussion among the three of us, we decided that the top priority was to find this cat-faced old woman. Regardless of her situation, it was always the best option to either kill or capture her. Judging from the cat-faced old woman's recent activity range, she basically roamed in the mountains behind the mountain village where old lady Wang used to live. This mountain is not small, and it is connected to the external mountain ranges. If we conduct a grid-style search, it will not only consume a great deal of manpower and material resources, but also may not guarantee finding what we're looking for. Fatty Lou patted me on the shoulder and said, "Comrade Xiao Wu, it's your turn to shine our human-shaped radar." I nodded, activated my supernatural ability, and extensively released my brainwaves to detect if there was any extremely intense spiritual power nearby. As I became more proficient in using my supernatural ability, searching for powerful spiritual forces in the vicinity had become one of my new capabilities. Simply put, everyone emits brainwaves, yet these brainwaves are extremely feeble, so in my perception, they can almost be disregarded. However, when there are some special individuals or substances that can emit intense energy, in such circumstances, I can sense them more acutely and approximately know their locations. Take the cat-faced old lady in front of us, for example. The brainwaves she emits must be different from those of ordinary people. Found it. As we gradually advanced deeper into the mountain, I finally located a point. The telekinetic force emitted from this point was far stronger than that of ordinary humans or other creatures. It should be the cat-faced old lady. Fatty Lou recorded the coordinates, and we immediately advanced towards this point. When we were about 2 kilometers away from it, this point suddenly started moving, and at an extremely high speed. Hurry! The target is moving in the 10 o'clock direction. We also quickened our pace and chased closely behind. However, since we were in the remote mountains, there were no modern means of transportation, and we could only rely on our own legs. Actually, The three of us were moving through the forest at no slow pace, yet I still felt that the target was getting farther away from us. It was impossible to catch up with it. Later, we gave up the pursuit and waited for it to stop on its own. After about half an hour, the target stopped again. I determined the coordinates and direction once more, and we headed there once again. But just like the previous time, when we were about 2 kilometers away, the target started moving again. It seemed as if she could sense that we were nearby and thus fled in advance. "All right, stop chasing," Captain Gu said. "This old woman with a cat's face probably can sense our presence. In particular, Wu Di. Your special ability in the trident in Fatty Lu's hand might have made her feel terrified. So when we get within a certain range of her, she'll immediately run away." The problem was that if we didn't rely on my special ability, we simply couldn't determine the location of the old woman with a cat's face, let alone capture her. Eventually, Captain Gu decided to call off the team. Chasing like this would yield no results. So we withdrew from the mountains and went to Granny Huang's house to have a look. Now, Granny Huang's house was tightly shut, due to Granny Huang's incident. Her son had become somewhat ashamed in the village. Everyone regarded their family as ill omens and would never interact with them on a daily basis. We knocked on the door for a long time, yet no one opened it. It was not until Fatty Lu threatened to blow the door open that a man came to let us in. This man was presumably the son of Granny Huang. To be honest, Granny Huang's son was not particularly good looking, and he was quite short, giving an unappealing impression. In contrast, Captain Gu regarded him with keen interest, even staring at him intently. Fatty Lu nudged me with his elbow and said, "Who would have thought Captain Gu had such taste?" I quickly told Fatty Lu to keep quiet, warning him that Captain Gu might use a silver needle to pick at his fingernails. Fatty Lu sensibly fell silent. Eventually, we followed Granny Huang's son into the house. The furnishings inside were extremely simple, indicating that they lived in straitened circumstances. I really didn't know what to ask. So I went to sit in the corner, keeping a certain degree of vigilance. Captain Gu didn't ask any special questions either. He merely inquired about mundane matters. For example, he asked about the son's father. However, Granny Huang's son claimed that he had never seen his father. According to his mother, his father had passed away just a few days after he was born. Later, his mother fled with him and finally settled in this village. During this time, I also carefully sensed the spiritual power of Granny Huang's son and his daughter, in law, and the results showed that they were no different from ordinary people, which ruled out the possibility of their colluding with demons. I thought there wouldn't be any clues here, but Captain Gu remained highly enthusiastic. He also asked Huang Laotai's son how Huang Laotai treated him. The son's response was quite interesting. He said that Huang Laotai was extremely kind to him at times, yet incredibly violent on other occasions. He recalled that when he was a child, Huang Laotai even attempted to drown him. As a mother, trying to drown her own son is clearly against the norm. This made me somewhat suspect whether the son was Huang Laotai's biological child. The man seemingly perceived my thoughts and said bashfully, "Actually, even if I'm not her biological son, I've accepted it. After all, she has raised me for so many years. And in most cases, she has treated me very well. What difference does it make if I'm not her own?" His words made me feel a bit ashamed, as I had judged him with a petty mind. Indeed, regardless of whether he is her biological child or not, it's no small feat for a woman to raise a boy all by herself. The hardships she endured are beyond description. It was getting late, so we took our leave. On the way, I asked Captain Gu if he had any insights. Captain Gu gave a mysterious smile and said, "We've had quite a productive day, and I've come up with a way to lure out the cat-faced old lady." I eagerly inquired what the method was, but Captain Gu didn't tell me. He simply instructed us to come back at midnight. When night fell deeply, we entered the mountain again. Captain Gu commanded me to activate my special ability and directly communicate with the cat-faced old lady, delivering this message: if she didn't come to us voluntarily, we would kill her son. Does Captain Gu think that the cat-faced old lady still retains the consciousness she had in her lifetime? Chapter 85. A face-to-face confrontation. We waited quietly in the dead of night. After about an hour, there was finally some movement in the deep mountains before us. First, the branches in the distance began to rustle, and then the bushes nearby also started to make noises. The next second, a figure stood in front of us. One could tell that this figure was extremely nervous and vigilant, standing about 20 meters away from us. Its body was taut, as if ready to flee at any moment. The moon in northeast China is always very bright. Although there was not a single glimmer of artificial light here, the silvery moonlight shone down, still allowing us to clearly discern the figure before us. It was indeed the legendary cat-faced old lady, with the build of a 60-year-old woman. One half of her face was human, and the other half was feline, and the cat half was covered in soft fur, somewhat resembling the yin and yang twin fiends. The old lady's clothes were tattered, presumably due to her living in the deep mountains. However, there was no bloodstain on her, indicating that the clothes had been washed. From this, it could be seen that the cat-faced old lady was quite fastidious about hygiene. I recall that cats are animals that are very particular about cleanliness. Perhaps this is an innate trait of cat demons. Since we've come all this way, let's quickly finish the job. Fatty Lu raised his gun and aimed it at the cat-faced old lady. At this moment, Captain Gu pressed his hand on the gun and signaled Fatty Lu to put it away, saying, "Let Wu Di handle it. Try to capture her alive." I nodded. Just as I was about to use my special ability, unexpectedly, the old woman with a cat's face in front of us actually spoke up. "You don't need to take action. As long as you spare her son, I'll go with you." The information in this sentence was extremely substantial. Originally, since the old woman with a cat's face could speak, we still thought it was the consciousness of old lady Wang communicating with us. However, the content she said indicated otherwise. Because she used the expression her son, it meant that the consciousness speaking now was not that of the old woman, but that of the black cat. Captain Gu took a step forward and said to the old woman with a cat's face with a smile, "Why are you so willing to go with us? If you really want to run away, it seems we don't have any good way to stop you." The old woman with a cat's face lowered her head and slowly spoke again. "I can't defeat you. There are real experts here. Although I can escape, I can't let her son be implicated by me." I glanced at the old woman with a cat's face and then at Captain Gu. Since it was Captain Gu who asked me to convey the message to the old woman with a cat's face tonight, it meant that Captain Gu had anticipated such a reaction from the old woman with a cat's face. I whispered to Captain Gu, "How could this be?" At this moment, Captain Gu no longer had a beaming expression, but instead said to me very seriously, "This might be a very sorrowful story. Because the father of the old woman's son was from Japan. Her son's build and appearance do not conform to the traditional physical traits of the Han people. Instead, they bear certain characteristics of the Yamato ethnic group. Considering the actual situation of this area, it isn't difficult to draw such an inference." After Captain Gu finished speaking, I was utterly bewildered. With my limited intelligence, I truly failed to comprehend the underlying implications. At this moment, the cat-faced old woman slowly spoke again. "Young man over there, channel your power into my mind, and I'll lead you to see." This time, I understood her words because it wasn't the first time I'd encountered such a thing. She surely wanted me to act as a human projector again. So, I activated my special ability and entered the cat-faced old woman's mind. This time, there were no signs of resistance and images began to appear before my eyes. The first scene that greeted me was an antique-style room. From the furnishings in the room, it was evident that this family was of extraordinary status. There were many decorative items engraved with dragon patterns. A man was sitting upright on a chair, wearing a dragon robe, exuding an air of dignity and opulence. He was holding a black cat in his arms. Apparently, this was an emperor and his pet cat, and this was the very cat right in front of us. This cat led an extremely luxurious life here. Every day, its meals were personally prepared by the imperial chefs, and it had dedicated attendants. Even some people would bow when they saw the cat, for it was the emperor's favorite pet. Later, through the documents and imperial edicts on the table, I learned that the emperor before me was Emperor Jia Zhuhozong, the Ming Shizong. According to historical records, regardless of whether he was a good emperor or not, he was indeed an emperor who adored cats. He even had a palace renovated specifically for cats and couldn't go through his daily life without them. From this scene, it could be seen that Emperor Jia of the Ming Dynasty doted on this black cat. Perhaps because this black cat looked extremely majestic and stood out among many delicate felines, it received the best treatment. It lived a life of ease, having everything provided for it. Amidst the adulation of people, this cat gradually developed intelligence. It could understand what humans said and even fathom their thoughts. Later, Emperor Jia became obsessed with practicing Taoist magic. This black cat, which often accompanied him, also started to engage in spiritual cultivation and seemingly achieved some minor success. Maybe it was easier for creatures like cats that could communicate with the yin and yang realms to cultivate compared to humans. Moreover, this black cat was extraordinary, which provided an advantage for its cultivation. Originally, this cat led a blissful life, but misfortunes came unexpectedly. Emperor Jia consumed many poisonous pills in the hope of immortality, but instead died suddenly. The newly ascended emperor had no interest in cats at all. On the day of his enthronement, he drove all the cats out of the palace. He also demolished the cat shelters in the palace, and the treatment of all the cats declined drastically. Some eunuchs in the palace who had been bullied by the cats before even started to kill the cats openly. Although the black cat managed to escape, it could never return to its former life of luxury. It became a stray cat, wandering around the capital city. The cat itself had dark fur. At that time, black cats were often regarded as inauspicious. Thus, no new families were willing to take it in. As such, the cat kept wandering aimlessly. On a stormy night, the black cat huddled in a corner. It hadn't eaten for a long time and could only lap up a few mouthfuls of rainwater to appease its hunger. After a long time of living a life of luxury in the palace, it had lost its hunting ability. Then, with a sense of unwillingness, the black cat closed its eyes and passed away. At this moment, the scene switched. In another unfamiliar environment, a small black kitten slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 86. The story of the black cat. This was a tiny black kitten born in a small grove. It had 2 siblings, making a total of 3 kittens. At this moment, their mother was nowhere to be found. Perhaps she had left them, or maybe she was out looking for food. After a while, the mother cat finally returned. It was a tabby mother cat. She looked extremely emaciated, as if giving birth to these kittens had exhausted all her strength. The grove was barren, and the mother cat couldn't venture too far. Therefore, she was constantly in a state of malnutrition. Her milk supply was insufficient. And this little black kitten seemed to be the last one born, with a frail constitution. When it came to nursing, it couldn't compete with its siblings, and thus only managed to have a few sips of milk. In the next scene, this little black kitten gasped its last breath. In the natural world, such premature deaths occur every day. It is a pain that all living creatures are bound to face. Once again, the scene shifted. Another little kitten slowly opened its eyes. It was still a black kitten. By now, I came to understand that it should be the very first black cat reincarnating and cycling continuously. This time, it was born in a field. The environment was far better than the previous one, and this time it had only 1 sibling. The mother cat had more milk to nourish it. So the little kitten thrived and finally grew into an adult black cat. However, after reaching adulthood, it clearly had many more troubles. It had to find a suitable place to dwell and scurry about every day just to fill its belly. In most cases, hunger became the norm. Apart from these, it also had to confront the bullying of human children. The children would throw stones at it and chase it around with branches. Once, it sneaked into a household's kitchen. It was simply starving and stole a piece of cured meat. As a result, it was caught red-handed by the owner. And the owner broke both of its legs with a stick. It managed to drag its broken legs and escape barely, but winter had arrived. A cat without legs was doomed not to survive the winter. So, this black cat died once again. But at the same time, it opened its eyes anew. With a different identity and in a different place, continuing its cycle of reincarnation. In this way, no one knew how long the reincarnation had lasted. Every reincarnation brought an extremely arduous life, where it exhausted all efforts just for survival. No one ever offered it warmth. And no one cared about the life and death of this black cat. Until this reincarnation, it was born beside a village in the north. Fortuitously, he had grown up once again. Nevertheless, the climate here was extremely harsh. Summers were swelteringly hot, and winters were bitterly cold. More often than not, it was arduous to find food, and he could only satiate his hunger with wild fruits and herbs. Winter had come again. The energy within his body was dwindling precipitously. He had gone without food for several days. He resolved to take a risk and search in the village. Generally speaking, he dared not venture into the village, for there were not only dogs but also children who delighted in chasing cats. However, he was utterly famished. He deftly scaled the wall and leaped into the courtyard of a household. Yet, the moment he landed, he felt that his luck had deserted him completely. For there sat a woman in the courtyard, and this cat was well aware that women were often the most difficult to deal with. He had readied himself to flee, but it seemed that his foot had been sprained upon landing. The pain was excruciating, and he was momentarily unable to react. Although this woman was somewhat younger at this time, one could still discern from her demeanor and appearance that the woman before him was none other than Old Lady Huang. The woman did not make any extreme gestures. Instead, she beckoned to the cat. Then she turned around, fished out half a potato from the pot behind her, and gently placed it on the ground. The black cat was stunned. Steamed potatoes were an absolute delicacy to him, and it seemed that he hadn't tasted them for many years in his memory. The black cat approached gingerly. Old Lady Huang merely regarded him with a gentle smile and extended her hand, gesturing for him to come quickly. Since he was going to starve to death anyway, the black cat made up his mind, rushed forward directly, grabbed the potato in his mouth, and fled. Eventually, the black cat had a hearty meal, which would sustain it for several more days. Later, the old woman and the cat encountered each other in the fields again. Grinning, Grandma Huang beckoned the cat over. This time, the black cat hesitated briefly but still approached. Grandma Huang gently stroked the cat's fur and then its tail. The black cat relished the sensation, having not felt human touch in many years. Thus, trust was established between the black cat and Grandma Huang. The black cat would occasionally visit Grandma Huang's home. She would offer it some food, and then they would play together for a while. On some evenings, the black cat would stay at Grandma Huang's place, while on other occasions, it would venture out on its own. They coexisted in harmony, and the black cat seemingly rediscovered its former joy. However, as time went by, the black cat suddenly noticed something. Grandma Huang seemed to possess a dual personality. One side was extremely amiable, while the other appeared filled with hatred and extreme cruelty. This could be discerned from her attitude towards her son. Most of the time, Grandma Huang doted on her son. Yet, for reasons unknown at times, she would beat her son savagely. Even though her son had grown up, married, and settled down, that hatred was unmistakable. The black cat couldn't fathom why a mother could harbor such intense animosity towards her own son. Moreover, The black cat could sense that Grandma Wang's affection for her son was genuine, as was her hatred. What on earth could have caused such a person to develop this dual-sided personality and psyche? One night, the black cat slept beside Granny Wang. It noticed that Granny Wang was sleeping very restlessly, with her brows tightly knitted and her expression pained. After some thought, the black cat decided to enter Granny Wang's dream to see what was going on, hoping to understand why she had such an extreme personality. In all its years of existence, it was the first time it wanted to understand someone. The black cat entered Granny Wang's dream, which was set in a very enclosed room. There was a woman lying on the bed. She was very young, and it was obvious that she was the younger version of Granny Wang. She was extremely beautiful, yet at this moment, she was covered in wounds and in great pain. On top of her was a man in a yellow military uniform, moving up and down while babbling in an incomprehensible language. The black cat recognized that this man was clearly a Japanese soldier. Outrages like this were all too common during that era. Chapter 87. The Black Cat's Act of Gratitude. Granny Wang had a tragic life. She had once been married, but before the couple could have children, a war broke out. Her husband was killed, and she was captured by Japanese soldiers. One could easily imagine the fate that awaited her after being caught by these brutes. Granny Wang endured inhumane abuse and torture, yet she was fortunate enough to survive. When she managed to escape, she was shocked to discover that she was pregnant. The child in her womb must have been fathered by a Japanese soldier. Granny Wang harbored intense hatred towards the Japanese soldiers. A hatred so deep that she wished for nothing less than their complete annihilation. However, at this very moment, what she carried in her womb was, after all, her very own flesh and blood. The radiance of motherhood, for a moment, overshadowed her anger and resentment. She found herself ensnared in a dichotomy of emotions. On one hand, she loathed this child. On the other, she could not bear to part with it. Caught in this ceaseless turmoil, old lady Wang finally gave birth to a son. But scarcely had he arrived into the world when she began to regret it, for her hatred towards the son fathered by a Japanese man burned fiercely within her. She cast the son out into the frigid, snow-covered expanse, and, steeling herself, turned away. Yet, having walked but a few hundred meters, she retraced her steps and retrieved the child. She hated him, and yet she loved him, a paradox that was almost unbearable. In the days that followed, every time old lady Wang beheld her son, memories of that humiliating episode would come flooding back, intensifying her resentment. Nevertheless, old lady Wang was, at her core, a kind-hearted soul. Witnessing her son growing up strong and healthy filled her with joy, for he was her own flesh and blood. This constant inner strife exacerbated her dual-natured personality disorder. One persona was tyrannical and resentful, bemoaning all the injustices of the world and yearning for revenge. The other was gentle, amiable, and brimming with love, eager to bestow all the world's beauty upon others. It was this kind-hearted persona that enabled her to befriend the black cat. The two accepted each other and kept each other company in the days that followed. As time wore on, old lady Wang's life neared its end. On her deathbed, the black cat could not bear to part with her. Thus, it took possession of old lady Wang's body. After taking over Granny Wang's body, she also acquired Granny Wang's memories and some thoughts. Thus, the black cat inherited the angry and cruel part of Granny Wang's personality and killed those who had grudges against her. In the black cat's words, he was helping his friend. He didn't want Granny Wang to have such a cruel personality and only wished her to be gentle forever. After the black cat finished its story, I roughly recounted to Captain Gu what I had seen and what the black cat had said. After listening, Captain Gu murmured to himself, "The spiritual cat. I never thought it truly existed." The spiritual cat is a kind of cat demon recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It can communicate with the spiritual world. Its most prominent characteristic is the ability to be reborn continuously, while the rest of the information about it remains a mystery. Never did I expect to encounter one here. It can truly be regarded as an unexpected gain. Captain Gu was somewhat puzzled. Since the spiritual cat can occupy human bodies, why did this spiritual cat have such a miserable life in those past reincarnations? The answer from the spiritual cat was unexpected. It couldn't occupy just anyone's body at will. It had to be someone who was in spiritual harmony with it, and only when the two accepted each other could it enter that person's body. This phenomenon was different from both possession and usurpation of the body. Captain Gu temporarily named this phenomenon empathy, which was quite apartment. Captain Gu delicately asked the old woman with the cat's face, "Do you plan to keep occupying Granny Wang's body like this? Shall we let her bear so much and not even find peace after death?" The spiritual cat fell silent. After pondering for a long while, it seemed that he finally let it go. He sighed and said, "I understand. I will leave. I hope you can let her rest in peace. I can go with you. Anyway, my life in this incarnation is about to end." After uttering these words, the old woman with the cat's face fell onto her back. Then, a black cat appeared beside the old woman's feet. We hastened forward to examine. The cat-like face of the old woman with a cat's face had completely vanished. What was presented before us now was a human face. Yet this human face was somewhat misshapen. Perhaps because she had passed away several days ago, the old woman's corpse had begun to decay, emitting a foul stench. We buried the old woman's body in the back mountain and erected a tombstone, which could be regarded as allowing her to rest in peace. The spiritual cat obediently followed without any resistance. When we proposed to take him back to the Beijing headquarters, the spiritual cat showed no particular signs of resistance. It seemed that he had no inclination to interact with me. In his long cycle of reincarnation, perhaps only Granny Wang had truly cared for him. Even the emperor in the beginning might have merely regarded him as a plaything. Granny Wang and he were perhaps truly friends. This was the reason why the spiritual cat could empathize with Granny Wang. We immediately contacted the headquarters of the Special Action Team 037 and informed them that the problem here had been resolved. The root cause of the problem was a spiritual cat, which had been captured and was willing to accompany us. The reply received was to set off immediately and return to Beijing, bringing the spiritual cat back. The subsequent matters would be handled by the follow-up personnel. So, we promptly embarked on our journey back to Beijing. The final follow-up of this incident was quite straightforward. It was said that in the end, a bear was made a scapegoat, claiming that all these murder cases were the work of the bear. Now that the bear had been shot dead, all potential threats had been eliminated. As for the issue of the cat-faced Granny, a very vague explanation was given. It stated that at that time, Granny Wang was actually not dead yet. There was a moment of a last-ditch rally, resulting in involuntary movement. That was why she disappeared in the fields and was later found dead in the mountains, having nothing to do with the cat demon. After all, this explanation was issued by the authorities, and since then, there had been no more incidents of people or livestock being harmed. Therefore, people gradually accepted this view. The incident of the cat-faced Granny was thus concluded. But the story of the cat-faced Granny spread more and more eerily in the 3 northeastern provinces and gradually became a well-known folk supernatural tale. On the way back, I asked Fatty Lou, do you think that living for a long time is truly a good thing? Why do people all pursue immortality? Look at the spiritual cat. It suffered for hundreds of years, but didn't it finally find Granny Wang? Although it endured centuries of hardship, it eventually found a place to belong. Fatty Lou replied in an uncharacteristically serious manner. Indeed, all sentient beings endure suffering. It is so difficult to find someone one can trust and rely on in the long course of life. This holds true for cats as well as for humans. Chapter 88. Report on the cat-faced old lady incident in Harbin on September 9, 2009. After returning to headquarters 037, Fatty Lou and I resumed our leisurely lives. With the addition of a cat. Quite unexpectedly, the spiritual cat we brought back wasn't confined for various experiments. Instead, after having a few tubes of blood drawn, it was released and lived with us. The spiritual cat could communicate with me through mental power, so there was no communication barrier between us. At this moment, we were having a hot pot together, and the spiritual cat was also enjoying its meal immensely. It probably hadn't had decent food for hundreds of years. These days, following us, it had its belly full every day. Fatty Lou and I were worried that it might overeat itself to death. However, in the spiritual cat's own words, since its current life was nearing its end, it might as well savor some delicious food. Who knew if it could have such treats in its next reincarnation? This statement was actually quite insightful. No one could foresee what the future held. Therefore, seizing the present was an excellent choice. The spiritual cat had no control over where it would be reincarnated in its next life, so it might still be a stray cat. Although we told it to remember this place and come back to find us after its reincarnation, the spiritual cat was very open-minded. It told us that each life had its own way of living. If every life was lived identically, it would be meaningless. The spiritual cat's words were so profound that Fatty Lou, Huo, and I had another glass of wine. Of course, we hadn't been completely idle these days. First, an incident report needs to be written. Additionally, the headquarters has assigned us an incidental task. Since the civet cat has been reincarnated for 500 years, it must have experienced numerous things during this period. Moreover, only I can reproduce the scenes of its experiences, so this task has been entrusted to me. That is to watch the civet cat's memories and see if we can find some useful intelligence. Therefore, in these recent days, my routine basically consists of writing reports and acting as a human projector to watch the civet cat's memories. Report on the cat-faced old lady incident in Harbin on September 9th. 09 Incident process. An old lady surnamed Wang in Harbin was waiting at home to be buried after her death. At the moment she passed away, a witness claimed that a black cat jumped down. Subsequently, the old lady came back to life and her face took on a state where half was human and half was cat. Then she escaped in full view of everyone. On that day, the villagers spontaneously organized a search, but found nothing. Early the next morning, a villager discovered a person brutally killed at home in the village. According to the forensic examination, the deceased had a strange death, seemingly torn apart by a person or a creature with bare hands. Within a few days, the village reported multiple incidents of livestock and people going missing. After investigation, it was found that all the missing people had been killed, and their death conditions were the same as that of the first victim, all being torn apart by the sharp claws of a person or a creature. At this time, rumors about the cat-faced old lady killing people had spread locally, causing quite a stir in public opinion and making people extremely panicked. Later, the villagers spontaneously organized a search team to look for the cat-faced old lady. They found her in the mountains and clashed with her, resulting in 2 deaths. Later, the situation of this incident was reported to the Special Action Team 037, and Captain Gu Lingling of Team 7 was in charge of handling it. The currently known facts are as follows. The creature that caused the reanimation of Granny Wang was the legendary spirit cat. The spirit cat is a creature recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, possessing the extraordinary ability of reincarnation. The formation of the cat-faced Granny was due to the symbiosis between the spirit cat and the old lady's body. Through investigation and research, it was found that the cat-faced Granny was different from the previous cases of demonic possession or usurpation of the body. Instead, it was in a new form. In this form, the symbiotic individuals could influence and perceive each other. The cat-faced Granny showed obvious feline characteristics, including appearance, form, movement, and aggression. Disposal result. After persuasion, the spirit cat voluntarily left Granny Wang's body and accompanied the investigation team back to the headquarters. The cat-faced Granny no longer existed. To allay the panic caused, the case was closed with the claim of a black bear incident, and the remaining issues needed to be gradually mitigated. The spirit cat, a legendary creature capable of infinite reincarnation. The individual obtained this time claimed to have been born during the Jiajing reign and had reincarnated dozens of times. The spirit cat itself had no special aggression. Its symbiotic ability had stringent conditions, requiring both parties to accept each other before it could be implemented. The reincarnation of the spirit cat had no specific pattern and could occur anywhere in the country, yet its memories would be retained throughout. The existence of the spirit cat once again proved the existence of reincarnation, and there was no longer any controversy in the academic community regarding the existence of reincarnation. Theoretical gain. 1 living spirit cat was obtained. However, there had been no research progress so far, and since it claimed that it would reincarnate soon, no special experiments were carried out. It was temporarily taken care of by WWII, a member of the first squad. Related tasks would be described in another volume. Danger assessment. Considering that the civet has a relatively low level of aggression and lacks a sense of killing, its danger level is relatively low. It is recommended to categorize it as F class. Operation personnel. Person in charge. Gu Lingling members. WWII, Lu Ming. The report has been submitted, and I am earnestly fulfilling my task, which is to see if I can obtain any intelligence from the civet. The civet is truly cooperative with my work. It seems that for it doesn't require much effort. When it sleeps, I can start my inspection, and our activities don't interfere with each other. However, I've also noticed an issue. The civet has an incredibly excellent memory. It hasn't missed a single bit of its over 500-year memory, and most of it consists of trivial matters. For example, catching mice, foraging for food. And what's even more significant is that its sleeping time is also included in the memory, during which I can only wait patiently. Eventually, I couldn't bear it any longer. If things continued like this, I might not finish going through its memory before I die. Moreover, according to what the civet said, it is about to enter the cycle of reincarnation, which means its remaining time is limited. Therefore, my approach must be more targeted. So, I told the civet not to show me those trivial details. I asked it to first tell me about the events that left a deep impression on it, and then I'd decide whether to look into them. This method greatly improved the efficiency. Nevertheless, most of what I saw were rather frustrating scenes. For instance, one day, the civet found a very beautiful cat, claiming it was the most alluring feline it had ever seen in over 500 years. I thought this cat was something special, so I took a closer look at it. It turned out to be a foreign cat. It was indeed quite good looking, but it was of no use to us. So, in accordance with the chronological order, I asked the spirit cat if there were any remarkable events. When I inquired about the reign of Emperor Qin Shi, the spirit cat pondered for a moment and said that there was a rather extraordinary explosion at that time. I thought about the era. Gunpowder was already extremely prevalent then, and an explosion was quite normal. Thus, I had absolutely no interest. It's just a gunpowder explosion. There's nothing worth talking about. Are there any more extraordinary events? At this moment, Huo, who was sitting behind me, gave me a slap on the head. You idiot. What he's talking about might very well be the Great Tianqi Explosion. Chapter 89. The Great Tianqi Explosion. The Great Tianqi Explosion? I was utterly bewildered. Apparently, it was another event that I knew little about. Alas, the lack of knowledge is truly dreadful. However, judging from Huo's excited demeanor, it must be a significant event. Huo asked me to pause for a while. He was going to report it, and during this time, he told me to go and peruse the ancient records about the Great Tianqi Explosion. I didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately, I went to the archive room to find the relevant records and began to study them. Since these were historical records, the confidentiality level was not high. The 037 Special Action Team had a vast collection of ancient documents, including both official and unofficial histories. Therefore, the records and analyses of historical events were quite comprehensive. Naturally, the records about the Great Tianqi explosion were also extremely detailed. Generally speaking, the situation was as follows. On May 30th, 1626 AD, the capital city was still immersed in the festive atmosphere of the Dragon Boat Festival, presenting a scene of tranquility and harmony. The temperature in the morning was still quite high, yet pedestrians on the street were already coming and going in an endless stream. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, there came a thunderous roar. The earth trembled and the mountains swayed, and the sound was like that of exploding thunder. Many children and women were so frightened that they trembled violently. People looked around in all directions, eager to know what had happened. At this moment, suddenly someone felt drops of water falling and casually wiped it with a hand. To their astonishment, it was red. How could there be red rain? More and more people felt the rain, and all let out cries of wonder. No, this was not rain, it was blood. Someone began to scream. More and more people sensed something was amiss. At this time, a round object dropped into the crowd. People took a closer look and were horrified to find it was a charred human head. People panicked and fled in all directions. A woman felt as if someone had grabbed her hair and instinctively swatted at it. As a result, she unexpectedly pulled off a severed arm from her own head. At this moment, more and more things were falling from the sky. All kinds of human limbs rained down from the heavens, making it seem like the underworld on Earth. There were also some strange things falling together, such as various damaged furniture, small items, and even underwear. At this time, Emperor Qin Shi was taking a rest. Suddenly, he felt the earth shaking violently, and the palace hall began to sway unsteadily. Suddenly, a wooden board fell off the hall. Emperor Qin Shi quickly dodged. He felt a sharp pain in his ankle but managed to escape alive. However, the eunuch beside him was crushed to death by the wooden board. Everyone quickly escorted Emperor Qin Shi to the outside, where he finally found safety. Emperor Qin Shi thought an earthquake had occurred and immediately sent people to check where exactly the earthquake had taken place. Before long, an official rushed in panic to report that it was not an earthquake, but a supernatural event that had occurred near Wanggongcheng. The entire area of Wanggongcheng had vanished into thin air. Wanggongcheng, located in the south, west of the capital, was a gunpowder magazine. And there were quite a number of residents in the vicinity. Originally, the explosion at Wanggongcheng might not have seemed like a major incident. After all, in the capital city, the gunpowder factories usually had a limited stock of gunpowder, and if it exploded, well, that was that. However, the tremors that occurred this time could by no means be caused by that amount of gunpowder. Moreover, the direct disappearance of the entire Wanggongcheng area was simply preposterous. Subsequently, various reports flooded in. There were accounts of a rain of corpses from the sky, with the bodies being naked and showing obvious signs of being cut. All these left Emperor Qin Shi utterly bewildered. It was extremely eerie. Another report stated that a mushroom-shaped cloud had appeared at the scene, and there were sounds of a series of explosions, all of which were beyond comprehension. According to Tianbian Dichao, the area around Wanggongcheng was in a state of utter devastation. Corpses were piled on top of each other, the stench filled the air, and the sky was filled with flying rubble, making it impossible to distinguish one house from another. In the end, this strange and massive explosion resulted in nearly 20,000 casualties and caused countless houses to be damaged. Since the cause of this explosion remained unknown, its lethality far exceeded what was possible in that era, and numerous strange phenomena occurred, it has become a historical mystery. Of course, later on, many people put forward various speculations and hypotheses regarding this explosion. Some said it was actually an earthquake, and the power of the earthquake and the explosion of gunpowder overlapped. However, the problem was that an earthquake scope couldn't possibly be limited to just a few miles around Wanggongcheng, so this explanation seemed highly unlikely. Some claim it was a meteorite. However, if it were a meteorite, the killing radius wouldn't be so small. There are also other theories, such as the tornado theory and the simple gunpowder explosion theory, neither of which seems to conform to reality. That's why the Tianqi Great Explosion has become a historical mystery. After perusing the archives, I scratched my head. This Tianqi Great Explosion was truly eerie. Now that there's an opportunity to unravel this mystery, it's no wonder Hu Wei was so excited. Beside me, Fatty Lu showed no interest in the archives. Seeing that I had finished reading, he inquired, "Well, what kind of event was it?" "It's indeed a historical enigma. Reading about it got me quite excited," I replied truthfully. "Come on. Since it's such a significant event and involves research, I bet that person will be in charge again." Fatty Lu stretched and grumbled. "Lu Ming, are you talking about me?" At this moment, the door of the room opened, and Captain Gu stood there with a beaming smile. It made sense. Captain Gu was indeed quite adept at decrypting such things. However, since so many unlucky incidents had occurred during the outings with Captain Gu, Fatty Lu described her as a femme fatale. Whether she was a femme fatale or not, I was unaware. But if Captain Gu found out what Fatty Lu had said, his fingernails would surely be in jeopardy. Along with Captain Gu came Hu Wei and a member of the 7th Squad, presumably Captain Gu's assistant. Let's begin. Captain Gu gave the order. I stroked the spiritual cat and said, "Cooperate, shall we? It's time to start work." "Sure, just give me a roast chicken for dinner." The spiritual cat readily agreed. I activated my extraordinary ability and entered the mind of the spiritual cat, starting to watch this segment of memory. The scene switched, and the memory officially began. Right at the start, the spiritual cat was extremely affectionate with another white cat, completely oblivious to its surroundings. I said, "Your life is quite eventful. Can we get straight to the point?" I said to the spiritual cat helplessly. "Wait. The incident happened when I got hungry after finishing my business and went out to look for food," the spiritual cat responded disdainfully. So I endured patiently and watched this feline scene, then followed the spiritual cat as it searched for food. The spiritual cat prowled through the alleyways, extremely agile. With a single leap, it landed on the wall. Then it stretched and began to groom itself. Suddenly, something seemed to catch its attention, making it stare motionlessly. Following the spiritual cat's gaze, I also looked over. The sight before me left me astounded, and an involuntary curse slipped from my mouth. Captain Gu heard it and quickly asked what I had seen. I stammered in shock. "A plane." "No, it's a bomber formation." At this distance, I couldn't be mistaken. They were the Type 99 dive bombers of the Japanese, a total of 5. Chapter 90. The truth of the explosion. The Type 99 dive bomber was the most common type of bomber used by the Japanese during the Second War. The fuselage was relatively flimsy. Most of the Japanese bombers that appeared in later film and television works were based on this model. With a large red circle on white background, a derogatory way to refer to the Japanese flag emblem painted on them. Such were these bombers. To be honest, the Japanese bombers were really not that great. Firstly, their overall size was relatively small, the payload capacity was limited, and thus the bomb carrying capacity was also small. Moreover, the actual flight distance of these bombers was relatively short, and they were mostly used for medium and short-range bombings. Their endurance was also insufficient. However, the advantage was that the production cost was relatively low. Therefore, later, this Type 99 dive bomber was refitted into kamikaze planes for suicide attacks. Nevertheless, it was truly astonishing to witness the bombers of the Japanese flying over during the Tianqi era. My initial reaction was that I was hallucinating, so I rubbed my eyes. However, the memories of the spiritual cat were undoubtedly real, and at such a close distance, there was no way I could have made a mistake. So, it must have been a formation of Type 99 dive bombers, a total of 5 aircraft. Subsequently, what followed was rather straightforward. These 5 bombers carried out a bombing near Wangong factory. Although it was unclear why they did so, the Japanese never needed a reason to conduct bombings. In principle, the bomb carrying capacity of the Type 99 dive bomber ranged from 250 kilograms to 400 kilograms. That is to say, these 5 bombers actually dropped approximately 1.5 tons of bombs. It was by no means strange that the explosion caused by 1.5 tons of modern bombs in the Tianqi era was regarded as a supernatural event. Moreover, the strange phenomena recorded in various ancient books at that time could now be well explained. Firstly, there was the mushroom-shaped cloud. When bombs were dropped from a great height onto a powder magazine, it was only natural for a mushroom cloud to form. Additionally, many corpses showed obvious signs of being cut when hit by such a large number of bombs with shrapnel flying everywhere. It was normal for the bodies to be instantly sliced into pieces. Thus, this strange phenomenon could also be clearly accounted for. The multiple explosions and scattered explosion points are even easier to explain. Since there were not just one bomb, there were numerous explosion points, and the explosion times also differed slightly, thus creating a sound similar to that of drumming. After the bombing, this bomber formation continued to fly from east to west until it vanished from sight. As for where they came from and where they were going, it remained unknown. The current issue is that the appearance of aircraft during the Tianqi era was already quite peculiar. Moreover, what appeared was the Type 99 bomber used by the Japanese in the Second World War, which was simply inexplicable. I relayed the scenes I saw in the Civic Cat's memory to Captain Gu and her team. They were all visibly astounded, and Captain Gu fell into deep contemplation. Her face solemn. We, understandingly, refrained from disturbing her. After a while, Captain Gu stood up and said, "It's quite straightforward to verify this. I'll go submit a report right away." Captain Gu's plan was simple. If this incident was real, there must be remnants of bomb fragments at the former site of Wangongcheng. Even though several hundred years had passed, these fragments would not have disappeared. The report was quickly approved. The headquarters agreed with Captain Gu's suggestion to conduct in-depth excavation at the former site of Wangongcheng to see if any crucial evidence could be found. The former location of Wangongcheng was now dotted with numerous civilian houses. However, In that era, the common people would unhesitatingly follow instructions whenever needed. This time, the reason we presented was that there was a highly significant ancient tomb beneath this residential area that required excavation. Therefore, all the houses above this area had to be relocated. The local residents readily agreed. Of course, we had prepared accommodations for them in advance and also provided subsidies to the relocated residents to ensure that their normal lives would not be affected. Captain Gu and I went to the site to take charge of the command. The site was already thronged with people, and all the work was progressing in an orderly manner. As the operation was still of a confidential nature, the ones conducting the excavation were specially transferred engineering soldiers, who were well disciplined, swift in action, and rich in excavation experience and awareness of protection. In case of discovery during the excavation, they could protect and report it immediately. The radius of the excavation was set at 1 kilometer, and it was a full-depth excavation. After all, we believed that since 500 or 600 years had passed and the area was relatively large, it wouldn't be an easy task to find the shrapnel. However, I clearly underestimated the enthusiasm, determination, and professionalism of the engineering soldiers. Approximately 3 hours later, the first piece of iron was brought over. I picked it up and examined it carefully. It was indeed a piece of severely corroded iron. Judging from its texture, it resembled shrapnel. But it was impossible to make a judgment merely by visual inspection. So I handed it over to professional researchers for them to make a judgment based on its composition and age. Later, the result of the analysis came out. This piece of iron was indeed shrapnel, but it was impossible to tell whether it was from a bomb or a cannonball. However, the conclusion that can be drawn is that, judging from the corrosion degree of this shrapnel, it has indeed been 400 or 500 years since then. In fact, after discovering this shrapnel, I have truly believed this fact from the bottom of my heart. The Tianqi Great Explosion was indeed caused by a bombing. Captain Gu felt the same way. Nevertheless, as a scientific researcher, she still needed more direct and compelling evidence. Soon, the number of discovered shrapnels increased, and the samples obtained became larger. Among them, there was a piece of shrapnel on which the production date and specifications could be clearly seen. After verification, it was exactly the 250-kilogram class bomb often carried by the Type 99 dive bombers, and the date indicated 1943. Both the time and the item matched. By this time, no one doubted the authenticity of this event anymore. During the Tianqi period, there was indeed a formation of Type 99 dive bombers from the Japanese nation, and they carried out a bombing near Wanggongchang. This bombing could not be explained at that time, so it gradually evolved into the historical mystery of the Tianqi Great Explosion. Although the mystery of the Tianqi Great Explosion has been solved, the greater mystery before us leaves us at a loss. Why did a formation of Japanese bombers appear during the Tianqi period? Where did they come from? Had airplanes already emerged at that time? Did they possess modern-day bombs? Just when we were racking our brains, Captain Gu gently tapped the table. Perhaps, the time-space tunnel truly exists. Chapter 91. The time-space tunnel. The time-space tunnel is a concept that seems almost like a wild fantasy. Briefly speaking, after passing through this tunnel, one can return to the past or enter the future. In fact, humans have been conducting research on this area, yet with little success. The existence of spatial transmission has long been proven, but time-space transmission remains an enigma. In recent years, however, the academic community has adopted an optimistic stance regarding the existence of time-space tunnels. An increasing amount of evidence indicates that time-space tunnels truly exist. Among the relics unearthed in the past, modern technologies and objects have emerged, suggesting that individuals or things not belonging to that era once visited it. Additionally, the concept of reincarnation objectively validates this point. Since life can reincarnate, meaning it can cycle from the past to a later time, why can't one return from the future to the past through certain means? When Captain Gu presented this idea, it caused quite a stir. We all understood that if this hypothesis were to hold true, it might be the most significant secret the Special Action Team 037 has uncovered in recent years. Who wouldn't desire to return to the past or travel to the future through a time-space tunnel? Returning to the past would allow us to rectify numerous mistakes, and reaching the future would enable us to discern future trends and acquire future technologies. All these are undoubtedly beneficial to the supreme interests. Although everyone was extremely excited, rationality reminded us that this was merely a conjecture. However, if it were not a time-space tunnel, how could one explain the strange appearance of the Type 99 dive bomber during the Tianqi period? At a critical moment, Captain Gu stepped forward again. Stop arguing. It's quite simple to verify this. Wait for me to submit a report. At this time, Fatty Lu nudged me with his hand. Comrade Xiao Wu, why does Captain Gu always have solutions? Do you think if she were in a high-ranking leadership position and didn't need to submit reports for everything, would the efficiency be much higher? I let out a soft laugh. I don't know if the efficiency would be high, but there would definitely be more crazy things. It cannot be denied that Captain Gu is an outstanding talent. Whether it comes to her scientific research qualities or decision-making abilities, she is top-notch. However, there is one thing. This woman is simply too crazy. The fire in the greater Xingyuan Mountains still gives me the jitters, and I dare not provoke her. After a while, Captain Gu returned and sat down. All eyes were fixed on her. She took a sip of water and calmly said, "The report has been approved. Now we just need to wait for the headquarters to conduct the communication." Then Captain Gu shared her thoughts with us. In fact, it's very easy to verify this. That is to determine whether there was a formation of 5 Type 99 dive bombers from the Japanese military that went missing or was temporarily missing during World War II. Firstly, these 5 Type 99 dive bombers couldn't have appeared out of thin air. They must have been man-made. And this type of aircraft was only put into use during World War II. So, as long as we figure out if there were any mysterious disappearances of such bombers during that period, we can find the answer. After all, if these 5 bombers entered the Tianqi Rain through the time tunnel, they were bound to disappear in that era. For a bomber cannot be present at 2 time points simultaneously. It's unclear how the headquarters communicated, yet they managed to obtain relevant intelligence from the Japanese. Upon verification, during the Second World War, many Type 99 dive bombers of the Japanese went missing. In the era of war, whether being shot down or suffering an accident could lead to an aircraft's disconnection and disappearance. However, we still found the answer we were seeking. In 1943, there was indeed a small formation composed of 5 Type 99 dive bombers that went missing while on a mission in the area of Beiping. Later, the Japanese classified it as an accidental crash, with all 5 planes destroyed. A small formation of 5 Type 99 dive bombers on a mission in the Beiping area. All of this coincides with the geographical coordinates and quantity of the Tianqi Great Explosion. The Type 99 dive bombers had a relatively short flight range, so they usually carried out short-range bombing missions. Beiping was the capital at that time, and the distance was appropriate. Therefore, it can almost be confirmed that the disappearance of these 5 bombers was due to their entry into the Tianqi Rain through the time tunnel, ultimately causing the Tianqi Great Explosion. Now, this can no longer be regarded as mere speculation, as the evidence is quite conclusive. Captain Gu immediately reported our latest findings to the higher-ups. All the senior officials at the 037 headquarters who knew about this were shocked. The headquarters immediately listed this incident as the top priority case, entrusting Captain Gu with the responsibility to conduct a thorough investigation. The ultimate goal is to ascertain the location of the time-space tunnel and the conditions under which it emerges. Naturally, if it is possible to send our personnel to the past or the future, we should engage in proactive attempts. Proactive attempts may seem like a rather straightforward matter, yet in fact, it is far from the case. An attempt implies that there is no certainty about the outcome. For other departments, an unsuccessful attempt might merely be a single setback. However, for the Special Action Team 037, each attempt is fraught with peril, and the results are often far from favorable. Take, for instance, the initial research on spatial teleportation. We endured numerous attempts, and the consequences of failed attempts were undeniably harrowing. Research volunteers who participated in the experiments suffered decapitation. To put it simply, their heads were teleported to one side, while their bodies remained on the other, resulting in instant death. Nevertheless, there were still researchers who stepped forward voluntarily to conduct the experiments. This was the spirit of that era, sacrificing one's life for the pursuit of scientific inquiry, which, for the researchers, was their ultimate destination. It is foreseeable that this exploration and attempt regarding the time-space tunnel will by no means proceed smoothly. Hypothetically, even if everything goes swimmingly and we manage to locate the time-space tunnel and our experimenter successfully enters it and returns to the past, then a new problem arises. How will he return? There is a high probability that he will be condemned to live in the past forever, with no chance of return. However, the current research is still far from reaching that stage. We still need to conduct fundamental research to determine the conditions and location for the appearance of this time-space tunnel. Then I asked the civic cat again if there were any other strange phenomena on the day of the Great Explosion. The civic cat pondered for a while and said, "Was it considered strange that the sky suddenly darkened for a moment before the explosion?" Chapter 92. Conditional deduction. The sudden darkening of the sky for a moment was also recorded in the historical documents of that time. However, we didn't pay much attention to it because the explosion itself would generate a large amount of smoke, which could appropriately obscure the sky and create a gloomy feeling, which was quite normal. Moreover, it was later confirmed that a mushroom cloud had formed at the explosion site, so the darkening of the sky was even more normal. But the civic cat told us that the sky darkened before the explosion, which was rather unusual. An eclipse, Captain Gu murmured. Is the eclipse the crucial condition for opening the time-space tunnel? I immediately delved into the civic cat's memory again. Although the civic cat didn't see it very clearly, it was still evident that a brief solar eclipse had indeed occurred. It was confirmed that a solar eclipse took place during the Tianqi Great Explosion. Then, was there any strange phenomenon on that day in 1943? Following this train of thought, Captain Gu promptly submitted a report. Through the negotiations among the high-level officials, he even obtained the specific cruising time of those 5 Type 99 bombers. The information showed that these 5 bombers set off at 8:30 a.m. on July 25, 1943, and soon lost contact. After determining the specific time, Captain Gu immediately went to check the detailed archives. It was found that on July 25, 1943, there was indeed an eclipse phenomenon. The occurrence time was very brief, approximately only over 40 minutes. At this point, the clues on both sides were connected. There was an eclipse on the day when the Tianchi Great Explosion happened, and there was also an eclipse when the Japanese bombers went missing. This is definitely no coincidence. It can basically be proven that the eclipse phenomenon is an important condition for the opening of the time-space tunnel. However, whether this condition is the sole one and what auxiliary conditions are required to achieve it remain completely unknown for now. Nevertheless, one thing can be confirmed. The location of the time-space tunnel should be above the area of Beiping. Only in this way, after the bombers passed through the time-space tunnel and reached ancient times, could they start bombing when encountering so many strange targets. Later, Captain Gu contacted the headquarters again, requesting the specific flight routes of these bombers at that time. The conclusion obtained was indeed consistent with this speculation. Therefore, it can currently be determined that the time-space tunnel is located within the territory of Beiping. Moreover, according to data inquiries and combat reports from that year, the maximum flying altitude of the Type 99 dive bombers was below 8 kilometers, and the general flying altitude was around 6 kilometers. This further demarcated a height range. Although this range is still somewhat broad, generally speaking, the horizontal and vertical coordinates have been established, and the next step of research and exploration can be carried out. Early the next morning, Captain Gu informed me, Fatty Liu, and Hu Wei to attend a meeting. As soon as we arrived at the meeting room, we found that Captain Zhang was personally presiding over the meeting. This shows how much the Special Action Team 037 attaches importance to this exploration of the time-space tunnel. Captain Gu first reported the previous investigations, research, and relevant reasoning, and estimated the possible existence range of the time-space tunnel. His report was unanimously approved by the attendees, and everyone was extremely excited. After all, there was a real chance to find the time-space tunnel, and it was based on evidence, which proved the real existence of the time-space tunnel. Subsequently, Captain Gu put forward his plan. According to the recent estimation of the astronomical department, there would be a solar eclipse in 3 weeks. Currently, it was inferred that a solar eclipse was a condition for opening the time-space tunnel. That is to say, the time-space tunnel was very likely to open during the solar eclipse in 3 weeks. According to Captain Gu's plan, from now on, the Air Force was ordered to conduct exercises in this area, aiming to cover all altitudes and flight routes. On the day of the solar eclipse, full coverage flights would be carried out to observe whether any planes would disappear. Planes that disappeared but were not crashed should have entered the ancient times or the future through the time-space tunnel. Captain Zhang immediately approved the plan on the spot and decided to implement it. He would contact the Air Force and report to higher-level leaders, determined to find the time-space tunnel. Soon, instructions from above came down, fully supporting the plan. Even a part of the Air Force's command authority was directly transferred to the 037 Special Action Team. As a result, a large-scale Air Force exercise commenced. Many residents noticed something unusual. Recently, various planes had been flying over Beiping, seemingly circling with high density. Ultimately, the official explanation given by the government was that a flight exercise was underway to enhance the combat capabilities of the Air Force and the air defense capabilities of the city. This explanation was quite reasonable, so no one suspected the true intentions of these aircraft. Achieving full coverage of the entire flight route and altitude within such an area was by no means an easy task. However, for our soldiers, there was no such thing as the impossible. After 3 weeks of exercises and continuous coordination, the possible locations of the time-space tunnels had basically been identified, and aircraft were deployed to navigate through them. Now, they were simply awaiting the arrival of the solar eclipse. Of course, Captain Gu had made extensive preparations for this exploration. First, a large amount of data was provided to each aircraft, documenting significant historical events from the past to the present, as well as the inventions and creations of various items. Since it was impossible to determine where one would end up in the past or the future after passing through the time-space tunnel, once they successfully entered the time-space tunnel, their very survival would become an issue. Moreover, if they ended up in the past or the future, they were expected to contribute to the highest interests. Therefore, they were given this intelligence to decide on their own which events to influence. Once they passed through the time-space tunnel, whether they could return was definitely a question. According to the current speculation, the solar eclipse was the key to opening the time-space tunnel. This meant that if they wanted to come back, they would have to wait for a solar eclipse to occur in the other world. By that time, whether their aircraft would still be operational was also a matter of concern. Therefore, Someone later proposed a plan. That was, if a pilot found themselves truly traveling back to the past or forward to the future through the time-space tunnel, they should immediately return through the original tunnel. This might significantly increase the probability of their return. However, this plan was rejected because it was impossible to determine the exact time period of arrival without landing. Moreover, there was no evidence indicating that one could immediately return to the present through a time-space tunnel in another time. So, it was advisable not to squander this precious opportunity of time-space travel. Instead, they should strive to obtain intelligence and technology to contribute to the highest interests. These words, these matters, and these tasks were clearly conveyed to those airmen. They also fully comprehended that if they were the ones selected, they might never return. Nevertheless, no one flinched. On the contrary, everyone hoped to be chosen. It was this love for the motherland and pursuit of faith that always kept us invincible. 3 weeks later, the solar eclipse arrived. Chapter 93. The experiment succeeds in this exploration mission. A total of 24 fighter jets were deployed, which was truly a substantial undertaking. Captain Zhang personally gave a pre-operation pep talk to the pilots. I can't recall exactly what he said, but there was one sentence that I'll never forget. In this mission, you may become the dust of history, but even as a single grain of dust, you will rest on the motherland's soil, adding a speck of earth to its prosperity. All the military personnel were filled with passion and high morale. Today was the time for them to serve the country and fulfill their self-worth. It was a pity that I couldn't fly a plane. If I could, I would definitely be among them. No military person could resist such a scenario, to sacrifice for the country's future and contribute their efforts to the country's development. This was truly the most glorious medal for a military person. There was only an hour left until the time of the solar eclipse estimated by the astronomical department. At the order of Captain Gu, all the pilots immediately took their positions and started to take off one after another. Subsequently, they would follow the pre-arranged plan to conduct a cruise, ensuring that every latitude and every route could be fully covered. Before long, the designated area was filled with planes. Looking up from the ground to the sky, it was an extremely magnificent sight. The residents living nearby also poked their heads out one after another, cheering for the Air Force in the sky. The masses truly supported the military personnel and were genuinely proud of them. Although they didn't know what mission the Air Force was carrying out, they understood one thing. All that these military personnel were doing was for their better lives. As time ticked by, I kept craning my neck and staring directly at the sun, fearing to miss anything. Suddenly, I noticed that there began to be a dark trace on one edge of the sun. The solar eclipse had started. All personnel, pay attention. All personnel, pay attention. The solar eclipse has started. Spread out quickly along the pre-arranged routes. Captain Gu issued the instructions methodically. Although her voice remained calm, beads of sweat had already trickled down her forehead. Everything was normal on the first. Everything was normal on the second. Everything was normal on the third. After each aircraft had traversed a pre-determined flight route, it would promptly report relevant situations. As time ticked away, the degree of the solar eclipse intensified, approaching the totality of the solar eclipse. In our previous speculations, the time of the total solar eclipse was the most probable moment for the opening of the time-space tunnel. Thus, everyone held their breath at this juncture. All units, the total solar eclipse is imminent. Navigate at full speed. Captain Gu issued the order nervously, with her fingers trembling, whether from nervousness or excitement. It was hard to tell. I, too, held a telescope, my gaze flitting among the different aircraft, fearing to miss the slightest sign of an anomaly. At this moment, the pilots on the planes were also extremely tense. After all, when facing the unknown, humans instinctively feel fear, and soldiers are no exception. Several minutes passed, and the period of the total solar eclipse had ended, yet all the aircraft remained without any abnormalities. The most likely time had elapsed, and some staff officers in the command room speculated that perhaps the solar eclipse was not the condition for the opening of the time-space tunnel. All units, continue flying along the predetermined route. Captain Gu's order was beyond question. Evidently, she was reluctant to relinquish any glimmer of hope. In the command center, Captain Zhang and his colleagues wore solemn expressions, fixated intently on the progress of the exploration. Moreover, it wasn't just the members of Special Action Team 037 present on site. It was said that some high-ranking officials from the government were also there. This shows the great importance all parties attached to this tunnel incident. As time ticked by, the sky gradually brightened. The solar eclipse was about to end. At this moment, in the command center, a high-ranking official with a square-shaped face stood up and said, "Comrade Zhang, it seems this exploration has ended in failure. Don't be discouraged. I'm confident that you'll surely find the real-time tunnel." Captain Zhang smiled and replied, "This is quite normal. The work we do is full of uncertainties. However, there's still time. Let's keep observing. In our line of work, we won't know the outcome until the very end." The man with the square-shaped face nodded gravely and then sat back down. "Captain Gu, The solar eclipse is expected to end in 5 minutes. Please give instructions. A researcher asked Captain Gu for the next step orders. Notify all personnel to follow the established plan and keep exploring until the last moment. Captain Gu, with sweat streaming down his face, gritted his teeth and issued the order. Everything is normal for Plane 1. Everything is normal for Plane 2. All the planes reported their situations once again. All 24 planes responded, and the radar showed no problems. I put down the binoculars and rubbed my eyes gently, thinking that there might be little hope. Besides, the solar eclipse was almost over, and the sky was nearly completely clear. I picked up the binoculars again and started searching for each plane. 22, only 22. Immediately, I widened my eyes and scrutinized the scene once more. Truly, there were only 22 planes, 2 were missing. All count off right away. I didn't even have time to report to Captain Gu. Instead, I directly issued the counting off order through the communication device. Number 1, all is normal. Number 2, all is normal. Number 24, all is normal. What about number 5? And number 14? Respond if you can hear me. Captain Gu began to shout hysterically. However, there was no response. The pilots of number 5 and number 14 showed no reaction at all. The radar indicated that the signals of these 2 planes could no longer be detected. At this distance, there was no possibility of a crash. For in full view of everyone, it was impossible that no one would have noticed. These 2 planes seemed to have vanished into thin air, and no one had detected their disappearance. The solar eclipse ended, and all the planes landed, except for number 5 and number 14. The pilots were nowhere to be found. We immediately organized a search within the area, but there were no traces, no clues. Then, there was only one explanation. Captain Gu took a deep breath and reported, "Sir, the exploration experiment is a success. Number 5 and number 14 planes have successfully entered the time-space tunnel." The command center was in an uproar. No one could raise an objection. This was something that had happened right before their eyes. Well, founded and undeniable. Captain Zhang stood up and said, "Well done. The experimental result is valid. The time-space tunnel has been discovered." Thunderous applause filled the air, and everyone was elated. Captain Zhang paused for a moment and then inquired, "What are the names of the pilots of the 2 planes?" Captain Gu opened the archival materials and began to search. Then, he replied solemnly, "The pilot of plane number 5 is named Wang Meng. The pilot of plane number 14 is named Yuan Tiangang." Chapter 94, Wang Meng and Yuan Tiangang. Wang Meng and Yuan Tiangang? Captain Zhang repeated, murmuring, "So that's it. Everything makes sense now. How miraculous." After the experiment concluded, Captain Zhang led Captain Gu and his group away in a hurry. It seemed they had many important matters to attend to. However, I could discern that both Captain Zhang and Captain Gu wore rather peculiar expressions upon learning the names of the 2 pilots. Upon returning to the room, I shared this issue with Fatty Lu and Hu Wei. Fatty Lu looked utterly nonchalant. After all, he didn't understand it anyway. Why do you bother so much? They're the officials. Let them worry about it. What we should concern ourselves with is what to eat tonight. Hu Wei rolled his eyes. I must say, you 2 really need to enhance your theoretical studies. How can you not even know about these 2 renowned figures, Wang Meng and Yuan Tiangang? Fatty Lu looked defiant and provocatively retorted, "They're just ordinary pilots. Isn't it normal that I don't know them? Do you know every single pilot?" Hu Wei let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. "You're right in a way, but the Wang Meng and Yuan Tiangang I'm referring to aren't these 2 pilots. Instead, they're 2 figures from ancient times. Well, now it seems they are indeed these 2 pilots." Hu Wei's words left me utterly bewildered. What did he mean by saying that 2 ancient figures were, in the present context, those 2 pilots? Could it be just a coincidence of names? Immediately, I urged him to explain himself, telling him not to always pose as an erudite while leaving others in the dark. Then, Hu Wei began to impart some historical knowledge to me and Fatty Lu, sharing the stories of Wang Meng and Yuan Tiangang. After hearing their tales, I seemed to gain a fresh perspective on history. Let's start with Wang Meng, a figure from the Western Han Dynasty. He was the founding emperor of the Xin Dynasty and an outstanding statesman. However, in the grand tapestry of history, there were numerous such figures, and he didn't stand out in any remarkable way. Moreover, Wang Meng's rise to power was due to the influence of the Wang clan. His aunt was the empress, which propelled him to greater heights, and he gradually ascended to the position of Grand Marshal. Later, when Emperor Ping of Han, who was only 9 years old, ascended the throne, Wang Meng was entrusted with the regency, seizing the opportunity to wield great power. At this point, his ambitions began to surface. He gradually started to curry favor with the people and eliminate his opponents, ultimately usurping the throne. Judging from this resume, Wang Meng's journey was far from glorious. It was even somewhat despicable. After all, usurping the throne should generally earn a low standing in historical evaluations. The crux lies in the series of events that Wang Meng initiated after he proclaimed himself emperor, which were truly astonishing and far exceeded the wisdom of his era. Firstly, Wang Mang invented an instrument called the bronze caliper, a device used for measuring precision items. Later, relevant cultural relics were unearthed, and it was discovered that they were almost identical to the vernier calipers used today. In addition, Wang Mang actually attempted to create a means of transportation similar to an airplane, or rather, a weapon. The airplane he designed closely resembled modern aircraft in appearance. However, due to the limitations of the technological and manufacturing capabilities of that era, this airplane was never built. Nevertheless, from a design perspective, it already boasted the rudiments of a modern aircraft. If these inventions could be regarded as mere flights of fancy, then the systems Wang Mang created were far more advanced than the society of his time. Firstly, he nationalized all the land. Peasants without land were allocated parcels by the government, thus fulfilling the requirement that everyone had land to till. Secondly, he opposed the slave trade, aimed to abolish slavery, and advocated for equality among all people, which was unimaginable in the feudal society of that time. Thirdly, he encouraged the entire population to engage in labor, with the principle that those who did not work would not eat. Beggars and the unemployed were not permitted. Fourthly, he implemented a monopoly system for salt, iron, and alcohol, and nationalized mineral resources for specialized exploitation. Fifthly, he introduced a planned economy, where the government controlled prices to prevent rapid price fluctuations from causing market instability and widening the gap between the rich and the poor. This series of ideas and systems were unthinkable in the society of that era, perhaps because these ideas were too far-reaching. The Ming Dynasty, founded by Wang Mang, did not last long before it perished. Then there is Yuan Tiangang, a metaphysician, astronomer, and Taoist priest of the Tang Dynasty. Just the description of his occupation sounds rather mysterious. He was renowned for his magical arts. His various inferences and fortune-telling were astonishingly accurate, and his weather predictions were no exception. It is even said that he could summon rain. Once upon a time, there was a place suffering from extreme drought. Yuan Tiangang couldn't bear to see the local people endure such hardships, so he set up a formation and performed rituals to pray for rain. Sure enough, it began to drizzle in that area. From then on, Yuan Tiangang was regarded as a living immortal, which also caught the attention of the local government at that time. Later, Yuan Tiangang entered the mortal world and gained the trust of Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty and subsequent monarchs. He also started to display more of his talents. Among them, the WWII he wrote is known as a miraculous prophecy book, which records the turning points and events over 1,000 years after the Tang Dynasty. At that time, this WWII didn't receive much attention, but later facts proved that the content in the book was indeed extremely accurate. Therefore, the WWII was later regarded as an eternal mystery. With Hui's introduction finished, I more or less understood. It seems that both Wang Mang and Yuan Tiangang were rather peculiar figures in history, with numerous mysteries surrounding them. Now, all the puzzles have been solved. Wang Mang was a pilot who traversed through a time tunnel. Pilot Wang Mang was a man who hated evil and was kind-hearted. That's why he attempted to promote modern systems, address feudal issues, liberate peasants, and improve people's living standards. All these systems and ideas were actually what Wang Mang had learned in the modern era and applied in that particular time, thus producing rather odd effects. The same goes for Yuan Tiangang. Pilot Yuan Tiangang often served the 037, so it was quite normal for him to be influenced and gain some knowledge of esotericism. Therefore, being well-versed in astronomy and geography, he could naturally predict the weather and became the so-called immortal in people's mouths. Moreover, they both carried historical records before setting off, which documented the key points of major historical events. It is no wonder that one could compose WWII with such materials. It seems that history is predetermined, and the impacts we make have already been fed back to us by history. Hui murmured to himself. I understood what he meant. We used to think that once we found the time tunnel and the way back to the past, we could alter history. In the history we knew, Wang Mang and Yuan Tiangang were part of the established and unchangeable past. That is to say, much of history was actually created by later people who entered the historical timeline. Later, we referred to such people as time travelers. Chapter 95, Time Travelers. The concept of time travelers has become extremely popular. It seems that everyone has once fantasized about becoming a time traveler, traveling back to ancient times to achieve great feats or journeying to the future to start a brand new life. This experiment has proven that time travelers do exist, and it has also provided a reasonable explanation for many unexplainable phenomena. The report of this experiment was written by Captain Gu. He consulted me during the writing process, and I also lent a hand. So, I can still remember some details of that experiment report. Every time I recall it, I am still deeply impressed. This experiment has verified the existence of the time tunnel. Currently, the time tunnel above Beiping is at an altitude of 700 meters, with coordinates 324, 128. It opens at the very moment when a solar eclipse is about to end. It is estimated that the next opening time of this space-time tunnel will be 3 years later, in order to be prepared for the reopening of the space-time tunnel in 3 years. The Special Action Team 037 has already begun training the next batch of pilots in advance and will send them into the space-time tunnel. Of course, whether this batch of pilots can return remains a question. They are already aware in advance of what they are about to face, yet they still proceed valiantly and generously. After this experiment, it has been determined that Wang Mang, the emperor who established the Xin dynasty at the end of the Western Han dynasty, and Yuan Tiangang, a great warlock during the Sui and Tang dynasties, were time travelers. Their real identities were Air Force pilots of our army. During the execution of this experimental mission, they traversed time and were stranded in that era. Through this experiment, it has also been clarified why Wang Mang had such advanced ideas at that time and why Yuan Tiangong's predictions were so accurate. The reason is that they were modern people who had traveled back in time and possessed new theoretical concepts and knowledge. Moreover, before this experiment, Wang Mang and Yuan Tiangang were indeed historical figures, which proves from the side that history has already responded to our current experimental actions. That is to say, history cannot be influenced. The history we try to influence has already influenced us. Based on this inference, many strange historical figures are speculated to possibly be time travelers, including the famous foreign painter Leonardo da Vinci. It can be inferred that the space-time tunnel is not the only one over Beiping. There must be other space-time tunnels and their opening methods both at home and abroad, but they are currently unknown. In addition, it can be inferred that many unexplainable matters and events are highly likely to have been accomplished by time travelers from the future who traveled back to the present and historical eras. A representative event is the Tianqi Great Explosion. By this conjecture, the Tunguska event might also be caused by time travelers from a later civilization, whose level of civilization is far more advanced than the present one. After deducing this, some things become extremely interesting. Perhaps there are time travelers right around us at present. Just think, is there anyone around you who seems out of place? Such as someone who can't use anything and is curious about everything? Then it's highly possible that he or she has traveled from ancient times to the present. And think again, is there anyone around you who is extremely remarkable, seemingly knowing everything, and whose thoughts seem far ahead of the present era? Then it's quite likely that he or she has traveled from the future to the present. So far, the historical mystery of the Tianqi Great Explosion can be said to have been completely solved, yet there are still some flaws. For example, where did those 5 bombers of Japan that traveled back to the Tianqi era finally go? Since 5 bombers were quite eye-catching in that era, there should have been eyewitness records passed down, but there aren't any. Regarding this, Captain Gu put forward a conjecture. At that time, those 5 bombers might have noticed something amiss and then turned back to their base. During their return journey, the solar eclipse hadn't ended yet, and they entered the time tunnel again, thus traveling to another time period and disappearing. It is not entirely impossible that such a scenario exists. In other historical records, there have been instances where people reported sighting strange large birds, which could very well have been aircraft. Therefore, when one witnesses a peculiar phenomenon, an exotic creature, or a civilization seemingly out of place in the present, there is no need to assume it is a misperception. These phenomena might very well be manifestations of entities from the future that have traversed through time. After submitting the report, Captain Gu was assigned a new task to locate the tombs of Wang Mang and Yuan Tiangang. Based on our deductions, even after traveling back in time, these 2 individuals would not have forgotten their missions. This is evident from their actions, suggesting that they still remembered their tasks of gathering various intelligence and collecting items. The most likely place to store the things they obtained would be their tombs. Moreover, they should have anticipated that the headquarters would surely discover this and would spare no effort to track them down. The tombs, then, would be the ideal locations. Regrettably, according to historical accounts, Wang Mang was defeated in battle and slain by a mob. As a result, his tomb may never be found, and the items he collected might have been lost to the annals of history. On the contrary, Yuan Tiangong's tomb has remained intact for years, showing no signs of being looted. Yuan Tiangang was buried on White Crane Mountain. After careful assessment, Captain Gu decided to postpone the excavation of Yuan Tiangong's tomb and protect it for the time being. If your residence is in the vicinity of White Crane Mountain, you may pay a visit. Even now, there are still soldiers guarding the area. I inquired of Captain Gu why they didn't conduct an excavation. Captain Gu informed me that there must be reasons why Yuan Tiangong's tomb has remained untouched by tomb raiders for so many years. Moreover, as a renowned sorcerer, the items within his tomb are surely extraordinary, and there might even be many things beyond our comprehension. If we rashly open his tomb without making adequate preparations, not to mention the potential damage to cultural relics, but also the possible release of something harmful, which would be a great loss. Therefore, the subsequent task is to collect relevant materials about Yuan Tiangang to see if he left any clues for us. After making comprehensive preparations, We will open Yuan Tiangong's tomb and retrieve the items he left for us. More than 30 years later, Yuan Tiangong's tomb was opened on a small scale. Some of the items that emerged from it were simply inexplicable. Even though I had experienced numerous trials and tribulations by then, I was still astounded by many of the items and creatures. After the tunnel experiment came to an end, I didn't get any time to rest. One day, Ling Jin suddenly summoned Lu Meng and me to his office. Wu Di, Lu Meng, get yourselves ready. You're going to accompany me to the southwest. What's going on in the southwest? I was extremely sensitive to this region because it was where my military career began and the turning point when I joined the 037 Special Operations Team. The war has started. The enemy's medhumans have inflicted heavy casualties on us. I sneered. If they want to engage in a battle of wits with us, let them come. Chapter 96. Abnormalities on the battlefield. During this period, the southwestern border had never been quite stable. There were constant frictions and continuous wars. Originally, it was merely a battle between us and the monkey country, and in fact, we held an absolute advantage. However, the local terrain was rather perilous, and the living conditions in the jungle were extremely harsh, which also caused quite a few casualties. I have a profound understanding of this. Even so, the battle situation remained within our control, and we didn't intend to expand the war. Nevertheless, the monkey country thought otherwise. They actually sought help from the psychics of the ladyboy country. During an infiltration mission, a battalion of our army had reached the designated location and started to set up camp for a rest. In the dead of night, suddenly, a wild gale blew up, and the rustling sounds kept coming. The soldier on guard instinctively heightened his vigilance. He looked in the direction of the sounds. The bright moonlight shone on the jungle, and the visibility was passable, but this was just an appearance. In the depths of the jungle, some unwelcome guests had already arrived. The guard patrolled around and found no abnormal situation, then turned back. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed through the grass, and a long and slender snake suddenly leaped into the air. In great horror, the guard was unable to dodge in time and was directly bitten on the throat by this snake. The guard struggled and roared forcefully. The other soldiers immediately realized something was wrong and picked up their weapons one after another, entering the combat state. Soon, some soldiers found the guard, but by then, the guard's pupils had already dilated, and black blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, in the darkness, the black blood was not conspicuous, and the guard's wound was in the throat, so no one thought of snakes. It was an enemy attack. The battalion commander immediately ordered the troops to form a formation and start a defensive counter-attack. The problem was that no enemies were found. Suddenly, another slender black shadow broke the calm. A red snake dropped from the sky and landed right on a soldier's face. Before the snake could bite, the soldier let out a heart-wrenching scream. His face seemed to be melting, and a large gash had opened up. As the gash grew deeper, reaching the bone, the soldier stopped struggling and breathed his last. Subsequently, more and more snakes slithered out. Although the soldiers had seen many snakes before, it was the first time so many snakes appeared suddenly. Moreover, many of these snakes were unknown to the soldiers: fire, red ones, pitch, black ones, and those with crests. Even though they were unfamiliar, these snakes clearly looked dangerous and lethal. The battalion commander, an experienced veteran on the battlefield, knew how to deal with snakes. He immediately ordered the use of incendiary bombs and flamethrowers in an alternating advance to drive the snakes away. Fire was very effective against snakes. The leading snakes were smoking from the fire and soon curled up and died. According to past experience, snakes would not advance after seeing fire, but this time the situation was strange. These snakes seemed not afraid of fire at all. They still charged forward into the fire one after another. Some of them were even charred, yet they still slithered forward. One snake, completely charred, still clung tightly to a soldier until it was burned to death. The soldiers in charge of arson were also greatly astonished, and at the same time, they felt a sense of powerlessness. Their flame weapons were unable to eliminate all the snakes. Instead, they mainly served as a form of deterrence. However, these snakes clearly showed no fear of the intimidation of flames. They were like war machines, using their own corpses to pave a way forward. After the incendiary bombs were exhausted and the flamethrowers could no longer fire, the venomous snakes still charged forward relentlessly, an endless stream. It was an arduous task to eradicate these snakes with firearms and ammunition. Gradually, the venomous snakes gained the upper hand. They could leap directly from the branches or suddenly emerge from the bushes to attack the soldiers' throats. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to defend against their attacks on the feet and calves. Soon, the entire battalion was severely battered. The battalion commander gave the order to retreat, but they were ambushed by the snakes again during the withdrawal. In the end, only a dozen soldiers managed to escape unscathed. The fact that less than a squad out of an entire battalion survived was truly unthinkable at that time. On the other side, that unit also encountered a strange situation. What appeared before them were not venomous snakes but vines. There were numerous vines in the jungle, some of which were extremely thick. These vines seemed to come alive and began to attack the soldiers, which was quite similar to what we had experienced on the Japanese island at that time. After the soldiers were obstructed by these vines, a multitude of venomous insects, such as scorpions, centipedes, and spiders, emerged. Their colorful appearance indicated that they were highly venomous. These venomous insects didn't care about anything and launched an attack on our soldiers. It was a suicidal, wave after wave assault. Eventually, we couldn't hold out any longer and had to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. Even more astonishingly, in a regiment facing the enemy on the front line. A spine-chilling incident occurred late at night. While the regimental commander was sleeping, he suddenly vomited blood and convulsed all over. In a short while, he passed away. Then, a palm-sized centipede crawled out of his abdomen. The death of a regimental commander on the front line was by no means a trivial matter. This incident quickly caught people's attention. After being reported through various levels, it reached the headquarters of the 037 Special Operations Team. The headquarters made a preliminary judgment that it was likely the work of the enemy's metahumans. Considering the abnormal attacks of those snakes and venomous insects, it could be inferred that an enemy metahuman squad was involved in the war. In fact, the metahumans of the monkey country were quite weak. Prior to this, there had been no reports of them using such methods to launch attacks. However, the neighboring Shi male country had a large number of metahumans. Due to geographical factors, many of their metahumans' powers were related to the local creatures and climate. Therefore, the attacks of these snakes, scorpions, and wild beasts were highly consistent with the abilities of the metahumans from the Shi male country. Later, intelligence sent back by spies in the Shi male country revealed that the monkey country had indeed requested assistance from the Shi male country. Subsequently, the Shi male country organized a group of metahumans to participate in this battle and plot this attack. Our side immediately initiated negotiations with the monster country. However, the monster country claimed that this was not an official state action, but rather a volunteer rescue team spontaneously formed by civilian superpowered individuals. And they had no control over it. This move by the monster country completely enraged us. Consequently, the high-level command ordered the 037 Special Operations Team to organize a special combat unit to participate in this war and annihilate the superpowered individuals of the monster country. The overall commander of this operation is Huo Qubing, the deputy captain of the 037 Special Operations Team and the captain of the 9th Sub-Team. Chapter 97. The Superpowers of Captain who I've heard of the name Huo Qubing. He is the only person in the 037 Special Operations Team who serves as both the deputy captain and the sub-team captain. It is said that his missions are quite extraordinary, and thus he has not been at the 037 headquarters for years. As a result, I've never had the chance to meet him. The fact that he has been appointed as the overall commander this time indicates the great importance the headquarters attaches to this operation. In addition to him, Captain Lingjun and Captain Wang, the Taoist priest, two other sub-team captains, will also join the mission, which further demonstrates our unwavering determination to emerge victorious. After all, national interests take precedence over all else. The blatant assistance provided by the monster country to the monkey country has inflicted severe damage on our supreme interests. Therefore, it is only natural that we respond in kind. In the orders we received, there were 4 words: show no mercy. This means that we should try our best to exterminate the enemy and ensure they feel the full force of our retaliation. I asked Captain Lingjun what kind of person Captain Huo Qubing was. Lingjun fell silent for a moment and then said, "He is very amiable." I replied, "Is that all? Can't you be more specific?" Fatty Lu mumbled in a low voice but didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, Lingjun was still our direct superior. We took a fighter jet straight to the front line to rendezvous with Captain Huo Qubing there. Besides Taoist Wang and Lingjun, WWII and Qi Tian also set off with us. Their capabilities in large-scale formations and magical instruments were truly well suited for positional warfare. Looking at these people, I recalled the bloody battle we had with the people from the Eastern Islands and the days when we fought bravely and shed our blood at the naval base. That's how men are. After going through life and death situations together, they become brothers. We weren't familiar with WWII and Qi Tian before, but now we've long become sworn brothers. At this moment, I thought of Shen Xiangyu again, remembering the shocked look in his eyes before he sacrificed himself. I murmured to myself, if Shen Xiangyu hadn't died, his abilities would probably have been the most suitable for this war. Fatty Lu patted me on the shoulder. "Let it go, Comrade Xiaowu. That's how it is in our line of work. Maybe we'll go down to join him tomorrow." "Fatty Lu, shut your big mouth. Your words are often prophetic. Don't talk nonsense." WWII angrily slapped Fatty Lu on the butt. Fatty Lu fell silent. Moreover, there were 2 squad leaders, Lingjun and Taoist Wang, on the plane, so we didn't have time to fool around anymore and began to seriously study the materials. Soon, we reached the forward command post and met the division commander in charge of this battle. After a brief exchange of greetings, the division commander led us to a meeting room. In the meeting room, there was already a man standing there. He was not very tall, with a somewhat round face. looking extremely kind-faced. "Captain Hu, long time no see. How have things been at Kunlun recently?" Ling Zhen stepped forward and greeted the man. It seemed this was the legendary Captain Hu Jiangang. Fatty Lu nudged me with his elbow and said, "Hey, Comrade Wu, Captain Hu Jiangang doesn't match his name and appearance." I whispered to Fatty Lu, "Shut your mouth quickly. Captain Gu doesn't match his personality and appearance either. Be careful, Captain Hu might give you a hard time." However, Captain Hu Jiangang seemed not to hear what Fatty said. He warmly greeted Ling Zhen and the Taoist Wang, then said, "Things at Kunlun have been okay recently, but those things are emerging more frequently. One just showed up these days. I guess there won't be any trouble for a while, so I've got time to come here." Ling Zhen smiled and said, "You've been there for several years, haven't you? Do you need a transfer? It must be rather lonely there by yourself." "No need. It's just right for me there. My abilities suit the place very well. Besides, I have no ties. I'm just fit to stay quietly in such a desolate place." Captain Hu Jiangang replied calmly. "However, I think your abilities are more suited to this place. If those monkeys knew you were here, they'd probably scatter in all directions." Venerable Taoist Wang also stepped inside. Venerable Taoist Wang was not one to lavish praise casually. If he spoke thus, it indicated that Captain Hu Jiangang was truly remarkable. At this moment, Captain Hu shifted his gaze to me and Fatty Lu. He flashed us a smile and then said to Ling Zhen, "These must be the illustrious duo from your team. Now, throughout the Special Action Team 037, they're the most eye-catching pair." Hearing this, Fatty Lu was quite delighted. "Captain Hu," he said, "your words are so pleasing to the ear. We just happen to stand on the shoulders of giants. What are people outside saying about us? Are they saying that we're the most outstanding pair in Special Action Team 037? Captain Hu Jiangang suddenly made an exaggerated gesture. He actually clasped his abdomen with both hands and burst into hearty laughter. "I'm not sure if you're the most outstanding, but I do know that they call you the most ill-fated pair." He continued, "I've also heard that many team members are reluctant to go on missions with you too because the probability of encountering misfortune significantly increases when going out with you." Right after Captain Hu finished speaking, Duan Yu and Qi Tian beside us nodded repeatedly, seemingly in full agreement with this view. Fatty Lu and I exchanged a glance, both utterly speechless yet unable to refute. After all, even when going abroad for a seminar, we managed to encounter a wandering zombie and a vampire rebellion. When going out to deal with a case of demonic possession, we ran into a spiritual cat in a time-space tunnel. Such abysmal luck was truly unparalleled. After uttering these words, Captain Hu cast his gaze upon Ling Zhen. "Well, how about letting these two young fellows stay in Kunlun for a while? I think they're quite suitable." "Indeed, they are quite suitable," Captain Ling Zhen replied with a playful smile. From that smile, I had a hunch that this was definitely not going to be a good thing. Later, after I became the squad leader, I did go to Kunlun for a year's garrison, but that's a story for another time. With the pleasantries over, the meeting officially commenced. Captain Hu Jiangang didn't beat around the bush during the meeting. He simply put forward a brief requirement. "They've killed so many of our men. When we make our first move, we must strike them hard and instill fear in them." The combat mission was also quite straightforward. Our objective was the 2 enemy camps by the river. Captain Hu demanded that we wipe out the entire enemy force. At midnight, we stealthily infiltrated to the side of the enemy's position and spotted their sentries. My special ability was the perfect tool for eliminating the sentries. Activating my ability, the sentry's head exploded like a watermelon, and he died silently. After I succeeded, Hu Jiangang stepped forward personally. He found a concealed position near the riverbank, then closed his eyes, and energy began to seep out of his body. The river beside him started to surge, and the water level kept rising. It had already risen 2 or 3 meters higher than the nearby camp. Subsequently, the entire river rushed into the camp, and the water level remained only within the camp, leaving our area completely unaffected. Instantly, screams filled the air. Even those who could swim struggled to keep their heads above the water. However, the river water seemed to be equipped with a locator. It would always submerge the enemy troops again. Eventually, the entire enemy force of the 2 battalions was wiped out, with not a single survivor left. Chapter 98. Sudden attack. After the river water receded, it left behind a scene of utter chaos. The corpses lying on the ground were soaked until they turned pale, presenting a most tragic sight. Both I and Fatty Lu swallowed hard. I truly never expected that Captain Hu Jiangang's ability was so formidable. He could actually manipulate water, which was also the first time I had witnessed such a thing. This made me recall the time when I attended a seminar and saw a foreign person with the ability to control fire. At that time, I thought he was extremely powerful. However, compared with Captain Hu's ability, the gap was not just ordinary. Therefore, abilities also vary in strength. Even among those with the same ability, their control over the ability and the maximum energy it can release are all different. And Captain Hu Jiangang happened to be the most powerful among those with the water-based ability. To manipulate an entire river was truly unimaginable. Now I roughly understand why he said he was the most suitable person to be stationed in the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains are cold and covered with a large amount of ice and snow. In essence, ice and snow are also water. So surely he can also manipulate ice and snow, which would provide a very powerful assist in battle. Similarly, I think if Captain Hu were to be stationed in Lop Nur, his power might be greatly diminished, since there is hardly any water available for him to manipulate in Lop Nur. Even if there is water, it is deep underground. To find and manipulate it would require expending more mental energy. Relying on my extraordinary ability in the following days, I managed to locate several gathering places of the enemy troops. In the combat within this rain forest environment, when setting up camps, the first thing to ensure is the water source. Therefore, there was always an abundant supply of water in their vicinity. Then, with the help of the extraordinary abilities of Captain Hu Jiangang and Captain Ling Zhan, we annihilated the enemy completely. Captain Ling Zhan first decelerated the flow of time in the enemy's vicinity, causing their movements to become sluggish. Subsequently, Captain Hu Jiangang utilized his ability to manipulate water, directing a river to flood the enemy's location. The enemy had no means of escape. Their actions were restricted, and although the passage of time in their area was affected and their speed was extremely slow, their vitality remained unchanged by the time alteration. They would still suffocate when the situation called for it, and thus they were almost defenseless. On the front line battlefield, with the defensive formation opened by Qi Tian, the combat effectiveness of our soldiers was significantly enhanced. Qi Tian's formation essentially created a protective layer near each soldier's skin, somewhat similar to air resistance. When concentrated on a single point, its defensive power was extremely high. However, in the frontal battle, where the number of soldiers was large, this defensive power was not as prominent. At best, it could withstand the impact force of bullets. For instance, originally a bullet might penetrate 5 or 6 centimeters into the body, but after the application of this defense, it would only penetrate about 4 centimeters. Do not underestimate this 1 centimeter difference, as it had a profound impact on the casualty rate. It was precisely this 1 centimeter defense that significantly reduced our casualties and dealt a heavy blow to the enemy's morale on the front line battlefield. The battle situation was progressing smoothly, yet the enemy's team of metahumans had vanished without a trace. One day, I employed my metahuman ability to detect nearby enemies. Suddenly, I noticed a region where there were numerous individuals with brainwaves distinct from the ordinary. In such a scenario, it was highly probable that this was the very metahuman team we were looking for. I promptly reported this to Captain Hu Jiangang. Captain Hu consulted with Captain Ling Zhan and Taoist Priest Wang, and they all concurred that it was indeed the enemy metahuman team. They were lying in wait here, biding their time to carry out their mission, and now was the opportune moment to eliminate them all at once. I marked their location on the map. Coincidentally, there was a tributary near the team. Employing our previous tactics, there was a high likelihood that we could wipe them out directly. Without hesitation, we set out on a night raid. There was no issue. The enemy's position remained unchanged. As I advanced, I used my ability to scout their location. And they hadn't moved. It seemed they were still resting or waiting. All right, Wudi. Find the enemy sentries and take them out first to allow us to reach our designated position. Captain Hu calmly issued the order. So, I took the lead, while Fatty Lu brought up the rear. In the middle were Captains Hu Jiangang, Ling Zhan, and Taoist Priest Wang. Our assault team boasted formidable combat capabilities, well balanced in both close range and long range attacks. Just as we were stealthily advancing, Fatty Lu suddenly called out to us, "Stop. I sense danger ahead." What kind of danger? Captain Hu Jiangang was quite obedient to Fatty Lu. He immediately ordered everyone to stop in their tracks. I couldn't quite put it into words. It was just a feeling, and the feeling about what lay ahead was really unpleasant. I was on the verge of scolding Fatty Lu, but managed to hold my tongue, for Fatty Lu's intuitions were sometimes astonishingly accurate, and his luck was truly remarkable. Just like the time when we went to the vodka country, Fatty Lu just rambled on casually. Yet he actually hit the nail on the head about the impending rebellion of the vampire clan. From then on, those foreigners never doubted Fatty Lu's ability to foresee the future again, as the facts were right there before their eyes. When explaining this, Fatty Lu claimed that he had just blurted it out, and that it was simply good luck. I chose to believe him, unless Fatty Lu was actually a master of some sort, but I really couldn't detect any signs of such a master in him. However, since Fatty Lu had spoken, I immediately activated my special ability to explore the front. Ahead, a large amount of mental energy was being generated, but each one was rather weak. They should be ordinary creatures, and these creatures were approaching at an extremely high speed. I immediately issued a warning to everyone. Lingjin immediately said, "They should be venomous snakes or poisonous insects." It seems they were well prepared. Since we've been discovered, there's no point in a surprise attack. Retreat. Captain Hu Jiangang issued the retreat order, but it seemed a bit too late. A gigantic snake emerged right in front of us. This snake was incredibly huge, probably over 10 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. The great serpent let out a roar, and then its offspring and descendants came swarming in. Venomous snakes of various hues slithered through the grass and along the branches, charging towards us. I immediately activated my supernatural power. For creatures as simple, brained as snakes, I could eliminate them in large numbers. Immediately, a thick mist of blood bloomed before my eyes, and hundreds of snakes perished in an instant. Taoist priest Huang also took direct action. As his sword blades swept across, the venomous snakes in a straight line were severed in two. Captain Lingjun activated his supernatural power as well. Time in one direction slowed down significantly, and the snake's movements seemed almost frozen. Fatty Lu took the opportunity to open fire. He was quite accurate, shooting one snake with each bullet. However, due to the sheer number of snakes, his efforts were not very effective. At a critical moment, Captain Hu Jiangang unleashed his skill. There was only a small pond nearby, but it provided enough water. The water directly engulfed the snake swarm. I heaved a sigh of relief, but soon I realized I had rejoiced too soon. Snakes are different from humans. They can survive in water for a longer period. In the water, these snakes didn't even show excessive signs of pain. Captain Hu Jiangang's expression grew increasingly solemn. Maintaining his supernatural power required an enormous amount of mental energy, and it was obvious that he was on the verge of collapse. As Captain Hu's power waned, the water dispersed and seeped into the soil. Meanwhile, the snakes remained almost unscathed. A dark, dense mass of them came swarming towards us. Chapter 99. Achieving merit with Gon and Qi watching as the venomous snakes swarmed towards us like a surging tide. Captain Hu was in a state of weakness due to using his supernatural ability and couldn't regain his fighting strength in the short term. Although the killings by Taoist Wang and Fatty Lu were effective, they were still unable to fend off the large-scale attack of the venomous snakes. Captain Lingjun had exhausted a great deal of his spiritual power in the previous battle and was unable to slow down the time in the entire front area. Thus, it was not realistic to slow down the movement of the snakes to gain time for escape. I seized every moment to activate my supernatural ability again and again, striving to blast as many venomous snakes as possible. Since the brains of the venomous snakes were underdeveloped, it didn't take much effort to invade their minds, nor did it consume excessive spiritual power. So, I still had the strength to fight. On the other side, Taoist Wang had summoned Ing Xiong. However, Ing Xiong, a large and powerful combatant, was not able to handle these cunning venomous snakes with ease. Ing Xiong's attacks were not very effective, and he himself was bitten numerous times. So, Taoist Wang quickly sent Ing Xiong back. Lingjun had no time to engage in the battle at this moment because Hu Jiangang was completely exhausted. Lingjun and Fatty Lu had to support him as they retreated. Wu Di, hold the rear. Lingjun hesitated for a moment, but still roared out the order. Understood. I roared back, accepting the mission. I was aware of what it meant to hold the rear alone in such a situation. I had made up my mind long ago to dedicate my life to the highest cause. Wasn't this exactly what I desired? I slowed down my backward steps, turned around, and confronted the snake swarm head on. Then I activated my superpower again. Immediately, a large number of venomous snakes exploded in front of me. A cloud of blood mist surged towards me, making me feel nauseous. At this moment, my vision began to blur. Using my superpower at such a high intensity, I was approaching my limit. No, I couldn't use my superpower anymore. I felt that if I used it one more time, I would faint on the spot. Being eaten by these snakes was not the way I wanted to die. It was simply too disgraceful. Whether I went left or right, it seemed like death awaited. But if I had to die, I'd rather die charging forward. Before my end, killing more snakes would at least take a few with me. Having made up my mind, I put away my gun, took out the ganshi, a kind of weapon, from the isolation strap on my back, held it horizontally in front of me, and prepared for a desperate fight. Surprisingly, after I took out the ganshi and held it in front of me, all the snakes in front of me stopped moving. They halted about 5 or 6 meters in front of me, remaining completely still, flicking their tongues, and staring at me. What was going on? Why didn't they attack me? Did they want to capture me alive? No way. I absolutely couldn't be captured. Perhaps it would be better to end my own life. I was in the throes of a fierce mental battle. To put it embarrassingly, for those of us with superpowers, our corpses are extremely precious treasures, holding many secrets waiting to be unearthed. Sometimes, the corpse of a super-powered individual is a highly significant research material for many countries. At present, I was in a standoff with these venomous snakes. They remained motionless, and so did I, just as I made up my mind to end my own life. Something even more astonishing occurred. These snakes actually arched their bodies, assuming a posture resembling a bow, as if they were paying homage to me. Watching the pious appearance of these venomous snakes truly left me in a daze. In my memory, it seemed that my relationship with snakes was far from amiable. Rather, there was no interaction at all. Why were they paying me such a grand courtesy? However, since they were being so polite, I felt that I had to do something. I decided to take the opportunity to escape. What if they really intended to spare me? So I placed the ganshi back on my back and prepared to turn around and flee. Just as I put away the ganshi, These venomous snakes started advancing forward frantically and were about to reach my feet. I quickly took out the ganchi again to face the enemy. Yet, another strange situation unfolded. These snakes stopped moving once more, still maintaining the previous bowing posture, and seemingly with even greater piety. At last, I began to understand the situation. What they were wary of was not me, but rather the ganchi in my hand. I casually waved the ganchi, and the direction in which these snakes faced would change along with the direction of my movement, as if they were loyal subjects following their king. It seemed that the ganchi truly had a great influence on these snakes, but I couldn't comprehend why these venomous snakes would show such caution and respect towards a weapon. Suddenly, a figure flashed across my mind, that of a giant snake with large growths on its body. It had lived for over 1,000 years and could communicate with humans through telepathy. It could be regarded as the ancestor of snakes. The flying snake, a serpent of legend, has endured for thousands upon thousands of years. Moreover, it was initially discovered in the southwestern region. Thus, in the more ancient past, it is highly likely that the flying snake served as the leader among all serpents in the entire southwestern area, having guarded the ganchi for several millennia alone. The flying snake's essence and spiritual energy would naturally have permeated the ganchi. When those venomous snakes caught sight of the ganchi, they sensed the flying snake's might and dared not advance further. I held the ganchi before my chest and slowly backed away. True to my expectation, the snakes remained motionless, silently watching me leave. I quickened my pace, retreating backward. However, the ground was uneven, and there were various plants, causing me to trip several times. When I stumbled, the snakes showed signs of movement, but as soon as I raised the ganchi again, they froze in place. Eventually, I managed to escape the pursuit of the venomous snakes and started running at full speed until I reached a safe spot. There, Fatty Lou was anxiously awaiting. When he saw me emerge from the jungle, his face lit up with a broad smile. I said, "Comrade Xiaowu, I knew those snakes wouldn't keep you around for the new year. Your meat isn't to their taste. Get lost." When Ling Zhen and Hu saw that I had returned unscathed, they both heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Zhen, in particular, seemed to have shed a heavy mental burden. After all, as the team leader, it would have been a great psychological strain for him to watch a team member sacrifice themselves in the rear guard action. When they asked me how I escaped, I told them everything. Fatty Lou said with a beaming smile, "Next time we go to Ernyang Mountain, we really should express our heartfelt gratitude to that big snake with a tumor." Captain Hu Jiangang also sighed and remarked, "This is perhaps the will of heaven. It's also the result of the good deeds you accumulated during that mission and the subsequent rewards for your kindness. Well, there's still one extremely significant matter to attend to." Taoist Wang's gaze turned sharp as he questioned, "How did the enemy's special abilities team know about our surprise attack? Even if I were the most oblivious person, I'd understand what Taoist Wang meant. There was a traitor within our team, which was why the enemy was aware of our operation." Chapter 100. The challenge: was there a traitor within our team? I truly couldn't bring myself to believe this conclusion. From the planning to the execution of this surprise attack mission, only the 6 of us present were involved. That is to say, if there was a traitor, it must be one of these 6. Needless to say, Fatty Lou is my best friend. There's absolutely no way he could be a traitor. Captain Lingjin and Taoist Wang have been with me through thick and thin for so long. I simply can't fathom any reason for them to turn traitor. The only one I'm not well acquainted with is Captain Hu Jiangang, and it was also he who decided on this surprise attack. So, if I had to point a finger, I'd definitely suspect Captain Hu Jiangang. At this moment, Ling Jin spoke up again. "Don't casually suspect your comrades. The enemy can manipulate snakes, and it's highly likely they can also use snakes to sense the enemy. This kind of situation is quite common." Ling Zhen's words relieved me, and what he said made perfect sense. If the enemy really had the ability to control venomous snakes, it was quite logical for them to sense enemies through the snake's reactions. After returning to the camp, everyone went to rest. Fatty Lou squeezed over and said, "Don't worry. I don't think there's a traitor among us. Just think about it. We were in a life and death situation just now. A traitor wouldn't risk their own life." Fatty Lou's words enlightened me, and my mood became less gloomy. The next day, during the combat meeting, Captain Hu Jiangang looked in decent spirits. He was probably just tired, which wouldn't have much of an impact. Since the enemy could learn about our sneak attack plan, there was no need for us to carry out a sneak attack. Instead, we should leverage our advantages. "Do you mean to use the Air Force directly?" Lingjin reacted very quickly. "Yes. After Wu Di locates the target, let the Air Force carry out a bombing and wipe them out completely." The Air Force was indeed our advantage. The monkey country's Air Force was almost non-existent, and its air defense capabilities were extremely weak. So, when the target location was known, using bombers for bombing was highly efficient. I activated my superpower again to determine the location of that superpowered squad. Subsequently, Captain Hu directly approached the division commander and dispatched a bomber formation. As one bomb after another was dropped, that superpowered enemy squad was completely annihilated. The moment their mental presence vanished from my mind, I was certain of this. Although superpowered individuals were truly powerful, especially in ancient times, they had the ability to sway the outcome of battles. However, in the face of modern weapons, these people with special abilities can sometimes be extremely vulnerable. For individuals like us, being hit in the head by a single bullet would result in death. One can only imagine the outcome if directly targeted by a bomber formation. Just as we were rejoicing over the success of this attack operation, tragic news arrived from the front-line battlefield. During a frontal battle, a shell landed beside Qi Tian, despite several soldiers pressing him into the mud. His left arm still suffered severe damage and had to be amputated. When we visited Qi Tian in the hospital, he remained unconscious. His left arm had been cleanly severed, and it was likely that it would affect his ability to manipulate formations in the future. This is war, where countless people die every day. Although death is regarded as a soldier's medal of honor, who truly wishes to perish? Qi Tian's serious injury once again stoked our rage. We followed the same pattern, destroying several hidden enemy strongholds and eliminating several more enemy people with special abilities. Although we also suffered casualties, the balance of victory was tilting in our favor. The next day, as usual, we held a military meeting. Suddenly, an intelligence officer rushed in and presented crucial intelligence. A top-tier person with special abilities from the transgender country had joined the battle. His name was Qin Tai, and he was a direct descendant of the art of black magic in the transgender country. The art of black magic is a rather unique special ability in the transgender country, and we have also conducted some research on it. In essence, this special ability involves controlling living creatures, mainly snakes, insects, rats, and ants. By manipulating these creatures and infiltrating into the bodies of those under the spell, one can achieve the goal of killing or controlling these creatures. The reason why this kind of psychic power is difficult to guard against is that you never know what things are being controlled by the opponent. It's highly possible that a tiny ant could be the medium controlled by the enemy. Through such a medium, you might have already been under the spell, and then be controlled by the opponent or meet your demise. Of course, the most advanced form of the spell casting art in Legends is the flying head spell. That is, the head of the spell caster can detach from the body, fly towards the opponent, and directly suck the opponent's blood to enhance its own power. However, whether this statement is true or false cannot be verified at present, and there is no more information available. As a direct descendant of the spell casting art, Qin Tai's abilities are beyond doubt. It is said that his psychic power ranks at the top in the land of the ladyboys. His participation in the battle compels us to pay even more attention. There is also another piece of intelligence. Civilian psychic power users from the land of the ladyboys are gradually approaching the battlefield, seemingly eager to join the fray. In the land of the ladyboys, spell casters hold a very high status and are the leaders among psychic power users. When they learned that Qin Tai was coming to fight, many civilian psychic power users were eager to take this opportunity to get closer to this spell caster. Just as we were discussing how to deal with the situation, a letter arrived. To be more precise, it was a challenge letter. This ladyboy psychic power user named Qin Tai actually sent us a challenge letter directly. The content of the challenge letter is roughly as follows. As psychic power users, we should engage in battle in the way of psychic power users. I've long heard that your country is a major power with a large number of people with special abilities. However, in my opinion, they are all unknown figures and can't be compared with those in our human monster country. Therefore, I, Qin Tai, propose again that teams be formed by the people with special abilities from both sides, with 5 people in each team, to engage in a free magical battle. If your side wins the battle, our side will no longer provide assistance to the monkey country. If our side wins, then please immediately cease your invasion of the monkey country. Of course, all this is based on the premise that your country dares to accept the challenge. I've long heard that there is an old saying in your country, which goes, the best policy is to run away when in a difficult situation. If your country really doesn't dare to accept the challenge, then it's better to leave early to avoid humiliation. However, from then on, people with special abilities from all countries in the world will know that the people with special abilities in your country are so useless and so incompetent. Respectfully submitted by Qin Tai. Damn it, these little brats are just asking for death. Let's fight them and show them our might. Fatty Lu couldn't bear it any longer. He was so angry that his teeth were clenched, looking as if he was about to rush up and fight right away. Actually, there's no need for that. We can win them just with our combat power. Lingjun was more steady-minded. We should participate in this magical battle. Firstly, it can deal a heavy blow to their morale. Secondly, it's also an important way for us to publicize our strength externally, so we can't shy away from it. Once we do, it will also have a heavy impact on our morale. Captain who made the decision. Just like this. The magical battle between us and the human monster country officially began. Chapter 101. The first battle just like this. What was very likely the first battle of supernatural beings in human history commenced. Moreover, this battle was not conducted in secrecy. In fact, there were even cameras recording the whole process. Both our side and the monster country hoped to preserve the video footage of this battle. This data was of considerable significance for future battles of supernatural beings and, to a certain extent, also served as a display of external strength. That was why the event of our battle with the monster country later spread in various versions and gradually became an eerie tale. After mutual agreement, the location for the battle was chosen to be an open area beside a river in the depths of the jungle. Of course, there were reasons behind this choice. Firstly, since it was not inside the jungle, it was a bit of a handicap for the monster country's supernatural beings who could manipulate poisonous snakes and wild beasts. In addition, being close to the river was extremely beneficial for Hu Jiangang's supernatural ability and would become a powerful weapon for us. Moreover, the field of vision near the river was relatively clear, which was also to prevent the monster country from playing dirty tricks. After all, one should always be on guard, and anything could happen on the battlefield. That night, we held a combat meeting to discuss the arrangements for the next day. Firstly, regarding the participants in the battle. Since Qi Tian was seriously injured, he definitely couldn't take part. So I thought our team members would surely be Hu Jiangang, Lingjin, Taoist Wang, Duan Yu, and me. Unexpectedly, Captain Hu Jiangang proposed to replace Duan Yu with Fatty Lu. We were all extremely astonished, and even Fatty Lu himself was utterly perplexed. He quickly exclaimed, "But I'm not an ability user. How can I participate in the magical battle?" Captain Hu retorted, "Although Duan Yu is truly proficient in manipulating magical artifacts, he requires time to prepare. During this preparatory phase, he becomes extremely vulnerable. Moreover, if you don't disclose it, who would ever know you're not an ability user?" After uttering these words, Captain Hu Jiangang directed a sly grin at Fatty Lu. Fatty Lu was momentarily stunned, then he too broke into a series of sly chuckles. The two portly men were grinning malevolently over there, which gave off an air of conspiracy. However, since neither of them raised any objections, it indicated that this plan was indeed feasible. Eventually, the matter was settled. The following day, we arrived at the competition venue and finally laid eyes on the legendary Kuntai. To prevent him from secretly casting malicious spells on us, we maintained a considerable distance. This individual was completely bald, of short stature, and enveloped himself in a black robe, revealing only half of his face. He appeared rather enigmatic. What caught us off guard was that the so-called country of hermaphrodites had invited a group of representatives from Western countries, claiming they would serve as referees and witnesses in case the outcome was unclear. Evidently, there were numerous Western countries backing the country of hermaphrodites and the country of monkeys. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to resort to force against us. Be on high alert. These referees surely won't be absolutely impartial. Therefore, we mustn't hold back. Eliminate them right on the field to prevent any underhanded schemes. Captain Tiger was giving us a battle mobilization speech, yet his face wore an extremely solemn expression. As for the order of appearance in the magical duel, it was to be decided independently by both sides. Both parties would simultaneously send out contestants from their respective camps. And once the competition started, the contestants could not be changed midway. The match would only end when one side was defeated. Regarding the outcome of the entire magical duel, if all the members of one side were defeated, that side would be judged as the loser. As for our order of appearance, it had been thoroughly discussed during the combat meeting the previous night. Undoubtedly, the most powerful esper on the opposing side was Kuntai. Thus, the time of Kuntai's appearance would determine the course of this magical duel. We roughly surmised that Kuntai would make a grand finale appearance. After all, in the land of humans and demons, the hierarchical system was quite prominent. For a big shot like him, it would be truly disgraceful not to be the last one to appear. Next came the selection of the one to lead the charge. I believed I was quite suitable for this role. I intended to go up there and give them a good thrashing right from the start to dampen their morale. However, Captain Tiger insisted that Fatty Lu take on this task, and I had no choice but to obey the order. The magical duel officially commenced. I patted Fatty Lu on the shoulder and said, "Relax. Don't push yourself. Run if you're in danger. You must stay safe." Fatty Lu replied to me with a beaming smile, "You can rest assured on this point. I've never forced myself. I'll run faster than anyone when there's danger." At this moment, Captain Hu Jiangang walked over and said, "Wu Di, you should have faith in Lu Ming. You two have been partners for such a long time. Don't you understand him yet? Come to think of it, I've been partnered with Fatty Lu for such a long time. It's truly no easy feat to make him suffer a loss. Despite encountering numerous perils, Fatty Lu has always managed to turn the tables and emerge unscathed every time. Hence, I must place my trust in him, in my partner. I'm certain he'll come through this whole and intact." The first round of the magical duel commenced. And to my surprise, the opponent who stepped forward was a gorgeously attired beauty, clad in an ethnic costume that resembled that of a transgender. A pure, white long dress hugged her graceful figure, exuding an air of allure. Although I couldn't get a clear view of her face from the back, I was quite sure that at this moment, Fatty Lu's eyes must have been fixed firmly on her. Why keep staring at her like that? Is she really that captivating? The beauty began to speak, Yet the voice that emerged was undeniably that of a man. Truly, the land of transgender lived up to its reputation. Damn you. You big man, dressing up like this. How disgusting. Fatty Lou roared hysterically at that handsome-looking fellow. This was the first time I'd witnessed such a scene. And unbidden, the image of a man embracing Fatty Lou popped into my mind. Huh, you stinky men. At first sight, you all say I'm beautiful. But once you hear my voice, you all keep your distance. How shameless. After saying that, the transgender actually let out a series of shrill giggles that sent shivers down my spine. Fatty Lou remained silent. Or rather, he was truly at a loss for words. Oh, let me tell you in secret. My special power is quite formidable. How about this? You surrender now, and after the duel is over, I'll have a good time with you. You won't lose out. What do you think? Fatty Lou still kept his silence. Humph, I think if others don't get angry, you won't know their true capabilities. All right. I'm going to get serious. Let you witness my extraordinary power. Bang. The beautiful transvestite widened his eyes. On his chest, a blood-red rose was blossoming. The transvestite stared at his wound, then glanced at Fatty Lou and unwillingly collapsed to the ground, beginning to twitch and then stopping. Fatty Lou looked at the gorgeous transvestite and silently put his pistol away, saying, "You talk too much." Chapter 102. The second battle. Damn it, you used a gun? It's a foul. You despicable scoundrel. You're so shameless. Damn it, I'll kill you. Although I don't understand the language of the transvestite country, judging from their tones and expressions, I reckon these are probably what they meant. The transvestite country's camp was in an uproar. Their vanguard contestant died without even using his extraordinary power. What's more, he was killed by a single gunshot. It was truly a pitiful death. Subsequently, the transvestite country protested to the referees, claiming that we were shameless and had violated the rules. It was supposed to be a contest of extraordinary powers, yet we used a gun. The representatives of those Western countries naturally sided with them and all spoke out to condemn us. Finally, they were about to directly declare our loss in this battle and demanded that we hand over Fatty Lou to the transvestite country for punishment. Bang! Fatty Lou fired his gun again. A top hat worn by a Western country representative fell off immediately. My extraordinary power is to be a perfect shot. Who among you wants to have a try? Fatty Lou said coldly to these representatives. However, the Western country representatives remained unmoved, and some of them were even enraged. Damn it, these idiots can't understand Chinese, and Fatty Lou doesn't know English either. Ling Zhen quickly stepped forward to translate. The expressions of the Western representatives were as if they had eaten something disgusting. They thought that being a perfect shot was meaningless as a special ability. Moreover, after all, there were no rules in this contest against using guns. In the end, the so-called sissy country had to swallow their pride. We won the first round of the contest. For the second match, I originally wanted to take part. However, I could infer that since the opponent lost the first match so muddle-headedly, they would surely send a tough opponent in the second round. After careful consideration, we finally decided that Taoist Wang would participate in the second match. He had rich combat experience and a well-balanced offense and defense. In terms of one-on-one combat, he was definitely a powerful candidate. Taoist Wang nodded, tossed his sword into the air, and the sword hovered in mid-air. He gently leaped and stood on the sword. The sword slowly glided close to the ground and rushed out of our camp. Holy cow, it's flying on a sword. Taoist Wang is awesome, Fatty Lou exclaimed. I was also quite surprised. It was the first time I had witnessed real sword flying, and I had a new appreciation of Taoist Wang's strength. Previously, I only knew that Taoist Wang's special ability was to communicate with spirits, and he had Ying Xiong, a powerful ally. I never expected that Taoist Wang himself was so powerful. Lao Wang was already a well-known figure before he joined the Special Task Force 037. I'll tell you about it when I get the chance. Ling Zhen stepped closer, stared in the direction where Taoist Wang was flying, and said gravely. Taoist Wang's flamboyant entrance shocked everyone present. The contestant from the other side was a bald-headed man wearing a black cloak, sauntering onto the stage. In terms of aura, he was far inferior to Taoist Wang. However, this man made us extremely uneasy, breaking out in cold sweats. The second contestant from the other side was none other than the voodoo master, Qin Tai. This old chap. He showed up in the second round. How impatient he is. Fatty Lou muttered. It's probably not that. He might be trying to regain morale. After all, their defeat in the first round was a huge blow. Captain Hu Jiangang's analysis made sense. It was likely that the other side was seething with anger. There's no other way now. Let's trust Lao Wang, Ling Zhen said gravely. The second round of the magical duel began. Taoist Wang said nothing. He took out 6 flying knives from his waist and then tossed them high into the air. The 6 flying knives spread out in the air, started to spin, and circled around Taoist Wang. These flying knives kept rotating and sometimes fluttered up and down as if they had a will of their own. I didn't expect my little trick to be seen through so easily, Qin Tai said to Taoist Wang with a smile. There was no sign of embarrassment on his face for having his trick exposed. Instead, There was a kind of cruel mockery. Of course, during the magical duel, we couldn't understand their specific conversations. We got them from the translated footage. There might be some discrepancies, but the differences wouldn't be significant. Humph. It's not that I saw through your trick. But when facing a voodoo master, keeping all living creatures at bay should be the most basic consideration, Taoist Wang replied nonchalantly. At this moment, we finally noticed that under the feet of Taoist priest Wang, the ground was densely covered with the corpses of mosquitoes and insects. You know, there were simply too many mosquitoes and insects in this area, everywhere you looked. If even these mosquitoes and insects could serve as mediums for the voodoo, it would truly be impossible to guard against. However, Taoist priest Wang was able to defend himself. His 6 flying knives formed a defensive formation around him. These flying knives slew all the mosquitoes and insects that entered the range of the defensive formation, thus preventing the mediums from invading his body. The next second, Taoist priest Wang's body suddenly shot forward. He sheathed his sword behind his back and rushed towards Kuntai at full speed. Kuntai didn't just sit there waiting to be attacked either. He reached into his robe and pulled out a sword? No, it was a snake. This snake was a snow white one, but it was in a rigid state. There was no doubt that this snake was alive because we could still see it sticking out its forked tongue. Moreover, it must be a highly venomous snake. A snake as white as snow couldn't possibly be harmless. In the blink of an eye, Taoist priest Wang had flashed in front of Kuntai. He raised his sword from below and slashed at Kuntai with all his might. Kuntai held the white snake in front of him horizontally, and the sword directly struck the snake's body. Taoist priest Wang's sword was definitely a precious weapon and quite famous within the Special Action Team 037. But surprisingly, such a remarkable sword couldn't even cut through a snake. Taoist priest Wang was also shocked. He quickly retracted his sword and prepared to retreat to think of a new plan. Meanwhile, the white snake sword in Kuntai's hand changed its form. It was no longer rigid. The white snake became as supple as a normal venomous snake. It coiled around Taoist priest Wang's sword and then, relying on the sword, slithered swiftly. In such a short span of time and within such a close distance, Taoist priest Wang had no time to react. And it was also impossible for him to abandon his sword. The white snake swiftly slithered to Taoist priest Wang's hand, flicking its forked tongue, raising its head and baring its long, slender fangs. The flying knife formation surrounding Taoist priest Wang responded and severed the white snake. However, snakes are creatures with strong vitality. Even when fatally injured, they can still survive for quite a while. It was seen that the half of the body where the snake's head was still clung to Taoist priest Wang's hand, flicking its forked tongue and biting down fiercely. Kuntai laughed and said, "This jade snake is extremely venomous, and it has been cultivated by me. Even if you were a celestial being, you couldn't save yourself this time." A deep bite mark appeared on Taoist priest Wang's hand, and a dark aura was surging on his face. Chapter 103. Fierce contest. Watching Taoist priest Wang's face turn darker and darker, it seemed that his actions were also greatly affected. His body seemed a bit stiff, and he wore a pained expression. Kuntai beside him was watching him with great interest, and then said in his distinctive voice, "There is nothing more exhilarating than observing the passing of a life at such a close range." In our camp, seeing Taoist priest Wang's current state, our hearts sank to the bottom. With such severe symptoms of poisoning, it seemed that even if we gave up the match now, it would be too late to reverse the situation. Lingjin was about to rush out to tell the referees that we were giving up this round of the match and admitting defeat. But just then, Taoist priest Wang suddenly moved. He discarded the sword he cherished as a precious treasure. With a tremulous hand, he reached towards his chest and slowly delved into his clothes. Eventually, there emerged a red pill in his hand. Struggling, he put the pill into his mouth and began to chew. A peculiar phenomenon occurred. The dark chi on the face of Taoist priest Wang started to recede. After about a dozen seconds, the dark chi had completely vanished. Taoist priest Wang's breathing became even, and his complexion gradually regained its rosiness. Seeing the changes in Taoist priest Wang, Kuntai couldn't help but clap his hands. "I never expected you to have such a peculiar pill. If you're willing to tell me the recipe, I can spare your life," he said. Taoist priest Wang picked up the sword and calmly replied to Kuntai, "This is an antidote pill secretly passed down in our Taoist sect. I only have this one. If you want it, I can send you to the underworld, and then you can ask my master for it." After uttering these words, Taoist priest Wang leaped backward abruptly, putting some distance between himself and Kuntai. Subsequently, the flying knife formation surrounding Taoist priest Wang began to change its configuration. The first knife flew towards Kuntai's head, the second towards his abdomen, and the third towards his leg. The remaining 3 knives continued to hover around, preventing flying insects from approaching. When Kuntai saw the 3 flying knives coming at him, he didn't panic. As the first flying knife was about to reach him, Kuntai nimbly dodged to the left. The knife whizzed through the air and flew behind him. When the second knife arrived, Kuntai dodged to the left again, evading it once more. Just as he was feeling smug, the first flying knife suddenly changed its direction and launched an attack from behind, while the third flying knife had already arrived. Kuntai was only concerned about dodging the third flying knife, so he leaped upward abruptly. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his back. The first flying knife had firmly pierced into Kuntai's back. Success! A surge of excitement welled up in my heart. No matter whether you're a voodoo master or not, being stabbed in the heart by a flying knife, you're presumably a goner. Kuntai's eyes widened round, and his face was filled with shock, as if he couldn't believe he'd been hit by the flying knife. Finally, Kuntai collapsed on the ground and started to twitch. Taoist Huang dared not take it lightly. He grasped his sword and cautiously approached, intending to directly behead Kuntai and eliminate the root of the trouble. Just as Taoist Huang was no more than 5 meters away from Kuntai, Kuntai suddenly sprang up and stood up in an extremely eerie posture. It was as if a person was doing push-ups and then suddenly exerted force and stood up directly. Immediately afterwards, Kuntai opened his mouth wide and began to show signs of vomiting. A snake was thus forcefully vomited out by Kuntai. This snake was entirely black, but it seemed to be struggling. After the snake fell to the ground and wriggled for a few seconds, it died. Kuntai's face turned frigid. He stared coldly at Taoist Huang and said, "Do you really think a single flying knife can take my life? I'm a voodoo master, and there are countless poisonous voodoo insects in my body. They are the source of my vitality. If you want to kill me, you might need more flying knives." I've finally understood this. A voodoo master can manipulate poisonous creatures as a medium, and a high-level voodoo master can even transform these poisons into their own vitality. During their daily cultivation, they infuse their spiritual energy and vitality into the venomous insects. When they suffer a fatal injury, they can naturally extract the vitality from the venomous insects to compensate for their own losses. This means that to kill Kuntai, it may not be enough to kill him just once, since we have no idea how many venomous insects are in his body and how much vitality they can provide. Or there's another solution. Deliver a fatal blow directly, like beheading him, so that his body has no time to react. "It seems I underestimated you," said Master Huang gravely. Then he held his sword horizontally in front of him, and with his other hand, he reached into his chest and took out a talisman. Master Huang began to utter obscure syllables, and the talisman slowly burned. After the talisman was completely burned, Master Huang's sword emitted flames. Strangely, the color of the flames was pure black. This is the boundless karma fire. Lingjun recognized these black flames. This kind of fire can burn the soul. It seems that Master Huang has realized that although physical injuries can be repaired, soul damage cannot. This sword can directly destroy Kuntai's soul. Well, Voodoo Master, if you're really capable, then try to block this attack of mine. Afterwards, Taoist priest Huang bounced back once again. He used a flying knife to pave the way and charged towards Kuntai himself. It seemed that Kuntai also noticed something was amiss with the sword ablaze with black flames and was no longer as composed as he had been at the beginning. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, yet he seemingly had some ace up his sleeve, for he didn't make any evasive moves at this moment. Just when Taoist priest Huang was merely 1 meter away from Kuntai, and the black, flaming sword was seen descending from the air, Kuntai still didn't dodge. Time seemed to stand still. The sword emanating black flames suddenly halted just 5 centimeters from Kuntai's face and didn't strike down. Taoist priest Huang's eyes widened, and a look of confusion dawned on his face. At present, he still maintained the posture of swinging the sword, yet he couldn't move at all. Gradually, the look of confusion on Taoist priest Huang's face transformed into one of sudden realization, and then became extremely solemn. "It seems you've discovered. You were solely preoccupied with guarding against those mosquitoes, but in fact, the jade snake just now was also my medium. There are numerous tiny bugs inside its body. The moment it bit you, these bugs had already invaded your body. However, their presence is so minuscule that it takes some time for them to exert the effect of the voodoo spell. And now, you're completely under my control." At this moment, Taoist priest Huang's body began to change. His trembling arm started to move. But from Taoist priest Huang's expression, it was evident that he didn't want his arm to move. For as the arm moved, the sword ablaze with black flames was now pointed at Taoist priest Huang himself. Splat! The sword pierced through the abdomen of Taoist priest Huang. Black flames scorched his abdominal cavity, causing the usually taciturn and solemn Taoist priest Huang to let out a shrill scream. Chapter 104, Flying Head Drop. It goes without saying that for Taoist priest Huang to emit such a hard, wrenching scream, it must be the pain of his soul being scorched. Although I have never experienced what it feels like to have one's soul burned, from the literal meaning, this kind of pain must be extremely intense. Meanwhile, Kuntai stood by, smiling sinisterly, his face brimming with a cruel smirk. Watching others in such agony might well be the wellspring of his pleasure. At this moment, Taoist priest Huang, under the influence of the curse, could not control his body and was unable to pull out the sword in time. He could only endure the excruciating pain of his soul being burned. Gradually, Taoist priest Huang's screams subsided. He seemed to have fallen into a brief unconsciousness. Yet he still stood upright, not collapsing. Kuntai slowly stepped forward, reached out his hand, and pulled the sword out of Taoist priest Huang's abdominal cavity. Then he began to examine the sword with a playful air, truly a fine sword. From today on, this sword belongs to me. Just then, Taoist priest Wang suddenly opened his eyes wide. I really underestimated you, sorcerer. Today, you'll accompany me to the afterlife. Subsequently, Taoist priest Wang's body seemed to regain some mobility, though he still struggled and his movements were not very swift. Taoist priest Wang turned his head towards our direction and said, "Take my corpse back to Laojun Mountain so that I can return to my roots." Upon hearing this, Lingjun, who was usually calm, seemed to have his eyes slightly moistened. Old Wang is going all out. I quickly said, "Is it still too late to apply for surrender and admit defeat in this round?" Captain Hu Jiangang shook his head. Now old Wang has been hit by the voodoo curse and his soul has been burned. Even if he surrenders and admits defeat, Kuntai won't let him go. At this moment, Taoist Wang took out a pill from his robe. This pill was pitch black. He threw it into his mouth and then took out a talisman. The talisman started to burn as usual. After it finished burning, a pitch black sword appeared in Taoist Wang's hand. Yingxiang suddenly appeared beside Taoist Wang. Yingxiang glanced at the seriously injured Taoist Wang without showing any special reaction. However, when Yingxiang faced Kuntai, I could clearly sense the killing intent emanating from him. Yingxiang made the first move, lunging fiercely towards Kuntai. Kuntai didn't dare to be negligent, for if Yingxiang's huge body landed a slap on him, Kuntai might be slapped into a puddle of flesh. Even if there were numerous poisonous voodoo insects in his body, he might not be able to recover. Yingxiang's bare paw came down forcefully. Two snakes emerged from behind Kuntai's long robe. These two snakes looked powerful, as if they were growing on Kuntai's back. The two snakes propped against the ground behind Kuntai, sending him soaring into the air, thus directly evading Yingxiang's strike. Kuntai grabbed Taoist Wang's sword and slashed at Yingxiang violently. After that, due to the recent attack, Yingxiang had a great inertia in his body and was unable to assume an effective defensive posture. He himself relied on his tough hide. However, when he saw the black flames lingering on the sword, his face changed drastically and he quickly made a dodging motion. Even so, the area of his bare paw was still burned by the black flames. Yingxiang let out agonized roars and his body kept writhing, becoming even more frenzied. Yingxiang, control that person. Once you've fulfilled your mission, leave it to me to deal with him. Taoist priest Wang issued an order to Yingxiang. It was evident that Yingxiang was enduring great pain, but upon hearing Taoist priest Wang's command, he gradually calmed down and fixed his hateful gaze on Kuntai once again. It was seen that Yingxiang's body began to swell and was slowly growing larger. Later, I learned from Lingjun that this was one of Yingxiang's characteristics. After entering a frenzied state, his body would undergo a drastic expansion and all his physical functions would double instantly. However, the price was that after using this skill, he would be in a state of immobility for some time. That is to say, this attack would directly determine the outcome of the battle. Yingxiang suddenly shot out. Considering his huge body, his speed was incredibly astonishing. A look of surprise appeared on Kuntai's face because in his eyes, it seemed as if a huge dark shadow had flashed by abruptly. Then he felt that his whole body was bound. It turned out that Yingxiang had dashed behind him, and his two massive bare paws had firmly enveloped Kuntai. Such a tremendous force caused Kuntai's bones to be on the verge of dislocating. However, amidst the excruciating pain, Kuntai had no time to attend to the aches in his body. For right in front of him, Taoist Wang was also forcefully propelled forward, and the pitch black sword was now brandished horizontally before him. Kuntai, having witnessed numerous precious artifacts, could immediately discern that the black sword in Taoist Wang's hand was by no means an ordinary item. Taoist Wang stared coldly at Kuntai and declared, "This sword belongs to my master. It has the power to seal the cycle of reincarnation. Once struck down by this sword, you will perish utterly and never be reborn throughout eternity." Kuntai's eyes widened in horror. As a black magic practitioner, he was naturally well aware of the concept of reincarnation. Moreover, given his cultivation level, there was a high possibility that he could retain the memories of his past life after reincarnation. Thus, the inability to reincarnate would be an unacceptable consequence for him. At this moment, all of Kuntai's poise vanished. He roared menacingly, "You stinky Taoist priest are the first one to drive me into such a desperate situation. You're quite something, but your life ends here. Humph, your bravado is but a fleeting moment, for you'll soon be descending into the underworld." Taoist Wang issued a cold ultimatum to Kuntai. In the next instant, Taoist Wang had dashed in front of Kuntai, and the pitch black sword slashed fiercely across Kuntai's neck. The blade was so swift that from a distance, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of how it penetrated the flesh. The moment Taoist Wang swung the sword, Kuntai's head tumbled to the ground and rolled far away. Surprisingly, no blood spurted out. This showed just how sharp the black sword was. Master Wang gazed at Kuntai's headless corpse, exhaling softly. His figure trembled slightly, indicating that this battle had taken a great toll on his energy. Master Wang approached Kuntai's headless body and picked up the sword that originally belonged to him, still ablaze with black flames. The flames extinguished, and Master Wang sheathed the sword. At that moment, a whisper suddenly reached Master Wang's ears. "Isn't it a bit too early to put away the sword at this time?" as if struck by an electric shock. Master Wang immediately tried to step forward to create some distance, but it was already too late. A sharp pain shot through his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, Master Wang saw a large bald head firmly biting his neck. This head was none other than Kuntai's, and evidently, Kuntai was not dead. Master Wang couldn't comprehend how one could still be alive after having their head chopped off. Kuntai's head sneered malevolently. I'll let you off easy today. Now you've witnessed the legendary flying head technique. Chapter 105. The fall of Master Wang. The moment Kuntai's head sank its teeth into him, Master Wang's body went rigid. Subsequently, the color drained from his face. That head was actually sucking Master Wang's blood, and no one knew where the blood was going. Yingxiong ran over, intending to deal with the head, but since the head was so close to Master Wang, a hasty attack would surely harm Master Wang. Hence, Yingxiong was at a loss as to what to do for the moment. Suddenly, Yingxiong vanished with a thud. Presumably, Taoist priest Wang no longer had enough spiritual power to sustain the summoning of Yingxiong. The next second, Taoist priest Wang collapsed straight to the ground. We hoped that he would rise again, yet ultimately, he did not stir. Kuntai's head detached from Taoist priest Wang's body and returned to his headless corpse, fitting perfectly. Kuntai tilted his head and stretched his limbs, then shouted at us, "Carry him away. He's gone." We rushed out immediately. Ling Zhen supported Taoist priest Wang and felt for his breath and heartbeat. Then, he shook his head gravely, gazing at Taoist priest Wang's pallid cheeks. I was filled with inexpressible fury, yet my tears never fell. There was no time to grieve over the death of a comrade at that moment. All we could do was ensure that his sacrifice was not in vain. In the Special Action Team 037, death had always been a near, at-hand occurrence. However, it was the first time since I joined Team 037 that a team, leader-level member had died. Captain Hu Jiangang was evidently extremely enraged. The amiable look on his round face had vanished, replaced by a thirst for bloodshed. Later, when we watched the video, we saw that the moment Taoist priest Wang delivered his final sword strike, Kuntai's head flew off as if it had been severed. Lu and I carried Taoist priest Wang's body back. Meanwhile, Ling Zhen urgently reported the situation to the headquarters. The headquarters' response was resolute. None of the remaining members of the human demon kingdom should be allowed to return alive from this battle of magic. In the second match of the magical contest, it was natural that the monster human kingdom emerged victorious. The current score stood at 1-1. Although Taoist Master Wang failed to defeat Kuan-Tai, he managed to force Kuan-Tai to reveal his most powerful trump card. We truly didn't expect that Kuan-Tai could perform the legendary flying head drop without any preparation. Anyone facing this kind of black magic would likely have no chance of winning. This was also a piece of intelligence that Taoist Master Wang sacrificed his life to obtain for us, and we must make good use of it. At this moment, our gazes were extremely calm, yet there was a seething fury in our hearts. We longed to tear those supernaturals from the monster human kingdom to pieces to avenge Taoist Master Wang. In the third match, Captain Ling Zhen took the stage. His opponent was a long-haired, tattooed man of short stature with a shrill voice, which gave one an unpleasant feeling. Captain Ling Zhen exuded an incredibly powerful aura at this time. I had never seen him so enraged before. As the contest began, Captain Ling Zhen unleashed his supernatural ability in an instant. I could sense that he had gone all out from the very start. The time flow of his opponent was instantly slowed down to the extreme, and he was directly frozen in place, unable to move. Captain Ling Zhen drew out his pistol and fired 3 consecutive shots at the long-haired, tattooed man. All 3 shots hit the man's head. However, the long-haired, tattooed man seemed impervious to pain and remained in that position. Since his time flow was extremely slow, his reactions couldn't be transmitted in a timely manner. Finally, Ling Zhen released his supernatural ability, and the long-haired, tattooed man collapsed to the ground instantly. Although the flow of his time had slowed down, once his supernatural ability was released, the fatal injuries he had sustained would still claim his life. We won the third battle of supernatural powers. Captain Ling Zhen didn't even glance at the opponent and strode straight back to our camp. I was up for the fourth battle. The opponent sent out a girl who appeared extremely delicate and charming. However, a huge poisonous spider, about the size of a basketball, coiled beside her. It did look rather eerie. I was also extremely enraged and didn't care whether my opponent was a petite and lovely young lady. The moment the battle began, I activated my supernatural ability to the maximum. My spiritual power surged forth and directly invaded the girl's brain. Almost instantaneously, the girl's brain exploded into pieces, scattering all over the field. She was surely dead. There was another commotion on the side of the human monster country. 2 consecutive contestants had been killed silently, without the slightest chance of resistance. Naturally, we won this battle as well. For the 5th battle, Captain Hu Jiangang took the field himself. The opponent sent out a tall and imposing man with a very burly and well-built body. He seemed to be a power-type supernatural being. As soon as the battle started, this burly man's figure swelled. It seemed quite similar to Ing Xiong's transformation at that time, presumably a supernatural ability to enhance his physical fitness. Then he rushed towards Hu Jiangang with all his might. Captain Hu also exerted himself to the fullest. In an instant, the nearby river was almost drained. The water gushed out and rushed towards the burly man. No matter how strong the burly man was, he was no match for the impact force of a river. The burly man was knocked down by the rushing water. And then the water level suddenly rose, submerging him entirely. The burly man struggled ceaselessly in the water. Yet no matter how he strived to keep his head above the surface, higher waves would always engulf him. Eventually, the burly man lost his vitality beneath the water and perished. In 3 consecutive battles, our attacks were almost instantaneous victories, which significantly boosted our morale. The representatives of those Western countries who were watching the battle were all in awe. Some even sent telegrams back without hesitation to report the situation on site. However, we did not become complacent because we knew that the real battle was about to commence. We were about to face the most powerful voodoo master from Thailand, who was capable of performing the legendary flying head voodoo. At this moment, we were having a discussion within our camp about who should take the first turn in the next round. I believed that I was the most suitable candidate. I intended to activate my supernatural power to the maximum as soon as I stepped onto the stage and shatter Kuntai's head once and for all. But Captain Hu and Captain Ling disagreed. According to them, with 2 captains present, it was inappropriate for me to confront the opponent's trump card, nor could Fatty Lu participate. He had only won by a surprise attack last time. With the opponent on guard, Fatty Lu's combat effectiveness would be almost nil. We did not think that an ordinary pistol could deal with Kuntai, especially considering his extremely abnormal regenerative ability. After much discussion, Captain Hu Jiangang decided to take the field himself to engage in a magical duel with Kuntai. Before he went on stage, we made an agreement that if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he should simply admit defeat to ensure his own safety. We truly cannot bear the consequence of another death. Chapter 106. 3 Heroes Battle Kuntai. The Battle of Magic officially commenced. Kuntai eyed Captain Hu Jiangang malevolently and remarked, "I've long heard of your great reputation. Captain Hu, now that I've met you, I must say you're truly an outstanding figure. If you were to develop your career in the monster country, I assure you that you'll enjoy wealth and honor, and attaining the title of a Grand National Master would be a breeze. No need for such niceties." Hu Jiangang retorted coldly, "Your head will stay here today." Upon hearing this, Kuntai let out a sneering laugh and then activated the flying head technique. "It doesn't matter if I leave my head here. I won't die anyway. But if your head stays here, well, that's a different story." Since there was no point in further conversation, the battle of magic began in earnest. Hu Jiangang immediately exerted all his might. He drained every drop of water from the nearby river, which then rushed towards Kuntai like a raging torrent, instantly knocking him down. As the water completely engulfed Kuntai, and he struggled in the water, it was evident that he was on the verge of running out of breath. Those of us watching from the sidelines were filled with excitement. No matter how strong his vitality was, soaking him in the water like this would eventually lead to his asphyxiation. Just then, Kuntai activated the flying head technique once again. His head shot off from his body, soared high above the water, and hovered in mid-air. Hu Jiangang hurriedly activated his psychic power, urging the water flow to chase after that head. However, as the head was now at an extremely high position, reaching the limit of Hu Jiangang's psychic power, he ultimately failed to catch up. You should know that if one wanted to drown Kuntai, it was necessary to completely submerge his head. At present, the river water only covered his body, which was of little lethality. Seeing that his psychic power was completely countered, Hu Jiangang did not hesitate at all. He immediately signaled to the referee that he conceded defeat in this match. Finally, Hu Jiangang withdrew his psychic power, and the water in the river returned to the riverbed. Kuntai also ended his flying head drop. He looked at Hu Jiangang and bowed gracefully, saying it was a wise decision. This very decision saved your life. However, from today on, perhaps I can call you a coward. Hu Jiangang ignored him and strode back to his camp. In the next magic duel, Captain Ling Jin stepped forward. Ling Jin stared at Kuntai, his eyes filled with killing intent. As soon as the magic duel began, Ling Jin exerted all his strength. The time around Kuntai was instantly slowed down to the extreme. Kuntai seemed to be frozen in place, motionless. At this moment, Ling Jin calmly took out a pistol from behind and aimed it at Kuntai's head. As long as he fired a few shots to completely blow Kuntai's head off, everything would be over. Just as Ling Jin was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly found that his hand had become out of control. He intended to pull the trigger, but he simply couldn't. Ling Jin immediately realized that he must have been hit by Kuntai's voodoo. Ling Jin's ability cannot cover the entire area. The time he can slow down is only that in the vicinity of Kuntai. Although the time around Kuntai has been slowed down, the power of the voodoo curse remains. As long as mosquitoes and insects invade the area around Ling Jin, he will still be affected by the voodoo. In the previous battle, Hu Jiangang made the water swirl around him. drowning all the mosquitoes and insects that wanted to approach him, thus avoiding being hit by the voodoo. Ling Zhun, while he was not completely under control yet, immediately signaled to the referee's stand that he was giving up the match. After Ling Zhun deactivated his extraordinary ability, Kuan-Tai grinned and said, "You've made a very wise decision. A bit more time, and you'd be entirely in my control." However, after Ling Zhun returned to his camp, we realized that Kuan-Tai hadn't removed the voodoo from Ling Zhun's body. This meant there was still a ticking time bomb buried within Ling Zhun. But at this moment, there was no better solution. The only way was straightforward, to kill Kuan-Tai. Once Kuan-Tai was dead, all problems would be resolved, and the voodoo would become ineffective. Since neither Hu Jiangang nor Ling Zhun had managed to defeat Kuan-Tai, it was my turn to step onto the stage. As soon as I appeared, Kuan-Tai looked at me and smiled playfully. "What a pity for such a young lad with such powerful, extraordinary abilities. Why don't you come and develop in our land of the transgenders? I'll surely offer you a good place." "Fine. I'll also offer you a good place today. Your destination will be to be buried in the monkey country and keep company with these monkeys for the rest of your life," I retorted coldly to Kuan-Tai. At this moment, there is nothing more to say. I've resolved to fight him to the death. We cannot lose this battle of sorcery, and Kuan-Tai must die. As the battle of sorcery commenced, I immediately activated my paranormal ability, channeling my mental power into the surroundings to perceive all living beings. There was a multitude of snakes, insects, rats, and ants here, yet their simple brains meant that infiltrating them wouldn't cost me much mental power. After eliminating all these creatures, there were no living beings around me, thus averting the possibility of Kuan-Tai casting a voodoo curse on me. Kuan-Tai clapped his hands and remarked, "What excellent skills and paranormal ability. Truly enviable." Subsequently, I pushed my paranormal ability to the limit, pouring all my peak mental power into Kuan-Tai's brain, intending to strike him down with a single blow. To my surprise, Kuan-Tai's mental power was formidable. My attack proved ineffective. I failed to shatter his brain. However, Kuan-Tai's movements were evidently restricted, and we found ourselves in a state of mutual restraint. It made sense, though. Kuan-Tai was a top-notch voodoo master, adept at controlling others, which demanded a powerful mind. Hence, it was understandable that his mental power was so potent. Now, we were engaged in a mental power showdown. If I could overpower him, his brain would sustain severe damage, increasing my odds of victory. Conversely, if his mental power overwhelmed mine, I would suffer a backlash, and my life might end right here. Therefore, neither I nor Kuan-Tai dared to be negligent. We both summoned our most powerful mental forces, initiating a mental power confrontation. This confrontation seemed rather ludicrous in the eyes of outsiders, for the two of us remained motionless, staring directly into each other's eyes. Nevertheless, those present probably knew what was going on, so the scene was peculiarly quiet. Even Fatty Lu, who was always making a racket, was quietly watching us at this moment. Everyone was awaiting an outcome to see who would give in first. Kuan-Tai and I were at a standstill for about 3 minutes before I finally couldn't hold on any longer. I knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. Kuan-Tai's situation wasn't optimistic either. Blood was trickling from his eyes. We had drawn in this mental power confrontation. Chapter 107. A desperate struggle. I gasped for air, my eyes fixed intently on Kuan-Tai. I never thought this old fellow really had some skills. The title of the first voodoo master in Thailand wasn't just for show. I suppose Kuan-Tai was also feeling uneasy. Being brought to this state by an inexperienced young man like me must have been quite a blow to his pride. However, the current situation didn't allow me any time to rest. I immediately activated my supernatural ability. Sure enough, some creatures appeared around me. I quickly killed them to gain temporary safety. At this moment, Kuan-Tai stopped gasping and made a retching motion again. Another white snake emerged from his mouth, still in a rigid state. It seemed there were quite a few more in his body. Kuan-Tai held this rigid white snake in his hand, as if it were a sword, and slowly approached me. I also took down the isolation tape and grasped the ganshi in my hand. It seemed the competition of supernatural abilities had ended in a draw, and what followed would be a close-range fight. At this very moment, our spiritual powers are insufficient to unleash more potent supernatural abilities. Hence, Kuan-Tai is unable to activate the flying head drop at present. After all, to activate such a profound voodoo technique demands a substantial amount of spiritual power. Subsequently, Kuan-Tai charged towards me, and I also rushed towards him. I hoisted the ganshi high above my head and struck down at Kuan-Tai with great force. Kuan-Tai took out that snake for defense, believing that with the snake's defensive capabilities, it could withstand my strike. However, there was something he didn't know, which was the aura of the flying snake on the ganshi. When I lifted the ganshi, I noticed that the snake had already reacted. Therefore, when the ganshi came slashing down, the snake instinctively dodged. Kuan-Tai wore an expression of astonishment because after the snake dodged backward, it completely exposed Kuan-Tai to the ganshi. With a sound, the ganshi sliced down along Kuan-Tai's left shoulder, severing it completely. Qin let out a pain-filled scream, but I certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Immediately, I swung the ganqi horizontally, preparing for another slashing attack. This time, I aimed at Qin's heart, but unexpectedly, my body suddenly became uncontrollable and remained in a stalemate. Eventually, I failed to deliver this attack. My eyes widened in shock as I was aware that I had been hit by a voodoo spell. When on earth did you cast this voodoo on me? I gritted my teeth and asked Qin. At this moment, Qin, though wearing a pained expression, still had a cruel smile on his face. I'm a voodoo master. It's only natural to have several mediums in my body. Since you've made me bleed, it's only right that the little creatures in my blood take control of you. After saying that, Qin cast a cold look at the white snake. He picked up the white snake with his hand. The snake struggled in his grasp for a while, and then went still. What's the use of keeping you? He muttered. I'm quite surprised, though. Why is my jade snake reacting like this? There must be something special about the axe in your hand. Tell me, and I might spare your life. At that time, all I could think about was how to buy time and break free from the voodoo's hold. So I said to him, you must have heard that in ancient China, there was a legendary snake called the flying serpent, the king of snakes. This weapon was guarded by the flying serpent. Qin clearly showed great interest in what I said. The flying serpent, a legendary snake. If one could make a venomous goo out of it, it would surely be the most powerful one, he mused. While Qin was deep in thought, I concentrated my mental power and attempted to activate my supernatural ability. Since the voodoo I was under wasn't the most potent kind, I should be fully capable of determining the location of the medium in my body through a mental scan. I managed to make my mental power wander within my body, and fortunately, I succeeded. This is also the first time I've done something like this. Presumably, the insect that served as the medium has been slain by me, thus enabling me to move freely once more. Promptly, I leaped backward to create a distance between Qin and myself. When Qin witnessed my regained mobility, a flicker of surprise crossed his countenance. Yet he swiftly reverted to his usual expression. With a gentlemanly smile, he addressed me. My spiritual energy has almost fully recovered. Next, I shall employ the flying head drop. If you intend to surrender, now is the opportune moment. Any later, and you'll be a lifeless corpse. I retorted icily, there's no need. Today, one of us is destined to meet their demise, and I'm firmly convinced it will be you. At that moment, a plan took shape in my mind. Though success was far from guaranteed, in such a desperate situation, every option was worth exploring. Upon hearing my response, Qin held his tongue. In the next instant, Qin's head detached from his body and hurtled towards me at breakneck speed. I promptly raised the shield of ganqi to safeguard myself. The head's velocity was astonishing, closing the distance between us in an instant. I brought down the blade of ganqi with all my might, but the head evaded my strike with uncanny agility. Darting behind me, swiftly spinning around, I brought the shield crashing down upon it. This time, my blow landed squarely, sending the head soaring into the distance like a deflated ball. However, mid-flight, it abruptly reversed course and hurtled back towards me. His head underwent other changes, and his tongue shot out. Astonishingly, his tongue was black, clearly indicating it was highly venomous. Moreover, judging from the rigidity of this tongue, it should be extremely sharp. Now was the opportune moment to put my plan into action. I concentrated all my energy and activated my psychic power against his head, invading Qin's brain with my mental force. I could sense Qin transmitting a message through his brain. This move of yours won't work on me. You should know that our mental forces are well matched, but now that I've unleashed the flying head drop, you're doomed. Since Qin had already executed the flying head drop, the mobility of his head was not restricted. His head still hurtled towards me at high speed, and the protruding sharp tongue stabbed at my head. I smiled faintly. This was the very moment I had been waiting for I knew I had deceived him. I suddenly spun around and activated my psychic power towards Qin's headless body. This was also the first time I had activated my psychic power against a living being's body. When I had removed the medium from my own body earlier, I discovered that my mental force could be conducted within the body. This meant that it was highly likely for my mental force to have an effect on others' bodies as well. If I couldn't suppress Qin's mental force by invading his brain, then after his brain left his body, he wouldn't be able to stop me from influencing his body. My mental force gushed out and instantly spread throughout Qin's entire body. In the next second, his whole body was blown to smithereens by me. Meanwhile, Qin's head flew behind me, and its sharp tongue stabbed fiercely into my back.